Chapter 1. It has been 2 days since I arrived in the magical realm. Just 2 days ago, I was reveling with my boisterous companions at a late-night food stall, and upon awakening, I found myself transformed into a young girl. After 2 days of waiting, with no system to rely on, I had no choice but to accept this new reality. At the very least, I could seek out a tranquil place to spend the rest of my days, having long grown weary of the complexities of social interactions from my previous life. The past 2 days have been remarkably mundane. Gradually, the memories of the original owner of this body have resurfaced, revealing her name to be Isabella Berina. The silver lining is that she hails from a family of esteemed knights, considered to be lower-tier nobility, and she is still quite young, having just turned 10. However, the downside is that her magical abilities are exceedingly feeble. To make matters worse, she has a younger sister, Kakolo, who is only 3 years old and yet to awaken her magical powers. Being part of the nobility, her father, Herod Berina, places great importance on the family's magical prowess. One's magical ability is almost predetermined upon awakening, and only those with sufficient power can inherit the family legacy. There are numerous matters yet to be addressed, but they shall be reserved for later. In their household, Isabella's father is the sole parent. His daily routine involves patrolling the vineyard with a dozen loyal guards, tending to the grapes meant for winemaking. At noon, he drags Isabella and her sister Kakolo along for sword training. Initially, she assumed they would be practicing with small, one-handed swords, but upon arriving at the backyard, Isabella's expression turned to one of dismay as she gazed at the oversized wooden sword, feeling lost. The sword was taller than herself. Must one truly begin sword training from such a young age? Did her father, perhaps, understand the adage that wealth lies in martial prowess rather than scholarly pursuits? Despite her profound reluctance, she could only rely on muscle memory and had practiced for 2 days. During lunchtime, Isabella inquired of her father, "Where has mother gone? Have you lost your wits due to fever?" "Your mother has gone with the merchant caravan to the southern elven kingdom and will not return for 3 months. It is only February now. We won't see her again until at least May," he replied. Dressed in a flowing white garment that accentuated his muscular physique, with light golden hair that lent him an air of nobility, her father stood imposing. Her sister, Kakolo, was a quiet child, remarkably composed for a 7-year-old. Even during meals, she exhibited remarkable decorum, delicately nibbling at her food with her small cherry-like mouth. As they neared the end of their meal, her father remarked, "Next month, dark magical fog will appear, and it will be time for my nightly order to be deployed. It is still the beginning of the month. We have less than 30 days left together. Especially you, Isabella, practice your swordsmanship diligently. Your magical aptitude is rather lacking, and considering that you'll be enrolling in school come August, it is highly likely that your magical level will not qualify you for the Brifa Magical Academy." Isabella exchanged a glance with her father, feigning shame as she lowered her gaze. After all, life stretches ahead. Why worry about such matters? As long as she finds joy in her existence, that is enough. "Father, you mentioned that one should not overexert oneself in the face of the dark magical fog." Isabella recalled what the fog entailed and swiftly changed the subject. "Elite magical creatures are exceedingly perilous. Your abilities are formidable, but thank you for your concern. This month, the dark magical fog has already been sighted near Trosstown. The casualties have mostly been among the vanguard soldiers, whose basic magical abilities are insufficient to contend with so many low-tier magical creatures. Typically, 3 intermediate magic practitioners from Azelia Academy accompany us, and it usually takes 3 to 5 days to eliminate elite magical creatures. If all goes well, I should be back in half a month," he explained. "Father," Kakolo murmured, "I don't want you to go. Can you please stay?" Her father shook his head and replied gently, "It is the directive of Count Jala. I will ensure my own safety." After lunch, he resumed his routine of training soldiers at the military camp. He commanded a battalion of 1,200 magical warriors, each possessing basic magical abilities. However, when facing magical creatures of equal rank, their numbers vastly outnumbered his troops, and they might encounter several high-tier creatures. Only with his own mid-tier capabilities and the assistance of 3 intermediate magic practitioners from Azelia Academy could they hope to withstand such threats. Once the meal concluded, Cacolo naturally retired for her afternoon nap, while Isabella sought to uncover more information about this world in the study. Yet, it seemed her father, a martial enthusiast, possessed only tomes on magical swordsmanship. There were no other books to be found in the study. Upon returning to her own room, Isabella discovered a book on introductory magic on her desk. With the memories of the original owner flooding back, she realized her magical prowess had shown no improvement, entirely her own fault, having indulged in play far too often, spending countless afternoons engaging in hide and seek with children from the neighboring village. The book appeared pristine, having been scarcely opened. The few times she had glanced at it over the past fleeting days had been rather superficial. Was she truly going to give up simply because her foundation was weak? This world's magic is categorized into 12 elements: wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, ice, metal, light, darkness, gravity, healing, and space. The introductory book detailed the methods for utilizing each element, encouraging practitioners to discover the magic that resonated with them, and through practice, they could shoulder significant responsibilities in the future. Strangely enough, Isabella found that she could manipulate all 12 types of magic. According to the book, upon vocalizing the incantations, she was able to conjure magical sigils in the palm of her hand. Regrettably, she was unable to manifest any of the distinct characteristics of the magic. She could only produce the magical sigils. Isabella suddenly felt something amiss. She recalled someone mentioning that a magic practitioner capable of wielding from magical attributes was considered an ancient century genius, and those who could control more than 4 were exceedingly rare. Lost in thought, Isabella eventually smiled to herself. Could it be that she was the chosen one? A paragon of versatility? The book also recorded the source of magical power within a magic practitioner. Isabella scoffed. This sounds remarkably similar to the Golden Core from cultivation novels. However, unlike the Golden Core, a magic practitioner's source of power expands with their strength. But why is mine so small? Merely the size of a quail egg. My magical awakening has already taken 2 years, and it has shown no growth. The original owner must be utterly disgraceful. The text indicated that a junior magic practitioner's source of power was roughly the size of a chicken egg. The means to enhance one's magical power included daily training, alongside the goal of expanding one source of power while simultaneously studying theoretical knowledge and consuming magical flora and fauna, or utilizing appropriate magical potions for enhancement. However, such methods resulted in slow progress, relying on the principle of accumulating small gains. Another method involved slaying magical creatures upon their demise. The minute, scarcely perceptible sources of magical power from the defeated creatures would merge into the victor's own source. However, this method bore side effects, as the source could become tainted by magical corruption, necessitating purification through crystals or treatment by healing magic practitioners. The process of utilizing magic was quite straightforward, involving some rather juvenile incantations. To achieve a calm mind, one must enter a state of focus, channeling the internal magical source and aligning it with their intent to release the magic. Isabella attempted this several times, discovering that she could not summon her magical source. Exercising patience, she attentively sensed her internal magical source, which appeared as a colorless sphere the size of a quail egg. Drawing forth a strand of magic in her palm, she unleashed a burst of flame magic. It turned out that the incantations were superfluous. All one needed was to calm their mind, sense the magical source, and draw forth a fraction of magic into the material world to cast it. To validate her hypothesis, Isabella suppressed her excitement and tried again. Indeed, then she experimented with other types of magic, each manifesting in her palm. 12 distinct glowing magics illuminated Isabella's youthful face, her expression shifting from delight to trepidation. Isabella's countenance grew serious. This was both a blessing and a curse. The method by which she accessed her magic was alarmingly simplistic. If others were to discover how she unlocked her magic, she had merely activated 12 types of magic, resulting in her magical source doubling in size. Upon activating space magic, she perceived an invisible distortion in the air, revealing a black fissure. Inserting half her arm into it, she found it akin to a handbag size, and with the infusion of more magical power, the space gradually expanded. Yet, in no time, her magical source was reduced by half. I shall delve into space magic later, Isabella mused, stroking her chin. If I possess healing magic, then, after defeating a few magical creatures and experiencing any adverse effects, I should be able to self-cure, right? Glimpsing her father departing on a white steed, she cast her gaze toward the distant, tranquil forest outside the window, and an audacious plan began to formulate in her mind. Isabella's room was on the second floor. Upon opening her door, she could see the grand hall below. In the hall, a middle-aged man clad in black attire met her gaze. She recalled that the elegant and dignified man was the Barina family's butler, Richard Guston. He had been mopping the floor, a daily chore undertaken by everyone when the household was free of obligations. Employing water element magic to cleanse the surface, he deftly maneuvered the water to carry the dirt outside onto the lawn. Such meticulous control of water magic seemed commonplace in Isabella's memories. Yet compared to her current self, the butler appeared to be a master of magic, though she could not recall his exact rank. "Miss Isabella, why have you not taken your afternoon nap? You usually sneak out through the second-floor window. Why today do you wish to leave so openly under my watch?" The butler, Richard, paused his work, his expression serious as he looked up at her. "If Lord Herod finds out you have not rested, you might find yourself in trouble upon his return. I'm just a bit thirsty and looking for some water." Isabella feigned calmness, stammering out this excuse. "Miss Isabella, for such trivial matters, you need only call for me in your room. There is no necessity for you to come down in search of water." The butler, Charlie, discerned her pretext with ease. "Please return to your room, and I shall bring you a pot of warm water in 2 minutes." "Oh, all right." Isabella awkwardly retreated to her chamber. 2 minutes later, Charlie arrived with a pot of warm water, knocked on Isabella's door, but upon receiving no response, he opened it to find the curtains billowing in the wind, and he sighed in resignation. "It appears the young lady has learned to outsmart me by sending me away." He then opened the door to the adjacent room, where Coco was fast asleep, and tenderly covered her with a blanket. In early February in Leonton's realm, the snow had completely melted, yet the air remained quite chilly. The Berliner Manor lay on the southern outskirts of the city, a 2-mile walk through the vineyards, followed by another 2 miles westward, leading to the Silent Woods. As long as one did not venture too far in, it was easy enough to handle a few low-level magical creatures and then retreat. Before stepping out, Isabella donned a very simple outfit, a set of earthy brown cloth garments, with black linen trousers that bore several scratches. This attire was frequently worn when visiting the neighboring village to play with the children, chosen now for ease of movement. Yet, as she approached the Silent Woods, the gloomy weather made her regret her decision. Cursing the sky, she muttered, "What wretched weather! It might rain, and this is my first day out hunting monsters." Upon entering the Silent Woods, she followed a path overgrown with weeds, surrounded by ordinary small creatures, with the dry forest laid bare before her. Spring had not yet fully arrived, the visibility was quite expansive, and after traversing nearly 2 miles, she finally encountered an adult magical boar, at least a low-level creature, though it could also be classified as a beginner-level monster. Isabella was 30 meters away from the slumbering magical boar, and, seizing the opportunity, she stealthily advanced. Initiating a wind element spell, she concentrated, and an invisible blade shot towards the magical boar, striking at the nape of its neck, thus achieving her first kill. Upon the creature's demise, the magic core within it disintegrated into countless tiny magical energies that dissipated into the air, and a minuscule glimmer of magic core light flew towards Isabella, which she absorbed. Her magical source swelled, slightly barely perceptible, and without careful attention, one could easily overlook any change. Subsequently, a slight queasiness overcame her, likely a side effect, however. After employing a healing spell, the adverse reactions swiftly vanished. "I never anticipated that I could indeed generate and consume magic so effortlessly. It seems that enhancing my magical power will no longer be a concern, Yet that creature still emitted magical energy after its death. As Isabella drew closer, pondering for a moment, she attempted to absorb the residual magic lingering in the air. A small black sphere formed in her palm, akin to a black hole, drawing in the dissipating magical energy. Remarkably, she managed to absorb all the magic that had vanished into the atmosphere, as well as the residual magic remaining in the creature's carcass. Closing her eyes, she attentively sensed the magnitude of her magical source, distinctly perceiving a slight increase in its size. This creature must be a low-level monster, Isabella remarked, gazing down at the lifeless beast. The enhancement is likely no more than a tenth of my magical source. I've maximized the extraction of this creature's value. Her earlier strike had consumed her magical source rapidly, contingent upon the potency of the spell employed. Had she not struck with greater force, she likely would not have achieved a one-hit kill on the magical boar, which was 5 times her size. Remaining concealed nearby, Isabella awaited the arrival of any other carnivorous magical creatures drawn to the carcass of the magical boar. However, after a long wait, approximately half an horno, such creatures appeared. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall, enveloping the silent woods in a thin mist, further chilling the air. After another hour, the carcass of the magical boar attracted a lone woeful limping, emaciated creature that seemed to have gone a week without food. It caught the scent of the magical boar's remains and approached eagerly, feasting heartily. Isabella gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly, "What a foolish dog! I can't attack it, nor can I drive it away. Attacking would waste magical energy, and driving it off would surely lead to a fight. Eat away. Why don't you choke on that meal, you foolish beast?" Before long, the wolf, still relishing its meal, emitted a series of choking sounds before succumbing. Isabella moved in closer, conjuring a water arrow spell in her right hand, which she then shot through the wolf's forehead. She sighed in resignation. "I must hurry home to change my clothes. If I linger in the rain any longer, I shall be soaked through." Having taken only a few steps, 3 gray wolves burst forth from the nearby thicket, while a wolf atop the mountain howled to the heavens. Meanwhile, in Moling Village, "Village Chief, have you seen Isabella?" Helota inquired from atop his horse, addressing the elderly man before him. "Derek, as the patriarch of the Ferreira family, I cannot endorse your decision, for it will render our family's investments feudal. As your father, I too disapprove of your choice. The outside world is fraught with dangers and challenges beyond your imagination. Allow me to confirm once more. Are you prepared to embark on the path of a wandering knight?" Derek's gaze was resolute. This answer required no further contemplation. "Certainly, I have made my decision." "Very well." Baron Ferreira rose and tossed a pouch of coins to Derek. "This is my support for you. Should you find yourself struggling, return to work for me to repay your debts." Derek beamed. Was this not one of his primary motivations for returning? Without funds, one is rendered immobile, even in this world. He unceremoniously opened the pouch, and the glittering coins within seemed to illuminate his eyes. Upon counting, there were precisely 50 gold coins. This amount substantial. Indeed, for a professional soldier, a year's wage amounts to merely 1 gold coin. It insufficient. The Ferreira family typically collects 700 to 800 gold coins in head taxes annually. And when combined with other estates and businesses, the total can reach 2,000 coins at times, or at least 1,000 coins during leaner periods. However, after accounting for the expenses of maintaining a guard and the family's overall expenditures, what remains is certainly not ample. 50 gold coins is no trifling sum. An ordinary commoner might never amass such wealth in a lifetime, though one may not afford a full suit of knightly armor. A decent half armor could be procured if one were to lower their standards. A studded leather armor could be acquired for 1 or 2 gold coins. With this amount, he could sustain a fully equipped squad of professional soldiers for a year, if fortune favors him. He may continue to thrive. If not, he shall return home to settle his debts. Thank you for your generosity. I shall strive to make a name for myself and endeavor to expand the lineage of the Ferreira title." "I hope so." The Baroness' voice betrayed a lack of confidence in him. Perhaps he believed that his third son would either perish in the outside world or return in disgrace. The life of a wandering knight is indeed fraught with difficulties. Derek was acutely aware of this. Had it not been for the data panel, he would have dutifully sought a position at home. Much like his uncles. By the way, Father, I require permission to recruit a few soldiers within the family territory. Derek made his request once more. Of course, I shall instruct the constable to assist you. You may remain for a while longer, honing your skills before setting forth. Recruiting within one's own domain ensures a degree of reliability. Those who are familiar with the area will think twice before engaging in any mischief. Furthermore, the selection is vast, allowing for the choice of some trained militia. After enjoying a few meals at home, Derek could hardly contain his eagerness to leave the castle. Speaking of the Ferreira family, their fief comprises 2 villages and a castle. Nestled in the heart of the kingdom, the castle is surrounded by a considerable populace, serving more political than military purposes, coupled with 2 modest estates and a few enterprises in the nearby city. Their strength is formidable. Maiduo village lies at the northernmost edge of the Ferreira territory, a considerable distance from the castle. Derek, armed with Baron Ferreira's writ, strode directly into the constabulary. This village, home to over 1,000 inhabitants, is supported by a regular contingent of infantry and an additional 20 temporary militias, forming the foundation of their security forces. Derek had visited numerous times and, in truth, did not require the writ. For the constable was his uncle, a middle-aged scoundrel who barely scraped through knightly training. Upon seeing his uncle Andrew again, Derek felt a pang of envy at the man's ability to maintain a small paunch in this era. Observing his somewhat unsteady gait, it was evident that the agility of his youth had significantly diminished. Although he might be a rogue, he nonetheless bore the blood of the Ferreira family and had received a complete education, making him a rare talent. Upon greeting, Andrew embraced him warmly. Derek, my dear nephew, I have heard that you have completed your knightly studies with distinction. You ought to remain there. Andrew understood full well what a superior achievement entailed. One must be competitive. Derek was not surprised that word of his performance had reached home swiftly. If your family is entrenched in local affairs, such information travels fast. He refrained from elaborating, simply explaining, you understand the relationship between Sir Cloya and my father. However, Andrew was not so easily deceived. Having undergone knightly training himself, he recognized that merely passing would not attract undue hindrance. Yet an exceptional performance could not be casually bestowed that a wise man does not pry too deeply. He astutely bypassed this topic. The current Baron Ferreira is named Leandro, and Andrew grasped Derek's arm, referring to him as nephew, thereby publicly displaying his status. Such ostentation was rather snobbish, but necessary. The family's legacy dwindles with each passing generation. Derek had many brothers, and significant positions were surely reserved for them. Andrew had to consider his own son. Derek, I hope your choice proves to be wise. How many men do you require? I can introduce you to the finest fellows. Andrew hesitated momentarily, but suppressed the urge to foist his son upon Derek. Nevertheless, he generously offered, I have prepared some gifts for you. I hope you will find them to your liking. Money, of course, would not be presented so directly, considering he was his dear uncle. Thus, Andrew had procured a finely crafted iron longsword. This is from my collection, though I regret that I can no longer wield it. How does it please you? Andrew lamented while patting his small belly. This exquisite iron sword would take a blacksmith several days of labor to forge and is valued between 5 and 6 gold coins. Derek, being merely the 3rd son of a baron and choosing to venture forth, found this gift to be imbued more with familial affection than mere value. Otherwise, a few iron spearheads would suffice as a gesture. Upon seeing this, Derek effortlessly drew the iron sword. The intricate patterns of the craftsmanship were stunning. The blade gleamed with a chilling luster, indicating its quality was not superficial. Derek performed a flourish with the sword, displaying his exceptional skill that Andrew's eyes brightened. Your prowess surpasses that of most knights in the family. After a playful display, Derek sheathed the sword, once again showcasing his familiarity with it. That a marvelous gift. I am truly grateful. Following a brief welcome, Derek conveyed his objectives. I need to recruit 10 new soldiers, 1 squire, and 1 blacksmith. Andrew was somewhat taken aback. The first 2 requests were simple, but what need had he for a blacksmith? He could not help but remind Derek. The blacksmith in the village can at most mend farming tools and craft a few spearheads. He cannot guarantee the quality of a simple iron sword. If you merely require repairs, there is no need to specifically recruit a blacksmith. Rest assured, Uncle, I have other plans for him. In that case, no problem. There happens to be a batch of young militia who have just completed their training. I have inquired on your behalf. If you require 20, that number will suffice as for the blacksmith. The old blacksmith's son is about your age and should possess some skills. Andrew was indeed thoughtful and had even made preparations in advance. I also require a place to stay, preferably with access to the training grounds. What need have you to purchase a residence? The training grounds adjacent to the constabulary are well equipped. You may stay there, which will save me the trouble. Andrew waved his hand dismissively, as if it were of little consequence, given that it was all part of his father's estate. Derek considered this. Every saving counts, and he could not sever ties with his family. So he might as well take advantage of the situation. With the backing of a local strongman, Derek's preparations unfolded smoothly. Within a day, everything was arranged. Bedding, furniture, and daily necessities were all taken care of by Andrew. He even sent several sacks of wheat, ensuring Derek need not worry about provisions. Other relatives were not idle either, dispatching an array of gifts. Each gift was quite practical. His third uncle sent 30 spearheads. His fourth uncle contributed 3 simple leather armors, and his elder aunt arranged for 5 iron swords to be sent in the blink of an eye. Derek had spent not a single coin. Yet his equipment was already assembled. Gazing at the 12 strapping young men, he nearly burst into song, reflecting on the past when he had just begun his own squad, armed only with weapons. He chuckled to himself, deeming it a rather boastful recollection. This embodies the joy of nobility, a sentiment far removed from the comprehension of a knight born of common lineage. These relatives, their gifts varying in value from 1 to 2 gold coins, perhaps even 3 to 5, leave him as the sole adventurer, for otherwise, the sum would surely diminish. Armed with a foundational understanding, Derek's inaugural task with the new recruits was to construct a blacksmith's forge. Indeed, a blacksmith's forge it was. Young True, son of the blacksmith, officially joined, assigned to the military column on the panel. True profession, military blacksmith level 1, 22100. Experience pool 0-100. Indeed, the scope of the panel exceeded all expectations. The newfound functionalities unveiled more options for Derek. Compared to the perilous endeavor of battle, engaging in the arms trade proved far more lucrative, particularly with high-value weaponry. The prophet's sword that a complete set of heavy armor commanded 60 to 70 gold coins. How long would it take an ordinary person to amass such wealth? While the other 11 recruits commenced their training, young blacksmith True embarked on his forging journey that in truth, the profession of blacksmith could sustain a family. True's presence in the military camp was, of course, a matter of volition. The Baron's heir had taken a liking to him. To refuse would invite dire consequences. Young True had prepared himself to pivot to soldiering. Yet upon arriving at the training grounds, he first erected a rudimentary forge and set up his station. Upon placing a hammer in his hands, the gentle Lord Derek instructed him, "Young True, your family has been blacksmiths for generations. Do not hesitate to retrieve anything you need from home. I shall cover the expenses, but I can only craft simple farming tools and repair damaged weapons." True lamented, nearly in tears. Surely, the Lord did not expect him to forge arms and armor. Should he produce inferior goods, it would spell disaster for him. I understand. Just forge spearheads for training purposes. Any quality issues will not fall upon you, Derek assured, his demeanor remarkably accommodating. Though True remained skeptical, the nobility's reputation for integrity was not unfounded. The Ferreira family indeed valued their honor. That very day, upon returning home to relay the circumstances, old True promptly packaged his equipment and delivered it to the camp. Had Derek not declined, he would have relished the opportunity to endure the punishment on behalf of young True. Indeed, it felt like a punishment. Expecting True to accomplish what he himself could not was a blatant cruelty. Derek offered no further explanation, merely adopting the authoritative posture of a baron, which rendered the True family compliant. Before departing, old True tearfully implored, "My boy, you must persevere. I have only you as my heir, and I look to you for my future." Young True, equally tearful, felt the weight of uncertainty pressing upon him. Turning away, old True returned home and promptly shut the door, suggesting to his wife, "Let us hasten to bear another child." It was said that for the following days, old True shuttered his business. Young True ignited the forge and commenced his journey as a smith. The next day heralded the onset of new recruit training. Thrust, recover, thrust, crack. The spearhead shattered. The quality of the spearheads crafted by young True was woefully inadequate. Derek, his face inscrutable, continued to direct, "What are you staring at? Has the spearhead broken? And now you relax. The enemy on the battlefield will not wait for you." Continue thrusting. Training resumes. During training, Andrew occasionally visited, observing Derek's methodical approach, unable to find fault. Yet, the results were not immediately evident. Conversely, he held reservations regarding young True's progress. After several failed attempts to persuade him, he resigned himself to the outcome. Let my nephew experience a few bumps and bruises. A lesson learned will not incur significant losses. That as time slipped away, a month had elapsed. Upon reviewing the panel again, due to the intensified training regimen and Derek's heightened standards, all 11 recruits had achieved a militia rank of 5 or above. Young True's progress, however, lagged slightly. Having only reached level 3, beyond level 3, the acquisition of experience slowed once more at the current rate. It would take at least another month to achieve the next upgrade. True profession, military blacksmith level 3, 11100. Experience pool 0-100. Crafting weaponry was constrained by a daily limit, significantly inferior to the gains from training. Moreover, as one progressed, the difficulty of acquiring experience escalated. By level 3, the spearheads True produced sufficed, costing merely 20 to 30 copper coins, yet easily fetching 70 or 80 copper coins on the market. Each day, young True could forge 3 to 5 spearheads, yielding a profit fluctuating around 200 copper coins. The official exchange rate stood at 1 gold coin to 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin to 100 copper coins. However, the so-called official rates proved of limited utility, as the informal exchange rates fluctuated continuously. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for approximately 15 to 17 silver coins, while 1 silver coin might yield 120 to 130 copper coins. This meant a competent blacksmith could earn over 1.5 silver coins in a single day, translating to an annual income of 2 to 3 gold coins, 3 times that of an ordinary soldier. Mastery of the craft would yield even greater returns. Nevertheless, young True had signed a contract of servitude, leaving him no avenue of escape. He felt as if graced by divine favor, his skills advancing at an extraordinary pace. This was a sensation he had never experienced before, each day bringing new inspiration. Constantly improving, he felt he had nearly reached the level of his father. Could it be that his father's lack of ability had hindered him? With rapid advancements in skill came a burgeoning sense of ambition. Fortunately, as progress began to plateau, Derek, mindful of the situation, kept his aspirations in check. That a month was still a brief span. Even the other family members did not expect him to achieve any remarkable feats in such a short time. Yet Derek felt compelled to venture forth and explore the world. With the data panel at his disposal, a month of development equated to what others might accomplish in half a year. Remaining cooped up here felt utterly tedious. Moreover, without opening new avenues for income, how could one expand swiftly? Relying on young True alone, with a meager annual yield of 1 or 2 gold coins, was insufficient. That in recent days, he had amassed around 20 cast iron spearheads, yet as merchandise, this was wholly inadequate. Having previously harbored reservations, he now aimed to convert his gold coins into tangible power, setting aside a portion for expenses. Each new recruit was entitled to a monthly wage of 80 copper coins, which fell below the standard rate. Young True currently earned 1 silver coin, as he was deemed a follower. Monthly wage expenses amounted to no more than 8 or 9 silver coins. And with provisions and various losses accounted for, a single gold coin sufficed. Retaining 10 gold coins for emergencies, he could utilize at least 40 gold coins, a substantial sum. Should he recruit another 20 individuals? Andrew believed his nephew had lost his mind. Feeding and compensating dozens of people would stretch his limited resources precariously thin. Derek, you must first train a cadre of soldiers, then devise a means to generate revenue. Trust me, while recruiting soldiers is easy, sustaining them is a different matter altogether. Without loyalty, none can endure. Andrew imparted his wisdom, underscoring the strength of the Ferreira family, which boasted over 100 regular guards, 7 or 8 knights, and the capacity to summon militia in a heartbeat, amassing a force of 500. Yet, such a feat required vast resources, thousands of vassals, numerous estates and enterprises. Otherwise, today's prosperity could vanish by tomorrow. Derek, of course, understood this, yet he remained resolute in his convictions to mitigate his Uncle Andrew's interference. He even concocted a benevolent falsehood. Uncle, I have secured a long-term escort assignment and shall depart shortly. I require personnel. These soldiers will train here before being taken along next time. Surely, you haven't been deceived? Andrew questioned, incredulous. How could such an opportunity arise? On my honor, it is true, Derek assured. This is a matter connected to Count Perez. Derek feigned mystery, revealing just enough to spark Andrew's imagination. You truly possess remarkable talent, forging connections with dependable allies beyond our borders. Andrew felt somewhat melancholic, yet he no longer harbored doubts, for his nephew did not appear to be of diminished intellect. To speak frankly, the rule of nobility bears both advantages and disadvantages. Within the domain of the Perez family, conscription would indeed be unrealistic without the cooperation of the sheriff, T.O. put it bluntly. How could little True be compelled without Andrew's word? Swiftly sweeping away the finest young men in the village, any future conscription would necessitate a slight relaxation of standards after arranging the training. Andrew assigned 2 apprentices to little True, explicitly instructing him to nurture new talent. In this era, skilled labor is a closely guarded family secret. Little True would undoubtedly resent this, yet with a blade at his throat. He had no choice but to comply. Derek understood that initially, little True would not be fully committed, but that was inconsequential. Time would teach him the necessary approach. The data panel could only provide a marginal advantage over others. Everything else would be learned through practice, with ample opportunities for mistakes. After several days of incorporating everyone into the panel's statistics, Derek finally set out with a squad of new recruits, while the rest continued to accumulate experience methodically. The destination for this journey was the city of Watch. This city was the largest in the vicinity and the second largest in the northern province that it was administered by officials dispatched by the kingdom, and even housed a contingent of the royal army. Naturally, Derek did not embark empty-handed. He brought along a cart laden with 1,000 pounds of bran. Here, bran fetched a maximum of 2 copper coins per pound. With even lower purchasing prices, however, upon arrival at the city of Watch, it could yield a profit of half a copper coin per pound. A full cart would net 500 copper coins. Although the profit was modest, it was nonetheless easy gained. As for the reason behind not bringing more food, it was simply that food was the domain of the Ferreira family, at least within the family's territory. None could rival them. This 1,000 pounds was a meager collection gathered by Derek himself. Were it not for the son of Baron Ferreira, his corpse would have already been discarded in a cesspool. Derek's primary aim was not profit, but rather the accumulation of experience. He first hired a carter and purchased a cart, establishing a fixed asset. Thus, this humble caravan set forth, somewhat awkwardly. Soon, news reached the desk of Baron Ferreira. The latter cast a fleeting glance at it, and that was the end of the matter. Along the journey, Derek had hoped to encounter some bandits to hone his skills. Unfortunately, the standards of his guards were somewhat excessive. No one was mad enough to risk their lives over a few dozen silver coins worth of food against a dozen warriors. The journey was leisurely, taking 10 days before finally reaching their destination. The city of Watch was the first proper city Derek had witnessed since arriving in this world. That it was a pitiful realization, yet it remained the truth. Even the castle of Count Perez appeared diminutive in comparison to the city of Watch. The gate soldiers, upon seeing the caravan, naturally recognized the triangular flag that denoted noble status. They collected an entrance fee of 50 copper coins, allowing Derek to enter the city. Then came the unpleasant surprise of stepping into unknown filth. Derek was utterly disgusted. The sanitary conditions of the countryside had already made him uneasy, and he had always upheld strict standards in his own domain. Yet, this initial step shattered all his illusions. This world had changed entirely. Adjusting his mindset, Derek sold the food at a low price to a shop belonging to the Ferreira family and found a place to stay. His purpose for coming here was twofold: to broaden his horizons while simultaneously undergoing practical training, and to seek reliable sources of iron ore. Derek left the base, yet training continued unabated. The new recruits were trained by the previous militia, following a well-trodden path, while their efficiency was considerably lower. Bolstered by the data panel, their progress was not too slow. In contrast, progress in Little True's domain was painfully sluggish. The blacksmith apprentices initially fared well, but once Derek departed, their progress dropped to less than half. Nevertheless, with the support of the data panel and the overflow of experience, they achieved a formal military blacksmith level within 10 days. Little True quickly realized that the new apprentices were as gifted as he was. No, recalling the words of Lord Derek, he thought, genius? No, as long as the materials are sufficient, even a pig can become a competent blacksmith. He had once privately mocked Lord Derek, but now he saw his own folly. In an instant, his attitude shifted. Since the blacksmithing skills could not be a proprietary secret, he might as well comply diligently to avoid repercussions. This was merely the naivety of youth. Had it been the elder true, he would surely not have been so easily swayed. If the data panel featured a loyalty metric, little True's loyalty would have surged by at least 50% at that moment. Meanwhile, in the city of Watch, Derek could surmise the happenings through the data panel. Thus, this method of manipulation was proving effective. Toying with the son of a rural blacksmith evidently lacked any sense of accomplishment. The next day, Derek began to explore the streets. The city of Watch was bustling with a multitude of inhabitants, and nearby nobles clustered here to reside. The variety of shops was abundant, and resources were plentiful. Derek found himself at a loss against them. His knightly title was merely an entry ticket. Reputation, strength, and pricing were all considerations for Derek. He did not intend to purchase a large quantity of iron or in one go. Little True consumed merely 7 or 8 pounds a day, so short-term demand would not be excessive. The city of Watch, being the largest in the vicinity, had businesses in every trade, and iron ore was not scarce. With no recent wars, prices remained stable. 1 pound of iron ore cost about 10 copper coins, yielding roughly 1/3 in iron. Calculating this, 1 pound of iron would cost about 30 copper coins, yet the market price lingered between 40 to 50. Does it sound lucrative? However, after accounting for labor, fuel, and transportation costs, the profit was just hard-earned money. Purchasing a ton of iron ore would amount to approximately 80 silver coins. Bringing it back for the blacksmiths to hone their skills could yield over 300 pounds of iron, sufficient to forge 700 or 800 spearheads. This would amount to a value of over 300 silver coins. Even 3 novice blacksmiths would require 2 to 3 months' time, after deducting the trivial expenses for labor and materials of a few silver coins. A net profit of 250 could be realized, plus some additional earnings. Derek understood that if calculated thus, he too would see a profit of 250.3 months represented a business worth several gold coins. Yet dozens of people needed sustenance, with wages and maintenance costs amounting to 3 gold coins monthly, rendering the effort futile over 3 months. Of course, maintaining such a large group would necessitate alternative means of generating income. Ordinary nobles would not sustain so many, thus there would still be some profit. For Derek, money was merely a resource. Strengthening his power remained paramount, with 3 squads of regular troops at his disposal. Even Baron Ferrero would have to take him seriously. Derek set his sights and promptly purchased a cartload of iron ore. This quantity was not significant, thus it went unnoticed. His arrival in the city of Watch was akin to that of a lackey. No one paid him any mind. Derek knew that soon this would no longer be the case. The caravan rattled back to the village of Meidong, and regarding Derek's insistence on training blacksmiths, Andrew remained skeptical. He had lent Derek the training grounds, but Derek seldom visited. Maintaining a proper distance was crucial for preserving familial bonds. The round trip consumed nearly a month. The soldiers' levels at the base and those on the expedition were not vastly different. The new recruits hovered around levels 3 to 5, while the veterans ranged from levels 5 to 7. In contrast, the blacksmiths made rapid progress. True, profession, military blacksmith, level 4, 17,100. Experience pool, 22100. The other 2 blacksmith apprentices also reached a level of 2. Upon their reunion, Little True bowed even lower. How many spearheads can you forge in a day? About 10 or so. My skills have improved a bit recently, and with the help of the 2 apprentices, I can manage around 10 sets of spearheads a day. Let us try crafting a few iron swords. Feel free to use the iron ore I brought back. A good blacksmith must hone his craft. You are correct. I have progressed faster here than in 10 years following my father. I have some ideas for the iron swords, but I may need to experiment a few more times. Little True exuded confidence, and although his progress had recently slowed, it was evident that he was indeed advancing. Given time, he would undoubtedly succeed in forging a competent iron sword. Derek nodded in satisfaction. In truth, he perceived that Little True's talent had nearly reached its zenith. His own daily improvements were but marginal, sometimes non-existent. It all depended on the overflow of experience from the experience pool. Otherwise, he would remain a mere level 5 blacksmith for life. This was still a result of the accelerated growth from his attributes. Otherwise, he might have been destined for a life akin to that of a level 4 blacksmith, much like his father. However, this was of little consequence. An iron sword requires a mere 3 to 5 pounds of material, costing only 1 or 2 silver coins, yet it can be sold for 5. Even if he were to forge just one iron sword a day, the profits would be substantial. Of course, this presumes he has attained level 5 as a blacksmith. Currently, this level represents a significant threshold. Below it, one is essentially a rural blacksmith, earning 2 to 3 gold coins a year. Achieving level 5 is tantamount to breaking through, generating at least 40 to 50 gold coins annually. Such exorbitant profits are indeed remarkable. Clearly, enhancing added value is the way to profitability. Otherwise, 50 gold coins would be the yield of a modest estate. Once all 3 blacksmiths could forge iron swords, supplemented by a few apprentices, they could amass 150 gold coins a year, sufficient to sustain 6 or 7 small squads of soldiers. Of course, there are various other expenses, making it challenging to support 4 to 5 squads. After arranging for the blacksmiths, Derek devoted himself to rigorous training, as everything hinged on having the might to protect it. Otherwise, such a business would surely provoke envy among many. It is not merely the ability to earn that allows for unlimited expansion. In this feudal society, where nobles control basic resources, one must operate within established parameters. A month and a half later, after countless failures, little Trilou finally mastered the art of forging iron swords, compared to the inexpensive spears. The value of iron swords was considerably higher. After accumulating several dozen iron swords, the supply of iron ore was nearly depleted. Reflecting on the timeline, 3 months had passed in total. His gold coins had diminished by nearly half. Remaining here would attract the attention of others. Derek needed to find a more stable base of operations. There was no place more suitable than the city of Watchtower. It boasted a large population, was directly governed by the kingdom, and was rich in resources. Naturally, the prices for housing were equally appealing. In the outskirts of the city, a yard large enough to accommodate many required 30 gold coins. Gritting his teeth, Derek drained his liquid assets to purchase this yard. However, it was sufficiently spacious, covering 1.5 acres. With some renovations, they could establish a blacksmith shop in the front and a small courtyard in the back, accommodating everyone. Unfortunately, there was no space for training, so they would have to make do. Fortunately, he still possessed several dozen iron swords and over 100 spearheads. Selling them would suffice to maintain operations. Money was not the most crucial factor. As long as this framework was upheld, they could await the arrival of opportunity. Although the northern territories had seen no wars in recent years, it had been long enough to warrant caution. After some simple renovations, Derek's blacksmith shop quietly opened its doors. He could no longer remain idle. His training progress was slowing, and while it might be feasible to scrape by as the sword god of Shirley Slope through sheer statistics, he feared that once on the battlefield, he might become a mere coward. He needed to see blood. Derek began to seek opportunities within the city. Merchant caravans and nobles were always in need of hired soldiers. The absence of war did not equate to a lack of danger. Before long, he found a job as a guard in a local tavern. There was a bulletin board displaying various local tasks. The goat trading company required a team of soldiers to ensure the safety of their caravan. Derek inquired about the location of the goat trading company and met the manager, Vincent. After introducing himself and stating his intentions, he learned that the journey from Watchtower to the territory of Count Perez would take approximately a month. I can offer you 3 gold coins, with additional compensation for any delays. The thin, skeptical manager Vincent regarded Derek with doubt. After all, he had no reputation. Had it not been for his knightly background and family name, he would have received no consideration whatsoever. The annual maintenance cost for a squad leader of spear wielders, including equipment wear, rations, and wages, was around 20 gold coins, plus an initial allocation of basic equipment worth about 10 gold coins a night, along with his steed, weapon, and ironclad armor, would cost upwards of 20 gold coins, with an annual maintenance expense of around 10 gold coins. Thus, the total annual cost for a knight and a squad of spear wielders would be 30 gold coins, not accounting for initial costs. 3 gold coins seemed paltry. After all, mercenaries do not always find work every day. In the event of casualties during a mission, would there be compensation for medical treatment? The wear and tear on weapons would also increase. Moreover, the point of risking one's life is to earn more, right? Derek resolutely declined, stating, Vincent, while this is my first job, I am not entirely ignorant. I will accept 10 gold coins. Otherwise, you should seek someone else. I am an elite knight who completed my training under Count Perez, and my soldiers are seasoned veterans who have undergone rigorous training. You will not find another mercenary as professional as I. Manager Vincent hesitated. He preferred to hire newcomers, Yet Derek's identity was appealing. He did not believe a word of Derek's claims of being an elite knight. A true elite would surely have joined a knightly order. Nevertheless, a knight emerging from Count Perez's domain carried more weight than other wandering knights. Since you understand the market, you should realize that 10 gold coins is impossible. 0.5 gold coins is my offer. I trust you for this one time that I have dealt with the Ferreira family before. Vincent made a concession, as this was a more reasonable price. Derek contemplated negotiating further, but Vincent's growing impatience prompted him to relent. It is 5 gold coins. Were it not for your status as a knight, I could only offer 4 gold coins at most. The maintenance costs for knights are high, yet they are more in demand. Seeing this, Derek was willing to be flexible. Then 5 gold coins it is. This is my first task, and I shall extend you a favor. Next time, once you witness my capabilities, you must raise the price. Manager Vincent, exasperated by his persistence, finally agreed. Relieved to have settled the matter, he responded, "If you prove your worth, the price will indeed increase, and there will be more opportunities for collaboration." The two signed a contract, which would be recorded by the local Chamber of Commerce, with the tavern also documenting the agreement. Any breach of contract would tarnish the reputation of either party locally. Reputation is of utmost importance. Upon returning home, Derek had to consider one matter. He needed a squire. Fortunately, he could select one from the new recruits. For a knight, having one or even multiple squires to assist in caring for his warhorse, maintaining weapons and armor, and donning and doffing armor during battle was essential. Essentially, this role served as a knight's support system. For commoners, it was also an excellent pathway to advancement. Becoming a knight could serve as a ticket to higher status, allowing one to later pursue achievements. Few spear wielders were granted titles or lands, whereas knights were more readily afforded such opportunities. Of course, some squires would remain squires forever, perhaps due to an inability to complete knightly training or their humble origins. Derek had to be grateful for this body. Otherwise, his starting point would have been the end point for many commoners. That in terms of combat effectiveness, the distinction between a squire and a knight was not always absolute. For most wandering knights and even formal knights, squires were simply tools, advanced soldiers. There was no need to teach them etiquette, military command, or other knowledge. They could serve as servants and soldiers. For Derek, this was temporarily acceptable as well. Selecting a suitable candidate was easier for him than for others. He need not consider talent, only loyalty. With the assistance of his attributes, even a lack of talent could be overcome in time. However, if loyalty could not be guaranteed, he would have to leave it to others. Fortunately, soldiers chosen from among the farmers, though lacking in experience, were mostly honest and straightforward. They were even accustomed to serving the Ferreira family, making them easier for Derek to command. Choosing from among them was a fortunate dilemma for Derek. Ultimately, he selected a highly obedient squire. Simon, profession, spear wielder, level 8 squire, experience pool, 0100. This marks the first batch of newly trained recruits. Without their experience, they can hardly be called soldiers. They n 8th level spear wielder, robust in physique, clad in rudimentary leather armor, armed with a short sword and a long spear. In individual combat, even the most ordinary recruits would find themselves outmatched by his thrusts. In a formation, he can unleash formidable combat prowess. Simon is a name personally bestowed upon him by Derek, a reward for his obedience, loyalty, and dedication to training. In truth, there are many with greater natural talent. Yet he has consistently maintained his position within the upper echelons. Opportunity favors the prepared. Derek has equipped him with a reinforced leather armor, an iron sword, and a nag. The worth of this equipment totals 4 gold coins. And his salary has doubled as well. The cost is undeniably high. Should he complete his knightly training, even more funds will be required. This explains why knights typically refrain from frivolously nurturing squires. Years of investment can be exorbitant. Before his departure, Derek, in the presence of all the soldiers, personally adorned Simon with his new gear. For these lads hailing from peasant backgrounds, this represents a significant leap across social strata. Thus, the eyes of the onlookers brimmed with envy and admiration. In the name of Von Derek, I grant you the title of Knight Squire and bestow upon you the name Simon, with the hope that one day you shall possess a name of your own. Laden with glory, Simon knelt on one knee, attempting to mimic the ceremony of knighthood. However, he appeared noticeably awkward and anxious, an ungraceful sight. Yet, the others paid no heed to his discomfort. Instead, they felt a twinge of envy. I, Simon, vow to serve you, Sir Derek, dedicating my life and loyalty to you." The earnest country lad eagerly accepted the sword. Derek helped him rise, allowing him to secure the sword at his waist. With this slight transformation, he no longer resembled a mere spear wielder. His subsequent treatment would also differ greatly. Seizing the moment, Derek turned to face the 3 rows of spear wielders and rallied them. "May Simon's present be your future. Train diligently and fight valiantly, and I shall reward you with riches, status, and honor. Serve the esteemed Lord Derek." The morale soared. Crafting grand visions is indeed an art, and clearly, Derek excels in this skill far beyond many in this realm. Subsequently, Derek led his newly invigorated soldiers to rendezvous at the Goat Trading Company. The trading company also employed its own guards and assistants, hiring a temporary troop of soldiers. After all, maintaining a full squad of soldiers incurs significant annual expenses. And as a commercial entity, the company must prioritize profit maximization. Rather than exhausting efforts to save on labor costs, it is more advantageous to undertake additional business ventures. However, these guards, in Derek's eyes, were inadequate. They appeared somewhat spirited, yet they fell far short in terms of strength. Their weaponry was a hodgepodge. Some wielded knives, others swords, some carried spears, and there was even a solitary bow, though it was uncertain how skilled its bearer was. The caravan, comprising a scant 30 or so individuals, was accompanied by over 20 carts. Before Derek could thoroughly inspect the goods, the steward, Vincent, approached him. "Sir Derek, are these your family's private soldiers?" One could hardly blame him for this assumption. After 3 months of training, coupled with ample provisions, and most importantly, the benefits of the panel, these soldiers had become robust, as if inflated like balloons. High-level soldiers could not genuinely appear as frail as weaklings. Their equipment might be somewhat lacking. Derek himself rode a mere ordinary horse and donned an armor with a greater proportion of leather than metal. However, they were well equipped, and each soldier was strong and sturdy. Creating a stark contrast to the guards of the Goat Trading Company, it is no wonder Derek felt confident in demanding a high price. He was indeed profiting that Vincent's smile grew more genuine. For respect is ultimately earned through strength. Derek, however, did not directly address this query, knowing how to leverage his position. "Vincent, I have stated that I am worth a higher price. Next time, expect an increase." "Absolutely, absolutely," Vincent responded repeatedly. Nevertheless, next time, he would seek a different individual. That a single gold coin is still a sum, and it suffices to find a band of mediocre mercenaries. After all, the likelihood of trouble is minimal. With the caravan prepared, they swiftly set off. This was Derek's first time independently managing such an endeavor, yet it was not unfamiliar terrain. His apprenticeship as a knight had involved similar tasks: escorting caravans, armed combat, long-distance pursuits, and battle command. All these experiences were integral to a knight's education, which is why the cost of nurturing a knight is so substantial. They were never merely intended to serve as fodder in a knightly order. Unless one is a heavy cavalry used solely for charging, most warriors serve as mid to low-ranking officers, particularly among noble knights. A proper knight leads a squadron in battle, commanding hundreds in regular times. Noblemen engage in armed duels, but when lives are truly at stake, they can muster a temporary army, ensuring a fundamental level of combat effectiveness. Thus, Derek, drawing upon the training of this life and the memories of his past one, maintained a sense of composure. He organized the march, occasionally surveying the surroundings, and appeared quite the part. The only drawback was the inferior quality of the equipment. Even his mount was unremarkable. During service, he had ridden the Earl's war horse. If he were to return home, he would have the family's provisions at his disposal. However, in his current circumstances, he could only make do. Squire Simon was even more poorly mounted, riding a humble nag. As they journeyed, Derek trained Simon. Even the spear wielders participated in the training. The panel indicated that many individuals had not moved for an extended period, yet occasionally, their statistics would fluctuate. However, the majority of progress was attributed to the accumulation of experience points. Just days earlier, due to their proximity to the City of Vigilance, this caravan was not a target for trade. However, upon entering the territory of Count Perez, the Goat Trading Company adhered to a predetermined route. Although it involved a detour, it allowed them to pass through more manors and villages. Derek was well acquainted with these areas, having served here previously. Although he had never interacted with the Goat Trading Company, it was evident that they were not significant enough to attract the Count's attention. Genuine large trading companies, once entering the Count's domain, always traveled with military escorts. Derek had gained his experience during those times. As they spent more time together, Derek became increasingly familiar with steward Vincent. During their conversations, he gleaned much information. The goat trading company primarily engaged in commerce with the common folk, seemingly linked to a certain individual within the Count's household. The goods they carried, burlap, farming tools, and a few jars, could fetch a good price. Subsequently, the empty carts would sporadically collect furs and grains for resale. This back and forth yielded considerable profit. However, the specifics of their earnings were naturally withheld from Derek. The journey proceeded smoothly, even encountering a patrol from a knightly order, where Derek exchanged greetings with several familiar squire knights. Most noble knights expressed surprise at his choice to become a wandering knight. Only after leaving the territory of Count Perez did the atmosphere of the caravan grow slightly tense. They were now nearing the mountainous region, occasionally encountering some barbarians traversing the range, yet the greatest threat remained the roving bandits. Vincent had specifically warned Derek in advance. However, Derek was far more familiar with the situation. He had even participated in battles against bandits. Recalling the local circumstances, Derek curiously inquired, "There should only be a few scattered villages and bandit encampments here, not belonging to any noble's domain. Why does the caravan venture into this territory?" From the perspective of the caravan's itinerary, this segment of the journey occupies a third of the time. Yet the number of villages encountered is less than 1/10, and the population may be even smaller. Clearly, the caravan is not engaged in ordinary trade. Otherwise, it would surely incur losses that if they are involved in some illicit dealings, then one cannot blame Derek for demanding additional payment. Vincent, the steward, hesitated for just a moment. Though this was hardly a secret, the abundance of furs in this region serves as excellent material for crafting leather armor, and owing to my master's connections, we can engage in trade with several villages, thus necessitating this journey. Therefore, most of the dangers along this route stem from this fact. Derek understood. Perhaps this was precisely why the caravan required the hiring of guards. Mountain bandits are not necessarily professionals. It is conceivable that those villagers might cover their faces with a piece of cloth or even forego any disguise altogether, seizing their weapons and transforming into bandits, seeking to reclaim the very goods they had just sold to you at zero cost. However, one must remember that to take another's wealth is to invite calamity upon oneself. This is the nature of the work, and there is little to fear. Derek, having witnessed bloodshed, naturally harbors no fear of mere brigands. Ultimately, should your sword be sharp, even the mountain bandits can become hospitable villagers. Otherwise, do not blame them for resorting to unscrupulous means. Yet, strategically underestimating the enemy is folly, while tactically respecting them is essential. Following his meticulous plans, Derek's previously lax soldiers became tense once more. The clientele for the goat caravan is few, clearly indicating the limited influence of their backers. Nevertheless, given their long-standing relationship, transactions proceeded smoothly as their return journey loomed. There remained but a couple of stops. Yet, Derek grew increasingly vigilant, aware that the caravan could not afford to squander their funds, and thus, danger surely awaited them somewhere along the way. While they had yet to encounter it, it could very well be just ahead. Furthermore, the last two villages they intended to visit were deeply nestled within the mountains. The seasoned members of the caravan, accustomed to this route, had grown taciturn. The guards clutched their weapons tightly, and under such circumstances, the psychological pressure on the new recruits was immense. Derek recognized that appropriate pressure could accelerate growth. Yet excessive stress could lead to collapse. His subordinates were not battle-hardened veterans, but rather a group of fresh recruits. Thus, a measure of relief was needed. "Relax a bit. Fear not. I have dispatched countless bandits in my day, and the heads of those savages still adorn my parlor," he boasted, his language coarse and his exaggerations soaring to the heavens. He had indeed participated in bandit eradication alongside the knights, but the number of brigands he had felled was hardly significant, and he had yet to encounter any barbarians. However, this mattered little. Others were unaware of his embellishments. Ironically, his status as a knight lent credibility to his words. Derek had been steeped in the lore of web novels in his previous life, and while he could not compose such tales, deceiving these novices recently liberated from the fields was effortless. His vivid embellishments sounded akin to a legendary saga, portraying the so-called thieves as mere chaff to be easily cut down. The morale of the group gradually eased, which was the most favorable state of affairs, preventing them from trembling in the face of adversity. Whether the bandits were as formidable as Derek had described was uncertain. Yet they were undoubtedly not of high caliber, particularly the makeshift bandits, who lacked organization and discipline. With a resounding crash, a stone tumbled down from an unknown source. The entire caravan sustained no injuries. Yet a ragtag group of bandits sprang forth that a few errant arrows flew through the air, lacking the strength to inflict serious harm, with only one unfortunate soul struck in the rear, while the others remained unscathed. Yet, the psychological pressure surged, for the disparity between short-range and long-range engagement was undeniable. Derek had long been prepared. Upon witnessing the bandits emerge, he disregarded their numbers and combat prowess, immediately commanding the caravan to cluster together, encircling the wagons and ensuring all took refuge within. The adversary had few archers, and those that remained wielded short bows intended for hunting, lacking sufficient power. Under Derek's stern admonitions, the flustered caravan began to organize. Albeit slowly, Vincent, though well-traveled and experienced, had seldom encountered such a situation at this moment. Derek stepped forward, assertively usurping his command. Vincent, unfazed, recognized that this was not his forte. He observed the scattered bandits, approximately 100, realizing that they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. How could this be? I sensed this journey would be perilous. Had I known, I would have hired more in reality. Leveraging certain connections from the Count of Palace, this merchant venture had yielded even greater profits. However, whether it was encroaching upon others' interests or simply provoking envy among the local villagers, it was merely a matter of time before someone took action. To claim one had not anticipated this day would be disingenuous. Yet, a sense of luck and previous safety had led him to underestimate the risks. Moreover, hiring additional hands would dilute profits, and merchants are ever driven by profit. Derek paid little heed to Vincent's regrets. In fact, he did not perceive the situation as particularly dangerous. Victory in battle is not guaranteed merely by superior numbers. Dismounting, he recognized that remaining on horseback rendered him a living target, and the quality of his steed left much to be desired. He feared it might not heed his commands during a charge. Drawing forth his finely crafted iron sword, Derek noted that the caravan had yet to complete its formation. Time was of the essence. After all, they were merely a group of ordinary individuals, not a professional army, and their efficiency left much to be desired. Form up, staggered ranks, prepare for a charge. Strong orders, a resonant voice, coupled with rigorous training, began to take effect. The pikemen instinctively moved forward, responding to commands that in comparison to the disorganized bandits, the combat effectiveness of the pikemen was overwhelming. Had they possessed a few more numbers, Derek was confident a single charge would suffice to resolve the conflict. However, they too initiated a counter-dash charge. In a matter of mere 20 meters, the weapons of the pikemen angled appropriately, allowing for acceleration. With a piercing thrust, the front ranks of pikes struck their targets, leaving little room for evasion. As the momentum faltered, some bandits sought to advance and fell the pikemen. Yet, the rear ranks of pikes extended forward. The staggered formation, while reducing the lethality of the charge, ensured greater stability and safety. Thrust, withdraw, thrust. Regardless of whether they struck true, the movements were as mechanical as clockwork. The results of their training became evident, requiring little more than strength, speed, and a modicum of technique. Those bandits charging forward attempted to dodge, while swinging their weapons to sever the pikes. At this juncture, the chaotic nature of the mob was unmistakable. Some wished to flee, others to charge forward. There was a complete lack of unified command. Several bandits, resembling minor leaders, shouted, each with differing intentions, while the pikemen remained tense. Their strong display allowed their muscles to relax somewhat. At least they were not as tightly wound. Derek did not lose sight of the unfolding situation, observing the bandits gradually reaching a consensus. It became apparent they might encircle them. The caravan struggled to maintain a circular formation, with Vincent proving somewhat reliable by leaving an opening. Stagger back, watch your footing. The pikemen slowly retreated, their earlier ferocity inducing hesitation among the bandits. A few minor leaders cursed and kicked at their subordinates, urging them to pursue. Among them, a particularly audacious individual led the charge, demonstrating the true ferocity of the mountain folk. The different group of farmers would have likely crumbled under such pressure. Yet, were Derek to choose, he would still prefer farmers. Obedience is paramount. While combat prowess can be cultivated, instilling obedience is far more challenging. The bandits prepared to charge, Potentially disrupting their formation, Derek showed no leniency. Issuing a clear command. Halt. Thrust. The pikemen instinctively stopped and advanced. Thrust, thrust, thrust. The swiftest among them was struck multiple times, blood gushing forth from his wounds. In that moment, the other bandits were thoroughly intimidated, none daring to advance. It was then that Derek commanded the spearmen to retreat back to their rudimentary encampment. Vincent, the steward, hurried over, having witnessed the entire spectacle firsthand. Derek's performance left him in awe, having collaborated with countless mercenaries before. He had never encountered such elite and formidable warriors. Setting aside their combat prowess, the mere audacity to countercharge was a rarity among most mercenaries, while a select few might achieve such feats. The ability to heed commands and retaliate while in retreat was virtually unheard of. Otherwise, those bandits would not have dared to pursue so brazenly. Clearly, martial might is an exceedingly valuable asset, particularly in Vincent's eyes. Sir Derek, you truly exemplify the prowess of a knight hailing from the Count's order. I have never encountered a warrior of your caliber before. Now, he was convinced of Derek's elite status. Even the boasts made earlier seemed plausible. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly inquire about when such a formidable individual emerged from the Count's knightly order. Derek, however, paid no heed to Vincent at that moment as he inspected the spearmen who had fought. Fortunately, none were injured. The rudimentary leather armor had served its purpose. One unfortunate soul had been struck in the chest by an arrow, but the force had merely penetrated the armor without breaching the skin. The others bore no wounds at all. After all, a weapon's effectiveness diminishes with distance. Furthermore, one must be grateful to the bandits. Otherwise, even this number of regular troops, or even militia, could have suffered considerable casualties. Derek tirelessly orchestrated their defenses, distributing weapons to everyone. The guards of the merchant caravan were evenly allocated, with the supporting staff sheltered in the rear, ready to strike at opportune moments. He ordered the spearmen to remain at the ready, for battle could erupt at any moment. Outside, the bandits appeared hesitant, as if conflicting opinions had arisen among them. However, having lost over 10 men, returning empty-handed would be too humiliating. After a failed attempt, the positions of these petty leaders would be challenged. Following a brief quarrel, they resolved to press on. Learning from their recent experience, they simply divided their roles and prepared to launch a concerted assault on the caravan's defenses for the obstruction posed by the wagons. They hardly regarded it as a concern. Seeing that the bandits had no countermeasures, Derek could not help but smirk that it was essentially safe now. These fools truly believed themselves to be an elite army? They mistakenly thought that using wagons as shields would be of no consequence. Even a regular army without auxiliary equipment would find themselves flustered. If it were Derek, he would have prepared oil for burning. Yet, bandits, driven by greed, typically would not resort to such tactics. However, their brazen advance led them to believe that sheer numbers could carry the day. It was not that he underestimated them. Without several times their number and lacking the readiness to absorb casualties, they could not hope to breach their defenses. Unfortunately for the bandits, they possessed neither. Sir Derek, should we consider negotiating with them? Vincent inquired, somewhat anxious. Displaying his predicament while also willing to spend to avert disaster was one possible avenue. If a relationship could be established, perhaps this trade route would become safer in the future. There is no rush. Negotiations must wait until we have repelled them, else how could we satisfy their appetites? Derek replied without turning his head. Dismissing the notion with casual indifference, he understood that if another wave came, these bandits might well flee, leaving no room for negotiation. Ultimately, they were merely a rabble. Derek could see clearly that this was merely a group of mountain folk masquerading as bandits. However, he saw no need to share this insight with Vincent. Soon, the raucous bandits charged forth once more, this time leaving them even more bewildered. The spears flailed wildly. Those few bandits who managed to breach their defenses were swiftly cut down by a throng of defenders. What had seemed like inconsequential wagons now stood as the most formidable bastion. Vincent was no fool. Observing the situation, it appeared that purchasing safety was unnecessary. Had these bandits been merely posturing? Listening to Vincent's exclamations, Derek turned with a sense of relief. If clients found matters too simple, business would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, he directly shattered Vincent's illusions. If it were me, I would first set fire to their ranks and then wait for them to come to us. None of the caravan would escape if they still desired riches. A dawn raid would ensure a complete surprise. Charging in so recklessly, do they truly think numbers alone will suffice? It's not a matter of underestimating them. Without several times their number and lacking the resolve to face casualties, they cannot hope to breach our lines. Unfortunately for the bandits, they possessed neither. Sir Derek, what if we were to negotiate with them? Vincent asked, his anxiety resurfacing, displaying the challenge he faced while also willing to expend resources to avoid calamity was one possible path. If a rapport could be established, perhaps this trade route would become even safer in the future. There is no urgency. Negotiations can only commence once we have driven them off, lest we become their prey, Derek retorted dismissively. His gaze unwavering, he understood that should another assault occur, these bandits might well retreat. Leaving no opportunity for dialogue in the end, they were merely a disorganized mob. Derek discerned that these were merely mountain folk masquerading as bandits. However, there was no need to disclose such observations to Vincent. Soon, the bandits charged forward once more, their confusion apparent. The spears flailed chaotically. Those bandits who managed to breach the defenses were swiftly dispatched by the defenders. The seemingly inconsequential wagons had transformed into the most steadfast fortress. Vincent, not one to be easily deceived, realized the situation now. Perhaps there was no need to purchase safety after all. Were these bandits merely a fade? Hearing Vincent's lamentations, Derek finally felt a sense of ease. If clients perceived matters as too simplistic, this would undoubtedly complicate business. Thus, he shattered Vincent's fantasies outright. If it were me, I would set fire to their ranks and then lie in wait. None of the caravan would escape. Should they still seek riches, a dawn raid would guarantee surprise. Charging in so recklessly, do they truly believe numbers alone will suffice? It is not that I underestimate them. Without several times their number and lacking the fortitude to endure losses, they cannot hope to breach our defenses. Unfortunately for the bandits, they possessed neither. Derek observed the unfolding chaos. He realized that the bandits could no longer withstand the onslaught. They had set out to plunder in hopes of improving their circumstances, not to meet their demise. Thus, without a word of command, they began to scatter. Those remaining, upon seeing the overwhelming numbers of their foes, lost their resolve to fight. Some, with a semblance of conscience, carried away their fallen comrades, while others fled without a second thought. In the blink of an eye, the bandits had scattered, leaving behind only a few bodies that were too heavy to carry. The caravan's members exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. They had genuinely feared for their lives that day. In normal circumstances, encountering such a vast band of bandits was unheard of. The caravan had suffered losses. Several unfortunate souls had been struck. One unlucky enough to lose his life. Some wagons sustained damage, and a portion of goods was lost. However, compared to the prospect of being plundered, such losses were negligible. Having repelled the bandits, it was clear that continuing their journey that day was out of the question. Hence, they sought a suitable place nearby to make camp, leaving the rest to Derek. Seizing the opportunity, Derek conducted a morale-boosting session for his soldiers. After the battle, many had shed their fear of warfare. The naivety of youth had faded, and some even exhibited an extreme eagerness to engage in combat. Once the psychological groundwork was laid, Derek finally opened his status panel. Indeed, all soldiers had gained experience, some by a notable margin of 10 to 20 points. This improvement stemmed from both experience and a shift in mindset. For spearmen of level 5 and above, progress was already minimal. After reaching level 7 or 8, advancement became nearly stagnant. Thus, a sudden spike in experience was not insignificant. However, such opportunities were rare, and each instance was less frequent than the last. Derek then examined his own status. Foam, Derek profession, night level, 7, 5100, experience pool, 0-100 notably. His own experience had increased by 3 points. Even his knightly squire had reached level 4. Moreover, he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. Derek opened the lowest icon, which clearly depicted something other than a human. Warhorse, name pending, quality, ordinary, for 6100, experience pool, 0-100 warhorses could also be included in the status panel. Derek's spirits lifted at once that if the arms trade was lucrative, the warhorse trade was monopolistic. Especially given the vast price range, even wealth alone would not guarantee acquisition. For instance, this ordinary horse would still command over 10 gold coins. Truly trained warhorses often began at prices reaching dozens of gold coins. Derek quickly pondered the reason why the warhorse had been included in the panel. Was it due to the recent battle? Or perhaps its obedience, in the example of the soldier being incorporated into the panel? He perceived a slightly higher probability for the latter. However, if every horse required individual effort to gain acceptance into the panel, then the functionality would be rendered rather futile. Derek could only keep this thought in mind for the time being. Even if it proved unfeasible, at least he could consistently cultivate a few exceptional war horses. That evening, Vincent, the steward, made a clandestine visit, promising a reward upon his return to the city. It would not be a substantial amount, but there would certainly be something. This was customary. After all, one could not overlook the efforts exerted in battle. Logic and sentiment intertwined, forming the essence of dealing with such matters. At the very least, Derek felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing future dealings would proceed more smoothly. After a brief sojourn, the caravan resumed its leisurely journey. The remaining bandit strongholds were dwindling, and the caravan was soon to return. Vincent prayed fervently, hoping for no further mishaps. Despite having been attacked once, the caravan still profited significantly. The latter part of this journey was particularly lucrative. The mountain folk were notoriously insular. Had it not been for the presence of the goat caravan, Derek would have found it exceedingly difficult to gain access to the stronghold. He also restrained his soldiers, urging them to avoid conflicts whenever possible. They merely safeguarded the convoy, passively observing the transactions between the mountain inhabitants. It appeared that there was more than just this one stronghold. Other mountain dwellers had come from nearby renowned locales. Derek crossed his arms, his sharp gaze fixed upon them, instilling fear in those harboring ulterior motives. Can the healing salve be a bit cheaper? We only possess these rabbit pelts. That will not suffice. These rabbit pelts are only suitable for making gloves and hold little value. The superior healing salve is reserved for myself, and I will not part with it cheaply. A commotion caught Derek's attention. He turned to see Vincent embroiled in a dispute with a ragged mountain dweller. Approaching to prevent escalation, Derek found Vincent emboldened upon seeing him. There's always someone willing to engage in a deadly transaction, but no one desires a losing venture. Though Vincent presented himself with remarkable restraint before Derek, he held no sympathy for these lowly mountain folk. To incur a loss for him was akin to enduring a painful sacrifice. The mountain dweller seemed ready to resort to violence, yet upon catching sight of Derek, he shrank back, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He appeared torn between fleeing and the thought of his incapacitated brother, ultimately choosing to remain. Steward, grant me the healing salve, and upon my next visit, I shall bring you 10 wild boar pelts. 10 wild boar pelts would suffice to craft several fine pieces of leather armor, representing considerable value. Vincent's eyes sparkled at the prospect, yet upon noticing the dweller's tattered attire, he scoffed. Next time, first, ensure you don't starve to death. Now, step aside. Do not obstruct me, or I shall show no mercy. The mountain dweller's veins bulged in his arms, as if he contemplated striking back. At that moment, Derek stepped forward, grasping his shoulder firmly. My friend, you appear quite familiar. Startled, the mountain dweller recalled where he had seen Derek and the extent of his prowess. He attempted to struggle, but Derek's grip was unyielding. The pride of his strength faltered under Derek's hold. After all, not every mountain dweller was built like a bull. Such innate vigor was indeed rare. That I do not know you. Release me at once. This is not a place where you outsiders can act with impunity. His shout garnered the attention of several onlookers. Even with the backing of the goat caravan, one had to weigh the consequences of causing a ruckus here. Derek paid him no heed, turning to his attendant. Simon, with instructions, fetch my healing salve. Simon hurried back, soon returning with a small parcel. My friend, I harbor no ill intent. I shall take those 10 wild boar pelts, and this is a healing salve I prepared for myself. Certainly superior to what is available on the market, especially for treating puncture wounds. That Derek's gaze bore into the mountain dweller's eyes, seemingly piercing through his thoughts. The dweller instinctively averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Derek's stare. Uncertain if Derek had recognized him, he nonetheless accepted the parcel, driven by a desperate loyalty to his brother. Outsider, I will ensure I bring you 10 wild boar pelts. Very well, when the caravan returns. If I am not present, you may deliver them to Vincent. The dweller took a few steps away, then suddenly turned back, defiantly inquiring, Knight, tell me your name. Phone. Derek. I am Wood. I will certainly bring you the wild boar pelts. As the mountain dweller strode away with determination, Vincent approached Derek, his face marked with regret. Knight Derek, I fear your healing salve may have been wasted on these folk. They lack the virtues of a knight. No, I believe he is a warrior, and I wish to afford him an opportunity. What gave you that impression? Vincent asked curiously, to which Derek merely smiled enigmatically. What did I observe? The few daring bandits are indeed the most formidable fighters. Would you not agree on their bravery? Had it been another, they might have been easily overwhelmed by them. Such individuals are undoubtedly valuable assets among the mountain folk, worthy of forging an alliance. What I possess is not so easily obtained, Derek concluded. Vincent, though left without an answer, relied on his extensive business experience to deduce that this investment might well be in vain. Nonetheless, Derek was not a merchant. He held no authority to interfere. On the contrary, such a vigorous young knight should aim to foster good relations. The caravan lingered for 2 days, acquiring a substantial quantity of furs before embarking on its return journey. The route back was slightly altered. As Vincent walked, he continued to procure various supplies, striving to load the carts to the brim. Observing the laborious efforts of the draft horses, Derek felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, capital, regardless of the realm, is invariably drenched in blood. The only distinction lies in the exploited. Derek reminded himself to exploit others rather than be exploited. As they approached the Watchtower City, another piece of good news emerged. Simon's nag had also been accepted into the panel and swiftly elevated to ordinary quality. To put it mildly, the differential from this transaction alone amounted to no less than 3 gold coins. While the exorbitant profit was secondary, securing a source of war horses was of utmost importance. Fully armored heavy cavalry in this era of rudimentary combat techniques wielded a decisive influence, akin to the deterrent power of nuclear weapons. Such prowess was inseparable from the availability of exceptional war horses. Upon returning to the city, Derek completed his assignments and recorded the transactions in the tavern, leaving a trace for future reference. Should other caravans wish to enlist Derek's services, this would serve as a benchmark. If particularly outstanding, it might even command a higher fee. For instance, Vincent reluctantly parted with 2 gold coins as a reward for this endeavor. After the handover, Derek returned to his base. With limited training and increasing levels, the experience gained by the remaining spear wielders was minimal. However, the 3 blacksmiths grew increasingly proficient, with little True even capable of independently forging quality iron swords. While Derek continued to amass strength, he also undertook various minor tasks in the vicinity, allowing the spear wielders to venture out for practice. Over time, they managed to carve out a modest reputation. The mercenary circles of Watchtower City recognized the arrival of a formidable group with commendable credibility. Profits steadily increased, and their strength burgeoned. Yet, Derek remained plagued by anxiety, perpetually feeling an overwhelming urgency. Lacking land and population, what appeared to be a flourishing enterprise ultimately faced a ceiling. For instance, the territory of Baron Ferreira boasted a mere 4,000 to 5,000 inhabitants. Could he truly recruit soldiers without limit? Other noble estates are similarly restricted. The thought of casually recruiting soldiers is utterly preposterous. Moreover, the majority of freemen possess their own lands and livelihoods, rendering them unlikely to enlist. Those without land or industry are merely vassals of the nobility, their movements severely constrained as for agriculture and pastoralism. They are mere means of production in this feudal society, where upward mobility is effectively stifled. Even with the utmost effort, one cannot transcend these limitations unless the class structure is dismantled, allowing for true growth. Presently, the output from 3 blacksmiths barely suffices to sustain him, should he desire to expand his business. Lacking a formidable patron, he would inevitably be consumed by others' greed. Derek, well acquainted with the nature of the nobility, is unwilling to take such risks. Maintaining the status quo appears to be a reasonable course of action. A modest estate in the northern provinces is valued at approximately 5,000 gold coins. After 50 years of diligent work, he might accumulate enough for 1 to 4 individuals of this epoch. Leaving such an inheritance for descendants and family is indeed commendable. Consider the Perez family, who, over the years, have managed to amass merely 2 small estates. This despite their relatively successful management. Derek should be content. Yet, contentment is far from Derek's disposition. Having traversed time and wielding a golden opportunity, he cannot resign himself to a mundane existence. What if unforeseen circumstances arise, rendering him unable to see beyond 50? This world offers him no assurance of safety, unless he seizes his fate with his own hands. He remains at the mercy of chance. While minor conflicts might present opportunities, Derek is disinclined to pursue them. The kingdom's political landscape is a quintessential dual monarchy, comprising both the lord and the king. Nobles, under the king's nominal authority, are obligated to fulfill their duties to him, yet enjoy a degree of freedom. Conversely, those elevated by other great nobles may retain royal positions, albeit with minimal political autonomy. The lord's interests become one's own, and unless one were to rebel, it is nearly impossible to decline any of their requests. Furthermore, the majority of the kingdom's political resources remain firmly in the king's grasp, and even one's descendants may find themselves subservient to the progeny of others. Dismantling the class system and seizing power through great nobles is fraught with challenges and limitations. The optimal strategy remains to venture to the capital to grasp the kingdom's core resources. However, the Ferreira family is merely a rural nobility, lacking the political capital to ascend to royal office, and even if they possess such resources, they would not be allocated to him. Thus, he finds himself ensnared in a vicious cycle. Unless a large-scale war erupts, leading to military honors and titles, thereby catching the king's attention, he would need to engage in a modicum of power and resource contention. Derek eagerly anticipates the war with the northern barbarians, who, having taken advantage of the kingdom's fragmentation, seized considerable territory. As the kingdom regains its strength, a reconquest is inevitable. This is a widely acknowledged perspective, though the timing remains uncertain. It could be tomorrow, or perhaps a decade or two hence. Derek once believed he could wait, yet now realizes he lacks such patience. His restlessness is compounded by the prying eyes that observe him, both intentionally and inadvertently. The business generating an annual value exceeding 100 gold coins, particularly in arms, is a source of envy for many. It is only due to his knightly title, the deterrent of his family's reputation, and his personal prowess that the greedy gazes momentarily recede. However, should his operations expand, such avarice will inevitably resurface. The first to act may well be his own patron, Baron Ferreira. Indeed, what do familial bonds mean in the face of family interests? A venture capable of claiming a significant portion of the family's income. At its core, Derek has underestimated the worth of a competent blacksmith. Why is a blacksmith's value so high? The skills of smelting and forging are exceedingly rare in this era. Most blacksmiths craft high-quality weapons purely through instinct and experience. Thus, they are scarce and yield substantial profits. Even the transmission of such skills is approached with utmost caution and conservatism. Only a select few entities that have distilled advanced techniques monopolize this industry. The existence of panels serves as a veritable cheat, transforming fortuitous outcomes into certainties. Any blacksmith, given time, can achieve mastery. What an enviable power! Upon realizing this, Derek hesitates to further invest. Nevertheless, a flame of ambition burns within him. He must discover a secluded space to fully exploit the panel's capabilities. That he believes that with a single opportunity, he can ascend rapidly to the annals of history. His objective is already clear. 4 months later, when the goat caravan once again invites Derek to escort them, he readily accepts. Vincent, the steward, generously adds an extra gold coin to the commission, a notable increase. Derek even receives tacit approval to carry some private goods. As familiar acquaintances traversing well-trodden paths, the journey proceeds smoothly. Mountain bandits appear to be absent. Perhaps the previous setback has caused this band to disband. The deep mountains, where noble power cannot extend, can scarcely support a large population. Upon reaching the final encampment, Derek finally adopts a serious demeanor. According to custom, the caravan will remain here for 2 days. Derek feels a sense of anticipation, hoping his judgments have not faltered. Vincent, recalling the previous incident, jestingly remarks, "You need not hold your breath. I suspect the mountain dweller will most likely not appear." Despite profiting from the mountain folks' wealth, he harbors disdain for these impoverished and combative individuals. Derek remains noncommittal. Should they breach the agreement, it would merely be a minor inconvenience. However, he believes they will not. His discernment in reading people is quite acute. The first day passes without incident. The second day unfolds with no sign of the mountain folk. Derek feels a pang of disappointment, while Vincent privately shakes his head, thinking it wise for the young man to learn a lesson. Naturally, he refrains from intruding at such a moment, allowing the youth to lick his wounds and confront the harsh realities of the world. Standing outside the camp, Derek senses the caravan's impending departure, noting an increasing number of mountain dwellers milling about, many arriving from other encampments. Could it be that he has indeed misjudged? Derek begins to waver. While the nobility looks down upon the mountain folk, he perceives a certain valor in them. This sense of nobility is a neutral quality. Such individuals may err or transgress, yet they typically do not easily renege on agreements. Perhaps he is merely learning a lesson. Derek shakes his head, choosing not to harbor excessive hopes. Just as he turns to leave, A voice calls out from behind. "Foam, I have arrived." Derek swiftly spins around, catching sight of several figures rushing towards him, burdened with something that a smile blossoms on his face, not for the 10 wild boar hides, but because they have honored their word. Before long, the mountain dweller would stands before Derek. Derek notices would take a half step back, while the others instinctively position themselves behind him. Suddenly, a familiar face emerges. Derek recalls distinctly that this was the very individual who charged forward during their last encounter, only to be grievously wounded. Astonishingly, he is still alive. Thud. Several bundles of wild boar hides are tossed to the ground, producing a dull thud. "Foam, this is what I owe you. I would never lie." Derek does not even glance at the hides, despite their considerable worth. Indeed, he has kept his promise. He is a man of his word. Derek praises loudly, and Wood puffs out his chest, shedding the demeanor of desperation from their last meeting. Now, he truly resembles a good man. The mountain dweller Lloyd has been observing Derek with keen interest. He is curious about the noble who was willing to extend credit for medical supplies, especially as Derek seems oblivious to the hides on the ground. This does not align with the typical behavior of a noble knight. Initially intending merely to fulfill his promise, Lloyd suddenly entertains a different notion. "Foam, I appreciate your trust. Would you dare to accompany me? I would like to treat you to a drink." This invitation comes as a surprise. Wood can no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Big brother." Though he harbored a disdain for the outsiders, he found himself harboring a certain fondness for Derek, even suspecting that the elder brother intended to deceive the other for financial gain and harm. After a moment of surprise, Derek realized this presented an opportunity. Earning trust can be remarkably simple at times, yet exceedingly difficult at others. To refuse might mean forfeiting an exceptional chance. The other party did not appear foolish and likely would not act rashly. Most importantly, Derek, with a confident smile while resting his hand on the sword at his waist, thought, "What is there to fear? But do allow me a moment." He gestured for Simon, who had been observing from a distance. The knightly squire, ever vigilant, had been watching a group of individuals approach Derek. "My lord, what are your instructions?" Simon inquired, his robust physique radiating an aura of intimidation. He had grown even stronger compared to 4 months prior. "Have someone take these items away and bring forth what I have brought." Not deterring, Simon's hostility served as a form of intimidation, showcasing their might. Indeed, upon seeing Derek's men, the expressions of all present grew more solemn, evidently recalling unpleasant memories. Derek, feigning ignorance, turned with a smile and asked, "Would you mind if I brought a companion along?" In such a scenario, what difference did it make if it were 1 or 2? Lloyd nodded, reasoning that if this individual possessed the courage to accompany him, a friendship could be forged soon. Simon called for someone to remove the furs and, before Vincent, the steward, could react, revealed the concealed contraband. Simon approached, carrying a wooden box. Ignoring the curious gazes, Derek urged, "Let us proceed." Lloyd silently nodded to his subordinates and led the way. The caravan was not truly stationed within the encampment, but rather in a relatively flat area just outside the gate. Given the distance to Lloyd's stronghold, they would certainly not return that night. Nearby, they found a suitable spot to set up camp. 3 rudimentary leather tents surrounded a crackling bonfire. As Lloyd returned, 5 or 6 individuals emerged, scattered about. Derek observed quietly. This small group numbered around 10. In the mountains, they were not weak. Here, the mountain dwellers formed bands of 100 or so, while others might survive as single families. Survival in such rugged terrain was arduous, if not for necessity. Few would linger. Thus, Lloyd's ability to rally a dozen capable individuals signified substantial prowess, and likely, this was not his entire contingent. After all, they were not on an expedition. There was no need to mobilize the entire force. Upon seeing Derek, the guards seemed not to recognize him, yet their expressions were far from welcoming, clearly regarding him as a potential target. Lloyd remained silent, seemingly intent on luring Derek into a trap. For the lawless mountain folk, slaughtering him to vent their frustrations was not beyond the realm of possibility. Simon had one hand poised on his sword, ready to unleash violence at a moment's notice. Conversely, Derek appeared unconcerned, laughing heartily as he took a seat on a tree stump. The leader need not engage in such theatrics. Let us sit and converse. Be why his demeanor. One might think he was in his own home. Lloyd raised a hand to silence his restless subordinates and boldly sat opposite Derek. "Are you not afraid?" "Afraid? Why should I be?" Derek retorted with a hearty laugh that I see you as a person of significance. Yet the mountains have confined your vision. The world is not merely populated by the vermin and predators you perceive. Should you harbor ulterior motives, I shall draw my sword and fight. Lloyd remained silent. But one of the mountain men could no longer contain himself. Outsider, do not be so arrogant. Believe it or not, I could slay you right now. Derek made no response, but Simon threw the box onto the ground. Drawing his sword with lightning speed, in the next instant, a flash of light flickered. Thud! The sword embedded itself in the beast-skin shoe of the aggressor, barely grazing the front and penetrating an inch into the ground beneath. The force, speed, and precision astonished the mountain folk. They had witnessed formidable figures capable of contending with tigers and leopards, yet had never encountered such skill. Do not mistake me for the dregs of the nobility. The world is filled with heroes and champions. Why has Louis been crowned king? Why does the surname Perez endure in the northern provinces? Among the nobility exists both incompetence and genuine heroes. I, foamed Derek, am not among the latter. Derek sat there, embodying a mountain stability, complimenting Simon's displayed I come to make friends. I wish for no further tests of my resolve. That Lloyd's face darkened. The humiliation was palpable. Yet, as Derek claimed, he was not without merit. Any hidden disdain dissipated entirely. That in this world, some fear authority, others revere wealth, and some dread death. Yet all individuals look up to the strong. Here, Derek was the strong one. Lloyd lowered his gaze, unknowingly revealing a significant shift in his own demeanor. That I apologize. Outsiders are seldom treated kindly among us. Thus, I extend my apologies. My name is Lloyd, and I am willing to count you as a friend. Derek, sensing the moment, gestured to Simon. Please unveil my gift for leader Lloyd to see. Simon approached the provocative mountain man, who remained stunned by the sword, now rendered immobile. Unceremoniously, he drew his blade, turned haughtily. In pride, opened the box. Layers of wood shavings concealed the contents within, which Simon meticulously peeled away, revealing items wrapped in oiled paper. He extracted them one by one. Upon seeing Derek's lack of reaction, he opened one himself. A deep black long sword glinted in the firelight, revealing its metallic sheen. Clang! He gently pushed the blade from its sheath, exposing the metallic blade adorned with subtle, winding patterns. A fine sword. For the mountain folk, any weapon was a treasure, and this sword appeared particularly exquisite. This was undoubtedly Derek's handiwork. Not only had the craftsmanship of little Truer and his companions significantly improved, but Derek had also taken care to refine it. With such quality and presentation, could one truly claim it was worth merely 5 silver coins? No, it began at 10, and it would not be sold to those with whom he had poor relations. Though Lloyd was stronger than the average mountain dweller, his perspective remained somewhat limited. As Simon lined up 5 swords, the weighty breaths of those present could be heard. His gaze became fixated on the swords, unable to shift. Even knowing Derek had ulterior motives, he found himself unable to refuse. After a lengthy pause, he finally suppressed the urge to seize them forcefully. Sir Derek, what is the meaning of this? You see, with carrots and sticks, even the mightiest of heroes must bow their heads. That in friendship, I, Derek, may not boast of much, but I am undeniably generous to friends. Lloyd could not help but nod. He had witnessed that generosity firsthand. Indeed, in friendship, you shall henceforth be counted as my friend, and should you encounter difficulties, mention my name. It carries some weight in the mountains. Just as Lloyd began to feign bravado, he quickly recalled Derek's formidable combat prowess. Deciding against further pretense, what did Derek seek? A trade in furs. No, without protection, such endeavors could not endure. Even if he wished to pursue it, it would rank low on his priority list, and he might even have to involve Baron Ferreira. What Derek truly desired were 2 things: land and people. Could a mere mountain dweller or bandit provide him with such? Legitimacy, of course, is out of the question. However, Derek does not require it. In this era where all resources are controlled by the affluent nobility and royal families, one must either join their ranks or carve out a new path. The former is currently beyond Derek's reach, yet the latter is not entirely impossible. He does not rush to reveal his intentions. With the exchange of these pleasantries, their dealings become exceedingly amicable. They roast a rabbit over the fire, drawing from their reserves. Amidst the feasting, Lloyd tentatively inquires a few questions, initially believing Derek to be interested in the fur trade. But he is met with a denial. After finishing their meal and leaving others to continue their idle chatter, Derek invites Lloyd for a stroll, to which the latter instantly comprehends the implication. They walk for a while, distancing themselves from the camp. Lloyd's expression gradually shifts to seriousness. He knows a request from his friend is imminent, though he is uncertain whether he can afford it. Lloyd, how goes your business in the realm of banditry? Having anticipated the exposure of his true identity, he maintains his composure that's barely sustainable. This is not a major trade route, and we primarily target small merchants. Resources in the mountains are precious, just enough to get by. Just getting by. I can believe that. It is indeed reasonable that resources are costly in the mountains. Yet, surely there must be more than just small traders here. Derek is all too familiar with the dealings of the nobility and royal officials. Every merchant caravan engages in relational commerce. Without connections, one finds it nearly impossible to navigate. Nobility and officials require no threats. A mere blockade suffices to extract taxes. According to the kingdom's laws, they take a tenth. However, they seize at every checkpoint and demand payment at every blockade. Nobles and officials often establish their own tolls. As one transports goods over a distance, costs can double and then double again. Under such circumstances, what profit remains? Yet, for every stratagem, there exists a counter. Small and large merchants alike traverse treacherous paths, utilizing hidden routes that form the core capital of various trading houses. The mountains are not devoid of lucrative targets. They simply cannot partake. Derek's few words render Lloyd silent. Allow me to offer a suggestion. Why not strive to expand and strengthen your operations? After all, these merchant caravans are unlikely to venture deep into the wilderness to trouble you. If you are willing to sell your goods at a lower price, many merchants would be amenable. I can provide you with weaponry and even assist with formal military training. What say you? Lloyd's astonishment prompts him to raise his head, exclaiming, "You wish to recruit me?" "No, this is merely a mutual assistance between friends. Should you wish to venture forth and seize a portion of the populace, I would gladly invest in your endeavors. You acquire weaponry, and I gain something in return. The training shall stand as a testament to our friendship. Though we have only just met, I believe that our mutual interests will solidify our bond. What do you think?" Lloyd is greatly tempted. He has never been content with a life of honest hunting and farming. As a recluse, he has little chance of escaping the mountains. Thus, becoming a mountain lord seems the most favorable choice. Derek's proposal is one he cannot refuse. It is a win-win situation, he tells himself. Ultimately, Lloyd nods in agreement. Their conversation is destined to remain a secret. Derek will not tarnish his reputation by directly involving himself in Lloyd's affairs. As for other speculations, what noble is without some sordid dealings? As long as they remain concealed, it matters not. Do you believe that notorious bandits do not have noble patrons behind them? Just before returning to the camp, Derek presents a small request. I require a small piece of territory. Perhaps a hillside, ideally suited for the transport of limited goods. Do you have any recommendations? All suitable arable land in the mountains has owners. The cost of clearing new land is exorbitant. No, I merely need a place to establish myself, not to cultivate. Then that is easily arranged. I will find you a suitable location. Thus, a transaction forged under the auspices of friendship is concluded. They agree upon a meeting place and a tentative time before parting ways. Upon returning to the merchant caravan, Vincent, the steward, is still awaiting him. "Sir Derek, I hear you met with that mountain dweller from before." "Indeed. Rest assured, I shall handle these bundles of furs without breaching any regulations." Vincent's expression softened slightly, and he earnestly advises, "Conducting business here is not as simple as you might think. Recklessly intervening in these affairs could lead to considerable trouble. If you have any doubts, consult your father. Baron Ferrero will surely provide you with sound counsel." For Vincent to speak so candidly is a testament to their rapport. Derek expresses his gratitude, assuring him, "I would never recklessly meddle in matters that do not concern me. I am well aware of the rules of the nobility." Despite being of humble noble origins, Derek is well versed in these matters. Seeing his resolve, Vincent refrains from further admonition. Familiarity does not always breed comfort. Following this encounter, it seems their relationship enters a temporary chill. On the return journey, both endeavor to feign ignorance of the prior events, yet a subtle rift has begun to form, perhaps, as time passes. Derek will prove himself not to be a rule-breaking adventurer, thus mending this rift. Upon returning to the City of Watch, Derek meticulously reviews the accounts before preparing to depart. Provisions, Weaponry, fine iron, and essential supplies are gathered. Derek readies 2 carts and sets off discreetly. Vincent, having taken notice of these actions, soon becomes aware, still intent on engaging in the mountain dweller's trade. He shakes his head, believing that Derek has been blinded by greed. While departing is indeed easy, what of the return? The mountain goods trade within the city is finite. Should it attract attention, the next venture will undoubtedly bring unforeseen complications. Just one misstep could lead to financial ruin. As a vested interest holder, he could intercept Derek's venture with a mere letter. However, reflecting on their relationship, he deems it unnecessary to play the villain. 2 carts of goods are not substantial. Perhaps after a scuffle, he could purchase them back at a lower price. This is the essence of human relations. What benefit lies in denouncing him now? It would only serve to turn a hard-won alliance into enmity, creating an additional formidable adversary. Should Derek escape, it would only lead to future troubles. As an experienced operator, Vincent is not so foolish. He instructs his subordinates to closely monitor Derek's movements and sets this matter aside for the time being. Throughout the journey, Derek makes no stops, heading directly into the mountains. Consequently, his speed is remarkable. He arrives within 5 days. Upon reaching the agreed-upon location, he discovers someone awaiting him. He sees the 2 carts and a caravan of over 20 individuals. A mountain dweller emerges from the brush. This Lord Derek. Derek spurs his horse forward, looking down upon the individual, who seems somewhat familiar. He has seen him before that fateful night. Did Lloyd send you? Yes, my lord. The mountain dweller nods deferentially, unable to maintain his composure in the presence of Derek's prowess. Please wait here for a day. I shall return to inform Brother Lloyd, and he will come to meet you promptly. Thus, Derek establishes camp, aware that this is merely the periphery of the mountains and cannot linger for long. The following day, Lloyd emerges with 20 or so men from the forest. Several bandits are adorned with new swords. Appearing somewhat formidable, the 2 share a warm embrace, with Lloyd enthusiastically stating, "I have found a location for you, completely concealed and secure. Thank you. Once I am settled, I shall treat you to a fine drink." Derek has prepared himself for a challenging trek, yet he is taken aback as Lloyd leads him through a convoluted path, ultimately following a small stream for half the day. Suddenly, the stream converges with a larger river, where Lloyd's men have pushed several rafts to the shore. Following this river upstream is quite straightforward. It is merely the return journey that may pose difficulties. Entering the current with ease and exiting against it surely invites trouble. However, Derek, unperturbed, did not feel the weight of such concerns. He had no intention of transporting goods out of the mountains. Moreover, the presence of a river made the journey considerably easier than trudging through the rugged terrain. The journey spanned a day, with supplies precariously placed on a raft, while the group advanced laboriously along the riverbank. The path was almost non-existent, with human footprints scarce. Suddenly, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. Without needing Lloyd's counsel, Derek sensed they had arrived at their destination. The river had taken a bend here, and due to the topography of the mountains, an expansive area had emerged. Before them lay the river, while the mountains loomed behind. If not for the multitude of small stones littering the ground, this would undoubtedly be an excellent place for cultivation. Speaking of cultivation, many perceive the act of breaking ground as a simple endeavor. Yet, the fertility of the soil is limited, and one must contend with various stones and roots that require meticulous clearing. It is a laborious task, demanding human effort to gradually remove the debris. And each year entails painstakingly breaking down large clumps of earth. In this rocky expanse, it is likely that the first decade would yield little profit, and transforming the land into fertile fields within 20 years seems a daunting task. Should larger stones lie beneath the surface, the endeavor would indeed require immense patience. Such a locale could only be approached by the deranged. Even seasoned mountaineers would circumvent it. Furthermore, deep within the mountains, few would venture here. For Derek, however, it was a truly remarkable find. "Thank you immensely, my friend," Derek declared as he embraced Lloyd tightly, the latter exhaling in relief. Satisfied with their predicament, he chose not to inquire about Derek's intentions. Every friend deserves a modicum of secrecy. The following day, Derek commenced construction. The soldiers temporarily transitioned into laborers, and fortunately, in this world, even soldiers are obliged to undertake menial tasks. Thus, there was no dissent. Starting from scratch revealed the insufficiency of their preparations. They were lacking in every conceivable resource. Thankfully, Lloyd and his men lent their assistance, allowing them to barely cope. They began by erecting several sturdy wooden cabins, encircled by a fence of wooden stakes to ward off any potential wild beasts. Lloyd even took the initiative to set some rudimentary traps. Next came the blacksmith's forge, a crucial resource in Derek's possession. This bend in the river was ample enough to accommodate a training ground in the future. The only lament was that warhorses would find it difficult to gallop here, even with the addition of horseshoes. They risked stumbling. Yet, perfection is a rarity, and with the panel in place, there would be some degree of improvement. Having established a preliminary foothold, the next priority was a continuous influx of resources, the City of Vigilance. Along with other locales, adhered to fixed regulations, creating formidable barriers. However, this was a desolate wilderness, where rules were tenuous at best. Although limitations existed, they were sufficiently elevated for Derek's ambitions as the blacksmith's forge blazed to life. It symbolized the gradual ignition of his aspirations. After sharing a farewell feast, Lloyd took with him the weapons he had accrued on credit from Derek, embarking on a new journey. During this period of labor, their efforts were not in vain. In their spare time, they accepted Derek's training, and the temporary recruits among the mountain bandits made notable advancements in their professional levels. Moreover, they benefited from Derek's specialized military tactical support. They possessed manpower, weaponry, and fighting spirit. The next step was to expand their ranks and strengthen their position. That a caravan from the Night Owl Trading Company traversed a narrow mountain path, lacking the backing of local nobility. They were obliged to avoid checkpoints whenever possible. Unless absolutely unavoidable, they would never pay those taxes. Consequently, their profits remained substantial. They transported high-quality armor and weapons from the Central Kingdom, intending to return with warhorses, leather armor, and even refined iron ore. Over 100 individuals trudged through the mountains, most of whom were seasoned fighters. This route was well-trodden, familiar beyond measure, and even casual bandits would think twice before confronting them. As night fell, they set up camp. Lloyd, accompanied by his men, approached stealthily, with a cadre of well-armed bandits following closely behind. The speed of their movements astonished Lloyd. Those nobles had indeed imparted some skill. After a month of training, each individual had made significant progress. Just a month prior, these subordinates were far from this formidable. Thus, Lloyd found it prudent not to underestimate the nobility beyond the mountains. Their ability to train soldiers and the strength of their hidden cards were simply unimaginable. As a result, he readily accepted many of Derek's suggestions. However, the time had come to raise their banner. In the distance, a flicker of firelight signaled that wood, ahead of them, was indicating the absence of sentries. How careless they had been! How contemptuous these individuals were of the bandits! They displayed not a shred of vigilance. Yet, given that nothing had ever gone awry, who would concern themselves with a ragtag group of bandits? Keep quiet, rush in, and strike before retreating. In no time, the flames surged skyward as dozens of bandits surged into the camp, unleashing chaos. By the time the caravan reacted, several goods had been set ablaze, and several individuals lay dead, with many more injured. Anxious throughout the night, the bandits returned one captured member of the caravan. Who are these bandits, and what message do they bear? The caravan manager, suppressing his fury, was incensed by the audacity of these marauders. They identified themselves as the Mountain Wolves, declaring that henceforth, any passage through this territory would require the purchase of a mountain wolf flag. Otherwise, the bandits would not hesitate to attack. The manager's thoughts raced. If only this were on their own turf, he would ensure these bandits learned their lesson. Alas, there were no if-onlys. How much, considering the scale? A single cart would cost 2 silver coins. This price was not exorbitant, certainly far less than the taxes levied at checkpoints. Otherwise, should they turn back to the checkpoint, not a single copper coin would be collected. The caravan manager chuckled in disbelief. He was unaware of the origins of these mountain wolves, but it appeared someone had given them guidance. Very well, we shall purchase it. There were designated spots for flag sales along the route. While Lloyd's strength was insufficient to monitor every mountain path, those willing to take risks could forego the purchase. Simultaneously, he would launch attacks on caravans while establishing regulations. He would also forcibly assimilate nearby small bandit groups, creating his own order. Should anyone choose to buy flags, he would conveniently offer additional merchandise, leather goods, weaponry, and warhorses, all at attractive prices. There would always be buyers. He could even replenish some supplies, gradually strengthening his position. However, all of this required time. a slow establishment of order, seemingly imposing. Yet the ceiling of limitations remained. Just how many caravans existed? However, for Lloyd, and even for Derek, this was sufficient for the time being. The supplies had been nearly depleted, and Derek, accompanied by Simon, returned to the city of vigilance. The blacksmith shop continued to generate steady profits, albeit with only one blacksmith remaining, resulting in somewhat diminished, yet inconspicuous earnings. Moreover, they also engaged in the refinement of iron ore here, thus eliminating the costs associated with transport. After procuring another batch of supplies, Derek hastily made his way back. Vincent, the steward, had just received the news. Before he could even lay eyes on Derek, the latter had vanished. However, the market did not yield an abundance of mountain goods, which left him somewhat disappointed. After several trips, and through various merchant caravans, some weapons were sold without drawing attention. These caravans from outside had established partnerships with local forces, ensuring discreet transactions. Additionally, purchasing some weapons temporarily was actually more cost-effective than transporting them over long distances. Naturally, Derek relinquished a portion of the profits, but that was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was the ability to convert goods into cash. Consequently, he found himself short-handed once more. Even after acquiring a dozen captives from the mountain bandits, they could only serve as basic laborers. These untrained slaves required time to prove their loyalty. Faced with difficulties, Derek promptly took up his pen. Let us not forget that he was not without connections. While he may not receive substantial assistance, he still possessed some influential contacts. Dear uncle, my son has been thriving in his endeavors and is in urgent need of manpower, and I have heard that brother Adrian has completed his knight training, and I hope to extend an invitation to him for assistance. Derek elaborated extensively, but the essence of his message was clear. There is ample wealth, and swift action is desired. Furthermore, Adrian's knight training had been merely organized by the Ferreira family, lacking in prestige and quality. Within the family, he was not even the first choice among the Baron's heirs. Rather than languishing in obscurity within the family, it would be far more advantageous for him to venture forth. Throughout his correspondence, Derek left no superfluous words. However, Uncle Andrew was a perceptive man and would undoubtedly grasp the underlying message. He needed people. Derek dispatched his knightly squire, Simon, along with several soldiers, and they were not empty-handed. The soldiers returned with their wages, gifts for Uncle Andrew, and settlement expenses. What purpose did the settlement expenses serve? They were, of course, intended to attract recruits. As the de facto administrator of Midao village, Andrew could discreetly engage in some underhanded dealings, which no one could impede. For the sake of his son's future, he would surely be willing to take some risks. Even if his elder brother were to discover it, he would likely only utter a few reproaches. Would he truly have the heart to punish his own brother for subtly undermining the family's interests for his own son? Social dynamics had been made clear to Derek. Simon was filled with excitement. For following Lord Derek had completely transformed his fate. In less than a year, the farm lad had evolved into a robust knightly squire. Moreover, his experiences had significantly broadened his horizons. That, of course, Lord Derek was truly formidable. He had encountered members of the Ferreira family, yet none compared to his lordship. In Simon's view, it was only right for the Baron to pass on his title to Derek, with several soldiers in tow. Simon returned to Midao village. He first delivered the soldiers' letters and wages home. The sum was sufficient for his family to enjoy a comfortable life and perhaps even expand their household, with the men away in service. They saved on provisions while also generating income, which held great significance for farming families. In truth, every year, a considerable number of infants were abandoned and drowned, which also impacted population growth. Simon's arrival naturally drew Andrew's attention. As the constable, he interrogated all outsiders, especially armed soldiers. However, upon his arrival, he realized that it was all a misunderstanding. Simon, are you the lad who left with my nephew? Andrew had a good memory, and given that Midao village was small, he recognized Simon at once. Yet upon seeing Simon again, clad in armor reinforced with iron plates, a black long sword at his waist, and with a robust physique exuding an air of ferocity, Andrew couldn't help but think that if he hadn't known better, he might have mistaken him for a wandering knight. Furthermore, there stood a strong warhorse beside him, a true steed rather than one of those mere pack animals that he recalled that his nephew had left on an ordinary packhorse. This entire ensemble must have cost a good 20 gold coins, had his nephew truly made such rapid strides. Andrew found it hard to believe. Yet the Simon before him was no longer the farm boy he could scold at will. Fortunately, Simon was aware of Andrew's close relationship with his knightly lord and approached him, offering a respectful greeting. "Constable Andrew, I bring a letter from my lord for you, along with correspondence for Baron Ferreira and some gifts." Derek had not only written to Andrew, but had also kept in mind the need to win over others. However, this was merely a courteous exchange, accompanied by some modest gifts. Only then did Andrew become convinced that his nephew had truly made a name for himself. For a noble's younger son, finding a path forward was indeed no easy feat, much like Andrew himself. Noticing the gathering of people around, he took Simon back to his home. After inquiring about Derek's endeavors, Simon vaguely mentioned engaging in some business, but refrained from providing specifics. Yet, current business was not something anyone could undertake. It required at least a modicum of scale. Could it be that a significant figure from Count Perez's circle was backing him? Andrew speculated, considering his nephew's commendable achievements and the seemingly unwarranted departure from the knightly order. Could it be that he had become a front for some influential person? Once back at home, Andrew felt less constrained. He promptly opened the letter. His keen intellect allowed him to discern the subtle implications in Derek's words that should he accept his nephew's invitation? Undoubtedly. Andrew quickly made his decision. Adrian, within the Ferreira family, was unlikely to rise above the rank of a flag captain. And even that was a long shot, given the fierce competition from his elder brother's son and the offspring of other siblings. The next generation might well find themselves reduced to farming. Without a noble title and lands, the family's honor could not be sustained. Moreover, such glory was not something the collateral branches could enjoy indefinitely, rather than see their lineage decline in just a generation. It was better to venture forth with Derek and strive for success. Simon then presented the gifts at an opportune moment that a standard wooden chest contained 10 long swords, their value comparable to the fine iron sword he had sent out. Derek was exceedingly generous, excluding labor costs. The total production cost was merely a single gold coin. These gifts, whether for Andrew's personal use or for sale, would be easily disposed of. This further solidified Andrew's resolve. "Simon, you shall accompany me to the Ferreira castle to deliver the gifts and letters to the Baron." Two individuals raced forward, with Simon having received a summons from Baron Ferreira. However, he remained exceedingly tight-lipped. Divulging no further information, the Baron refrained from pressing him, recognizing that as his own son, it was beneficial for him to carve out a modicum of success. Simultaneously, he discerned Andrew's ulterior motives, but chose to overlook them. It was imperative for the Ferreira family to maintain an appearance of fairness publicly, yet it was entirely normal to harbor private biases. After all, Derek was undoubtedly the most exceptional son at present, and it was only natural that he would receive preferential treatment. Little did he anticipate that Andrew's fervor was more intense than he had imagined. Adrian, at this juncture, was merely one among the cavalry of the Ferreira family. Lacking any formal title or position, the so-called knightly training consisted of little more than rudimentary education. Andrew had obtained the Baron's consent to take him away directly. Adrian felt somewhat discontent for the family's equipment. War horses and weaponry had been left behind. Although he could venture forth, it was difficult to come to terms with the change. Consequently, Andrew berated him, urging him to recognize the reality of his situation. To go to your cousin. Would he dare mistreat you? Serve him diligently, just as I pledge my loyalty to my brother. Derek is your lord. Do not return here. I shall ensure your brother inherits the family estate, and when you return, you shall toil in the fields. That Andrew's resolve was formidable, perhaps stemming from a lifetime of frustration that had now coalesced into a singular determination. While he himself was unable to exert influence, his son still had opportunities ahead. He busied himself with recruiting personnel for his nephew, while imparting to Adrian some practical wisdom for navigating life's challenges. Then, seizing the moment before Baron Ferreira could react, he urged Simon to make haste with his recruits. That a full 50 robust young men had nearly stripped the village of my DUI. Even the upcoming year's farming would be slightly affected. Yet Andrew was resolute. When Derek beheld Adrian and a throng of farmers approaching, he was indeed taken aback. However, an abundance of manpower was always welcome. In this world, population was a vital resource. Even if some were derogatorily referred to as two-legged livestock, they were still essential means of production. Welcome, Adrian. Derek quickly expressed his trust in Adrian, for blood ties were not to be underestimated. Under the prevailing societal norms, relatives were not always reliable. yet they were an unavoidable factor. At the very least, this cousin appeared trustworthy, devoid of scandalous rumors. Moreover, the son of a village constable lacked significant resources to exploit. He had at least undergone basic education and even some training in noble etiquette. He was industrious, without lofty ambitions. With a bit of blood relation added into the mix, he would undoubtedly make an excellent aide. Derek was confident in his ability to manage a subordinate like Adrian. He first provided him with a warhorse and a set of armor. Derek opened the panel, and indeed, Adrian's visage had appeared at the very least. In terms of obedience, he was swifter than the other farmers, indicating that he was mentally prepared. Although conditions here were rather rudimentary and harsh, the essential supplies were sufficient. My business requires some manpower, and your arrival is perfectly timed. Derek commenced by training the farmers collectively, then assigning them to the military and the smithy based on their personalities and obedience. Alongside the previous 3 squads, they formed a total of 5 units, 3 spear-wielding infantry units, 1 swordsman unit, and 1 sword and shield unit. The various types of soldiers had slight differences in their utility. The smithy expanded to 20 men in one go. Once they matured, the annual income would reach at least 1,000 gold coins. However, sourcing iron ore and establishing a market would gradually present new challenges. The remainder of the manpower was drawn from the previous soldiers, with 5 selected as new knightly squires, including stable hands, grassroots managers, and slaves. The modest camp had already burgeoned to over 100 individuals that it was akin to a miniature estate, surpassing even that in terms of output. Even the Ferreira family, while possessing greater latent power, could not match the pure profit generated here. Naturally, excluding consumption, the profits would diminish significantly. Adrian swiftly adapted to his new life. Although it was monotonous, Derek's remuneration was generous, and there was always room for advancement. Moreover, temporarily leading the cavalry elevated his status significantly compared to before, that he firmly believed that Derek's future would eclipse that of his other brothers. As the enterprise expanded, daily weapon production began to rise, leading to increasing consumption. Each day, 300 to 500 pounds of iron ore were required, a quantity that could no longer be satisfied through sporadic purchases. Nearby small mines yielded similar outputs, and purchasing in large quantities would attract considerable attention. With the output of weapons under Derek's command, 1,000-strong force could be armed within a month. This had the potential to cause market fluctuations. Indeed, weapon prices in Watchtower City had already begun to decline slightly. Adrian was soon aware of Derek's concerns and proposed a highly valuable suggestion. We cannot intrude upon the business of Watchtower City, but there is one commodity that absolutely no one would refuse. Adrian gestured towards the warhorses moving about. No noble would turn down a fine warhorse that in reality, any smuggled warhorse would not be scrutinized for its origins. Using it as a bargaining chip might well expand business opportunities. The northern provinces were indeed one of the sources of warhorses, with many nobles and merchants maintaining a herd. Even ordinary riding horses could fetch a commendable price. The nag might cost only 3 to 5 gold coins, while a standard riding horse often exceeded 10 gold coins, with premium warhorses fetching prices that could double. Exceptional warhorses capable of carrying heavy armor could command prices exceeding 60 or 70 gold coins. Most cavalrymen, even knights, trained with riding horses, as very few were equipped with true warhorses. These prices were still in the northern provinces. It was said that prices could double or triple as one moved towards the central or southern regions. Adrian was uncertain where Derek had procured the fine horses, but with this as a bargaining chip, some business might indeed be conducted. After all, nobles and kingdom officials were human too, inevitably engaging in some form of reciprocal exchange or personal favors. Although Derek was familiar with the rules of this world, he was ultimately constrained by the mindset of his previous life. Adrian, lacking even a noble title, had nonetheless been exposed to the intricacies of noble politics from a young age, leading him to a deeper understanding. The power and political resources held by nobles and kingdom officials were not idly held. If one could bring benefits, they were not averse to exchanges. Derek had always treaded cautiously, fearful of overstepping even an inch. Yet Adrian perceived ample room for maneuver. We could first conduct business with the family. If we have warhorses, Uncle will surely agree, Adrian suggested. However, Derek swiftly dismissed this notion, for he had better trading prospects in mind. While engaging in business with the family was certainly viable, it was prudent to wait a while. Furthermore, his previous 3 years in the Count's domain had not been in vain. After some contemplation, he estimated that it would take approximately 9 months to train a low-quality nag to an excellent quality. The costs of labor and feed were minimal, amounting to merely 10 copper coins per day for sustenance. Just over a single gold coin. However, a nag valued at 3 gold coins can yield more than 17 gold coins after 9 months. Profit is secondary. The most crucial aspect is the ability to exchange for various resources. Warhorses are also a rare resource, naturally possessing intrinsic value for trading other commodities. Reflecting upon the warhorses in his possession, each one has been deliberately chosen for its inferior qualities to minimize costs. Derek had once recognized the profitability of warhorses, but regarded it merely as a standard business venture. He even believed that the labor involved could be better utilized to generate greater value. A few grooms working tirelessly for a year might not earn more than a blacksmith, and there are risks involved. With the panel in place, the distinction between grooms and blacksmiths was negligible for Derek. Thus, he primarily raised horses for personal use. Aside from a handful of superior-grade warhorses, he possessed a dozen of ordinary quality. Fortunately, he was able to cultivate 3 to 5 superior-grade warhorses each month. Alas, he had squandered much time sending someone to procure a batch of riding horses, subsequently allocating a few to the grooms from the slaves. Derek swiftly adjusted his plans. Once the riding horses nearing promotion ascended to superior quality, he could make a trip. This time would not be long. Calculating the days, Derek set out with all his knights and attendants, along with 5 prepared superior quality warhorses. Transitioning from superior to excellent quality would require at least another year of cultivation. He could not wait, and superior-grade warhorses had already become the mainstream configuration in the market. Even the king's elite knightly order received this standard. For instance, the warhorse Derek himself rode. The panel read as follows: Warhorse, unnamed, quality, superior, 45. 100, experience pool, 0-100. This was his finest warhorse, with only 55 points of experience remaining, requiring 3 to 4 days to accumulate even a slight amount in the experience pool. It took 1 to 2 months for the horse to gain a point or two. It could only be considered mid-level superior quality, yet it already surpassed over 80% of the warhorses available in the market. Derek adorned it with a layer of leather armor, its robust musculature accentuated, and its brown coat gleamed with luster. It appeared exceptionally appealing, a dream steed for most knights. Truly excellent warhorses were luxuries beyond the reach of the majority. Most others rode horses that had just entered superior quality. Appearing slightly inferior in comparison to AS cavalry, they moved swiftly on the road. After resting for a night, they reached their destination the following day. This place was already very close to the heartland of Count Perez's territory, one of the few densely populated and agricultural areas in the north. The fief of Knight Cloya lay here at a knightly manor inherited from his ancestors. It was among the earliest knightly domains in the north. Spanning 2,000 acres, it was sufficient to sustain 70 to 80 households for generations of the Cloya family. He could even muster his own army, establish checkpoints for taxation, and wield a range of administrative powers. A minor knightly title already conferred certain rights that those purchasing manors could not exercise. Of course, Knight Cloya did not often utilize these rights, being in such close proximity to the Count's castle. Maintaining soldiers was entirely superfluous. Setting up checkpoints for taxation would be a fool's errand. Most businesses operating beneath the Count's feet likely belonged to him. However, relying on agricultural business allowed him to earn 200 to 300 gold coins annually. Combined with his salary and some additional income, he lived better than 99% of the inhabitants in this world. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that Knight Cloya's full name includes the word Perez. Due to their nearness, Knight Cloya returned to his family fief whenever possible, without waiting for a day off. Derek had timed his visit perfectly. It had been nearly 10 months since he had departed from the knightly order. Upon hearing the news of Derek's arrival, Knight Cloya initially assumed he was coming to seek favor. That it was entirely normal for a young man to return home battered after encountering adversity in the outside world. Coincidentally, the Count was looking to expand his knightly order, presenting an opportunity. However, the steward discreetly approached Knight Cloya and relayed what he had observed before Derek entered. Knight Derek arrived with 7 knights and a dozen warhorses, all fully equipped, presenting a most respectable appearance. Respectable is the least commendable term for a noble. Yet, not everyone could be described as such. Knight Cloya mused that perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Upon seeing Derek approach with great vigor, he became even more convinced of his misinterpretation. "Uncle Cloya, I've come to ask for your assistance," Derek jested as they met. Their families had been connected for generations, and the current Baron Ferreira and Knight Cloya had even fought alongside each other on the battlefield. Hence, it was only natural to be informal. Indeed, a smile broke across Cloya's face, tinged with a hint of indulgence towards the younger generation. "As long as it is within my power, do not hesitate to speak. However, young Derek, you have become quite open-minded after your adventures. The Derek of old would never have spoken to me in such a manner, always so serious and formal." It was understandable that the young man had undergone significant changes after nearly a year apart. Derek, hearing this, smiled, appreciating the warmth in the exchange. Even in collusion, a touch of humanity made it far more pleasant. Some may believe that clarity is best, but such delineations are rarely so clear-cut. Just because one can achieve something does not mean everyone else can. As long as one person fails, it constitutes an obstacle. Thus, Derek smiled and grasped Cloya's arm, leading him outside. At a line of brown warhorses stood before the door, and even the slightly inferior ones were difficult to distinguish from their superior counterparts. The remaining 7 or 8 horses were all clearly excellent specimens. "What fine horses," Knight Cloya remarked, neither surprised nor overly impressed, as his praise was casual. Though these warhorses were commendable, they did not evoke awe. Leading a banner, he was most familiar with both people and horses. Hence his lack of astonishment. However, it was evident that Derek had fared well to possess so many warhorses. "Young Derek, are you here to boast?" Cloya teased. "Should I take you back to the knightly order for a refresher on horse handling?" Derek quickly descended, standing before the warhorses. "Uncle Cloya, you asked what I came for, and this is it. This is my gift to you. What do you think? Are you satisfied?" At this moment, Cloya was genuinely taken aback. He stepped down a few paces to carefully inspect the warhorse. Its teeth, hooves, limbs, and coat. It was indeed a fine horse, standing quietly in Derek's presence, only occasionally shaking its head, clearly well-trained and ready for battle. "A gift for me? Then I shall accept it. However, this one is a gift, while these 4 I shall purchase at their market price." Cloya himself lacked for warhorses, yet there was a scarcity in the market. Even the Count Perez himself was in need. Rare resources are always highly coveted. "How much?" Using these 4 as an example, they ranked as inferior among warhorses, priced at 20 gold coins each. How does that sound? Not too expensive. It was neither overly cheap nor exorbitantly priced, aligning closely with the current market value. However, such items were primarily meant for resource exchange. A fair price was commendable. Cloya immediately decided, "I will buy them all. If you have more of such quality, do come to find me. 80 gold coins for 4, with 1 free. If Uncle Cloya desires more, I shall bring another batch next month." Derek tossed the reins to Simon. "Oh, this is quite a deal. Your gift is too generous for me to accept." The price of 16 gold coins was already significantly below market value. Such a generous offer was rare. Deals like this are not easily come by. Cloya wished to accept, but feared he could not afford the cost. "Speak up. What do you wish to do? I shall see if I can assist you." Behold, this exemplifies the essence of human connection. If it were another individual, even the act of gifting would find no conducive path. Those who are discerning would simply decline your offerings, while those lacking in discernment would consume everything without hesitation. The two returned indoors, for certain matters are best kept from public discourse. "Uncle Cloya, the war horses I possess do not hail from the northern territories. Besides this, I also engage in the trade of weaponry, armor, and even human resources. War horses from the southern regions command a higher price, while the western territories are too distant. Yours, however, originates from even further north. The price may be lower, yet transporting weaponry and armor, items subject to embargo, into those regions, if discovered by the denizens of the royal capital, would result in severe repercussions. The monastery would undoubtedly take issue as well, making it rather precarious." Cloya stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. "Animosity aside, business must proceed. There are many who trade with the barbarians in the northern lands, and should you possess the means to procure war horses, you would find ample welcome. However, the reverse, transporting weapons and armor, would tread upon dangerous ground. Without the backing of a prominent figure, it could prove perilous at this juncture," Derek interjected. "I too deal in weaponry and armor. My primary interests lie in human resources, grain, and ore. this should not pose a difficulty. I presume that I can comprehend the origin of your war horses, but from where do your weapons and armor come? The south. Through some unforeseen circumstances, our trade routes intersect. Hence, Derek spoke vaguely, yet Kilauea chose not to pry further. In such dealings, discretion is indeed the norm. Then there is no issue. There are already many engaging in weapon trade in the Northern Territories. An additional participant would scarcely matter. Henceforth, all my weaponry will be sourced from you, provided the prices do not exceed the market rate. Kilauea was decidedly agreeable. After all, the source of procurement remains the same, and he could leverage his connections to assist Derek in accessing certain markets. The banner captain of the Count of Perez's knightly order holds a position of considerable stature. Derek expressed his gratitude once more. With Kilauea's assurance, many matters could now progress in an orderly fashion. The two enjoyed a lavish feast at the Kilauea estate that evening, during which Kilauea divulged a wealth of information. As one of the most prominent nobles in the Northern Territories, Count Perez not only holds a title, but also serves as a senior official in the kingdom's northern administration. Here, one can glean a plethora of intelligence, such as the fact that several high-ranking nobles have begun stockpiling war materials, with Count Perez himself expanding the ranks of his knightly order out of course. The pace is rather slow, indicating that there may not be immediate urgency. This information was invaluable to Derek. The following day, he left behind a designated point of contact before taking his leave. He then returned to the Watchtower City, placing orders for iron, ore, and pig iron from various trading houses. The blacksmith shop within the city had devolved into a mere stronghold, with genuine commerce being scarce. It now primarily served to forge ores, transport resources, and maintain a contingent of soldiers for minor mercenary work, thus expanding networks and establishing a reputation. Derek frequently visited. At times he would leave Simon behind, while he himself would oversee operations, addressing less pressing matters. Inspired by Adrian, he acted with greater boldness, even visiting the goat trading house to arrange for a batch of goods to be procured on his behalf. Regrettably, Vincent, the manager, was absent. Otherwise, more business could have been discussed. After a thorough tour that spanned 10 days, Derek returned to the mountain base, only to discover several unfamiliar slaves had joined their ranks. He promptly inquired with the remaining Little Truo, "Has Lloyd been here?" Little Truo, having been thoroughly swayed by Derek, was now unwaveringly committed. Not only did he assist in training new recruits, but he also took on some basic management tasks. "Yes, I heard he encountered a group of unsuspecting sheep, who, disregarding the rules, attempted to pass through stealthily, only to be apprehended by him. These slaves are the spoils. How many are there?" Noticing a handful of unfamiliar faces working at the blacksmith shop, Derek pressed for details. "There are 22. I heard some managed to escape. Otherwise there would have been at least 50 slaves. Are they part of a slave convoy? It is indeed unfortunate they escaped." Derek surmised their identity. However, slave traders are relatively scarce in the north, more prevalent in the south. Little Truo seized the opportunity to advise. "Lloyd's people say that each slave this time demands 5 gold coins. These are well-trained, seasoned slaves, not raw ones that it is said that in the south, the price is upwards of 10 coins each." Derek was not particularly concerned with the 5 gold coins. The market in the north also requires 6 or 7 coins to acquire a robust adult slave. However, Lloyd finds himself unable to make a move. The captives he previously seized were mere raw slaves, worth only 1 coin each as a counterbalance. The sudden price hike necessitated that Derek consider potential underlying reasons. 3 coins each. Inform Lloyd's associates that if they do not agree, all the slaves will be taken away. Additionally, should he acquiesce, a modest compensation will be offered, perhaps a slight reduction in weapon prices or the provision of some extras. He can decide it is imperative to dispel any other notions Lloyd may harbor, making it clear that the price is his prerogative, as is customary. Nonetheless, it is essential not to dishearten him. A portion of compensation from elsewhere is certainly preferable to a loss, yet it also conveys goodwill. Opening the panel, Derek began selecting from the newly appeared avatars. All were slaves, particularly the recent arrivals, most of whom had already surfaced. This indicated their compliance was satisfactory, having established a degree of loyalty. After all, Derek's operations yield substantial profits, ensuring he would not shortchange his subordinates. Even slaves must be well fed to work, for they are, after all, his property. Of course, the whip and blade are indispensable. A balance of reward and punishment is the true path. He swiftly overlooked the new slaves, as these individuals required time to prove their loyalty. Instead, he focused on the previously raw slaves, those captured from merchant caravans, mountain dwellers, and unfortunate souls who fell into Lloyd's hands for various reasons. Among approximately 30 slaves, 5 or 6 had consistently appeared on the panel. Clearly, they had resigned themselves to their fates, establishing a foundational loyalty. Derek, accompanied by his attendants, roamed the camp, occasionally singling out a slave for inquiry. "Will you take up arms for me, earn your freedom through valor, or toil here until death?" Evidently, when faced with the prospect of a lifetime of servitude, all opted for the chance to fight. For now, Derek would not assign these slaves any other duties, that he kept them close, training and engaging them in battle to temper their rebellious spirits. Only through prolonged habituation could loyalty be fostered before assigning other responsibilities. Moreover, this arrangement allowed for constant monitoring. Should anyone suddenly vanish from the panel, swift action could be taken. Considering the perspectives of others was also paramount. After all, while a slave may be granted an opportunity, they could not expect to receive the same treatment as those of freeborn status. Otherwise, morale would surely falter. The prospect of liberation from bondage instilled hope, even the immediate possibility of becoming a supervisor. Such a powerful example would resonate greatly among the remaining slaves. Suddenly, several avatars appeared on the panel, gradually clarifying. All were observing, striving diligently, remaining loyal. "I shall bestow upon you the opportunity for freedom, perhaps even the chance to rise above and prosper. Otherwise you shall perish here." Derek seized the moment to rally the spirits, instilling motivation. Lloyd accepted the price of 3 gold coins for the seasoned slaves, momentarily displaying no other intentions, and as the 10th month away from home approached, Derek finally surpassed a significant threshold. Phone, Derek occupation, Elite Knight Level 1, 0-100, Experience Pool, 0-100. Upon reaching the 10th level as a knight, one ascends to the status of an Elite Knight. With a significantly strengthened physique, enhanced martial skills, and an increasingly agile mind, Derek feels no pressure when confronted by any soldier or attendant within the camp. At this juncture, his innate talents have nearly peaked, and the benefits of training are scarcely perceptible. He can only grow stronger through the gradual accumulation of experience points. Conversely, for a blacksmith like Little Troll, advancement proves to be far more arduous. He has long since reached the zenith of his innate abilities and has gradually attained the rank of an 8th-level blacksmith. Through his skills at this level, he can begin to forge some refined iron. In this world, refined iron is a collective term that encompasses steel as well. Blacksmiths generally have 2 avenues to forge refined iron. One is the pure technique of repeated hammering, yielding 10-fold, 100-fold, or 1,000-fold refined iron. The other involves mixing various metals and employing a range of quenching, annealing, and smelting techniques to create alloys. Little Troll, an 8th-level military blacksmith, has adopted the former method. Suddenly enlightened, he comprehended the technique for crafting 10-fold refined iron, thereby acquiring superior materials. Due to Derek's principles, Little Troll did not hoard this knowledge but instead guided other blacksmiths, enabling them to swiftly master the technique. Not only did this lead to an increase in the availability of 10-fold refined iron materials, but Derek also noticed a significant surge in the experience of the other blacksmiths. Clearly, advanced and superior techniques can accelerate growth. Similarly endowed with talent, the legacy of knowledge also dictates future potential. Of course, Little Troll's epiphany is likely attributed to the unique effects of his skill panel. The availability of higher quality materials not only allows them to forge superior weapons, but also encourages them to attempt the creation of iron armor. Their initial target is the half-armor. A meticulously crafted half-armor is worth as much as a warhorse. However, the current production is too low, and the technical flaws necessitate reliance on manual labor to compensate. Nevertheless, it is prudent to first resolve the issue of availability before contemplating costs. For Derek, it is certainly cheaper than purchasing externally, and it liberates him from external constraints. When he donned his own half-armor, a surge of security enveloped him, and the physical prowess of an elite knight made him feel as though he could wear it all day long, even fight 3 to 5 more times. It is likely that only full-plate armor would provide him with a sense of pressure. Just as Derek was steadily advancing, the goat merchant caravan re-entered the mountains. This time, they had hired the soldiers Derek had stationed in Watchtower City and brought along goods customized by Derek. Upon seeing Derek again, The steward Vincent was taken aback. "Derek the Knight, what do you require such a large quantity of grain and iron blocks for, having paid half the deposit in advance?" Vincent had no choice but to accept this business. On the contrary, bringing additional goods would increase their profits by at least 30%. "Vincent, my old friend, would you ever refuse business? Do not inquire too much. These are not sensitive goods." Derek's words were accepted by Vincent. In reality, grain and iron blocks do have certain thresholds. However, the goat merchant caravan has connections, rendering it a non-issue for them. Furthermore, this layer of concealment makes it difficult for outsiders to perceive Derek's presence. As for being exposed before the goat merchant caravan, one must not forget where they are. Their business involves a degree of risk, while the locals in the mountains control the resources. Thus, Vincent wisely chose silence. After their previous missed encounter in Watchtower City, this meeting now warranted a proper discussion. With the competitive tension alleviated, any lingering barriers swiftly disappeared. In fact, Derek's demands escalated further, positioning him to become a major client of the goat merchant caravan. As for Derek's intentions, it was of no concern to Vincent. At least 50% of the profits were sufficient to make Vincent's backers risk their necks on the gallows. During their conversation, Derek promoted high-quality weapons and half-armor from the south, while also placing orders for some nag horses, grain, iron blocks, and personnel. Vincent inspected the weapons, deemed their quality satisfactory, and noted that their prices were significantly lower than those on the market, resulting in substantial profit upon resale. "Prepare 20 pieces of half-armor, 100 iron swords, and 300 spearheads for me." Vincent generously placed the order. Such a significant quantity of weaponry could even equip a baroness retinue. Especially with the half-armor, whose production was alarmingly low, it would be quite some time before they could amass sufficient stock. However, production would only increase over time, and this transaction promised profits of 200 to 300 gold coins. Derek readily agreed. "Deliver it when you return next time, but can you handle such a quantity?" "Of course, it's no problem. You underestimate our caravan's capabilities," Vincent responded with confidence, having already received word that the prices of weaponry and equipment would gradually rise in the future. The two settled the details of the transaction, and Vincent decided to increase the frequency of trade into the mountains. The demand for goods among the mountain folk significantly decreased, while Derek's orders rose. He even contemplated making a special trip into the mountains to save time. Ultimately, it was the market that constrained the caravan. Vincent would have preferred to make daily trips. Just as Vincent departed, a messenger from Knight Cloya arrived. The latter effortlessly sold Derek 10 warhorses along with a variety of scattered weapons. Yet another transaction worth several hundred gold coins. After shifting strategies, Derek's business experienced an explosive surge. Now, the only limitation on his enterprise was production capacity. Completing these 2 orders would leave him without spare capacity for the next 3 months. Population. Derek felt overwhelmed by the demand for personnel, and he must consider acquiring territory to accommodate more inhabitants. Unfortunately, he had no connections. The world is vast, yet no land is unclaimed. Amidst Derek's mixed emotions of joy and concern, the new year approached. Having been away from home for a year, he calculated that it was time to return. He even entertained thoughts of contesting for a share of the family estate with his elder brother. Though he quickly dismissed the notion, the old man would undoubtedly disapprove. Moreover, he believed he would eventually achieve greater success than the Ferreira family, making it unnecessary to sacrifice the rare bond of kinship. In comparison, familial ties are indeed a scarce resource. After packing his belongings, primarily gifts, Derek set off on the journey home. Accompanied by a contingent of soldiers and cavalry, his cousin, Adrian, voluntarily chose to remain behind to oversee the camp. Understanding that this was Derek's foundation and could not be left unattended for long, Derek offered a few words of persuasion, but upon seeing Adrian's resolute determination, he relented. This homecoming was not only for familial reunion, but also an opportunity to express gratitude through gifts. Everyone had lent a hand at the beginning, and it was only fitting to reciprocate. Naturally, he remembered several uncles, aunts, and numerous cousins, all of whom had received basic education. If he could persuade a few of them to join him, particularly those like Adrian who could bring along a group of young men, it would be splendid. After all, they were his own relatives. If he didn't benefit from them, someone else would. Rather than have the youth of his family serve the grand nobility, it would be far better for them to join him. With several carts of gifts in tow, Derek took over 10 days to finally return home. At this point, only half a month remained until the new year. Lady Ferreira had already begun to murmur about Derek, as all the children had returned home, including his second brother, Sergei Ferreira, who served in the Iron Lion Legion, and his eldest brother, Marco Ferreira, who remained at home managing the family affairs, as well as his fourth brother, Sharif, who was apprenticing as a knight under a viscount. Fay Lael as for the eldest sister marrying some knight. She will not be returning this year. The younger sister, who has joined the convent, will also not come back. This year, the Fay Law family's business is thriving, with both estates enjoying a bountiful harvest. Taxes have been collected steadily, with little to no hiccups. The steadily rising fortunes of the family have kept Baron Fay Law in good spirits. The only source of concern is the third son, Derek. He has been gallivanting about, causing Lady Fay Law to lament daily. Her ears nearly calloused from it. The last time someone was sent back, he even whisked away a group of farmers, prompting Baron Fay Law to give his second son, Andrew, a stern reprimand. Though he scolded him harshly, deep down, the Baron is still quite concerned for his son. Those who wander far from home often receive more affection from their parents, regardless of how severe his words may be. He hopes for Derek's safe return. Until, at last, young Master Derek has returned. When the old steward delivered this news to Baron Fay Law, the Baron nearly leaped from his seat, yet he restrained himself and sat back down. After a year away, he returns with merely a letter. I thought he had perished somewhere, yet he still has the audacity to come back. My lord, young Master Derek has brought you some gifts. Perhaps you should go and see. The old steward tactfully provided an opening to if he can support himself, yet he brings me gifts. I fear he has returned in such a state of poverty that he seeks my aid. Only then did Baron Fay Law rise slowly, preparing to see what this disobedient son has brought back. In truth, he has gathered some information about Derek, including correspondence with Sir Cloya, knowing that the lad has been faring quite well. Of course, engaging in smuggling is undoubtedly akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Does he truly believe that there are no checkpoints or bandits along the way? Just look at the unfortunate souls who have fallen prey to Lloyd, and one would understand that the profits of this trade do not come easily. When Baron Fay Law finally arrived at the castle's training grounds, he found himself to be the last to arrive. His sons and Lady Fay Law were already present. The fourth son, Sheriff, was exuberantly circling a magnificent black warhorse, exclaiming, "Brother, you are the best. I finally have my own warhorse." As a squire, Sheriff, much like Derek, had been riding the ordinary mount assigned by his knightly instructor, which did not belong to him. The Fay Law family has some surplus each year, but they are not extravagant enough to provide each son with a warhorse, especially in times when such a luxury is hard to procure. In fact, had Derek chosen to remain at home, Baron Fay Law would have provided him with a warhorse and proper equipment. The second son, Sergei, has been serving in the Iron Lion Legion, a low-ranking officer in the kingdom, with his weapons and armor supplied by the realm. The fourth son, still in his squire training, naturally would not receive such provisions. Thus, possessing a full set of armor and a warhorse ahead of time is a custom reserved for the children of the great nobility, or perhaps those from the south. The rough and impoverished northern nobles often choose to be rather frugal. Even if there have been no wars for years, everyone has managed to save a few coins. The Fay Law castle, steeped in a martial aesthetic, retains the architectural style from the days of territorial expansion, resembling a military fortress more than a residence. This is a characteristic of the northern nobility, unchanged despite the scorn of Midland and southern aristocrats. In contrast to Sheriff's jubilance, the second brother Sergei and the eldest brother Marco were far more interested in the soldiers and squires he had brought back. These individuals, more suited for urban warfare, exuded an air of elite prowess, appearing more formidable than the soldiers of the Fay Law family, and those squires, though labeled as such, bore a closer resemblance to knights. Clad in iron plate armor, wielding fine iron swords, with gauntlets, warhorses, and helmets, they were equipped to the teeth. Simon, in particular, wore half armor, while his warhorse was adorned with leather armor, its gaze sharp enough to intimidate. The company following Derek was not merely for training. Occasionally, they accompanied Lloyd to play the role of bandits, dealing with the occasional insolent thief. After a year, who among them has not tasted blood? Good heavens, these are no mere wandering knights. Even impoverished barons would hesitate to display such an entourage. What on earth has the third brother been up to? Sergei quickly pondered. trying to recall if any new bandit groups had emerged in the northern provinces. Aside from thievery, how else could one amass such wealth? Baron Fay-Lay-La, too, noted the scene with a fleeting look of surprise, though it did not diminish his composure. What are you shouting about? Can you even afford to care for a warhorse? Baron Fay-Lay-La smacked Sheriff on the head, successfully drawing everyone's attention. Where are the gifts? He directed at Derek. Derek, aware of his father's temperament, dismissed the remark lightly. He gestured for Simon to step forward, who then brought forth a chest. Open it. Inside lay a complete set of knightly armor. A helmet, arm guards, gauntlets, half armor, a skirt, knee guards, and iron boots, along with a finely crafted knight's sword, a lance, a hand shield, and the warhorse's iron mask and chainmail. Though not truly heavy armor, it could be considered a low-tier knight's set. Undoubtedly, it was a treasure that most knights could only dream of, a legacy-worthy item. The entire set would easily command a price of 100 gold coins, equivalent to the yield of a small estate for an entire year. If well maintained, it could be passed down for generations. Most of the body was effectively armored, exceeding standard defensive measures. The key point is that even with wealth, one could not simply purchase it. From materials to craftsmanship, a certain level of skill is required. Derek himself did not possess a full set. This was the result of little Tulu and his team working overtime for a month to create it, all in honor of Baron Fay-Lay-La. Of course, Derek had already planned to reap more rewards. He acknowledged that he was indulging in a bit of ostentation. Yet, if one does not flaunt their wealth upon returning home, what was the point of their hard work? After all the toil, should one merely hide under the covers and chuckle to themselves? The outcome was as he had envisioned. Everyone was utterly stunned. The finest set of equipment in the Fay-Lay-La family is a legacy black suit of heavy armor. One that envelopes the entire body, even protecting the eyes, relying solely on narrow slits for sight. Standing there clad in such armor, one would find it nearly impossible to inflict harm. The first Baron Fay-Lay-La had once donned this suit to fight for his title as a baron. Generations have passed, and it is this very lineage that has led to the family's current glory. However, it is a suit that most cannot wear. The current Baron Fay-Lay-La has not donned that heavy armor on the battlefield for years. Yet, no one doubts that, should the need arise, the Fay-Lay Knights would once again charge forth in heavy armor. Though the honor passed down through history is weighty, it feels somewhat distant. The shock brought by Derek is palpable. Sergei's eyes widened. The treatment in the kingdom's direct legions is not lacking, yet such extravagance is unheard of. As a low-ranking officer, he never dared to aspire for such equipment, though Marco is not adept in combat. He understands the value contained within. Sheriff, the youngest, eagerly rushed forward, almost wishing to don the armor himself. Even Baron Fay-Lay-La appeared momentarily dazed. This equipment is not merely a matter of wealth. Though Baron Fay-Lay-La is generally not generous, he would certainly be willing to pay handsomely for such equipment if it were laid before him. The more, the better. However, each year, the market only offers a limited number of exquisite knightly sets. Even at a premium, one cannot simply acquire them. Connections, networks, and even luck are required to obtain a set, and then it is kept in a storeroom, awaiting the day it will be called into action. For a set of armor like this, a knight might even pledge their loyalty to you. It is this set of armor that has led Baron Fay-Lay-La to recognize the transformation in Derek. This young man has rapidly matured, even to the point of engaging with him as an equal. After all, as the head of the Fay-Lay-La family, he cannot solely focus on familial ties. Whether this is what Derek intended to convey is uncertain. If the lad truly harbors such sentiments, then he has indeed grown up. I am most pleased with your gift, Derek. I believe we should find an opportunity to have a proper discussion. Baron Ferreira exhibited a distinct demeanor towards Derek. Among his sons, he was the first deemed worthy to engage in equal discourse with the Baron. Upon Derek's triumphant return to his homeland, he immediately indulged in the long-awaited warmth of familial affection. He was not idle, as he made it a point to visit several uncles, bestowing gifts upon each. Simultaneously, he sought to foster connections with every member of the household. One might think he was preparing to contend for the Baron's inheritance. Meanwhile, Derek received news for the third time indicating the imminent threat of war. A warning from his second brother revealed that the Iron Lion Legion had intensified its training, even contemplating postponing the retirement of certain soldiers and increasing the recruitment of new troops. The standing army of 3,000 could potentially expand to 5,000 within the year. Ultimately, the Baron confirmed his suspicions that if one possesses the right connections, the family would require a procurement of armaments. In a private conversation among father and sons, the Baron articulated his expectations regarding the forthcoming conflict. The kingdom's strength had rapidly regained its footing over the past few years, and a revenge war against the barbarians seemed imminent. As the northern province stood on the front line, it was inevitable that they would join the battle to the north. Many were already preparing. The family resolved to augment their private army. Derek, should you choose to remain, an opportunity may soon present itself. This was a small, personal interest of the Baron. Should Derek excel in the impending war, the Ferreira family might secure 1 or 2 fiefdoms, whether through a transfer of titles or by arranging small parcels for a few of his sons. The possibilities were manifold. The family estate would pass to the eldest son, yet it did not imply that the Baron held no affection for his other sons. Fortunately, Derek was poised to carve out his own reputation. He remained remarkably composed, harboring no regrets. War was indeed on the horizon, as weapon prices had begun to rebound, and many were stockpiling arms and provisions. Should conflict arise, he would choose to partake. Derek's connections had naturally alerted him to the market's peculiarities. With him stepping in as a weapons supplier, prices had unexpectedly stabilized and begun to rise, a clear sign of abnormality. The Baron and Derek were the primary interlocutors, with the eldest and second sons occasionally interjecting, while the fourth could only listen. Within the communications of noble families lie many pieces of intelligence unimaginable to the common folk. The Ferreira family, viewed across the kingdom as mere provincial nobility, wielded considerable influence in the northern province, and within the Watchtower region, they could be regarded as local power brokers. In the event of war, a regular army of at least 100 troops and 200 to 300 militia would be required. Should the Baron take the field himself, he could likely attain the rank of centurion. Even Count Perez would need to court such influential figures. Nevertheless, while war loomed, the Baron was already prepared. Thus, there was no panic. Compared to commoners, they had ample time to make preparations. Derek did not reveal the full extent of his operations, yet he shared some non-secretive information. The Baron was once again astonished, unable to fathom how Derek had managed to establish such an enterprise within a year. Though not formalized and unlikely to be recognized by the kingdom, should the opportunity arise, he could take flight at any moment. Presently, that opportunity was at hand. Derek, if there is anything you require, the family can provide it in advance, provided you offer an adequate return. The Baron finally relented. Supporting Derek was not only an emotional necessity, but also a matter of mutual benefit. Over the years, the Baron had amassed a collection of resources that he could not efficiently convert into value. His connections and political resources were not abundant. Since the conventional path was blocked, the emergence of Derek as an alternative route warranted a swift realization of value. Land and populace were both essential to me, Derek audaciously requested, for such an opportunity was rare in ordinary circumstances. The Baroness' concession was the result of multiple converging factors. The family's estates would be granted to you, yet taxes would be expected henceforth. The Ferreira family's 2 estates were merely miniature holdings, collectively housing only a couple of hundred individuals across over 1,000 acres of land. Moreover, estates developed on their own fiefs were exempt from taxation. The distinction between such estates and fiefs lay in their complete privatization, devoid of any other political rights. Some may perceive this arrangement as disadvantageous, questioning why one should cultivate their own land for an outsider. In truth, cultivating land incurs costs. The populace is also a cost. Free citizens cultivating land within the Baron's domain are obliged to pay taxes, which effectively means incurring no costs at all. In fact, subjects are required to render labor, thereby bolstering the local economy. Had the family clung tightly to their land, it is conceivable that today the Ferreira family would possess only 2 estates and a few hundred inhabitants, hardly sufficient to sustain the entire household. Conversely, the estates could be freely traded, akin to ordinary free citizens, with taxes applied accordingly, representing a centralized industry. Within the kingdom's administrative territories, many affluent merchants and nobles held such estates, indirectly expanding the kingdom's land and increasing tax revenue. Population equates to power. The 2 miniature estates were valued at 10,000 gold coins. This price was considerably low, as it excluded the value of the serfs within the estates. This was the Baron's consideration towards Derek. This decision, however, elicited varied reactions from his other brothers. None dared to speculate whether this was merely an excuse by the Baron. Perhaps the issue of inheritance could remain uncertain. The Baron, of course, would not indulge such fantasies among his other sons. Derek, I wish to ascertain what returns you can provide to the family. War horses, weapons, armor, at the most favorable prices and with priority purchasing rights. Furthermore, upon acquiring my own fief, the estate will be returned to the family. Not enough, still insufficient. Then I propose that the elder brother train alongside my soldiers. I assure you that I can cultivate an elite force. It seems you possess great confidence in your training capabilities, yet the soldiers under your command are indeed commendable. The Baron acquiesced, seizing the opportunity to clarify his stance. This was merely a unique transaction. While it could not entirely dispel doubts, it would help maintain morale. Sergei, you must exert yourself. I will endeavor to find connections for you, aiming for your swift promotion. The Baron prepared to utilize resources to assist his second son. For otherwise, lower-ranking officers would merely become cannon fodder in the war. That I can provide some assistance. I believe the Iron Lion Legion would not refuse a supply of inexpensive weapons. Derek interjected. Sheriff, expedite your knight training. And then seek out your third brother. The Baron also plotted for the fourth son. Eldest, prepare yourself for training. Even if you cannot charge into battle, you must stabilize the family's foundation. Go train well with the third brother. Across generations, the Ferreira family was beginning to transition from a purely military aristocracy. Thus the eldest, Marco, increasingly resembled the kingdom's nobility. The Ferreira family rapidly adjusted their strategy, proactively preparing for the impending conflict. This was merely a microcosm. Henceforth, the Baron would amplify his efforts. Troops would be drawn, training intensified, and various contingency plans established. The Ferreira family, lacking access to the kingdom's first-hand intelligence, had no choice but to prepare in advance. Once the new year passed, Derek swiftly took charge of the family estate. His first order of business was conscription. Following this, he initiated extensive renovations to expand the estate. Various facilities were developed, and with consent. He earmarked a section of land for equine husbandry. He even abandoned the profit-maximizing serf-based economic model, openly recruiting free citizens in an attempt to bolster the population. On the other hand, he recalled a portion of his workforce to establish a new base. Stockpiling resources, populace, and equipment became Derek's relentless pursuit, multitasking between managing affairs and training soldiers. Fortunately, the knights he trained proved effective, capable of training soldiers and handling external matters, with the support of Baron Ferreira. The resources at his disposal had significantly increased. 2 months flew by, and Derek suddenly received word from Lloyd that a large slave-catching expedition was en route through the north. The expedition would need to traverse a mountain path. Providing Derek with an opportunity to act, he mobilized nearly all his soldiers, swiftly advancing to the mountain base, where Lloyd had been awaiting his arrival. My friend, please provide an overview of the situation. The slavers have traversed this path 5 times now, each occasion more grandiose than the last. Though unspoken, the brothers who have encountered them claim to have detected an accent from the kingdom of the Holy Cross. While I have collected tolls, this route is undeniably the safest, prompting them to divert here recently. This time, they provided prior notice of their passage to in less than a year. They have made 5 journeys, indicating that their enterprise is flourishing. Is there a possibility of purchasing the captives? No. It is rumored that these are the wares of a significant figure. The slavers appear to be acting on behalf of the buyers, exercising great caution. A significant figure? Connected to the kingdom of the Holy Cross. Perhaps they have forgotten the schism of war. The humiliation of the barbarians remains unavenged, and the fragmented lands are unlikely to be reclaimed. Derek scoffed, recognizing the sordid nature of this trade. While slave trading may be legal, this batch is likely fraught with issues. What good can come from delivering them to the kingdom of the Holy Cross? During the Schism War, the Holy United Kingdom was divided into 3, leading to the fracturing of the southern continental power, resulting in mutual assaults and significant losses in strength. It was during this tumult that the northern barbarians invaded, seizing vast territories, a situation that persists to this day. The kingdom of the Holy Cross borders the northern provinces, yet they share a common enemy in the barbarians. However, since the Schism War, both sides have harbored a desire to eliminate each other. Compared to the conflict with the barbarians, the skirmishes between them have been more frequent. Only in recent years has there been a semblance of tranquility. with some even daring to traffic in humans to the kingdom of the Holy Cross. Clearly, these individuals do not come from reputable origins. Derek, having analyzed the situation, felt no fear of retaliation from the other side. What could a noble from the central or southern regions do to him? Moreover, they might not even be able to locate him. This lucrative opportunity shall be ours. Derek quickly made his decision. Lloyd felt a twinge of regret. Despite their close relationship, everything they had achieved today was due to Derek's support. Yet, to recklessly disrupt the established order and indulge in this bounty would surely tarnish his reputation. Once reputation is lost, business follows suit. If the other party's associates were to hold a grudge, it could lead to significant trouble down the line. Derek, should we not negotiate with them again? Perhaps we could purchase the captives, Lloyd suggested. Derek fixed a penetrating gaze on Lloyd, causing him to squirm slightly and shift his neck. Only then did he respond, I shall not act here. Proceeding along this mountain path leads directly into the territory of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, but I will act here. Derek indicated a point on the map. Clearly within the borders of the kingdom. Why is this mountain path so heavily trafficked? On one hand, it avoids checkpoints, and on the other, this mountain range connects both nations, facilitating easy border crossings. They truly believe that everyone conducts business with absolute integrity. Smuggling, that is where the real profits lie. The influence of the Church in the Kingdom of the Holy Cross is immense, steeped in corruption and conservatism. Many goods from the Kingdom of Locke are in high demand. Those at the upper echelons of the Church are certainly not lacking in funds. Lloyd exhaled, feeling slightly embarrassed, and quickly added, I will bring my men to assist you in no need. I can manage on my own. Derek firmly declined, allowing Lloyd to be informed but not involved. This posed a potential risk. Lloyd assumed Derek harbored other intentions and quickly clarified, it's not that I doubt you. It's simply that you understand how vital reputation is to me. I comprehend. We are friends, and I shall not allow my friend to suffer losses while I benefit, Derek reassured Lloyd, waiting until he departed before making his preparations. My lord, how do you know they will pass this way? Simon inquired, perplexed at their ambush site. They had infiltrated the Kingdom of the Holy Cross for 5 days without encountering any prey. Yet Derek remained confident, patiently awaiting their arrival. In our land, they are akin to rats. Any captured can be dealt with. Yet here, they can operate quite openly. If you were in their position, would you remain hidden in the wilderness? Derek countered, no, I would hasten to enter the city for rest. Simon deduced, quickly grasping the implication. Thus, this route is the most direct. Derek believed that a group of slavers, no matter how cautious, could not maintain their vigilance indefinitely. Once they reached their territory, they would inevitably lower their guard. This presented an opportunity. He was certain he had at least a 90% chance of success that a band of slavers, perhaps brutal and cautious, but certainly lacking in military prowess. This spot was the ideal ambush site. As diligence is rewarded, Derek finally awaited the arrival of his quarry. With all scouts recalled, Derek led his men to conceal themselves behind a small mound. Beyond lay open terrain, devoid of any cover. Indeed, this inconspicuous mound could hardly conceal many individuals. Thus, it would not attract the enemy's attention. He knew his chance was singular, and he would be outnumbered. His sole advantage lay in his strategic acumen. With elite forces confronting a disorganized mob, the slaver contingent was indeed sizable, with numerous slaves bound by crude ropes, trudging along at a sluggish pace. Consequently, the slavers' progress was impeded, yet their numbers were far fewer than Derek had anticipated. According to the scouts' observations, there were approximately 200 to 300 slaves, yet the slaver count did not exceed 50. This revelation was somewhat unexpected, yet understandable, after all, with support from the Kingdom of Locke. The actual burden of armed slaving was minimal, resembling more of a transport mission. Moreover, having traversed the most perilous stretch, they would be even less vigilant upon entering their own territory. Derek prepared for the worst. Yet the quarry proved to be more foolish than anticipated. Each warhorse remained eerily calm, aligning perfectly with the standards of battle steeds. Derek led his horse, counting slowly in his mind. He made his way to the summit of the small hill. Upon cresting the highest point, he caught sight of the long line of slavers winding around the mound. This was the only path worn into the earth, perhaps due to the sheltered location on the mound's reverse. Suitable for encampment, Derek mounted his horse, and the other knights swiftly followed suit. With a tug on the reins, they raised their long wooden spears. Charge! Not a single scout remained. The dead had not perished in vain. The sound of hooves erupted from silence, requiring but a moment. The dull thud echoed like war drums, urgent and incessant. Most did not even have time to react before the 12 riders surged forth. Most were merely yearling cavalry, yet they maneuvered with the expertise of seasoned veterans. This was Derek's inaugural charge. As the lance struck its target, a tremendous resistance coursed through his arm, leaning his entire body backward. He even witnessed the splintering of the lance, the immense force overwhelming the wooden shaft. Fortunately, after countless training sessions, his instincts took over. Every movement was executed with precision. The warhorse, under the guidance of his other hand, nimbly and swiftly leapt over obstacles. With alacrity, he seized the knight's sword from the side hook. Though the heavy blade had lost some sharpness, it gained in heft, just as the warhorse's speed began to wane. Derek swung left and right, cutting down several foes. He heard shouts of anger, attempts to marshal a counterattack. Yet the subsequent cavalry effortlessly shredded any resistance. He felt almost no resistance until the warhorse came to a complete halt. With a squeeze of his legs, he directed the horse in an arc and turned. It was only then that Derek caught a glimpse of his fellow knights. Not a single one was absent, each stained with blood. Behind the mound, the spearmen had circled around, delivering a crushing blow to the slaver contingent. The slaves, bound hand and foot, lay sprawled on the ground. Some attempted to flee, while others collided in chaotic disarray. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the slaver group numbered scarcely half. The outcome was all but assured. Derek felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the heat of the charge, he had forgotten his anxiety. And now, in retrospect, it was undeniably exhilarating that the cavalry made a swift circuit and accelerated once more. They seamlessly infiltrated the flanks of the spear-wielding infantry, even when the slave capture team attempted a rudimentary resistance. It was effortlessly crushed. With heavy casualties, these desperate souls were on the brink of madness. One of the leaders among them attempted to proclaim his name, but Derek swiftly hurled his knightly sword, which struck the adversary's head with the force of a stone, silencing him. As he surveyed the dwindling members of the slave capture team, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. No survivors. The spear-wielders advanced, rigidly adhering to their orders. In mere moments, all were slain. Derek commanded his men to collect the spoils of clothing, which were then set ablaze. The warhorses dragged away the bodies, carelessly discarding them. The battlefield was tidied up, leaving nothing but the stains of blood behind. Withdrawal. Although this location was remote and desolate, the slave capture team had unseen benefactors. If they failed to return for an extended period, inquiries would surely arise. However, the wilderness was rife with beasts, and it was uncertain how many remnants of the corpses would remain at the current level of proficiency. It seemed unlikely that the perpetrators would ever be discovered. Derek and his men released the slaves from their leg bonds, binding only their hands. "We are the army of the kingdom of Locke, here to liberate you. This is the territory of those scoundrels from the kingdom of the Holy Cross. And you would surely dread the fate that awaits anyone captured after attempting to flee. So, follow me back home obediently, and await further arrangements." Perhaps the mention of home resonated with the slaves, for the journey proceeded without a single attempted escape. Derek escorted them to a base deep in the mountains, where he conducted the first round of selection. Those who exhibited the best compliance would be inducted into the army, preparing for the impending war. For those who remained obstinately defiant, Derek was no benevolent saint. They would simply be put to work. After all, the fate of being captured by those scoundrels in the kingdom of the Holy Cross would not be any better. And Derek felt no pang of guilt. The total number was 268, suggesting that some had perished en route. Otherwise, they would have numbered around 300, with over 200 strong and unencumbered individuals. He could form 2 companies of 100 under normal circumstances. Derek would never support such a large contingent of soldiers. It was far too costly. However, with war on the horizon, every investment now promised substantial returns. Thus, Derek resumed his command at the mountain base, initiating a more rigorous training regimen. Thankfully, supplies were plentiful. Otherwise, such an intense training regime could easily incapacitate the recruits. He consciously began to cultivate his knightly attendants, imparting fundamental military knowledge to them, formation drills, commands, tactics, and even how to gauge troop morale and inspire courage in the face of adversity. Derek regularly simulated battles, assigning different roles to both sides and engaging in strategic exercises. One such attendant, Simon, though officially designated as a knightly squire, had already undergone a transformation in his class designation, Simon class. Knight level 9, 85100. Experience pool, 0-100. Some knightly squires, however, were merely those who had not met certain standards. Yet their martial prowess and basic military knowledge were undoubtedly adequate. With a competent cadre of subordinates, Derek was able to multitask, overseeing production and training in several locations simultaneously. He even began to shuttle back and forth, accompanied by a few attendants, frequently changing venues. This, too, served as a form of training for the knightly squires. On one particular day, he once again departed from the mountain base under the scrutinizing eyes of many. This time, he left Simon in charge of maintaining order. Before his departure, Derek quietly instructed him, "Be vigilant. I sense that there are some discontented individuals among this group of slaves. Loosen the reins of supervision a bit and provide them with an opportunity." Simon had indeed noticed a few troublemakers among the slave soldiers, but he had not anticipated that they would dare to take risks. Surely, these fools would not be bold enough to act. They had seen our strength, and their treatment was not unwelcome. They would have opportunities for freedom in the future. Simon was skeptical, believing that the conditions at the base were already quite favorable, catering to all their needs. This was a golden opportunity. Derek understood that growth necessitated mistakes. Remember, always prepare for the worst. If these individuals are dissatisfied with such favorable conditions, does it not further indicate that they may stir up trouble? Moreover, power may cloud the judgment of some. One cannot impose the reasoning of the sane upon all. Anticipate defeat before victory, and prepare accordingly. With that, Derek took his leave, leaving Simon deep in thought. Simon took Derek's warning to heart, though he found it difficult to fully accept. Nevertheless, he covertly prepared for contingencies, and soon enough, he noticed a diminishment in the base's defensive measures, suggesting that some had entertained rebellious notions that we must return home. These individuals are no different from the slave capture team. They view us as mere chattel. Whispers of rebellion began to circulate among the slaves, as some sought to rally support. After some time spent together, discontent brewed among them. They were all aware of one another's wavering loyalties. Targeted persuasion led many to waver. Their numbers were formidable. Had they forgotten the fate that befell the slave capture team? Humph, but they had trained a few days longer than us. I am not inferior now. After a period of training, their progress could not match that of the newly inducted soldiers with class enhancements. Yet their confidence swelled immensely. In reality, the widening chasm between their capabilities and those of others fueled certain individuals' ulterior motives. For they perceived those lagging behind as destined to be discarded. Would they merely wait to become cannon fodder? After 2 days of clandestine plotting, they finally set a date. Once the uprising commenced, would the others remain uninvolved? If one rebelled, all would be suspected. They believed that many would awaken to join the insurrection for what would follow the rebellion. Why overthink it? At worst, they would flee back home. Soon enough, Simon received word that these individuals had gravely underestimated the sentiments of the masses. The treatment under Derek was not insubstantial, and their martial prowess was formidable. Not everyone wished to share the same demise. Exploiting these fools as an opportunity for advancement was far simpler than inciting a rebellion. Upon hearing the informant's news, Simon was left utterly dumbfounded. Once again, the Lord had been correct. Following this incident, he resolutely internalized that lesson. He then resolved to take decisive action, his temper flaring with determination. Had it not been for the Lord's admonition, he might have suffered a significant setback. He reassured the informant, promising a position as a squad leader. Those who actively aligned themselves would surely be rewarded. While the lower ranks may have disdained the informant, the higher-ups were not so easily swayed. The stroke of midnight, a group of conspiratorial slave soldiers stealthily slipped from their quarters, intent on seizing weapons and inciting a rebellion. However, mere moments after their exit, torches flared to life one after another. They soon found themselves encircled by a battalion of fully armed soldiers. "Kill them," Simon commanded coldly, granting them no chance for reprieve. He even roused everyone, informing them of the fate that awaited traitors. Back at the manor, Derek noticed changes on the interface, as several new names appeared. It seemed that events had transpired. Then, he simply forgot about the matter. It was but a trifling issue. The 2 estates bequeathed by the family saw one transformed into a large military camp, while the other became a blacksmith's forge. In addition to the original inhabitants, some craftsmen and the families of officers were also settled here. For instance, young Truo's father became part of the estate as well. Allowing for a sense of security, the panel was not infallible. Should an unexpected event occur and hearts change, individuals could vanish from the panel at any moment. Even if he could respond promptly, it would still result in a loss. However, at present, the likelihood of such upheaval had diminished by half. Meanwhile, the panel revealed its third page. The first page pertained to personal matters, the second to the military, and the third concerned the estate, or rather, civil administration. The effects were the same, merely a different method of classification. Derek conducted a thorough examination and discovered that farmers were also included, signifying a more robust foundation. With the same land, my family's yield could increase by 30 to 50%, accumulating to a substantial sum. His current priorities were the military and armaments. Conveniently, the entire northern province was gearing up for war. Thus, the restrictions in this regard had relaxed considerably. Otherwise, the Ferreira family's large-scale military drills would have already attracted attention that it was possible that the royal legions might come to inspect. After all, while nobles possessed the right to raise armies, the kingdom was not to be trifled with. Forming an army within reasonable limits was acceptable, but suddenly engaging in belligerence raised questions. Derek even seized the opportunity to train a large number of blacksmiths, requiring only levels 4 or 5 to forge simple weapons, providing assistance to the master craftsman. My lord, this is our latest adjusted knightly equipment, young Truo exclaimed, blushing with excitement as he introduced it to Derek. This was a standard set of knightly armor, even more exquisite than that presented to Baron Ferreira. With the improvement in the blacksmith's skills and their increased numbers, the result was high-quality craftsmanship. Although it was not the heavy armor of legends, from the warhorse to the knight, nearly everything was enveloped in steel. The joints were also reinforced with cowhide, balancing defense and agility. Simultaneously, the warhorses donned chainmail, making them resistant to ordinary swords and blades. The entire set of knightly equipment cost over 20 gold coins, requiring a master craftsman and 7 to 8 blacksmiths to collaborate, producing a set in about half a month. Currently, they could only muster 2 groups, resulting in a rather low output. "Let me don it and see," Derek said. With the assistance of his attendants, he donned the armor piece by piece. With his current physique, he felt a slight pressure as he walked. The chainmail clinked softly, not intrusive at all. After testing his movements, he drew the knight's sword and swung it a few times. He found it fairly agile, though certain martial techniques would undoubtedly be limited. However, the enhanced defense allowed one to disregard danger, ultimately providing greater deterrence. With the physique of an elite knight, he could wear this armor all day. Apart from blunt trauma from heavy weapons, it was difficult for ordinary light arms to inflict effective damage. After his assessment, Derek found it to be an exceptional value, compared to the more costly heavy armor. The cost of a single piece could exceed 20 gold coins, while a complete set might surpass 40 gold coins. Since it was not immediately needed, few could afford to engage in combat. Derek removed the armor, greatly satisfied with young Truo's recent work. He intended to design a set of heavy infantry equipment, the weight to be based on this model. Although termed heavy infantry, it essentially consisted of leather armor combined with iron. Yet for this era, it was already unprecedentedly superior. Derek planned to create an elite spearhead that could play a significant role on the battlefield. He assigned young Truo and others a series of new tasks, stockpiling weapons while also acquiring resources through trade with the outside world. He then inspected the warhorses, gathered through various means. The majority were inferior quality steeds, with ordinary riding horses being scarce. While it might be challenging to find warhorses, inferior quality steeds were plentiful. The northern lands had a certain capacity for warhorse production, with many discarded horses remaining in civilian hands. This area was overseen by fiercely loyal confidants. Should the secret be discovered, it would lead to considerable trouble. Derek even checked the panel daily to ensure no mistakes occurred, due to careful planning. He opted for northern horses, known for their stamina, load-bearing capacity, and decent speed. They had garnered some reputation. Even inferior quality northern horses maintained these characteristics upon improvement. Currently, he was raising over 100 horses, with 10 or so being ready for sale each month as quality warhorses. Some would be retained to cultivate even finer specimens. This number had reached the limit of manageable personnel. Any increase would not only risk oversight, but also exposure that a single decent horse would require 3 silver coins for monthly feed, summing to at least 2 gold coins annually. In contrast, Inferior steeds cost at most 3 to 5 gold coins, yielding minimal profit and carrying risk that, of course, by skimping on feed and substituting more hay, costs could be reduced to 1/3. This still provided some profit for the northern folk. However, for Derek, the cost was secondary. He could afford a larger quantity, but ensuring safety was paramount. Thus, he had to depart with regret. This heightened his urgent need for a completely autonomous territory, ideally in an area where the kingdom's power was most feeble. The barbarian lands perfectly fulfilled all his requirements. Derek steeled himself, preparing to strike hard at the barbarians. Finally, he visited another estate, which had entirely transformed into a training ground. Baron Ferreira had kept his word, deploying half of the family's army here, with most of the cavalry and supported knights present. Under the leadership of his elder brother Marco, the knights and attendants trained vigorously, drenched in sweat. Furthermore, in addition to the long-standing regular troops, a fresh batch of militia was added each week. The most capable were integrated into the army, while the less skilled were sent back to till the fields. After a few months, the Baron had assembled an army exceeding 300 men. Even without Derek's assistance, they could train a reasonably capable fighting force. Such armies were being trained by nobles throughout the northern lands, with even children of middle-class families and merchants participating. News of war seemed to have spread rapidly, with every northerner preparing for the inevitable. Derek observed for a while and flipped through the panel. The family's army predominantly appeared on the panel, clearly under Derek's command. Several knights had reached levels 5 or 6, which was commendable. The long-trained soldiers of the family also matched that level, while new recruits had progressed to levels 3 or 4. This was the result of Derek allowing some leeway. Otherwise, their advancement would have been even swifter. Thus, Derek uncovered a small secret of the panel. Accumulated experience points would diminish upon leveling up. He had once contemplated a scheme to exploit this, such as amassing 100 experience points and using them once at a higher level. Now, that hope had been dashed. His elder brother Marco was also training diligently, and Derek noted that his performance was better than expected. After fully enhancing his brother's abilities, Derek waited until the training concluded before approaching. "Derek, how long have you been here?" Marco asked, taking a handkerchief from an attendant to wipe the sweat from his brow. In this setting, he paid no heed to noble etiquette, opting instead for straightforwardness. "I just arrived a little while ago." "Brother, you appear to have made significant progress. I am certain Father would be quite astonished to see it. Your training is impressive. Honestly, where did you find these subordinates?" "They seem to possess skills surpassing those of the family knights, of course. These are all formidable individuals on the verge of reaching elite status. They are incomparable to knights maintained by a rural noble. Their prowess is entirely due to their rigorous training. Observe my attendants. Their training volume exceeds yours. Brother, if you persist for a few more years, you will be equally competent." Derek deftly diverted the conversation. And Marco found his reasoning quite sound. From his observations, the soldiers under the command of the third brother indeed underwent rigorous training. The two briefly bypassed this topic. Suddenly, Marco dropped a bombshell. He had heard that the king had issued a mobilization order. And after the spring plowing, forces were already being assembled in the south and central regions, preparing to march northward. The formation of armies post-spring plowing would not hinder agricultural progress, for the significance of food to a nation is paramount. By the time they dawdled in assembling their legions and reached the northern territories 2 or 3 months later, the autumn harvest would be imminent. This would provide ample opportunity for the kingdom's army to launch an offensive and stabilize the situation before the onset of snowfall. As the barbarians would be unlikely to retaliate in winter, it was evident that the high-ranking nobles were quite astute, not yet having descended to the depths of desperation. Even Derek had never contemplated failure. From a certain perspective, beginning with the Holy United Kingdom and leading up to the current division into 3 nations, there had always been a disdain for the barbarians. The prevailing belief among the nobility was that the barbarians had only succeeded in their thievery amidst the kingdom's fragmentation. Now that the situation among the 3 nations was stabilizing and a new equilibrium had been established, it was clear that annihilating one another would not be an easy feat. Consequently, the majority of attention turned towards the barbarians, who had seized considerable territory and population from the Old Kingdom. Land, for the nobility, was a formidable foundation. The information divulged by elder brother Marco must have already reached many nobles. The mobilization in the south and central regions signified that the northern provinces would soon follow suit. After all, they were the kingdom's territories closest to the barbarians, and this battle would undoubtedly carry significant weight. Nobles who had lost their family lands now had the opportunity for vengeance. Derek could already envision the grand spectacle that was about to unfold. Training. Intensify the training. With an invigorated spirit, Derek was beyond concerned about attracting attention at this moment. Moreover, the prevailing circumstances allowed for a bit of audacity. Without inciting suspicion, it was evident that the prices of weapons and equipment in the market had surged dramatically. News regarding the impending northern expedition against the barbarians was gradually spreading. Even the sons of titled nobles, merchant families, and some city dwellers began preparations. Although Derek had long started stockpiling supplies, he soon encountered difficulties. The consumption of iron ore was excessively high. Young Tulu approached Derek, voicing his grievances. With the expansion of the blacksmithing team, the quantity consumed was more than tenfold compared to before. The refined steel was being depleted even more rapidly. A complete set of knightly armor weighing several dozen pounds might require nearly 1,000 pounds of ore. The meager reserves Derek had, combined with the Ferreira family stockpile, were utterly insufficient, even if they could trade for some weapons. The quantity of ore available in the market remained exceedingly scarce that it was virtually unattainable. Even with gold coins in hand, one found themselves unable to spend. The Ferreira family was not adept in smelting, nor did they possess any mines. Even among relatives, there was little engagement in such businesses. Some connections were made, but alas, they too could not procure sufficient raw materials. This issue stemmed from the very source. Families controlling the ore supply had consciously tightened their offerings. Anticipating exorbitant profits, if it comes to worst, I shall lead a group to seize what we need. Simon's eyes glinted with menace. Having risen from the depths, although he had learned some etiquette in critical moments, he would not recall such superficialities. To be frank, Derek felt a flicker of temptation, but he quickly dismissed this alluring notion. In the present day, with the northern territories brimming with soldiers and the kingdom's rule stronger than ever, who would dare to stir up trouble? Hadn't they noticed how much more subdued Lloyd had become? The bandits across various regions had practically vanished, fearing they would become targets for military exercises. Compiling a list of all families capable of supplying, or I will visit them one by one, hoping to secure a portion. Derek promptly activated his network, seeking connections that could be cultivated. The circle in the northern provinces was quite small. Finding a few more people would surely lead to some relationships, not seeking any significant impact, but merely to establish contact. Derek's business was not without merit. He quickly found some intermediaries. Then he began his visits. The families that possessed the mines were exceedingly courteous, though they could release very little of their stock. One family might offer a cart per month, while another might grant 3 to 5 carts at once, amounting to polite refusals. After a round of visits, no issues had been resolved. What seemed ample was still insufficient for consumption. Moreover, the leverage he held, weaponry, was something the families did not lack, and those who controlled the mines certainly did not require blacksmiths. As for war horses, Derek had far too few to exchange for resources. If this continued, all stock would be depleted within a month. Derek began to feel anxious, and just as he was on the brink of resorting to desperate measures, good news finally emerged. While the families controlling the mines were not many, they were still numerous. Though the major mine owners would not part with their resources, some smaller mine owners were willing to sell. With iron ore prices soaring, it was certain that someone would be inclined to supply. This was an idea proposed by Baron Ferreira, who, having seen much in his lifetime, knew of alternative avenues beyond the titled nobles. Even some merchants with court titles possessed some mines. Derek then began to visit them one by one. While some smaller mines might be depleted after a year or two of extraction, and their quality varied, Derek was not picky. Even a monthly yield of 1 or 2 carts was acceptable to him. He even discovered a new mine. The Garcia family, a baronial family, differed from the Ferreira family in that the current Baron Garcia served the kingdom and held a viscount title. Although this viscount could not inherit, it nonetheless signified the family's standing. The Garcia family was among the emerging families. Their previous strength was likely comparable to that of the Ferreira family. However, recently, a significant ore vein had been discovered on their territory, leading to the commencement of ore production. Having already held power and influence, the Garcia family suddenly became a hot commodity. Yet precisely because the mine had just been discovered, the Garcia family's foundation was insufficient, and they lacked a significant number of blacksmiths. They had cobbled together a few mediocre blacksmiths who could not yield substantial profits to a skilled trade, and one that was even somewhat consciously restricted. It took at least 2 generations of effort to achieve any meaningful results. Thus, Derek's visit held the promise of acquiring a new source of ore. However, once he delivered the visit request, he received no further communication. After waiting 3 days, Derek was finally invited by a servant a rising family. The Garcia family's residence was merely a manor, lacking even its own castle. Although the manor was well fortified, complete with a high wooden wall, it still exuded an air of modesty. Adrian was quite displeased. How dare such a family slight his own? Derek calmed the surrounding individual's emotions. Now in need of assistance, he had to suppress his irritation. However, upon meeting the person in charge, Derek felt a surge of anger. Harvey Garcia. Upon hearing the introduction, it was evident he was not the one in charge of the Garcia family. The Viscount was absent. Such business should have been conducted with an heir, not a younger son. Moreover, the other's demeanor was haughty, his nose nearly elevated to the heavens. The Ferreira family? I apologize, but I have never heard of them. Harvey Garcia's expression was condescending, tinged with a lilt that was distinctly not of the Northern Territories. I just returned from the capital and am not yet well acquainted with the countryside, I regret to say. I am not familiar with the Ferreira family. I heard you came to purchase iron, or, suppressing his discomfort, Derek forced a smile. Indeed, I have heard that your family recently discovered a mine, and I hope to procure a portion of the output. Such matters should be discussed with Baron Ferreira, and I fear we do not have much to spare for you. Harvey spoke nonchalantly, even shrugging his shoulders with a misguided sense of humor. You know, iron ore is in short supply these days, and we need to stockpile some. When some friends come by, we must be able to offer them assistance. By the way, does your family acquire iron ore for personal use? Surely, you must have some surplus if you're willing to lend it to my friends. Who knows, they might reward you for their achievements, perhaps with a knight's fief? I trust you understand my meaning, Sir Derek. Derek, well aware of his own interests, recognized that he had laid eyes on their iron mine while they had their sights set on his manpower. Perhaps they were even preparing to take the entire Ferreira family as their vassals. Swearing fealty to some foreign noble, Derek nearly laughed in anger. He had no intention of aligning himself with Count Perez, let alone the Garcia family. Forgive me, Master Harvey, but it seems you have been away from the north for too long, and have forgotten its valor. Your friends, when they arrive, will likely be reduced to scavenging for scraps. They lack the stature to flaunt themselves before me. Remember, it is I who holds the power here. Derek's demeanor shifted abruptly. He dismissed the notion of the Garcia family with contempt, and if provoked, he would not hesitate to overturn the very table they sat at. A barren family that could barely maintain their position would soon learn the harsh lessons of reality. Harvey could hardly fathom Derek's abrupt change in demeanor. In his eyes, a provincial noble should be eager to ingratiate himself with someone of his standing. After all, the noble offspring of the royal capital wielded considerable political influence within the kingdom, often obtaining positions and even fiefs with relative ease, a path many aspired to. How dare he dismiss him? As Derek prepared to leave, Harvey, incensed and humiliated, shouted, "Ode, teach this uncouth peasant a lesson." The Garcia family had managed to infiltrate the kingdom's political circles for a reason. They had some measure of power. The second son, accustomed to the royal capital, had even gathered a retinue of followers. Upon hearing Harvey's command, several warriors moved to obstruct Derek's path. However, Adrian, who had been quietly following Derek, suddenly sprang into action, lowering his shoulder and forcefully dispatching the blocking warriors. These seemingly strong fighters stumbled as if confronted by a charging bear. Derek did not look back. He strode forward through the newly created passage. As he passed the fallen warriors, he paused, reaching for one warrior's sword at his waist. The quality was decent. Derek examined it briefly before swiftly thrusting it backward. The blade glinted as it flew past Harvey, embedding itself a full inch into the wall. Only then did Derek continue on his way, leaving behind a group of bewildered warriors. It took Harvey a moment to regain his composure, his body drenched in cold sweat. Had the sword been aimed just a fraction off, it would have been lodged in him instead of the wall. Ode, are you all worthless? I paid you handsomely to protect me, and this is how you perform? Harvey seethed with anger, unable to accept being humiliated by a provincial noble. More importantly, he was disheartened by the ineffectiveness of his so-called subordinates. Ode could only sigh. recognizing the overwhelming strength of the northern nobleman, coupled with his incredible speed, which had left him no time to react. Thus, he bore the brunt of the reprimand. Attempting to retrieve the embedded sword, it took considerable effort before he finally succeeded. Gazing at the deep hole left behind, Ode fell into contemplation. Could northern nobles truly be this formidable? If so, what was the point of continuing this endeavor? Perhaps it was best to retreat. After all, one side would either witness the northern nobility thrashing the barbarians or the so-called fiercer barbarians besting them instead. Yet, reflecting on his master Harvey, who seemed rather weak, Ode wondered if this was merely an exception. Derek remained unaware that his actions had led a warrior to question his very existence. Outside of the Garcia family, he swiftly mounted his warhorse and made his escape, having offended a local power. It would be foolish to rely on their mercy. Fists alone could not contend with numbers. Derek prided himself on his bravery, yet he found himself in a precarious situation. This encounter opened his eyes to the insidious nature of human behavior. The nobles he had previously visited, whether out of respect for their introducer, the Ferreira family's reputation, or shared noble heritage from the north, had all maintained a facade of civility. However, once those illusions faded, their true natures emerged. The Garcia family would not be the first to reveal such arrogance. Derek's understanding of this era deepened with each passing moment. Adrian, equally indignant, felt frustrated despite his knowledge, having never encountered such disdain. He found it difficult to bear. Derek, shall we press on? Indeed, we shall. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Brother Adrian, the hardships we endure now will serve as tales of our future triumphs. Trust me, once we achieve success, the Garcia family will come to atone for their behavior. Derek's words were like a soothing balm, revitalizing Adrian's spirit. Derek was more clear-eyed than most. Such a concept held little value. The road ahead remained fraught with challenges. Derek had witnessed various facets of human nature. War had indeed allowed some to profit immensely, while even merchants dared to look down upon him, a noble scion. He dismissed their scorn, yet in his heart, he recorded the names of each individual that he vowed to ensure that they would all face consequences in due time. Upon his return to the estate, the iron ore shortage was effectively resolved. Next came relentless training. He would not permit himself to be disrespected in such a manner again. Meanwhile, as the northern provinces buzzed with activity, a band of marauding barbarians from the even more frigid wastelands officially breached the buffer zone. Towering above the northern inhabitants, these barbarians bore rugged features, their skin a deeper shade of brown, and their eyes a haunting pale green. Contrary to expectations, while their weapons appeared rudimentary, every warrior wielded at least one. And some even donned armor and rode formidable steeds, exuding an aura of ferocity. Foolish Lockmen, do you truly believe we remain as we were 30 years ago? The barbarian leader urged his mount forward, casting a cold gaze towards the approaching north, a sneer playing upon his lips. Arrogance and prejudice lingered over humanity like a dark cloud. Derek had encountered the haughty Harvey Garcia, a reflection of the royal capital's disdain for rural nobility. Yet, he too had fallen prey to the same arrogance and prejudice. Everyone believed the barbarians to be backward, ignorant, and foolish, attributing their defeat in the division war 30 years prior to mere folly. The subsequent civil war had further distracted the three factions, preventing them from addressing this issue. Perhaps the barbarians of 30 years ago fit that stereotype, aligning with the noble perceptions of the Kingdom of Locke. However, what was lost back then included not only land, but also a significant portion of the population. In the span of 30 years, how could the barbarians have failed to progress? A full generation had passed, during which the barbarians established a rudimentary semi-feudal system, acquired certain technologies and military knowledge, and even garnered the allegiance of some descendants of the Locke Kingdom. The remoteness of the north, combined with the buffer zone and persistent biases, had led many to overlook the barbarians' evolution. In fact, they had willingly ceded portions of their land, which ultimately became an excellent barrier. Though some nobles had engaged in trade with the barbarians, they still held a deep-seated belief in their ignorance. Even Derek harbored such notions. How many northern nobles were truly enlightened? Thus, when the barbarian horde made its sudden appearance, the unsuspecting northern nobles were caught utterly off guard. It was not only the Kingdom of Locke that faced this predicament. The neighboring Kingdom of St. Cross also found itself grappling with the presence of these marauders. 30 years prior, they could have attributed their survival to sheer luck. Yet now, 3 decades later, the barbarians boldly proclaimed their formal arrival on the southern continent's stage. The northern provincial nobles, along with the kingdom's officials, were entirely unprepared, and within a mere few days, the barbarians swiftly overran 4 or 5 cities, even beheading an earl in the process. The multitude of nobles and royal soldiers suffered devastating losses. As the harrowing scenes of 30 years ago seemed to replay before their eyes, by the time Derek received this news, it had already been 10 days since the barbarian invasion. After overcoming numerous obstacles, the word finally spread. The northern nobles began to grasp the gravity of the situation. This was no mere rumor. Many were caught unawares, as war had arrived with alarming swiftness, according to the kingdom's plans. There was still half a year of training time to muster a contingent of troops. However, only 2 months had passed, and many farmers had taken up arms for less than a month. What combat effectiveness could be expected from them? Most critically, the scattered farmers would be incapable of mounting any real defense. To make matters worse, the vast stores of supplies had fallen into the barbarians' hands. The Ferreira family convened an urgent meeting to discuss this monumental upheaval. The vanguard of the barbarians had already reached Iron Wall City, and should anything happen there, the entire northern province would fall, with Watchtower City being the next target. Baron Ferreira, having participated in previous wars, possessed a degree of military insight. On the map, the northern province was delineated by 2 prominent boundaries. To the north of Iron Wall City lay the direct threat from the barbarians and the kingdom of St. Cross, while to the south of Watchtower City was the heartland. The Ferreira family resided on the side of Watchtower City, which was not particularly northern. However, Count Pereira's territory was situated right in between. If the intelligence was accurate, small contingents of barbarians had undoubtedly crossed into the territory beyond Iron Wall City, and it was possible that Count Pereira's lands had already been attacked. Yet, optimism was unwarranted. Should issues arise at the front lines, the Ferreira family would be the first to suffer, unable to escape the consequences. Thus, the head of the Ferreira family was exceedingly agitated, tracing the map repeatedly. I estimate that the governor's orders are imminent. By royal convention, a temporary legion would likely be assembled nearby to bolster the front lines. Iron Wall City must not falter. Otherwise, the entire north would be lost. Baron Ferreira possessed a clear understanding that merely defending his own small plot of land was futile. Only by safeguarding Iron Wall City could they hope to catch their breath, after initially being struck with shock. Derek had adjusted his mindset during the journey and posed a crucial question. What is the situation at Iron Wall City? Can it hold? The answer was uncertain. The current governor, hailing from the court nobility, lacked military achievements. The Iron Lion Legion stationed at Iron Wall City had a mere 3,000 in its ranks, and although it was in the process of expansion, it was difficult to ascertain how many were truly available. With the city guard and noble private armies, if they did not act recklessly, they should be able to hold the fort. Baron Ferreira felt a throbbing headache. Due to certain biases, he was not optimistic about the current governor. Indeed, a governor of courtly lineage would inevitably face disdain from the northern military nobility. Derek had not anticipated the situation would escalate so drastically. However, he also perceived an opportunity within the turmoil. Regardless of whether Iron Wall City could withstand the onslaught, they needed to prepare for 2 contingencies. Some individuals must immediately retreat to the mountains. The family, with your father personally overseeing, would have a castle here, providing a buffer in case of unforeseen events. My elder brother and I will prepare for battle. We cannot stand idly by. Derek understood the principle that the loss of one would lead to the loss of the other. Should the established military forces of the northern province be annihilated, the noble families, fighting individually, would surely meet their doom. Thus, regardless of Iron Wall City's fate, a battle must be fought. Derek's reasoning resonated with his father, and his elder brother Marco concurred. The second son is still serving at Iron Wall City. We cannot disregard him. The fourth brother should leave first. This is the safest course of action. From a rational standpoint, even in the worst-case scenario, the Ferreira family would not face extinction. Moreover, considerations of the northern nobility's honor and reality would not allow them to retreat. The fates of those dispossessed nobles from 30 years ago were etched in the memory of the northern folk. Countless had severed their lineages and lost their ancestors' glory. Baron Ferreira recognized that Derek's arrangements were sound, that it was time for decisive action. My lord, we have received the governor's orders. The captain of knights burst in, bearing the kingdom's decree. Show it to me. Baron Ferreira took the order, It was a general announcement by decree of the governor of the northern province. A temporary legion is to be formed. Count Pereira is appointed as the commander of the 2nd Temporary Legion, with a 3-day deadline to assemble and a 10-day deadline to deploy for the rescue of Iron Wall City. All achievements in this battle will be duly recorded, with titles and lands granted post-war. The rewards will be generous. Clearly, this governor had not abandoned the idea of resistance and possessed a lucid mind as the highest official in the northern province. He had the authority to issue such commands on behalf of the king. After the war, the king would undoubtedly fulfill the promised rewards. Failure to do so would result in a collapse of the kingdom's credibility. Baron Ferreira finally resolved to act decisively. Following Derek's counsel, he would leave a portion of soldiers behind, while Marco would lead the others away. With arrangements in place, the family's strength would be entrusted to Marco. Derek would function as an independent entity. I will expedite the enlistment of soldiers and hasten their training. I can also shoulder some responsibilities if necessary. Derek, please look after your brother. The last remark was merely a father's concern. I will. Derek promised, assuring that he would not stand idly by, to the best of his ability. Everyone, prepare to depart. Adrian, take my orders and instruct Simon to set out. Ensure provisions, weapons, and warhorses are ready for battle. Derek issued commands one after another. According to the governor's decree, Count Pereira had only 10 days to organize his troops. From Count Pereira's domain to here, even at full gallop, it would take a day. Time was of the essence for Derek. Fortunately, compared to others, his men were better trained. A significant number of soldiers were at levels 7 or 8, with new recruits generally above level 5, some elite knights. Their squires and elite infantry were among them. The earliest soldiers had nearly all advanced to elite status. Compared to other factions, his troops emphasized discipline, making it difficult to discern vast disparities in strength. Most importantly, if you had the audacity to question why they were so formidable, you might find yourself facing dire consequences. Derek, bearing immense pressure, finally saw the fruits of maintaining and even expanding his forces. The Ferreira family had dispatched merely 5 knights and 300 soldiers, alongside a hastily assembled group of farmers. Derek, on the other hand, had independently mustered 20 cavalry and 200 infantry. The remaining 100 or so were stationed in various locations, both training new recruits and safeguarding their foundation. He set forth from the Ferreira estate, meeting with Simon and his contingent of slave soldiers outside Count Pereira's territory. Once everyone was gathered, they marched under Derek's triangular banner into Count Pereira's domain. In just a few days, Count Pereira had returned to his fief and raised the banner of the 2nd Legion of the Northern Province. Upon Derek's arrival at the military camp, it had already assembled tens of thousands of soldiers. The knight responsible for receiving the summoned nobles, upon seeing the knightly insignia adorning Derek's chest, greeted him with a smile. "This knight, please state your family name and the number of soldiers you bring. I will make a record and await the Count's unified arrangements." Derek had intentionally displayed the insignia of the Pereira Knights prominently, signifying his identity to a certain extent. Most of the troops under Count Pereira's command had backgrounds in knightly orders, implying a sense of camaraderie among them. Within the army, those hailing from the same faction would clearly receive preferential treatment, particularly in comparison to outsiders. Derek, a knight of noble lineage, commanded a total of 200 elite infantry, alongside a retired knight from the Perez family, 1 knight from the Derek household, 20 squire knights, and 50 supply militia. Derek revealed the details, fully aware of the regulations governing such temporary legions, and dared not conceal any information. The knight responsible for registration conducted a review of the troops. Aside from the militia, all were well equipped, and a contingent of heavily armored infantry was also observed. Furthermore, each knight, including Derek, exhibited a robust physique and a fierce demeanor, their armaments impressively comprehensive, presenting an aura of elite prowess. This meticulous preparation was Derek's subtle strategy, as he had donned his full gear in advance. "Knight, it appears you are well acquainted with the protocols here. However, if I may be so bold, I must admit I have never heard of the Derek family name." Derek replied, "I hail from the Ferreira family, which has recently established an independent branch that I retired from our knightly order a year and a half ago." Upon noticing the insignia emblazoned on the knight's chest, Derek promptly adjusted his address. Indeed, this was a knight hailing from the Perez order. The registering knight smiled, showing no aversion to this camaraderie. He had heard of the Ferreira family, but was astonished by their strength. Even a scion of a branch could muster such a formidable contingent. Thus, he meticulously recorded everything, adding a note: elite troops, well-equipped and well-trained. This was to be presented to Count Pires for his perusal, and such a note would bear responsibility. There was no need for such caution. The other party had no reason to take risks. The registering knight opened the ledger, allowing Derek a glimpse. "I am Caesar Erpin. We shall undoubtedly have further dealings in the future, and I will arrange for you a superior campsite." Derek, recognizing this gesture of goodwill, took it to heart. "I shall remember this. Senior CSA, my family operates a business in warhorses, weaponry, and armor. Should you have need, do not hesitate to seek me out." Derek's offer was not a mere act of kindness. For the registering knight held a humble, yet significant position, serving as the first eyes and ears of Count Pires in managing the legion. Such roles could not be filled by mere acquaintances. Currently existing under the auspices of Count Pires, it was imperative to cultivate favorable relations. Caesar was taken aback by Derek's proposal. Such enterprises were not for the faint-hearted, indicating that Derek had been away from the fief for far too long and was thus unfamiliar with the local nobility. "I shall remember this. I am certain I will require your assistance, Knight Derek." Consequently, Caesar took extra care and arranged for Derek a more advantageous campsite. After Derek had explored the area, he found his elder brother Marco, whose campsite was notably inferior to his own. It was evident that Derek had received preferential treatment. Marco, witnessing Derek's superior accommodations, could not help but express envy. Indeed, the benefits of being from the Pires knightly order are clear. "This place is distinctly different from ours." Derek smiled silently, withholding the intricacies behind his fortune. However, one could easily imagine the conditions of a temporary encampment housing thousands of troops in the ensuing days. The number of troops continued to swell, and as the time approached, Count Pires finally announced a simple parade for the following day, with mobilization set for the third day. That evening, the Count meticulously reviewed the registration ledger. Why is this a closely guarded secret known only to the martial nobility? The ledger, seemingly mundane, serves as the primary channel through which the Legion commander acquires intelligence. Which families boast elite troops? Which knights possess formidable capabilities? All of this is reflected within those pages. With a legion of over 10,000, it is impractical for the commander to scrutinize each individual. Thus, reliance on limited information is essential for appointing officers. This presents a critical opportunity. Without guidance, one may miss even that. After a brief examination, Count Pires suddenly called out, "Caesar, come here. What's this about Derek?" The northern noble, Count Pires, could not possibly know every noble of the region. Yet he was certainly aware of those with notable prowess. To muster such a substantial elite force at once was beyond the capability of all but a select few families. Moreover, the special notation in the ledger indicated that Derek's contingent was indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, the Count could not recall the Derek name. While subordinates might be motivated by friendship or monetary gain, the Count found this to be quite outlandish. He understood Caesar well enough. He would not fabricate such claims. Yet clarification was necessary. Upon seeing Derek's name, Caesar recognized it distinctly and smiled as he replied, "My Lord Count, you shall have the opportunity to see for yourself tomorrow. I have accurately described everything. Perhaps even understated it. Knight Derek's retinue is truly exceptional and hails from our Pires knightly order, originating from the Ferreira family." Caesar provided a brief introduction, and Count Pires formed an impression. However, knowing Caesar's credibility ensured the truth of his words. "Arrange for this young man to be positioned more prominently tomorrow. I wish to see for myself." The Count consented, then added with a smile, "If true, this young fellow harbors considerable ambition." The following day, the Northern Province's 2nd Legion held its parade. Many merchants and lesser nobility were blissfully unaware of the underlying competition, eagerly awaiting the Count's appearance. Although the 2nd Legion was a temporary formation, the current circumstances suggested it would not be disbanded anytime soon. Securing an officer's position here could provide stability for a considerable duration, with the potential for permanent appointment if fortune smiled. For lower-tier nobles and merchant sons lacking connections, this was a pathway to advancement. However, a select few martial noble scions were acutely aware that the competition had commenced the moment they entered the military camp. Families like the Ferreira barony represented one of the few military aristocratic powers. constituting perhaps 7 or 8 families that held sway over 1/5 to 1/3 of the legion's influence. The remainder comprised various lesser nobles and some middle-class scions. Ordinary knightly nobles and common barons often struggled to grasp the nuances of the situation. As Derek was positioned near the front, he recognized that his strategic planning had borne fruit. At the center stood Count Perez's private army. To the left were military aristocrats like the Ferreira family. On the right was Derek, followed by 1 or 2 other military nobles. The rest were relegated to the rear. Derek understood he could not bask in the glory of the Ferreira family. That honor belonged to his elder brother Marco. Nonetheless, he felt assured that his own strategies would not pale in comparison to those of his brother. Indeed, Count Perez delivered an inspiring speech, announcing promises of promotions following victory. Before commencing the review of the troops, it was a straightforward affair. A cursory glance would suffice to form a general impression of the troops' quality. The military aristocracy of the northern regions typically boasted formidable equipment. Families like the Ferreira, although maintaining only 100 or 200 men at any given time, had a substantial number of trained militia, and their training standards were commendable. This could easily coalesce into a competent military force. If pressed, they could muster over 1,000 men. The troops brought by Marco had undergone 2 months of intensive training, appearing distinctly superior to their peers. Count Perez took note of this silently. As he passed by his private army, he slowed his pace. Although he was well acquainted with their capabilities, he needed to project an image of authority. This was the foundation of his control over the legion. Then came Derek. The contrast was stark. Derek's troops appeared even more elite. Their equipment of the highest caliber. To muster such a formidable force was no trivial feat. In stark contrast, the merchants' sons and even some lesser nobles' private troops struggled to maintain proper formation. Count Perez found the ledger's records credible and even suspected they might have understated Derek's capabilities. He turned to his companions, inquiring, "Is Derek one of my knights?" His subconscious questioned how such an exceptional individual had eluded him. Someone promptly provided a brief overview of Derek's background. These bureaucrats had already done their homework upon noticing Derek's position. What a pity, Count Perez lamented, contemplating the possibility of extending another invitation should the opportunity arise. Yet for now, as one of his soldiers, the stronger Derek proved to be, the better. Furthermore, Derek's affiliation with the Perez knightly order held sentimental value. The Count approached Derek and suddenly spoke. "Knight Derek, I have heard that you completed your knight training with outstanding results. May I request a demonstration?" Derek was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. The Count Pereira had singled him out, presenting him with a golden opportunity. He keenly discerned the underlying significance of the Count's words. Should he excel in his performance, a prestigious position might very well await him. "Yes, I shall abide by your wishes, my lord the Legion commander," Derek declared, stepping forward with a clenched fist held against his chest in salute. How to showcase his abilities? An excellent idea promptly came to his mind. Donning armor. During the inspection of the troops, the knights were already fully equipped. Compared to others, Derek's elite knights were all physical marvels, capable of wearing this medium-sized full armor all day long. In his experience, soldiers achieving elite status were truly rare. Perhaps 1 in 100, or even 1,000, in the entirety of the northern province. Knights of levels 5 and 6 were considered commendable, while those of levels 7 and 8 were deemed exceptional. Elite knights were likely to be those with considerable renown. Yet, he had a plethora of them at his disposal. Thus, donning armor served more as a signal before the astonished eyes of the crowd. The knights swiftly mounted their horses. Initially, some thought it was merely for show, an effort to impress during the inspection. Standing for so long must have been exhausting. Yet, observing their movements, it appeared they were hardly affected at all. The Count's intention had merely been to have Derek display his prowess, but he had unexpectedly summoned the knights. Seeing his guards anxiously positioned in front of him, the Count waved aside the human wall. "Step aside. Sir Derek is one of our knights. There is no need for concern." This statement momentarily stirred emotions, revealing the Count's adeptness at winning hearts. Derek too mounted his steed and gracefully approached the knights. Clop, clop, the brown warhorse pranced in place, its powerful muscles attesting to its strength. This was a mount of exceptional quality. Charge, transitioning from stillness to action, the warhorse demonstrated its explosive power, showcasing the knight's control. Javelin, as Derek's short spear struck the ground, A flurry of javelins fell densely within half a meter. Even after 3 rounds, the warhorse galloped back and forth without a single misstep, by the time the awestruck spectators regained their composure. The knights had reformed their ranks. Present arms, advance. Next came the scattered skirmishes, relentless pursuit, and various formations. The 2 knightly units exhibited an extraordinarily high level of skill, truly at the pinnacle of military prowess. Some who had initially brimmed with confidence were suddenly disheartened. Was this the true essence of a military aristocrat? How could one compete with such excellence? However, it was the same for the Count. He understood that his own knights could not achieve such a level of performance. Each knight present could be regarded as a titled knight. How had they been trained to such an extent? Did any among them possess this caliber? The Count's knights awkwardly shook their heads. While a few knights might reach that level, leading a contingent of knights together was another matter entirely. Upon Derek's return to the starting point, the knights dismounted in unison. Each knight appeared to have ample energy remaining. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I felt as if I were witnessing the king's own guardian knights. The Count offered a compliment before suddenly inquiring, "Has Sir Derek wed yet?" "Huh?" Derek wore a befuddled expression. He had anticipated praise but found himself confronted with matchmaking instead. The Count, caught up in the moment, had uttered this remark but quickly realized his faux pas. He hastily shifted the topic. "With such skills, you are more than qualified to be a centurion." That was indeed a compliment. The title of centurion might sound ordinary, yet it represented a mid-level officer rank. Within the temporary Northern Province 2nd Legion, there could only be 10 centurions in total. Besides the Count's officers, a few barons would inevitably take up positions, even some city officers nearby, thus occupying the centurion roles. Following them were noblemen of martial merit like Marco, who typically held ranks between 100 captain and 5-100 captain. In his excitement, the Count had effectively promised a centurion position, which was quite an extraordinary privilege. This might lead to complications, but for Derek, the advantages outweighed the drawbacks. Even Count Pereira, after his initial enthusiasm, felt he had spoken out of turn. The performance of Derek's knights had left him utterly astonished. Count Pereira hurriedly departed, momentarily concluding the inspection. The final organization was imminent. The Count, along with several trusted aides, engaged in a final discussion, honestly expressing his uncertainty that an honorary knight being elevated to centurion seemed excessive, as even 500 captain would be insufficient without raising eyebrows. Military regulations favored the nobility. However, an honorary knight status typically allowed for a mere 10 captain role, even considering the soldiers brought by Derek to a temporary legion. One might only bestow a 100 captain title, merely a means to incorporate his private forces. For those who were stricter, they might assign him a flag captain's title, leaving him with little recourse for objection. Of course, should one possess exceptional abilities and merits, even a commoner could rise to 100 captain or centurion. Generally, however, the kingdom would not be stingy with an honorary knight's title. Thus, it was entirely natural for dissenting voices to arise. Count Pereira was in a quandary. Feeling that granting Derek a 500 captain title was not unreasonable, I believe it would be fitting to supplement him with additional personnel and grant him a centurion title. This could serve to boost morale that we are soon to engage in battle with the barbarians, and if they do not perceive the benefits, I fear morale may plummet. Some felt indifferent. Investing generously, Count Pereira would foster hope among the ranks, which would ultimately be beneficial. After all, should one perform admirably, the Count would surely reward them on behalf of the kingdom. As opinions diverged, some sought to mediate. Let us assign him a 500 captain title and complete the troop's composition. This seemed more aligned with Count Pereira's inclinations. Yet, just as the Count was about to reach a decision, Caesar suddenly interjected. "My lord, Sir Derek is indeed one of our knights, and the 2nd Legion is only a temporary formation." Count Pereira immediately grasped the implications of Caesar's words. The Northern Province 2nd Legion had been hastily assembled by the governor, and its future remained uncertain. It was highly likely that after driving away the barbarians, the Legion would be restructured and directly engaged in warfare. In such a scenario, the weight of a centurion title might not be as significant. However, a temporary legion, upon formalization, would not discard its officers. Demotions were quite commonplace. This presented a notable advantage. Moreover, Derek hailed from Count Pereira's knightly order, inherently branded with the Count's faction. Even if he maintained a degree of independence, This bond of lineage could not be severed. In the future, as the Count vied for the position of commander of the formal legion, or even simply sought to invest and deepen their relationship, it would be essential. After all, the temporary legion was merely a means to serve the king. Utilizing the kingdom's resources to cultivate personal alliances was a rare opportunity. Even Count Pereira had a limited array of political resources. Recommending a centurion was an arduous task, only feasible during exceptional circumstances. Such a temporary political resource, especially one with conditional limitations, could be sold to Derek without issue. Count Pereira came to this realization. Disregarding Caesar's thoughts, he promptly signed the appointment document. Tell that lad to do well and not disgrace me. I grant him the title of centurion, augmenting his forces to 1,000, with 500 soldiers and 300 farmers. The remainder will be up to him. Understood that I shall ensure he recognizes the Count's generosity. Caesar replied. The Count had expended political resources, and it was vital that Derek understood this, lest it be for naught. Indeed, it was Derek's background, coupled with his rapport with Caesar, that had afforded him this opportunity. Otherwise, this temporary political resource could easily have been allocated elsewhere. Why should it be Derek? Subsequently, Count Pereira swiftly determined the composition of the army and finalized the preparations. Caesar personally delivered the appointment letter. Sir Derek, the Count has taken special care to promote you to the position of 10th Centurion in the temporary Northern Province 2nd Legion, supplementing your troops with 500 soldiers and 300 farmers. The rest is up to you. Caesar, with a smile, presented the appointment letter to Derek, offering his congratulations while casually recounting the disputes that had arisen with the Count. Fortunately, you hail from our knightly order. Otherwise, the opposition would have been far greater, and this opportunity would have slipped through your fingers. Give it your all. Once we have repelled the barbarians, the war will undoubtedly continue, and the 2nd Legion will surely transition to formal organization. You have an excellent chance of not only surviving but even excelling, which may lead to a permanent position. These were the aspects that Derek, with limited understanding, had yet to grasp. Caesar, after all, possessed a wealth of experience and insight into military customs. Had it not been for the barbarians' sudden invasion, Derek might have merely become a centurion, a role granted due to the 200 men he commanded. Such a phenomenon of low rank but high authority was not uncommon. Thus, one could indeed express gratitude towards the barbarians for this turn of events. Derek understood Caesar's intentions. He was genuinely advocating on his behalf. While it might have seemed a casual suggestion to Caesar, for Derek, it represented a pivotal shift in his fate. It is only natural to repay kindness with kindness. Derek appreciated such straightforward friendships. Those willing to speak for him and bring him advantages deserved his reciprocation. In fact, he exhibited even greater generosity than Caesar, promptly fetching one of the 3 exceptional warhorses from the stables. The Northern Warhorse, quality, excellent, 5100, experience pool, 0100. This splendid Northern Warhorse, known for its remarkable endurance and load-bearing capacity, alongside commendable speed and explosive power, was capable of supporting heavy armor, a rare gem virtually unobtainable on the market. Caesar, my brother, I shall refrain from further words of gratitude. I have nothing better to offer than this warhorse. Derek addressed him with an affectionate title, his generosity evident in his actions. This gesture could be likened to gifting someone a luxury vehicle worth millions. Even if Caesar served under Count Pires, it would take years of frugal living to afford such a horse. Assuming he had the connections to acquire it, Caesar was utterly taken aback. Derek recognized that, in comparison to the affluent noble scions, he possessed nothing. The only course of action was to cultivate a positive reputation, one of gratitude and generosity. Regardless of his origins, did one not find such a benevolent friend appealing? If so, should they not offer assistance, thereby ensuring that gratitude would naturally follow? Caesar's emotions soared as if he had taken flight. He had contemplated the notion of kindness begetting kindness, but had never anticipated such a swift and overwhelming return. He struggled to decline, yet Derek's enthusiasm surpassed his own. Adopting a demeanor that suggested Caesar's refusal would be tantamount to disdain. Given the atmosphere, could he possibly refuse? Of course not. In a daze, Caesar led the warhorse out of Derek's camp. Only upon returning to the center of the military encampment did he regain his senses. Derek, what a magnanimous fellow. It seems I have not erred in choosing this friend. In the spirit of reciprocity, he felt compelled to act. Thus, that very afternoon, Derek witnessed a fresh influx of quality recruits arriving for enlistment. They asked the registrar. None were more aware than Caesar of the composition of the Second Legion. These individuals, hailing from knightly or merchant backgrounds, lacked substantial connections, but brought with them carefully selected soldiers to join the Second Legion. With clean backgrounds and a spirited demeanor, they certainly did not appear as misfits. Their educational foundation was sufficient to ensure compliance. This was undoubtedly a collection of the finest recruits and lower-tier officers. Marco was even deliberately separated from Derek, considering the former was the legitimate heir of the Ferreira family. While Derek mingled freely, potentially inviting complications that asked Derek's friend, Caesar felt compelled to extend a helping hand. Consequently, the Second Legion swiftly underwent reorganization, adhering to regulations, with a messenger dispatched by Count Pires. Derek's triangular banner was raised high, marking him as the sovereign of this 1,000-strong unit. He then proceeded without reservation to implement sweeping reforms, retaining a 100-man unit while integrating the remaining troops with the newly recruited soldiers. Those knights and merchant-born soldiers who brought their own men were granted the ranks of 10-man leaders or standard-bearers as customary. However, a sergeant had to be inserted beneath each 10-man leader, and each standard-bearer was sure to have a 10-man leader among his own. Through this stratagem, he could swiftly gain control over the 1,000-strong unit. With the data panel at his disposal, he was confident that he would soon achieve an even greater command over the army. As a centurion wielding absolute authority, it was exceedingly simple to dispose of a few individuals at will. That evening, Derek arranged a modest gathering, inviting not only his original subordinates, but also a considerable number of lower-ranking officers. Adrian led a full 100-man unit. Appointed as Derek's standard dash-bearer, it was a clear case of one man's elevation leading to the uplift of many. Had he been in Adrian's position, he might have labored a lifetime without encountering such an opportunity. Adrian was increasingly convinced that his choice had been correct. A single meal could not ensure loyalty among all, but it could certainly foster a deeper understanding. Derek took the time to introduce himself to his new subordinates, candidly stating, "The army is no child's play. While some may have studied military theory, it is insufficient for bearing greater responsibilities. Marching formations, commanding soldiers, and even logistics management are intricate arts that I come from a military aristocracy. Having served in the P-Res Knight Order, and I believe I possess more experience than most of you. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Otherwise, if we find ourselves on the battlefield and time is lost, do not expect my leniency." With a righteous claim to authority and having demonstrated his capabilities before the assembled company, he also carried the weight of background and military experience. While some may have questioned Derek's appointment as centurion, none present had the standing to voice any dissatisfaction. Caesar had spared him considerable inconvenience, for these were truly exceptional recruits. Derek felt that the warhorse had been a worthy gift. The following day, the Second Legion set forth in a winding procession, departing in batches. While an army of 10,000 may not seem vast, in this era, it represented a formidable force. Not everyone possessed the privilege or capability to command such a sizable army. Even in the act of marching, it was not merely a chaotic advance. Formations and sequences were essential as a newcomer. Derek had no assigned tasks and simply followed the lead. Meanwhile, Count Pires's direct troops were tasked with the role of vanguard. Regular officers bearing royal titles were assigned various responsibilities, while the newly conscripted soldiers still required training. That it was no wonder that others looked down upon such temporary formations, for they indeed lagged considerably. However, the centurions were all seasoned officers, and no significant issues arose, leaving the remainder to manage their affairs. After 5 slow days of travel, they were 15 days into the siege of Iron Wall City. On this day, the sound of hooves reverberated, causing a stir throughout the Second Legion. Derek, mounted on horseback, sought a vantage point for observation. Count Pereira remained unresponsive, but as the cavalry passed the 10th cohort, he recognized a familiar insignia. It was the Pereira Knight Order, the well-known eagle-headed banner, which he had once seen daily. He had previously wondered why the Pereira Knight Order had not yet appeared. And now they were here. Observing their size, it seemed they had doubled in number, and their ranks were orderly, not merely a haphazard assembly of soldiers. Knightly attendants and seasoned knights were present. Derek soon came to understand that each year, numerous retired knights and squire knights like himself emerged, and Count Pereira could hardly afford to support so many. However, over time, the Count would pour his own funds into aiding the surrounding nobility and merchants in cultivating knights. Though he was by no means a philanthropist, when the need for manpower arose, a single call to arms would swiftly rally a substantial number of former serving knights and squire knights to join the Pereira Knights. Equipped with their own steeds and weapons, these knights, who had completed their training and managed to survive independently in the world, possessed formidable combat capabilities. When united, they formed a powerful knightly order. Upon the arrival of the Pereira Knights, the newly organized Second Legion of the Northern Province immediately accelerated its pace. During these days, the various centurions were not idly sitting by. They had all gained a preliminary grasp of military control. The newly enlisted soldiers and farmers had also adapted to the rhythm of the army. The sudden increase in speed did not incite chaos. Rather, it appeared to be orderly, should the opportunity arise for further skirmishes. The Second Legion of the Northern Province would effectively solidify its combat readiness. Truly, they were seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Derek learned that all of this was orchestrated by Count Pereira. What seemed to be a lack of significant moves was, in reality, the result of subtle adjustments that had achieved integration. Of course, this was also a testament to Count Pereira's possession of a competent officer corps. Had another court noble been in charge, they might not even have recognized the faces of their own soldiers. That evening, Derek reunited with many old friends. The arrival of the Pereira Knights signified that war was imminent. Within Count Pereira's grand tent, the senior officers of the Second Legion gathered. A large map of the northern province hung at the center, detailing every mountain range and marking every village with precision. Derek encountered Knight Chloe, and they exchanged nods. She bore a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting to see him here. Ladies and gentlemen, Iron Wall City lies ahead. According to reports from scouts, the barbarian forces have already crossed Iron Wall City, and we will soon engage them. Count Pereira's declaration immediately heightened the tension in the atmosphere. What is the current situation at Iron Wall City? Someone could not help but inquire, as the fate of the city was intricately tied to that of the Second Legion. Should it fall, dire consequences would ensue. Our governor has secured Iron Wall City. There are no issues for the time being. Count Pereira provided a clear answer, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the assembly. However, he scanned the room and then spoke with a serious tone. We have two objectives for the Second Legion. First, we must drive the barbarians out. Second, we must avenge Chris Jeffries. The Jeffries family had issued a bounty. Whoever could exact vengeance for the Count would be awarded a baronete as another Count of the Northern Province. Count Jeffries had met his demise at the hands of the barbarians. It was indeed unfortunate. He had been caught completely off guard and was swiftly beheaded by the barbarian horde. The entire process had been alarmingly smooth, suggesting that the barbarians had long been aware of his whereabouts. Everyone understood that there must be a traitor among them. However, capturing the traitor was not the mission of the Second Legion. Avenging the Count was soon as Count Pereira's words echoed in the tent. The atmosphere grew heavy with the weight of ambition. What a tantalizing temptation. How many baronies were there in the entire northern province? Certainly no more than 20. Whoever obtained this fief would undoubtedly establish their family legacy. Not to mention the other benefits, such as reputation and military merit. That it was aptly said that when a count falls, others feast. Yet, who would possess such fortuitous luck? Count Pereira was evidently pleased by the rising morale. To be frank, this task was arduous, as the assassin of the Count was none other than the leader of the entire barbarian army. Should anyone succeed in avenging him, a mere barony would seem paltry. The king would surely bestow greater rewards. Nevertheless, Count Pereira had achieved his objective and seized the opportunity to make arrangements. The knights will accompany me, prepared to confront the main force of the barbarians. The 1st Centurion and the 10th Centurion will clear this area. Within 10 days, I expect to see the barbarians pushed north of Iron Wall City. Anyone who fails to do so will be dismissed. Furthermore, each Centurion's messenger was to report twice daily. I want to know your positions and be ready to converge at a moment's notice. Count Pereira delineated the tasks according to regions, systematically distributing the assignments. He also retained a portion of reserves, ready to support as needed. Moreover, should the barbarians make any movements, he would be prepared to respond and initiate a decisive engagement. Taking measured steps, the plan was to first expel the barbarians from south of Iron Wall City. Alleviating the pressure, Derek promptly accepted the orders. The 10th Centurion, being comparatively smaller in number, was responsible for a less significant area, even a non-primary zone. merely a town and a handful of villages, with several knightly estates nestled within the realm of the kingdom. However, the local situation remained unclear. If the majority had not yet fallen, it would be all the easier. Once the meeting concluded, he deliberately slowed his pace, and soon enough, Knight Chloe caught up with him. "Derek, have you been appointed as a centurion?" Knight Chloe expressed genuine astonishment. She had sensed that he was no ordinary individual, but did not anticipate his swift rise. "Uncle Chloe, I was fortunate to seize the opportunity." Derek maintained a humble demeanor, aware that this was not the moment for pride. Knight Chloe patted him on the shoulder, genuinely pleased. "Well done. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Seize opportunities to earn more military merits and strive to secure your position as a centurion. It will yield benefits for you in the future, and do be cautious." The two exchanged a few brief words before parting ways. As the impending battle left little time for idle conversation, upon returning to the camp, Derek's first task was to send Simon ahead with a detachment of cavalry as they were about to separate from the main army. No one would be available for reconnaissance. Everything would rely on their own capabilities. That a centurion's unit was already a complete military entity, capable of independently accomplishing standard tasks, which posed a significant test for the commander. Fortunately, Derek had trained a capable cadre of aides, so he did not feel overwhelmed by the challenges. Derek departed from the main army, swiftly arriving in the area under his command. The situation was better than anticipated. Only a small contingent of barbarian forces had strayed into the region. The sole town remained secure, having initially faced an onslaught from the barbarians, resulting in the loss of some militia. The surrounding villages were valiantly resisting. Although the barbarian forces had inflicted casualties and seized some supplies, they had not achieved significant gains. Of course, this was largely thanks to the king's call to arms, as the northern province had been preparing for war during this period. Militias had been training across various locales, and while they could not contend with the full might of the barbarian army, they could withstand small incursions. Derek set up camp just outside the town. Declining the local garrison's invitation, he had no intention of hiding away. Doing so might secure the town, but would also jeopardize his own position. Count Pereira's intentions were unmistakably clear: a division of labor, a gradual advance, and a steady approach to liberate Iron Wall City. To remain static locally would be tantamount to seeking death. Simon soon returned with the latest intelligence. "Centurion, in our designated area, there are approximately 4 or 5 small barbarian units, totaling no more than 200 men. They have attacked several villages and are currently on the move." That Simon's cavalry was exceptionally elite, having even caught a glimpse of the barbarians' movements and delineated a general area. Derek quickly deduced the barbarians' objective appeared to be mere plunder and harassment. Once they received news of our approach, they would likely retreat immediately. "Prepare the cavalry. We shall advance first. Adrian, you will temporarily command. Lead the elite 100-man unit in a rapid march." Derek's audacious judgment suggested that the barbarian squad might attempt a retreat. Even in the event of a miscalculation, the knights, who were adept in their movements, would face no peril. It would merely amount to a fruitless endeavor. Derek's assessment, however, bore truth. The barbarians' incursion into Iron Wall City was not driven solely by military considerations. Although over the past 3 decades, the barbarians had enacted a series of military and political reforms, certain entrenched customs proved difficult to eradicate. The chieftain system, revolving around smaller tribes, and the conscription method were prime examples. The formidable horde of invaders comprised many warriors supplied by various tribes. Consequently, the barbarian commander was inevitably compelled to heed the demands of these tribal chieftains. Thus, deploying smaller detachments to traverse Iron Wall City for pillaging served as a means to win their favor, while simultaneously delaying the reinforcements from the Kingdom of Locke. However, the barbarians had underestimated the challenges of besieging a fortress. Iron Wall City had, for years, prioritized defense against the incursions of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Thus, as a northern province, military considerations outweighed commercial ones. This fundamental principle of urban construction inadvertently saved the northern province from disaster. Half a month elapsed since the barbarians commenced their assault on Iron Wall City. No significant progress had been made. The marauding barbarian squads displayed remarkable awareness. Upon noticing Derek's main force nearing, they promptly regrouped and prepared to withdraw. They required a sufficient number of their ranks before daring to confront Locke's formidable army. This span of 15 days had afforded the barbarians ample opportunity to gauge the martial prowess of the Kingdom of Lok. The northern province's nobility had not yet fallen to the point of being unable to wield a blade. On the contrary, they exhibited a ferocity surpassing that of wolves. Several small barbarian contingents swiftly converged, executing their planned retreat. Although they carried a share of spoils, they were not overly concerned about being pursued by Lok's forces. The movements of a large army would inevitably be sluggish, and they had equipped themselves with a plethora of mules and horses precisely for this moment, in a pursuit by smaller units. The outcome remained uncertain. The knights of Lok were akin to wolves, while the barbarians resembled lions. Derek hastily pursued. He encountered a scouting party of barbarians a mere several miles away. Simon, accompanied by a handful of cavalry, engaged in the chase, igniting a pursuit between the two factions. Derek, surveying the landscape, beheld the barbarian soldiers for the first time, discerning much from their formation. The placement of the scouts at such a distance indicated their possession of a cohesive military structure rather than a mere rabble. Furthermore, the scouts exhibited commendable horsemanship, and the barbarians' physiques were notably more robust than those of his own men. It appeared that all had been overly optimistic. Derek's mood darkened. He had initially perceived them as weak adversaries akin to mere fodder, only to discover a formidable opponent emerging unexpectedly, a disheartening revelation. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable the barbarian scouts, they were being pursued by elite knights, and soon, Simon managed to unseat one from his mount. Keep them occupied. Allow them to rest in turns. That I want all barbarian scouts too intimidated to venture forth, rendering them blind, Derek commanded. The cavalry's speed was advantageous, yet the elite infantry lagged behind, and with the necessary rest, they would require at least a day to stall the enemy. Accomplishing this with more than 20 riders would prove challenging. The barbarians merely needed to focus on their escape to quickly widen the distance. Nevertheless, Derek divided his knights into two teams, alternating in their harassment of the barbarian convoy. They would occasionally display a show of force, feigning an assault on the barbarian caravan. If the barbarian cavalry pursued, they would retreat. If they sought to flee, they would continue to provoke. After several encounters, the barbarians could no longer contain their emotions. Let me lead a group to teach them a lesson. Place all the cavalry under my command, and I shall eliminate these detestable Lok men, bellowed a robust barbarian, a lower-tier leader whose strength was considerable. By consolidating several squads of barbarian cavalry, he amassed at least 40 to 50 riders, appearing nearly double the number of pursuing Lok cavalry. Having encountered Lok's cavalry in recent days, they deemed them no stronger than themselves, perhaps even slightly inferior in individual combat prowess. After some deliberation, the other minor leaders agreed that such harassment could not persist. Thus, they consented to surrender their cavalry to the aggressive leader. In total, aside from a few chieftains, they gathered 52 riders. Simon continued his harassment. The barbarian cavalry surged forth. This time, they were not content with merely driving away the bothersome Lok forces. Even when Simon swiftly disengaged from the battlefield, the barbarian cavalry relentlessly pursued, intent on annihilating his squad. Derek, resting with another team of cavalry, promptly mounted his steed upon witnessing Simon's hasty retreat. Brothers, an opportunity to achieve glory has arisen. It is preferable for the barbarians to emerge from their shells than to remain hidden. We can strike decisively with our elite small-scale forces and incapacitate the barbarian cavalry. Engaging in a prolonged battle with their main force would only lead to significant losses, whether in a collective charge or a final counterattack. It is wiser to resolve this matter swiftly to minimize infantry casualties. After all the training we have undergone, we are poised to confront the barbarians. Now, the moment has come. All knights, mount your horses. Unexpectedly, they remained remarkably composed. Flank them, Derek shouted. Simon, observing the command, maneuvered his cavalry in a sweeping arc, ultimately returning to Derek's rear. Derek had already secured a vantage point on a hill, thanks to Simon's guidance. The barbarian cavalry's formation tilted slightly, exposing a small segment of their flank to Derek's gaze. Perhaps they underestimated the audacity of a mere 10 knights to launch a countercharge, until they were met with the reality. As the steeds of the northern cavalry accelerated, the thunderous sound of their hooves reverberated. The chainmail clinked with a crisp resonance. Within mere seconds, the cavalry unit transitioned from a standstill to full speed. The barbarian cavalry, noticing this audacious band of foes, became somewhat disordered. It was evident that their quality was commendable. Despite their unfamiliarity, they managed to execute a turn. However, Derek was swifter, skillfully penetrating the lone opening. From a diagonal rear, he pierced through the ranks of the barbarian cavalry. The armored knights, charging forth, swiftly executed a decisive strike. The barbarians suffered unexpectedly severe losses, with over a dozen riders falling within a brief span. Even amidst the ensuing chaos, such casualties were unwarranted. They even noted that this particular group of cavalry differed from the previous harassment. Their steeds were armored as well. Derek and Simon had divided their forces. Whichever team engaged in harassment would be lightly equipped, while the resting team donned their armor in preparation for such a scenario. Their foresight had borne fruit, combined with the formidable combat prowess of their elite cavalry, resulting in a rapid demoralization of the barbarian forces. Meanwhile, Simon circled back and followed up with another charge. The barbarians had yet to recover from the disarray, with some still facing Derek, ready to engage. Caught off guard, they were once again pierced through. Derek and Simon converged, with most of their 20 riders intact. Charge. The barbarian cavalry managed a feeble counterattack, but ultimately collapsed under the pressure, upon witnessing the scant remnants returning to their convoy. The barbarian soldiers were incredulous. Did you stumble into an ambush? This was the only rationale they could conceive. However, the shamefaced barbarian cavalry revealed the truth. The remaining minor chieftains quickly recognized the gravity of their predicament. Given the performance of Locke's cavalry and their audacious assaults, it was evident that they were no ordinary military force. Should they abandon their supplies and flee, or should they remain stationed and await rescue? The barbarians have descended into chaos, and as night falls, it has become imperative to set up camp. That a few riders should remain to monitor the barbarian encampment. The small band of cavalry seeking assistance need not be acknowledged. Derek, accompanied by his men, begins to clear the battlefield, salvaging a dozen fine warhorses, while the remainder can provide several meals of horse meat. Next comes the grim task of severing heads for glory, while the remaining corpses are to be disposed of in a pit. Covered hastily with dirt, the weapons and leather armor stripped from the bodies, though not to Derek's taste, can still fetch a modest sum. What follows is a period of waiting. The elite 100-man squad has not disappointed him. This unit, the most seasoned and untainted by outsiders, arrives just before the stroke of midnight. However, even the finest soldiers cannot be immediately thrust into battle. They hastily establish a camp, make do with a meager meal, and then, bundled in their sleeping bags, rest where they lie. The true combat awaits the dawn. As the first light breaks, the barbarians finally reach a consensus, or perhaps a compromise. Should they hold their ground and await rescue? They possess not a shred of confidence, and let there be no misunderstanding. It is not that they doubt their ability to endure a few days. Rather, they do not believe that anyone will come to their aid. A modicum of common sense reveals that the kingdom of Locke's counterattack is imminent, and it is unlikely anyone will concern themselves with these scattered, disorganized troops. In fact, a portion of the barbarians has already retreated, leaving behind those foolishly hoping to plunder a bit more. Yet, this situation brings a sardonic smile to Derek's face. Whether the barbarians choose to stand firm or abandon everything in flight, both scenarios present him with a degree of inconvenience. It is their indecision that brings him the most relief. To hesitate is to invite chaos. They must either form ranks to withstand the assault, potentially inflicting greater casualties on the enemy, or flee, hoping to escape with their lives. This vacillation, desiring to flee yet remaining, ultimately yields no favor for them. Derek imparts this lesson on decisiveness, though the specific circumstances will ultimately dictate the outcome of this battle. Comparatively, while the barbarians spend a restless night in trepidation, Derek's forces are invigorated, each soldier eager to pounce and rend their foes. The order to attack is given. The spoils of war shall be split, with half retained for themselves. This marks their true first battle, fought alongside the veterans who have accompanied him the longest. Derek understands that no amount of rhetoric can rival the tangible rewards of the present moment. As expected, the moment he speaks of generous rewards, the eyes of his men gleam with fervor. With the elite infantry advancing, a small contingent of cavalry prowls the periphery of the battlefield, poised to exploit any weakness in the barbarian ranks. The barbarians, already aware of the Locke forces, have prepared themselves mentally. They had long suspected that the Locke cavalry had reinforcements, and should they be wise, they might consider abandoning everything to flee. Holding their ground could yield some measure of victory. allowing them to inflict at least a bite on their adversaries. Yet, why dally? The enemy is outnumbered. What is there to fear? Even if they are defeated, the likelihood of a larger force looming behind is undeniable. And the longer they prolong the encounter, the more devastating the outcome. Just before the battle commences, discord erupts within the barbarian ranks that a faction of them abandons all and retreats in a panic, while others remain, attempting to repel the approaching threat. The most absurd sight is that of some barbarians, paralyzed by indecision, who only spring into action when the infantry draws near. Unified command is crucial. A single leader may err, but at least such chaos would be avoided. Without Derek needing to point it out, his comrades recognize the evident disarray in the barbarians' command. The leaders of several small tribes are unable to establish a singular authority, resulting in a fractious outcome. The seemingly larger barbarian force is left with barely half its combat efficacy. The barbarians hastily attempt to erect a makeshift wall from their spoils, yet the elite infantry surmounts these obstacles with ease. Even in this tumultuous situation, they maintain a relatively tight formation. The disparity when compared to the disorganized barbarians is striking. Under the guidance of their junior officers, the infantry swiftly harvest the lives of their enemies. Upon engagement, the barbarians realize that these foes differ significantly from those they have encountered before. The elite infantry's strength overwhelmingly surpasses that of ordinary barbarians, and their discipline and fighting spirit are formidable. As they march in unison, clad in leather armor, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the usual barbarian to inflict any meaningful harm upon them. Upon recognizing this, the barbarian's formation descends further into chaos. Derek keenly perceives the turmoil and emotional shifts among the barbarians. Charge! The thunder of iron hooves resounds like the final straw for a beleaguered camel. Having witnessed the prowess of Locke's cavalry, the barbarians can no longer maintain their composure. The chaos escalates. Then the cavalry arrives. A massacre ensues. What follows is sheer slaughter. As the knights call for surrender, some barbarian soldiers drop their weapons and prostrate themselves on the ground. The battle concludes within half an hour. The infantry begins to scour the battlefield, binding the surrendered barbarians together. A quick tally of casualties reveals the loss of 2 cavalrymen and a dozen elite infantry, with the number of injured being twice that. This is still under conditions of overwhelming advantage, stemming from elite engagements. Had the barbarians possessed a more resolute fighting spirit, the toll could have been far greater. Derek grades his performance as merely satisfactory. Had the barbarians been commanded by a competent leader, the complications could have been significantly exacerbated. Nonetheless, he has achieved a promising start, with 70 to 80 heads claimed. The number of captives is roughly equivalent. The remainder has fled. Derek is uncertain of the outcomes for the other 1,000-man squads, but his own results should rank among the top. That a messenger has already returned with news of their victory, and Derek prepares to press onward. Count Pereira's objective is simply to drive the barbarians away while inflicting casualties. This area must be thoroughly cleared before pursuing the enemy further. The only concern is that being too aggressive might lead to detachment from the 2nd Legion, thereby making him a target for the barbarians, a significant risk. However, after some contemplation, Derek resolves to continue his advance. If one does not stand out, how can one shine? To put it bluntly, this is a gamble of lives for a chance at advancement in the northern province. The 2nd Legion under Count Pereira has not constructed extensive camps. In truth, he does not intend to linger. This is merely a temporary station. Once each 1,000-man squad achieves its preliminary objectives, they must push forward. He has drawn 3 horizontal lines on the map. Crossing the last line will bring them to Iron Wall City Point 10 days, at most 10 days, before they must concentrate their forces for an assault on the barbarian horde. Count Pereira knows that if they delay any longer, Iron Wall City will not hold. It is best to use this 10-day window to lure the barbarian forces into motion, seeking opportunities for engagement. The 1st Legion of the Northern Province will soon arrive. The combined strength of the 2 legions will be sufficient to confront the barbarians. If all else fails, they will forcefully repel the barbarian army. This would be an embarrassing outcome and would do little to undermine the barbarians' confidence. Count Pereira wishes to test the waters. Then the messenger arrives. Report: the 10,000 has completed its mission, claiming over 80 heads and capturing more than 90. How long has the 10,000 been gone? Count Pereira inquires of those around him. It is now the 2nd day. Too swift? Or perhaps the barbarians are simply weak. Count Pereira, while voicing his thoughts, Is internally exhilarated, he instructs the knight Derek that he shall be recognized for his achievements. The count stands, paces a moment, and then sits again. Have him bring the severed heads and captives here. This area is also entrusted to him. Once the messenger departed, he refocused his gaze upon the map. If the other 1,000-man units progressed smoothly, there would indeed be opportunities to exploit. Derek received new orders, and the spoils were already en route. That it was clearly impossible to monopolize the gains. However, by sending the heads and captives, he could retain other spoils, which could be considered an unspoken agreement. There might even be a subsequent share of the profits. Or it could simply be converted into military honors. Despite the initial successes, the bounty was still insufficient for any commendation. After a day's rest, Derek left behind a portion of the wounded and continued his march. The new operational area was significantly larger and perilously close to the barbarian hordes, evidently more dangerous. Simon once again led the cavalry in reconnaissance. It was a display of Derek's extravagance, for elite knights would never undertake such tasks otherwise. The situation was worse than anticipated. At least half of the villages had been breached, and even towns had been pillaged. Currently, a contingent of several hundred barbarians was stationed at Sana town. Simon returned with grim news. Indeed, proximity to the barbarian forces meant an increase in enemy numbers. Moreover, having taken control of a town, they surely possessed basic infrastructure, making a forced assault likely to incur heavy casualties. Furthermore, this band of barbarians appeared to be under unified command. Regardless of their skill level, they were certainly not to be easily belittled. Like a bucket of cold water thrown over him, Derek was instantly awakened. Some of his earlier thoughts seemed utterly fanciful. Although it is said that benevolence does not suit a commander, how could one gnaw through such a tough bone at the cost of lives? He could not fathom that by subduing this band of barbarians, he would reap any significant rewards amidst heavy losses. First, he would eliminate the smaller barbarian factions nearby. Derek chose to establish his camp adjacent to the barbarian host. During this time, the barbarians attempted to exploit the instability of the 10th 1,000-man unit to launch an attack. Unfortunately for them, they were met with a well-prepared Derek, who delivered a resounding defeat, costing them 30 to 50 lives before they retreated in disgrace. Then, a cavalry squad launched a furious assault, followed closely by elite infantry units, who took turns advancing with 100- or 200-man contingents. Those small barbarian squads, numbering just a few dozen, stood no chance of resistance. The barbarians organized another cavalry charge in an attempt to break the deadlock. However, Derek's tightly formed infantry engaged them, pushing them back with sheer force. The two sides exchanged blows, each suffering losses, gaining a measure of understanding regarding their respective strengths. Where did this army come from? How could they be so much fiercer than those previously encountered? The barbarian leader, Donik, stood atop a low wooden barricade, observing some of the Loke people fixated on him, while others still trained with apparent calm. Had he not engaged in several skirmishes without gaining an advantage, he would have certainly led his men out to confront them as the chief of a small tribe. Even though the barbarian king had granted him the title of baron, they still lived organized by tribal customs. The Grand Commander's order was to delay the advance of the Loke people. There was no need for them to leave the town. Donik consoled himself, adamantly refusing to admit that he feared the enemy. With the tribe as the unit, the cohesion among the warriors was significantly higher. Nevertheless, as a leader, he could not afford to lose too many of his kin, lest the tribe be subsumed by others. The barbarian kingdom's system still retained primitive tribal characteristics, unlike the Loke kingdom, which had an aristocratic senate to ensure inheritance rights. With the barbarians holed up in the town, Derek felt no compunction. He began sweeping the surrounding smaller barbarian factions while crossing the defensive perimeter, moving towards Ironwall City. From this point north, it was at most a 3-day journey to Ironwall City. The barbarian horde was not far from here. There were even more barbarians in that direction, with towns and villages having been breached in greater numbers. Though there were no significant victories, the Loke kingdom's forces frequently launched assaults, and the barbarian stronghold could not afford to ignore them. Ultimately, the pressure fell squarely upon the barbarians below. Unfortunately, despite several attempts at aggression, they were unable to overcome the numerically inferior Derek's forces that as time passed. Other 1,000-man units also advanced close by. Moreover, 1,000 or 2,000-man units launched fierce attacks, reclaiming lost ground through substantial casualties. Other units began emulating Derek, persistently advancing and harassing the enemy. It was evident that the barbarian forces still active outside had dwindled significantly, even affecting the offensive against Iron Wall City. Derek collected over 100 severed heads in piecemeal fashion. Soon, he was joined by a new military contingent. Ollie Palmer, the captain of the 8,000-man unit of the temporary 1st Legion from the northern province, stood before him. This baron, appearing quite affable, resembled more of a merchant than a soldier. Derek quickly made a simple assessment. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Baron. I am von Derek, captain of the 10,000-man unit of the temporary 2nd Legion from the northern province." The two exchanged brief introductions. Baron Palmer then presented the orders from Count Pereira. "Our 2,000-man units are tasked with breaching the town ahead and continuing to advance. To what extent do we need to push forward?" "As far as possible, ideally reaching the foot of Iron Wall City." Palmer was clearly not oblivious to the implications of this order, wearing a wry smile. "Sir Derek, we must look out for one another this time. We cannot afford to falter here." Palmer found this maneuver quite perilous, aware that as bait, a single misstep could lead to disaster. However, Derek sensed that there might be an opportunity. The immediate task was to eliminate the enemy before them. With unwavering determination, Derek reflected on the observations he had made over the past few days. He was aware of the situation regarding the barbarians within the town. Their numbers were around 500. And after several defeats, their morale was low. A concerted assault should suffice to secure victory. Derek was confident, which elicited a grin from Baron Palmer. "Then we shall attack from 2 directions together, aiming to capture the town as soon as possible. What do you think?" Derek realized that this individual truly lacked even basic military knowledge. The fundamental principles of warfare dictate encirclement and restraint against a beleaguered foe. Once the enemy perceives no hope of escape, they will fight to the death, and even a victory would come at a steep price. Thus, Derek subtly reminded him, "Baron Palmer, I presume you lack prior military service." Although Palmer may have been inexperienced, he was not foolish. He quickly grasped Derek's intent and candidly replied, "No. To be honest, this is the first time my entire family has participated in a war." He was uncertain where he had gone wrong, but understood that professional matters should be left to the experts, while he would learn gradually. Thus, he readily stated, "Sir Derek, why not let you command this time? I have heard that you once served in the Pereira Knights, and it would be an excellent opportunity for me to witness the prowess of the Northern Knights." Command is a sensitive topic. Not only were they not well acquainted, but even brothers would tread carefully around it. However, Derek overlooked a crucial point. In this era where knowledge was exceedingly precious, military knowledge bore its own barriers. The Pereira Knights, for instance, taught only the fundamentals. Certain military secrets, passed down through aristocratic lineages, were not easily divulged. New aristocrats like Baron Palmer, lacking generations of military experience and the bloody knowledge gained through conflict, could not hope to rise in reality. Palmer was already making great efforts to recruit knights, but he could barely maintain the army's operations, relying solely on guesswork for more advanced military tactics. Thus, sensing the upper echelon's intentions, Palmer had little confidence. He was not so arrogant as to believe that war was merely a numbers game or that he was a military genius. More likely, he considered himself a fool. Therefore, upon encountering Derek and having inquired about his background, Palmer chose to place his trust in him, as there was simply no better alternative. Derek hesitated for only a moment before agreeing, "That I appreciate the opportunity you have afforded me." Derek did not seize any advantage, nor did he mock his counterpart. In truth, a teammate with a clear self-awareness is deserving of respect and appreciation. Should the other party feign understanding, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Derek unceremoniously assumed command of the 8,000th Legion. Apart from the 100 men directly under Baron Palmer, he held sway over all others. His methods were straightforward and unrefined, simply dispatching his knightly retainers to temporarily take charge of a contingent of infantry. This elicited a feeling of envy from Baron Palmer, as he soon realized that these knightly retainers were far superior in skill to those he had recruited himself. Is this what it means to be a military noble? Clearly, Baron Palmer had formed a misguided perception. Thereafter, he set aside the last vestige of doubt within him. The infantry stationed outside the town had not been idle. They had constructed some rudimentary siege engines over the past few days. Seizing the opportunity of the bright morning light, Derek commenced the allocation of tasks. Adrian departed with a portion of the soldiers from his side, while the remaining forces were divided into 4 groups. Interspersing elite and ordinary soldiers, as the centurion and the highest commander of this battle, he naturally aimed to minimize casualties among his own men. Baron Palmer observed quietly, hoping to glean some insights. Watching the messengers scurry back and forth, swiftly orchestrating the army's movements, he recognized a level of control that was uncommon. Do not underestimate the challenge. Commanding 1,000 men to form ranks is no simple feat. Especially on the battlefield, several hundred-man squads were consolidated around Derek as a reserve force, with 5 squads positioned on each of the other 3 flanks. Only the area near the northern side was devoid of soldiers. Approximately 500 barbarians could not hold this small town. The only question was how many casualties would be incurred. Derek eschewed any elaborate stratagems and issued a direct order for an all-out assault. Utilizing sheer numbers, he aimed to create momentum and buy time. With a simultaneous attack from 3 sides, the supervising team stood behind with swords drawn. They would either perish outside the city or atop its walls. The frontline troops appeared somewhat disorganized, yet it was evident they could maintain basic order. Derek showed no restraint, designating the 8,000th Legion as cannon fodder. An officer beside Baron Palmer attempted to voice dissent, only to be silenced. Since he was there to learn, he would have to pay the tuition. Baron Palmer. The initial wave was merely a probe to test the defensive focus. The subsequent siege operations would be executed by elite infantry. On the battlefield, Derek's demeanor was considerably more rigid than the previous day. Nonetheless, his intent was unmistakable. The 8,000th Legion was of cannon fodder caliber, and would, of course, be utilized as such. Following this, his own men would fight fiercely, and their casualties would be no less significant. This sentiment was somewhat disconcerting to hear. How long until we breach the defenses? Baron Palmer inquired, observing the barbarians' fighting spirit. If their resolve is lacking, we could storm in before nightfall, but if their fighting spirit remains strong, tomorrow will suffice. So soon. Baron Palmer expressed skepticism. Derek offered no explanation. In reality, it only required a willingness to accept casualties for the pace to quicken. Warfare, while often perceived as complex, is fundamentally straightforward. Combat morale, troop numbers, training, and morale. All these factors influence victory and defeat. The number of barbarians determined their inability to endure. The reason why tales of small forces holding steadfast are so renowned is precisely due to their scarcity. 500 warriors, with a few waves of desperate assaults, could easily suffer a reduction of 1 to 200 men. It would be remarkable if the remainder did not collapse. Leaving a retreat route would further diminish the enemy's fighting spirit. However, there was no need to elaborate on this to him. Derek, positioned at a relatively high vantage point, could clearly observe the battlefield's dynamics. Cannon fodder, while seemingly valueless, proved its worth after incurring the loss of several dozen men. He adeptly gauged the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, methodical and conventional. The barbarian commanders possessed some skill, but not in abundance. All their troops were evenly distributed, with even a portion stationed at the northern gate. Were Derek in their place, he would have adapted dynamically, rather than adhering to such rigidity. Since the enemy chose this approach, applying pressure became straightforward. He directed the eastern flank to intensify their assault. The signal flag waved, and soon the elite 100-man squad advanced from the rear. This was a newly formed unit, built upon Derek's veteran troops reinforced by the 10,000th Legion, which could certainly be deemed elite compared to their allies. Moreover, they had not squandered the past few days. Some training results were evident. Upon noticing the activity, Baron Palmer widened his eyes, eager to discern whether these seemingly elite infantry were as formidable as they appeared. They did not disappoint. The elite 100-man squad surged forth, scaling the narrow wooden walls with a single charge. The barbarian commander was taken aback, personally stepping in to oversee the defense. In truth, such a response was unnecessary. The disparity between the two sides was not so vast that a single charge could secure victory. Derek again commanded the other 2 flanks to apply pressure. It became clear that the barbarians' combat rhythm was exceedingly disordered. Throughout the day, Derek relentlessly orchestrated attacks. Waves upon waves surged forth like a tide, providing the barbarians no respite. As night descended, the barbarians had suffered staggering losses. The battle may conclude tonight, Derek suddenly remarked. Baron Palmer was perplexed. The barbarians' fighting spirit appeared remarkably steadfast. The heavy casualties had not deterred them. However, in Derek's view, while the barbarians were indeed fierce, their morale had little to do with their ferocity. In the heat of battle, their resolve was not immediately apparent. But once they began to tally their losses, thoughts of retreat would likely surface. Why was he so certain? It was simply due to the probing he had conducted at the northern gate. There was no need for elaborate calculations. If the enemy wished to flee, that intention could not be concealed as night fell. It presented the optimal opportunity. The barbarians, intent on escape, went unnoticed by Derek, who proceeded with the usual routine of withdrawing troops, dining, and resting. The movements of a large force are inherently difficult to conceal. Should any flaws be detected, it might trigger a series of unforeseen complications. Thus, maintaining the status quo was the wisest course. The barbarians were indeed attentive to the situation outside the city. After a day's fighting, with casualties exceeding 200, even if the enemy's losses were nearly double, the barbarians could not endure such a toll. This signified that the opposition could afford to sacrifice lives to overwhelm them. They were oblivious to whether the Lachian officers valued the lives of the lower-tier soldiers, but they were acutely aware of the worth of their own lives. The flickering light of torches illuminated only a small area, where a group of more finely attired barbarians lurked in the shadows. Shortly thereafter, a rope suddenly swayed from the wooden wall, and a barbarian soldier ascended. Surrounding him were several small barbarian leaders. What's the situation? The Lachian forces outside have shown no signs of movement, the scout confirmed. All barbarian eyes focused on the central leader. The situation had become clear. They were unwilling to perish here. Compared to the lower-tier barbarians, these small leaders enjoyed considerably better circumstances. Furthermore, having amassed a significant amount of loot, few were willing to fight to the death. The expression of the barbarian leader shifted in the dim torchlight, as he sensed the sentiments of his subordinates. Most importantly, he too had no desire to engage in a protracted struggle with the Lachian forces. Quietly retreating, they gathered their wealth, abandoning all cumbersome items. The barbarian leader possessed enough awareness to recognize that this was a time for escape, not a victory parade. Any commotion or excessive baggage would only invite disaster. Thus, the remaining 200 to 300 barbarians swiftly packed their belongings and departed through the unoccupied northern gate. They had scouted this route several times during the day and found no ambushes. These Lachian forces had no desire to engage in a bloody confrontation. Otherwise, they would not have left a route of retreat open for them. The chieftain of the barbarians fancied himself as having discerned the thoughts of the Lachmen. After all, with 500 or 600 barbarian warriors, the defense of the city could easily result in double the casualties. And even triple or quadruple losses were not out of the realm of possibility. Rather than fighting desperately, it would be more prudent for everyone to work in harmony. Ultimately, the glory of reclaiming lost ground would be shared equally. The barbarians departed with remarkable ease. It was not until the following day that the townsfolk discovered the barbarians had vanished, prompting them to send emissaries to contact Derek and others. After a thorough investigation, Derek and Baron Palmer finally entered the town. Impressive. By leaving one side unguarded, you effectively forced the barbarians to flee from here. What if they had chosen not to flee? Baron Palmer seemed to grasp the situation. Derek, in good spirits, offered a brief explanation. War is not a constant. It hinges upon your objectives and the cost you are willing to bear. In this context, there are essentially 2.5 outcomes. 2.5? I am eager to learn more, Baron Palmer humbly inquired. The first outcome is if the barbarians hold their ground, which leaves us with little to discuss. Everyone would fight desperately. But leaving one side unguarded could somewhat diminish the morale of the lower-ranking barbarians, thus reducing casualties. The second outcome is if the barbarians retreat. I have already dispatched scouts to await them from a distance. If they flee at night, they should soon encounter my forces. If the battle reaches a point where the barbarians are in disarray, my men will have returned just in time to intercept them. Derek refrained from mentioning that in the event of pursuing enemies, the barbarians would face even graver consequences. Of course, while it may seem straightforward in theory, practical application is contingent upon the circumstances. This was his first earnest attempt at such a strategy, and so far, the results appeared promising. This was a legacy from his past life, a heritage from the Ferreira family, which leaned more towards the military system and unspoken rules of this world. However, in Baron Palmer's eyes, it seemed nothing short of miraculous. Sir Derek, you are truly remarkable. I foresee you becoming renowned across the lands. Derek smiled, neither overly humble nor boastful. Soon enough, they were likely to encounter the barbarians. Adrian and his group had spent the night squatting in the wilderness, resting in rudimentary sleeping bags and subsisting on dry rations and cool water. Even within the military, such treatment would be considered harsh. Centurion, do you truly believe the barbarians will flee? Queried the captain of the infantry. He spat out the remnants of his meager rations, the taste and quality of which were indeed lamentable, regardless of whether they do or not. We must execute our orders. Other matters are beyond our concern. Adrian harbored his own doubts. According to Derek's instructions, they were certain to encounter the barbarians today. The only variable was the timing, that if they encountered them in the morning, the barbarians would undoubtedly be at their strongest, that a later encounter would likely be less challenging. Overall, however, it was not expected to be difficult. With a mix of anticipation and nonchalance, Adrian considered that whether the barbarians were laden with spoils or desperately fleeing, they would possess little capacity for resistance. Just as he completed his thoughts, a soldier, covered in grass and leaves, rushed towards him. Centurion, they are here. The barbarians are coming. The previously lethargic soldiers cast aside their surplus belongings and seized their weapons. Adrian also rose. His demeanor invigorated. It seemed these barbarians had made a hasty retreat, having not paused for rest along the way. Adrian compared his own experience. He had traveled for much of the previous day before reaching this spot. The barbarians could not have traveled faster than he had, indicating they must have been on the move throughout the night. That a group of barbarians, burdened with spoils and in a frantic dash, without a shred of caution, would possess little fighting prowess. Just as Adrian had surmised, the formation of the barbarians was already in disarray. They were scattered, with some lagging behind. Over time, the fastest among them could be separated from the slowest by a distance of 10 miles. Moreover, any remaining vigilance had long since dissipated. Who could have anticipated that the Lockmen would venture so far to lay in ambush? Chieftain, we have run all night. Shall we find a place to rest up ahead? The leading barbarian chieftains, burdened with their spoils, dragged along a few horses. Ordinary barbarians did not possess such a wealth of loot, nor were they allowed to bring along pack animals and supplies, which naturally made their progress slower. Isn't that unfair? The established rules applied to the common barbarians. As the ones who established them, how could the chieftains be bound by them? While they could not create a significant commotion, a few horses could still be procured. Moreover, who would want to lose their hard-won spoils? After running all night, both man and beast were beginning to feel the strain. Upon hearing this, the chieftain paused to catch his breath. As he was laden with wealth and walking on foot, he was already exhausted. Glancing at the distance, it seemed the Lockmen had just begun to realize they had fled. Even cavalry would require 2 hours to catch up, so a brief respite would not hurt, allowing them to regroup their kin. If the Lockmen cavalry were to pursue, they must show them some formidable resistance. The chieftain found a spot to sit down and was about to call for sustenance when he heard his men's terrified cries. The Lockmen are coming! The Lockmen are coming! A surge of adrenaline propelled the chieftain to his feet. He looked back in the direction they had come from, and apart from a few of his own men trudging along, there was nothing else in sight. Just as he was about to berate his subordinate for spreading false alarms, he saw his comrades turn and flee, their speed betraying any signs of fatigue. This is disastrous. As the chieftain turned around, his men had already begun dragging him away in panic. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a battalion of fully armed Lockmen advancing. The familiar triangular flags confirmed their identity. The reality dawned upon him. This was a trap. Those cunning Lockmen. As he ran, the chieftain's heart ached for the wealth he had so laboriously seized. Yet, as important as wealth was, life was far more precious. The chieftain shoved aside his followers, eager to flee faster. However, he had forgotten that after running all night, his legs felt like jelly, especially after a brief rest. Before long, the Lockmen infantry caught up to him and knocked him to the ground. Some barbarians, speaking in their native tongue, shouted for surrender, pleading not to be killed. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were traitors captured by the Lockmen. Adrian effortlessly took dozens of prisoners. Those who resisted were swiftly dispatched. Compared to the bloody chaos of an open battlefield, capturing prisoners was both simpler and safer. Subsequently, more barbarians stumbled into his grasp, finding themselves squatting on the ground alongside their chieftain, by the end of the morning. He had captured approximately 150. The remaining ones were likely either lost or had slipped away unnoticed. When Simon's cavalry arrived, they were astonished to find a cluster of barbarian prisoners. Adrian, did you capture all of these? Simon's eyes gleamed with envy. Such a number of captives would certainly earn significant merit. According to Lord Derek's character, rewards would undoubtedly be generous. It was all due to the arrangements of the centurion. Adrian replied nonchalantly. The task was not particularly challenging, though it required some effort. It was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Others would likely harbor some thoughts of resentment, but he recognized the advantages of kinship. He would not reject the benefits that blood relations conferred, nor would he unnecessarily attract hostility. Hence, he offered a timely suggestion. Simon, take your men to scour the area. You may still capture some stragglers. Upon hearing this, Simon's eyes lit up with excitement. He thanked Adrian and promptly led his men to commence their search. The number of fleeing barbarians was not insignificant. Some had gotten lost, while others had wisely evaded the situation. These two-legged runners could not have gone far. Even if they could not be entirely rounded up, some gains were assured. Meanwhile, Derek, far away in the small town, remained remarkably composed. This tranquility stirred a sense of envy in the impatiently waiting Baron Palmer. Derek, you are truly a natural-born general. His praise was so effusive that, even though he was aware of the predetermined outcome, he could not suppress his own restlessness, constantly fretting about the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Derek chuckled softly. He was hardly composed that it was his first command, and to claim he was untroubled would be disingenuous. However, each time anxiety crept in, he would glance at the data panel. Everyone remained accounted for. Clearly indicating that all was proceeding smoothly as expected, the messenger soon arrived with good news. Had it not been for Simon's delay in capturing prisoners, the report would have arrived even sooner. Baron Palmer, take a small contingent to guard the captives until the arrival of His Excellency the Count. I must expedite our efforts. According to the Count's orders, the 2,000-strong units were mere bait, being bait. They certainly could not advance steadily. Seizing the moment, underestimating the enemy, was precisely the role of bait. When it came time for the spoils, Baron Palmer declined Derek's generous offer, asserting, "My family is not in want of wealth. We seek military accolades and a fief, thereby securing our place among the nobility rather than merely possessing riches." Such boldness in his words. However, this burgeoning class of commercial nobility truly lacked for nothing. Derek could only silently accept the spoils. Everyone envied the affluent, yet all relished dealing with them. After a brief respite, Derek led the two units deep into the heart of the barbarian forces. They were now perilously close to Iron Wall City. Meanwhile, Count Pereira had only just received the news of Derek's advance, calmly ordering the Second Legion to assemble slowly. This lad understands my intent and possesses a daring spirit. If he survives this, he could very well earn a baronial title. Count Pereira's candid expression of admiration was noteworthy, as he had not issued the same command solely to the 10,000. The ability to grasp the underlying meaning, coupled with the audacity to act, and most importantly, the execution of such plans, had thus far been exhibited solely by Derek. Others, despite their desire to compete, had lost their opportunity. Survival of the fittest. Only those who distinguished themselves could withstand the onslaught of the barbarian horde. Derek's sudden emergence caught the barbarians off guard. Approaching the main camp, their vigilance was at its nadir, only to be raised after he captured several small groups and slaughtered 100 or so. Yet, at this juncture, he drove the captives, launching a decisive assault and reclaiming a whole town before the barbarians could react. This maneuver was perilous, surrounded on all sides by foes. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Until this moment, Derek had not garnered significant attention. It was only when he employed the captives to fortify the defenses while swiftly crushing several barbarian units attempting to drive them away that the barbarian stronghold was compelled to take notice. A contingent of Rockman's forces, like a thorn in the throat, indicated that no less than 100-man unit could roam the vicinity, and even supply trains could not operate independently. This significantly increased the burden on their forces, particularly as they ventured deeper into Rockman territory. The allocation of vast military resources and the resultant decline in morale had immeasurable repercussions. Upon receiving the news, the barbarian commander hastily sketched on the map, quickly identifying the town occupied by Derek, perfectly situated in the middle, allowing for flanking maneuvers. Ignoring it would be utterly infuriating. The kingdom of the barbarians indeed had some able commanders, yet they underestimated us. Did they truly believe their intentions were undetectable? Such disdain for the combat capabilities of the barbarians, thinking they could easily dislodge this thorn. Upon inquiring about the positions of the 1st and 2nd Legions, He jabbed his finger fiercely at Derek's location, instructing the lead wolf Enrique to deal with these bothersome rockmen and simultaneously bring back the troops, as the main forces of the rockmen were on the horizon. Realizing the difficulty of capturing Iron Wall City, the barbarians had already tempered their offensive. Their objective was straightforward: to severely diminish the rockmen's reinforcements, obliterating the resistance in the northern provinces, thus severing the connection between the northern provinces and the Kingdom of Rock in a short span of time. The barbarian strength would gain recognition from the southern tri-nations, officially establishing their nation. The barbarian commander appointed specific generals, and soon the scattered barbarian forces began to form a new structure. The hesitant barbarians quickly gathered under a single wolf banner. Almost a third of the invading barbarian army congregated beneath the modest town. The lead wolf Enrique did not rush to attack. Rather, he waited for all forces to assemble, encircling the area, clearly indicating an intent to annihilate. Standing beside Derek was Baron Palmer, who had burst in just a day before being surrounded. Clearly, in pursuit of a brighter future, Baron Palmer had committed himself. Derek, of course, would not refuse additional strength, even if it was merely a 100-man unit. At a critical moment, it could prove pivotal. Yet, upon witnessing the overwhelming army outside the walls, Baron Palmer's legs trembled slightly. To be frank, he suddenly felt a twinge of regret. "Sir Derek, should we survive this? I shall certainly introduce my daughter to you." Derek looked at Baron Palmer in surprise, noting his serious demeanor, devoid of jest. However, upon reflection, it made sense. His performance could indeed be deemed promising. Attracting attention was only natural. "My lord, let us first ensure our survival." As the number of barbarians increased, it was impossible for Derek to claim he felt no worry whatsoever. Nevertheless, he chose this location as a stronghold not only because of its strategic position, but also due to the relatively sturdy walls. As a small town, its rare stone walls encircled the area, resembling something substantial. With over 2,000 men at his disposal, Derek was confident in their ability to inflict significant losses upon the barbarians. "They're coming." At that moment, as the two conversed, the barbarians began to mobilize. The crude walls afforded no protection such as corner towers, and even the parapets were notably low, merely better than nothing. Thus, Derek wisely positioned a squad of sword and shield soldiers to serve as protection. The barbarians evidently lacked experience in siege warfare, surging forward in disarray without sustained effort. After observing for a while, Derek made a few simple adjustments to the layout and then entrusted the command to the junior officers. However, Baron Palmer found it difficult to comprehend Derek's deliberate weakening of the wall's defenses. Wasn't it perilous to make themselves so vulnerable? "I have stationed reserves on the inside. Should an unexpected situation arise, we can quickly compensate. Moreover, defense is not merely about throwing everyone into the fray. Overcrowding hampers effectiveness. That a clear hierarchy allows for a more efficient extermination of barbarian soldiers," Derek patiently explained, having found Baron Palmer to be a person of depth worth befriending. And he did not mind sharing some fundamental military knowledge. As for the feigned weakness, it was indeed a tactic to lure the barbarians into overextending themselves while simultaneously lowering their guard, especially on the southern wall where he had intentionally weakened defenses by a third. Inside the walls, even amidst such tense combat, numerous captives and hastily conscripted townsfolk continued their relentless labor. When materials ran short, they dismantled houses. When manpower was insufficient, they conscripted more. Derek had no intention of discussing human rights. In this moment, steel and sword were the only truths. This was also a point of confusion for Baron Palmer. Yet wisely, he refrained from further inquiry. "Just watch. No matter how many contingencies Derek has arranged, they will eventually be revealed." The lead wolf Enrique observed the battle from the southern gate, feeling a headache as he witnessed his soldiers charging aimlessly. "Haven't these fools suffered enough at the hands of the rockmen? Once we return, they will undergo rigorous training to learn the art of siege warfare." In truth, the chieftains of the upper-class barbarians have consciously cultivated their siege capabilities, encroaching upon the entrenched sphere of influence of the southern three kingdoms, where the defenses of various cities are meticulously fortified, rendering a direct assault exceedingly costly. However, the recently reformed barbarian kingdom is still unable to muster the resources necessary to establish a regular army. The soldiers drawn from various tribes are adept only at wielding their blades against foes, lacking any other skills. Enrique observed for a while and noted that the combat effectiveness of the Lock people was quite commendable. Yet the attacking barbarians suffered rapid losses. This aligns with the lock's consistent performance, but it is still insufficient. Within 3 days at most, they could breach the city gates. He watched for a while, confident in his assessment, and subsequently dispatched his elite guards to oversee the siege efforts at the front lines. Though the tactics were still lacking in sophistication, at least the coordination became significantly smoother, exerting relentless pressure akin to the ebb and flow of waves, rather than a chaotic surge that merely resulted in senseless casualties at the foot of the walls. Perhaps it would not take 3 days. Enrique mused, already contemplating his next adversary. The lock people before him were merely a rash affliction, easily remedied at as for the Grand Commander's belief in the lock's ruse. Was not the bait consumed merely a form of sustenance? On the first day, the barbarians sacrificed 400 to 500 lives, yet they did glean the city's southern gate's weak point. And on the second day, Enrique adjusted the primary attack direction, and the barbarian soldiers made several attempts to scale the walls, only to be repelled by the tenacity of the lock defenders. Everyone, including Enrique, felt that success was imminent. On the third day, Enrique specifically dispatched a 100-strong guard, determined to mount a concerted assault to capture the city. Yet, they were still a breath away from victory. This was undoubtedly an unexpected turn of events, but he sensed that one more day would suffice. Enrique felt the pressure mounting. On the fourth day, he personally executed several deserters, yet the crumbling walls remained steadfast. The lock people seemed on the brink of collapse, yet they persevered each time. He began to suspect that this might be a trap laid by the lock. The barbarian headquarters inquired multiple times, to which Enrique could only respond, "Soon, soon." He did not believe the lock could withstand much longer. He still had 7,000 to 8,000 men, and the enemy had suffered considerable losses in recent days. How many could remain? With sheer numbers, he could amass a formidable force. Meanwhile, within the city, the construction overseen by Derek had taken shape, a sight Palmer had never witnessed before. Upon seeing the heaps of firewood and flammable materials stacked within the city, he began to understand Derek's intentions. However, what truly impressed him was Derek's on-the-spot command. Had he not been standing beside the enemy, he would have surely been deceived. Over the past few days, the losses among the soldiers were actually less than anticipated. Derek had integrated conscripted militia into the regular troops, training them while placing them on the walls. Although it appeared that they had lost over 1,000 men, the actual losses were only a third of that. Militia? Apologies, the commoners outside the ranks were of no concern to anyone. Moreover, the skill they demonstrated during training was nothing short of astonishing. In just 10 days since entering the town, many of the militia had taken on a semblance of discipline. While their combat prowess was uncertain, at least they could wield weapons. Thus, the barbarians believed the lock had exhausted their supplies, while in reality, the situation was far better than they imagined. On the sixth day, the alpha wolf Enrique felt the weight of immense pressure, from the headquarters to the leaders of the various tribes, even down to the rank-and-file soldiers. Doubts about his capabilities spread like wildfire. Although the Iron Wall city had withstood prolonged siege, it was a grand fortress, magnitudes larger than the current smaller city. Enrique keenly sensed the shift in the army's morale as a hastily assembled force. This was an ominous sign of impending collapse. There was no time to waste. He understood this was a test. Achieving excellence was no longer feasible, but at the very least, he must secure a passing grade. It was merely a matter of sacrificing lives. If 1,000 was insufficient, then 2,000. If 2,000 fell short, then 3,000. Even if he had to expend 10,000 lives, he would complete the mission. Thus, the barbarians launched the most savage of assaults, showing utter disregard for human life. The reason the Alpha Wolf was called such, aside from his leadership, was his cold-blooded ruthlessness. Even against his own, he could act without hesitation. When a small group of barbarians protested against joining the meat grinder of battle, Enrique ordered his guards to subdue them and drag them to the front lines. All were executed, realizing that Enrique was serious. The rebellious leader, a young chieftain, panicked and struggled to rise. "I am the young chieftain of the Bomer tribe. Who dares kill me? My father will not let you go. Enrique, your orders are reckless. You have no right to kill me. I will report you to the Grand Commander. I will see you dead." Enrique's expression darkened further. He had suffered a significant loss this time. Yet his guards paid no heed to status. The military orders remained unchanged, and they continued to execute them. When a noble bloodline was severed before him, all the barbarians fell silent. The walls before them appeared on the verge of collapse. there was no need to court death. Meanwhile, Derek observed the farce outside the city, quietly retreating with Baron Palmer. The soldiers on the walls were replaced by militia, and the resistance gradually waned. Yet this led the barbarians to believe it was solely their achievement. The lock could not withstand much longer, but a young barbarian chieftain charged up the walls, cutting a path through in a matter of moments. More barbarians followed, and Enrique, watching from a distance, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the losses seemed substantial, at least they had succeeded. He ordered all to prepare. This time, there would be no holding back. Enrique issued a cold command. Given such significant losses, if he could not quell the soldiers' grievances, he would face even greater troubles after the battle. This order quickly spread across the battlefield, and all soldiers surged forward in a panic. With the city on the brink of falling, anyone lagging behind would gain nothing. Soon, the walls were overtaken by the barbarians, and the gates swung open rapidly. Kill, plunder. The barbarians rushed into the city, despite the fact that those at the front had already glimpsed the presence of the inner stronghold. However, they had neither the experience nor the ability to halt their momentum, compelled to move forward. To be honest, this hastily constructed inner stronghold lacked the defensive capabilities one might expect. Nonetheless, there was no need for another siege. Within a quarter of an hour, 3,000 to 4,000 barbarian soldiers flooded in, quickly filling the limited space. Some barbarians began to climb the stronghold's walls. Enrique, feeling reassured, could not see the situation within the city. Yet, based on general experience, a large influx of soldiers indicated that the tide had turned. The lock reinforcements were drawing near. The headquarters required him to swiftly remove this thorn and regroup. Preparing to strike a decisive blow against the lock reinforcements, Enrique was already contemplating how to redeem himself. As long as he achieved great merit in the upcoming battle, today's losses would surely be forgotten. Meanwhile, Derek coldly waved his hand. Set it ablaze. Torches smeared with oil rained down, and not just one or two, but the throngs of crowded barbarian soldiers remained oblivious to the flammable materials and firewood surrounding them. Only those pressed against the heaps of firewood began to comprehend the potential consequences. Don't push. This is the lock's scheme. It's all firewood. A small number, faces filled with terror, could not halt the frenzied actions of the barbarian soldiers. Some even used the stacked firewood as ladders to climb. They could see the lock people drawing near, even the pity etched upon their faces. Pity? Boom! Flames erupted, and the oil-soaked firewood ignited rapidly, akin to gasoline. In mere seconds, the entire inner stronghold was engulfed in flames and smoke. The lock's soldiers began to retreat. Even if a few managed to escape now, what difference would it make? The priority was to avoid friendly fire. Within the inner stronghold, a large area had been cleared to prevent collateral damage. The scent of burning oil wafted through the air. Derek donned his helmet and lowered his visor. Baron Palmer's face turned pale, as if he could hear the distant wails. Sir Derek, is there truly no need for further risk? The current achievements are such that, even without the title of a baron, merely possessing a fief would suffice. There is no need for further reckless endeavors. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, once missed, will never return. Derek mounted his steed and opened the eastern gate. All the knights were filled with exhilaration. The brutality of war instills fear. Yet the honor and rewards of victors are profoundly alluring. With glory so tantalizingly close, who could possibly remain unperturbed? As the cavalry surged forth, the infantry followed closely behind. These well-preserved reinforcements were finally put to good use. War is a game of men, not merely a numbers game. 1,000 can vanquish 10,000. The few can triumph over the many. Today, let us carve out a legend for ourselves. Let it be inscribed in the annals of the Kingdom of Locke. An indelible mark. Let the world hear the voice of Fong Derek. I have arrived. As the Lockians charged forth, the few barbarian soldiers blocking the eastern gate were caught off guard. Their main force had already crowded towards the southern gate, unsure if they managed to breach it. Upon seeing the opportunity for glory before them, the barbarian soldiers initially felt a surge of excitement. However, it was short-lived, for soon a flood of Lockians emerged, leaving them utterly bewildered. Where did this army come from? Kill. The formation was effortlessly penetrated. Derek maneuvered around to the southern gate. The lone wolf Enrique had already spotted the flames. The towering inferno was visible even in daylight. The barbarians, having never encountered such a tactic, were utterly confounded. Soon, a handful of survivors fled, crying out for their mothers. Some, engulfed in flames, collapsed to the ground. Enrique quickly realized the dire situation. It was over. Coupled with the losses from the past few days, this makeshift legion had lost the majority of its soldiers. The few remaining were of no use. Losing a third of their southern forces rendered this operation a failure. All previous gains were erased, and countless souls wished for their own demise. Thus, their doom was sealed as Derek led his troops forward. The remaining barbarian soldiers crumbled. The lone wolf Enrique could no longer restrain his men. Swept along in a chaotic retreat, the Lachians pursued relentlessly. They were perilously close to Iron Wall City, and after a day of exhausting pursuit, they beheld the southern gate of Iron Wall City. As dusk fell, the first batch of routed soldiers arrived here. Before the barbarian forces could react, Derek charged into the camp from behind. Throughout the day, despite brief respites, the soldiers were utterly fatigued. Yet the barbarians fared no better. After a day of standoff and probing attacks, their stamina was equally depleted. Most critically, they were caught completely off guard. Morning reports indicated that the Lachian light infantry had been surrounded, though the lone wolf Enrique had suffered heavy losses. He had firmly ensnared the enemy. Many believed that they could breach the defenses that very day. Meanwhile, the main body of the Lachian reinforcements was still 2 or 3 days away, posing no immediate threat. No one anticipated that enemies would burst in unexpectedly. Caught unawares, both sides were exhausted, and this lack of preparation became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Moreover, the distinction between elite and ordinary troops became apparent. Derek's rigorously trained soldiers exhibited a significantly heightened sense of will and discipline. Charge! Charge! The lower-ranking officers shouted frantically, their commands utterly overwhelmed in this chaotic battlefield. Shrouded in darkness, they could only perceive the narrow spaces ahead and to the sides. Soldiers' fears magnified, perpetuating the disorder. Thus, the importance of grassroots officers surged. Daily training, bolstered by their formidable fortitude, rendered these lower-ranking officers' resolve as unyielding as steel. Even when surrounded by enemies, they remained steadfast. They understood only to fulfill their orders. Everything else was for Lord Derek to resolve. Charge, kill the enemy, then resolve all matters. Like arrows piercing through the barbarians' feeble resistance, waves of Lachian soldiers advanced in a streamlined formation, relentlessly pressing forward when encountering clustered foes. Even flag captains and centurions adeptly took over command, temporarily directing their troops to scatter the resistance. Such tactical acumen had been instilled in nearly every officer, ingrained to their very core, while one might not notice it in a single instance. The cumulative effect led to the barbarian forces being repeatedly scattered, thrown into utter disarray, incapable of organizing any semblance of resistance. Like a snowball rolling downhill, their chaos rapidly escalated, culminating in an unstoppable force. Ultimately, the cavalry dashed about, igniting the camp with torches. The inferno exacerbated the turmoil. The barbarian routes that had only just reached the camp were swiftly met with renewed devastation, leaving them devoid of the strength to continue their flight. Yet the chaos within the southern camp was evident to the barbarian commander. However, the speed of the collapse was astonishing. Before his messenger could even depart, the routed soldiers had already reached the gates. Meanwhile, Derek gathered a portion of his troops, slowly pushing behind the fleeing barbarians. Despite their exhaustion, they maintained an aggressive posture. As the saying goes, deception is a soldier's best strategy. Relinquishing pressure now would grant the barbarians an opportunity. A menacing demeanor only served to instill further trepidation. Indeed, as darkness enveloped the land, the barbarians dared not launch a hasty assault. They allowed the routed soldiers to circumvent, retreating from the rear of the camp. The barbarian commander, stationed atop a watchtower, observed the scattered torches in the night. He could not discern the approaching enemy. Yet, the enemy's ability to operate under the cover of darkness, maintaining their formation, signified that they were elite troops. Upon witnessing the chaos and curses of the routed soldiers below, he waved his hand decisively. Fire arrows. Let them take the long way around, or else they shall be slaughtered. Caution was imperative at such a moment. Allowing routed soldiers to enter could lead to a devastating counterattack, but he preferred to execute a few routed soldiers as a deterrent rather than risk catastrophe when his own arrows rained down. Regardless of whether the barbarian soldiers cursed or wept, they could only comply and retreat. Though undeniably cruel, it was a rational choice. Derek turned his head to see Simon, eager and seemingly unfazed by fatigue. "Simon, go circle around the barbarian camp. Display some majesty, dare you? Indeed, I shall. Simon promptly donned his helmet, which, in the darkness, obscured his vision even further. Gather a squad and follow me. The knights roared off, swaggering towards the camp. Their demeanor suggested an impending assault, though they knew it was impossible. Still, the current circumstances and Simon's fervor evoked such thoughts. Simon tore down a triangular flag, raising it high above his head, galloping wildly. He turned as he approached the camp. His target was, of course, the routed soldiers. Those bereft of morale and weaponry were the finest quarry. Within the barbarians' range, Simon and his cavalry dashed back and forth, trampling and slaying with audacity that was almost unbearable to witness. The barbarians themselves were so astonished that they momentarily forgot to shoot. Shoot! Kill them! The barbarian commander's roar roused the soldiers. He leaned forward, gripping the railing tightly, his face pale in the firelight. This was unbearable, an utter humiliation. The bewildered barbarian archers released a sparse volley of arrows. Several bounced off Simon's armor, while a few lodged into the joints of his armor. Wobbling precariously, satisfied with the chaos, he laughed heartily and turned his horse around. Barbarians, the sun has set. Await my return tomorrow for your reckoning. When Simon turned back, despite their fatigue, his spirits soared. How often does life present such exhilarating moments? Derek took a deep breath, realizing that what he desired would soon be within his grasp. Circumstances create heroes, and today, it was his turn to embody that hero to make a name for oneself in the world. What better day than today? Let us proceed. With a long spear, he impaled the heads of the barbarian foes as they circled beneath the iron wall city, brandishing triangular flags aloft. The 10,000 of the 2nd Legion from the northern province had arrived. There was no need for alarm, for on the morrow, I shall trample the barbarian encampment. Derek, accompanied by his subordinates, bellowed, inciting a stir among the walls of Iron Wall City, already drawn by the commotion outside. At that moment, the governor of the northern province stood atop the battlements, witnessing flames soaring high into the sky. The southern camp of the barbarians had been obliterated. Meanwhile, the other barbarian encampments remained sealed off, their men incessantly recounting the splendor of Simon's recent maneuver around their camp. Were there truly such knights in the northern province? He had heard tales of the northern knights' preeminence in the kingdom, initially believing them to be mere exaggerations, given the lackluster knights of the royal capital. Previously, Count Jeffreys had been decapitated by barbarians, and not a single northern knight had emerged to turn the tide. How short-sighted he had been. Such fierce knights surely deserved the reputation of northern knights. Contemplating the fears of recent days and his dissatisfaction with the sluggishness of Count Perez, all apprehensions evaporated. The old count was indeed prudent. He refrained from action until the moment was ripe, and then his intervention would solidify the fate of the realm. The governor craned his neck to glimpse the figure of a resolute knight beneath the torches. Was it Count Pereira down there among the knights? The legion commander was still 3 days' march away. Derek replied candidly. The governor's countenance paled. Then who commands this force? How many have come? I command it. 800 from the 10,000 of the 2nd Legion and 1,000 from the 8,000 of the 1st Legion have arrived. Only 1,800, the governor's voice cracked. For he had assumed the entire northern army had come forth to rout the barbarians. Who would have thought it was but a handful? Are you jesting with me? Or are you all performing some sort of ruse? Derek's voice resonated clearly from the battlements. These mere barbarians are no match for us. I am somewhat weary from today's 100-mile dash. After a day of proper rest, I shall return to dismantle their great encampment. Derek feigned nonchalance. In his judgment, the barbarians, having suffered heavy losses, would surely retreat. He aimed to act before the main force arrived, for once they were near, escape would become arduous. In truth, delaying for another 2 days would yield even better results. Yet the closer the main force approached, the sharper the barbarian's vigilance would become, diminishing his chances of achieving such a resounding victory. Though the casualties among the barbarians might be fewer, the advantage would lie with him. The kingdom's interests, what concern were they to a mere knight? Moreover, if the outcomes were favorable, no one would care. The governor, oblivious to these considerations, was left speechless by the shock, having roamed the central provinces for much of his life without witnessing such a grand scale of warfare. He was utterly captivated by Derek's prowess. He mused to himself how formidable a knight. Had he been granted more men, perhaps today the barbarians would have been vanquished. This led him to unconsciously lower his voice. May I inquire your esteemed name? Derek of the Ferreira family. The governor etched this name firmly in his mind and replied courteously, "Sir Derek, it would be improper for you to enter the city today, once the barbarians have retreated. I shall host a banquet in your honor." Derek nodded, understanding that had the governor lacked this level of caution, he might have met a grim fate. He took his leave. Unbeknownst to him, his brother Sergei, having just sensed the familiarity in the voice, was further astonished upon hearing the name announced, nearly dropping his weapon in disbelief. "Is it my brother? Has he truly achieved such renown? Surely, I cannot be dreaming." Before he could verify further, he overheard the governor inquiring about Derek's family lineage. Although Derek had previously been an inconspicuous figure, the nobility possessed experts who meticulously studied genealogies. Derek was a direct descendant of the Ferreira family, having branched out without holding any fief. His full name ought to be von Ferreira Derek. The Ferreira family was a venerable military aristocracy in the north, having been ennobled a century ago for their conquests. And 30 years prior, they had repelled the barbarian incursions while resisting the forces of the Holy Cross Kingdom. Indeed, I recall that the Ferreira family also has members serving in the Iron Lion Legion. Subsequently, Sergei found himself dazedly summoned before the governor. Fortunately, he presented himself well, answering the governor's questions, earning the commendation. Indeed, a scion of a military household, he then returned in a daze. The Ferreira family, this military aristocracy, had suddenly gained prominence. One thought consumed his mind. My younger brother is destined for greatness. This was not merely Sergei's sentiment. As clarity returned, all recognized that Derek was poised for success. With fewer forces defeating a greater enemy, trampling the enemy's encampment, and showcasing valor on the battlefield, each action was worthy of legend. Such feats could only be found in tales of yore. After all, the invasion of barbarians was a rare event, occurring but once a decade, with both sides deploying tens of thousands of troops, and the beheading of a count signifying a national upheaval that on such a grand stage. Any display of excellence garnered attention, with a promising future ahead. Moreover, Derek's brilliance was simply beyond reproach. Baron Palmer, upon encountering Derek, could no longer maintain his composure, chattering incessantly. "I have 3 daughters. Choose one, and I shall send her to you post-haste. As for the one you marry, I shall arrange her divorce. Send all 3 if you wish. I shall provide 3 manors as dowries." Derek, momentarily indulging in the thought of Palmer's 3 daughters, found himself somewhat intrigued. Especially by one of very well. Let him prattle on. It was only right to indulge the baron's excitement. More significantly, officers approached one by one, pledging their loyalty. Witnessing Derek's capabilities, even those who joined later were utterly in awe. In the military, while politics existed, meritocracy reigned supreme. That a powerful superior was undoubtedly a guarantee of accomplishments and safety. Even the subordinates of Baron Palmer were eager to forge connections, as who knew when such alliances might prove advantageous? Despite the prevailing atmosphere of triumph, Derek remained cautious, retreating 10 miles to establish his camp. At such a moment, any lapse in vigilance could result in the entire force being overrun by barbarians, rendering all efforts futile. In truth, his caution was well placed. Although the barbarian commander exercised caution, it did not imply inaction. That a small detachment of scouts was dispatched, and many secrets ceased to be secrets, upon learning that the attack on his southern camp was merely the work of a handful of lock soldiers, and that even the great defeat suffered by the lone wolf Enrique was attributable to this small force. He was first engulfed in rage, his vision darkening, before contemplating the possibility of a counterattack. However, upon realizing Derek had camped at a distance and had even prepared warning measures, he understood that opportunities for retaliation had slipped away. Cursed be it. All our plans have been thwarted by this lock contingent. Send someone to ascertain who commands this force. Regardless of how difficult it was to accept, the reality remained. They had lost over a third of their strength, and a demoralized army no longer had the confidence to engage the lock forces. At this juncture, it was prudent to withdraw. They could not afford to be branded as failures. That we shall retreat. The lock's plans have been disrupted. Let that band of charlatans contend with one another. Only then can we barbarians maintain our foothold. The mind of the barbarian commander is remarkably astute. A tactical defeat merely brings pain, while a strategic failure is a matter of life and death. The plans of the Lockmen are well within the barbarian's knowledge, which is precisely why this lightning raid was executed. Regardless of the outcome, they must depart. The following day, as anticipated, the barbarians feigned an assault on the city. successfully intimidating certain restless individuals within the Iron Fortress. Subsequently, they abandoned a considerable amount of supplies and retreated with astonishing swiftness. Only Derek, with an elite contingent, lingered at a distance, as if to monitor the enemy's exit. Though some barbarians attempted to retaliate, the moment their numbers swelled, Derek promptly withdrew. When they were few, they lacked the strength for a charge. Their strategy revolved around a tenacious tactic. The barbarian commander remained vigilant of this troublesome adversary. Acknowledging that this time their loss was not unwarranted, the battlefield may harbor myriad unforeseen events and strokes of luck, yet in the realm of real-time command, such fortunes are non-existent. Not every general possesses the skill to maintain an optimal distance. A feat that proved exceedingly vexing for the barbarians to pursue them would waste time, while to ignore them felt like a thorn in the throat. Any attempts to capitalize on their retreat were futile. This was a formidable opponent, and it was imperative to discern the origins of this individual. I have a foreboding that he could pose a significant threat to our southern ambitions, the barbarian commander sighed, pondering whether the fate of the Lockman had indeed not yet run its course. Meanwhile, Derek wore a furrowed brow. Throughout this journey, he had witnessed the barbarians plundering vast amounts of human wealth, yet refraining from indiscriminate slaughter. This indicated that the barbarians possessed a clear-headed decision-making body, not merely intent on seizing and fleeing. He even suspected that such a coincidental lightning raid was not mere happenstance. If it was indeed a countermeasure against the northern campaign of the Lockman Kingdom, then their methods must extend beyond this, that I hope the noble lords above can see through the barbarian schemes. Otherwise, trouble may be looming to the Second Legion. Count Pereira was still preoccupied with how to dismantle the barbarian stratagem, uncertain if Derek could effectively pin down and divert a portion of the barbarian forces. If he could indeed hold back a segment of their troops, whether to take advantage of the situation for encirclement or to await the arrival of a larger barbarian army for rescue, the crisis facing the Iron Fortress would be alleviated. Count Pereira's strategy possessed merit. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, the experience garnered from years of military service guided him in this direction. This was also why the First Legion was willing to cooperate with him. Prestige is accumulated gradually, often imperceptibly, yet at critical moments, it fosters trust. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tent, a most unwelcome disturbance for the usually meticulous Count. He even stood up, interrupting his train of thought. However, before he could inquire about the cause, he saw Caesar stumble in, his face etched with disbelief. Could it be that something had happened to that rascal Derek? Though such news was unwelcome, there was no need for such panic, my lord. Caesar, fully aware that his disheveled appearance would not please the Count, was beyond caring for such trivialities that in truth, he had initially thought this to be a false report. But after receiving confirmations from two separate messengers, he had entered in a state of utter disarray. Calm yourself. Have you forgotten what I told you? My lord, Caesar managed a distorted smile, a blend of joy and shock. A great victory, a tremendous victory. Sir Derek has achieved a resounding triumph over the barbarians, not only capturing over 10,000, but also forcing their main army to retreat. What? Count Pereira, thinking he had misheard due to his age, was met with Caesar's repetition of the news. This time, he was certain. While it was clear this was no mistake, the revelation was utterly staggering. The crisis for the Iron Fortress, and indeed for the northern provinces, had come to an end. What had he been fretting over daily? That rascal truly is remarkable. The Count paced back and forth, unable to compose himself. That my lord, we must set out promptly, Caesar reminded him. Though the credit belonged to Derek, Count Pereira could not evade his own share of responsibility. If they lingered too long, whispers would inevitably arise later. The immediate course of action was to dispatch light cavalry swiftly, at the very least to reach the vicinity of the Iron Fortress. Yet the Count was preoccupied with another thought. There's no rush at all. Caesar, I recall that you share a rapport with Derek. Indeed, we have a certain affinity. After all, we both hail from the knightly order. Do you wish for me to send you as an envoy to offer condolences? Condolences? You jest. You seem quite astute most of the time. Why have you become so muddled at a critical moment? Now, you must set off immediately to the Ferreira family and convey that I have a granddaughter of suitable age, and I have high hopes for Derek. I intend for her to marry him, accompanied by a knightly fief. What say you? Caesar initially found himself at a loss, but swiftly grasped the implication. Brilliant. Truly, the old are wiser. This tactic is indeed masterful. With Derek poised for greatness, he is destined for at least a hereditary barony, and who knows how high his future achievements may soar. Seizing the opportunity before he marries is prudent, while everyone else sought to curry favor directly with Derek. The Count chose a different route, securing a marriage alliance first. What relationship can surpass the bonds of kinship? You may mock me for being slow, but I laugh at your ignorance of worldly affairs. Hurry, hurry, what are you dawdling for? Once this union is secured, you will be half a matchmaker for that rascal. Is that not preferable to others rushing to ingratiate themselves? The old Count delivered a swift kick to Caesar's rear. Lamenting his lack of cleverness in a crucial moment, Caesar bore no resentment. This was an opportunity that he scrambled out of the camp and set off at a gallop. Count Pereira, too, wasted no time, issuing orders to embark. He left the bulk of the army behind, racing forward with his knightly order, and within a day had reached the Iron Fortress. Upon witnessing the ruins of the southern encampment and the stacked severed heads, he was assured that the news bore truth. Further inquiries revealed that Derek had been monitoring the barbarians' retreat, compelling him to admire the audacity of such a skillful hero. Before the governor, the old Count extolled Derek's virtues, nearly elevating him to the heavens. Governor Geoffrey, let us jointly commend the heroes of this battle, especially Sir Derek. I propose he be elevated to a viscountcy and granted 2 baronies, which would be entirely justifiable. The governor, acknowledging Derek's significant contributions, nonetheless found the old Count's fervor excessive. Why such zealous support for a junior? This old fellow must have grand designs. He had previously learned that Derek hailed from a Count's knightly order. Yet those who merely completed their knightly training did not inherently possess a patronage relationship. Every noble family had taken similar steps. It was normal for the old Count to maintain closeness. Yet such fervor was unusual. Nevertheless, one thing the old Count had not misstated was that Sir Derek deserved the foremost credit, and his accomplishments were undeniable. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Recognition can wait. We shall honor Sir Derek upon his return. There is no need to wait. The situation is already settled. Let us surprise him with recognition. This is how we ought to honor our heroes. How could the old Count not be eager? Before the marriage was settled, contributing efforts can be deemed as selflessness. However, once the marriage is established, such efforts may be seen as forming cliques for personal gain. He is quite discerning about this distinction. The governor, left with no choice, reluctantly agreed to draft a brief commendation letter, deferring the details for later. As Derek bid farewell to the barbarians at the border, he finally exhaled in relief. Soon, the dispossessed nobles returned, rallying their hastily assembled armies to reclaim their lost territories. Undoubtedly, a number of individuals would face misfortune. Titles would be stripped, lands confiscated, with specifics contingent on the circumstances. Furthermore, it was likely that no one would dare to underestimate the barbarians in the future, leading to heightened border security. For the time being, the area was under the control of several cohorts from the Second Legion. Tasked with guarding against barbarian incursions, awaiting Derek was a promising future. The other centurions involved in the handover exhibited remarkably amicable attitudes. Everyone was aware that their statuses would soon alter upon Derek's return to Iron Wall City with military orders. He was met with great acclaim. 2 cohorts were even granted permission to enter the city directly for a celebratory feast. In a sense, he had salvaged the city. The overwhelming glory left Derek somewhat elated. Yet the memories from his previous life incessantly reminded him that the more one flourishes, the greater the necessity for humility. With the eyes of the masses upon him, envy was an inevitable companion. Presently, all jealous gazes were obscured by his dazzling radiance. However, when the splendor faded, troubles might arise. Humility and discretion could avert numerous complications. Of course, youthful exuberance must also seize the moment when warranted. Perhaps this encapsulates the philosophy of conducting oneself with ostentation in action, yet modesty in demeanor. Derek continuously gleaned new insights, gradually refining his approach based on the experiences from his past life. This earned him considerable admiration from many. This moment, during the governor's audience, his stature reached its zenith. The war had subsided, and the halo of being the foremost figure of the northern provinces once again rested upon the governor. He was the sovereign of millions in the north, wielding the power to influence the fate of any individual. Even the powerful earls had to bow before him. Legally, he was the governor of the kingdom, the ultimate authority in the region. commanding armies, managing civil affairs, collecting taxes, and even exercising the right to summon nobles on behalf of the king. Despite his exalted position, the governor himself was merely a court noble. This served as a check on the governor's power. While he held considerable authority during his tenure, retaining such prominence post-tenure proved exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, these were concerns that Derek need not ponder. The individual who could dictate his fate was the governor before him. Thus, he maintained a low profile, greeting the governor's arrival with an expression of utmost reverence. "Sir Derek, I have dispatched your commendation documents to the royal capital via swift courier. Your accolades shall soon follow. Allow me to host a welcoming banquet for the esteemed contributors of the North. I am honored, but I must emphasize that this victory is not solely mine. It is a collective achievement alongside my comrades from the 1st and 2nd Legions, the steadfast Iron Lions, and the unwavering city guards, as well as the support from the northern nobility. This is a shared triumph, and I would never presume to claim it alone." That Derek's response was unexpectedly humble. Everyone had witnessed his formidable presence beneath the walls of Iron Wall City, and some had even anticipated a more arrogant demeanor. While they would have accepted a touch of pride, prolonged arrogance might have bred resentment. Yet, in contrast, the noble's present wore smiles, regardless of the reality. Derek's words acknowledged the contributions of all, potentially alleviating the penalties for the dispossessed nobles, perhaps resulting in mere fines. And what had Derek lost? Nothing at all. His deserved accolades remained intact, and in fact, others were eager to amplify his achievements. The king's rewards would not be scant, lest the hearts of the northern populace waver. This was a classic case of mutual benefit. Governor Jeffrey regarded him with a deeper gaze, his grip tightening slightly. "Well said. I have long heard of the gallantry of the Northern Knights, and today I have finally witnessed it." Governor Jeffrey warmly ushered Derek into the banquet, personally guiding him to the foremost position and assisting in the removal of his armor. This was a political spectacle, yet for Derek, it was also a moment of pride, and he naturally complied throughout. "Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the efforts of the Northern Lords and the assistance of Sir Derek, we have successfully repelled the barbarians. Raise your glasses." Governor Jeffrey, a true politician, managed to transform a misfortune into a triumph. Those unaware might have believed it was the kingdom of Locke that had invaded the barbarians. Yet, everyone was willing to play along, as the early stages of the war had been such an embarrassment that they naturally sought to gloss over it. Amidst this, Derek found himself gaining a deeper understanding of politics. Sometimes, what appears black may not be entirely so. It could also be white, or perhaps gray. Military achievements, renown, accomplishments, these are all stepping stones for advancement, but they are by no means the sole means to power. To truly grasp authority, one must possess more than just these accolades. All of this required gradual learning and adaptation to the rules of this world. The banquet concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. With the northern provinces basking in a festive spirit, the remnants of the recent conflict seemed to have been entirely erased. Everyone was striving to downplay the existence of war. After all, only a few unfortunate souls had perished, and a number of commoners had been abducted. Nobility remained nobility, and the northern provinces continued to thrive. Derek finally encountered his elder brother, who had swiftly been appointed as a centurion, thereby crossing the threshold into the ranks of junior officers. The Iron Lions were the standing army of the northern provinces, poised to expand in times of war. Previously, they had grown from 3,000 to 5,000, and further expansion was anticipated. Sergei also had opportunities to advance further, contingent upon the support of Baron Ferreira. However, at present, he was more concerned about his younger brother. "Derek, you have truly made a name for yourself this time. Everyone is inquiring about your exploits." Sergei was exceedingly thrilled. Basking in the reflected glory of his brother's newfound prominence, he eagerly probed Derek for the details of the war, showering him with accolades that in retrospect, it was evident that the barbarians had not lost in vain. Derek had meticulously orchestrated their downfall, leading them into a trap. Moreover, the combat prowess of his soldiers had exceeded expectations, proving to be the decisive factor in the conflict. Thus, from the outset, it was destined that the barbarians would suffer greatly. With only the magnitude of their loss in question, I sense that this war is not yet concluded. The barbarians' actions are exceedingly peculiar. Perhaps further troubles await us. Brother, we must remain vigilant. Derek articulated his concerns. And this time, Sergei took heed. Recognizing that Derek was no longer the child he once was, he placed his trust in Derek's judgment, though he remained oblivious to the true designs of the barbarians. The two brothers deliberated for an extended period, yet they were unable to arrive at any concrete conclusions. However, soon after, shocking news arrived. Accompanying it were two successive decrees from the royal capital. The kingdom of the Holy Cross had suffered a significant defeat. The barbarians had waged a fierce battle against it and decisively vanquished the entire military of the St. Michael province. That a whole province, encompassing over 1 million inhabitants, had fallen into the hands of the barbarians. Clearly, while the barbarians had encountered some setbacks on the side of the Kingdom of Locke, they had achieved a resounding victory against the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. One would expect that. As rival nations, the news would elicit joy. Yet, from the perspective of the southern three kingdoms, there was little cause for celebration. Ultimately, the southern kingdoms shared a common lineage, and this was akin to civil strife. The barbarians represented an external threat. Their actions had taken everyone by surprise. 30 years had wrought significant changes that a new power had indeed risen in the north, through 2 wars and the loss of thousands of lives. The barbarians had unequivocally demonstrated this. The nobles and officials of the northern provinces had yet to fully comprehend the implications of the news when another decree from the royal capital arrived. The first decree formally commended all those who had merited recognition, with the king bestowing generous rewards. Derek was granted the title of hereditary baron, court viscount, and commander of the St. Michael Legion. Indeed, the commander of the St. Michael Legion. This was a new post, even endowed with a contingent of 5,000 men. However, aside from the title, all military forces were merely drawn from the 2nd Legion. Yet, this was secondary. The significance of the title alone revealed the king's intentions. The fief was located within the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, its expanse even surpassing that of the Ferreira family's domain. Moreover, Derek was not the sole recipient. Numerous nobles and distinguished individuals were also granted lands in the St. Michael province of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. If one were to unfurl a map, it would be evident that nearly half of the province's territory had been promised by the king. Before the nobles of the northern provinces could voice their outrage, the second decree from the king was delivered. It recognized the status of the barbarian kingdom and formally established diplomatic relations, with the price being the complete transfer of the St. Michael province to the Kingdom of Locke. This succinctly elucidated the king's directives. Evidently, the emissaries from the barbarians had been awaiting this moment in the royal capital. Had the northern provinces fallen, it might have been the nobles of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross who would have come to reclaim the lands of the northern provinces, without affording Derek the opportunity for contemplation. The king's emissaries and representatives from the noble senate arrived in unison. The special envoy, representing the king, hastily conducted the conferral ceremony, even waiving the customary requirement to present oneself before the king in the capital. The senate also presented the long-prepared noble insignia and heraldry. When Derek had registered for his title of knight, it had already been documented with the emblem of the double-headed dragon. Yet, knights could only utilize triangular flags and swallow-tailed banners. Now, he was permitted to forego the swallowtail and officially employ the noble square banner. The titles conferred by the king were none other than Derek, court viscount, and Baron Augustus. According to tradition, he could henceforth be addressed as von Ferreira Augustus Derek. His descendants would inherit the surname Augustus, and his domain would be situated in the Augustus region of the St. Michael province. Of course, it was highly probable that, under the counteroffensive of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, he would soon lose this territory, which would be exasperating. Viscount Derek, please set forth promptly. His Majesty the King eagerly awaits your good tidings. The envoy, having fulfilled his mission, brought forth the king's urgent summons. In truth, the time available to the Kingdom of Locke was considerably limited. The Kingdom of the Holy Cross had certainly prepared for a counterattack since the initiation of the barbarian invasion. Though they had not anticipated such a devastating outcome, nor did they foresee that the aggressors would be the Lockians. Nevertheless, it mattered little who the adversary was. The St. Michael province had to be reclaimed. Yet, the mess had been left entirely to the Kingdom of Locke, specifically to unfortunate individuals like Derek. To speak candidly, the king's actions were rather ungracious. However, this was also an unforeseen turn of events for the king. The original target had indeed been the barbarians. Yet, the opportunity to seize the St. Michael province had naturally redirected his ambitions. The motivations of the barbarians were not difficult to surmise. They aimed to incite a conflict between two powerful entities. Yet a tiger engaged in combat cannot simply halt its advance. That evening, the governor summoned all the nobles and officials. Many cast sympathetic glances at Derek, evidently aware of the unfolding events, while the St. Michael province might not necessarily be reclaimed. A protracted struggle was inevitable. The kingdom of the Holy Cross would not relent. The governor cleared his throat, for the king's reversal had brought him considerable difficulties. His gaze traversed the assembly of generals and nobles like Derek, observing some faces contorted with anger while others remained impassive. Ahem, the St. Michael province is an unexpected circumstance, and we are all aware of the barbarians' intentions. However, such opportunities are rare. Had the barbarians not caught us off guard, the St. Michael province would not have fallen so easily. The governor's statement held truth. Had the military of the Kingdom of Locke been mobilized, the St. Michael province would likely have been adequately fortified. Only the barbarians, operating outside the mainstream focus, had been afforded the opportunity for a surprise attack. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet, the king had acted rather unscrupulously. The governor awkwardly addressed the silent nobles, continuing, "Rest assured, for the next 3 years, there will be no governor appointed for the St. Michael province, nor will taxes be levied. All food supplies, resources, and even populace will receive robust support from the kingdom." Clearly, the kingdom was cognizant that the barbarians would not allow matters to proceed smoothly. Thus, provisions, population, and all necessary resources would require the kingdom's assistance. However, in comparison to the anticipated benefits, all of this was deemed worthwhile. The countenances of the nobles brightened considerably. Count Pereira beckoned Derek to his side. "This time, I too shall set forth. The 1st and 2nd legions will be consolidated into one. Together with your St. Michael Legion and the private forces of various houses, we shall muster around 20 to 30,000 men to face the initial counteroffensive of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. However, the kingdom's reinforcements will take at least 3 to 5 months to arrive." "Derek, what are your thoughts?" Count Pereira felt immense pressure. A single misstep could result in disaster within the St. Michael province. Derek pondered for a moment, refraining from providing a definitive answer. "We must assess the situation upon arrival in the St. Michael province, but we should also remain vigilant against the barbarians. Indeed, it was crucial to guard against a sudden assault from the barbarians, yet we must also expedite the occupation of the St. Michael province and prepare early to a counterstrike from the barbarians, followed by an assault on the northern provinces, was not out of the realm of possibility, even in the event of a smooth transition. It was imperative to act swiftly. Otherwise, just as the handover occurred, the counteroffensive from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross might arrive, leading to significant complications. Derek had mentally prepared himself. If the barbarians proved uncooperative, they would be shown a demonstration of strength. Their aim was to incite a conflict between us, thereby affording them the opportunity to expand. If that were the case, they would undoubtedly hesitate to confront us directly. Understanding that the barbarians had their reservations, Derek aimed to exploit their vulnerabilities. His thoughts were always incisive. Count Pereira had not anticipated this angle. He immediately responded with a smile. "Then I shall expedite the transfer of troops to you. You shall set off ahead of me to gauge the strength of the barbarians." Derek accepted the task, fully aware of the inherent dangers and difficulties. This so-called hero, in the eyes of the lofty dignitaries, might merely be regarded as a valuable pawn. Deploying him to the province of St. Michael would conveniently obstruct the counteroffensive from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Should he succeed, joy would abound. Should he fail, it would matter little, for he was certainly preferable to some hapless fool. Derek comprehended his role as a pawn, and the arrogance and disdain of others afforded him an opportunity. The titles of Baron and Viscount, though seemingly the most precious, paled in comparison to the position of commander of the St. Michael Legion, which he coveted above all. Perhaps it was a pity reserved for cannon fodder. Yet for Derek, it held paramount importance. Nobility and purpose. The St. Michael Legion, in name, could operate throughout the entire province and garrison at any location, and far removed from enemy territory, none would dare interfere. As for limitations, they were but a jest. Sooner or later, you would come to regret this. Derek swiftly took command of the newly formed St. Michael Legion, comprised entirely of elite soldiers drawn from the 2nd Legion. In this regard, Count Pereira exhibited remarkable generosity, refraining from conscripting mere militia. Although some cronyism was unavoidable, The situation was far better than one might hope for. With power in his grasp, Derek naturally appointed his trusted allies. As for how to assess loyalty, a glance at the roster sufficed. Those listed were not necessarily 100% loyal, while those absent were assuredly lacking in fidelity, while others were still preparing. Derek had already completed the initial adjustments and set forth at a brisk pace. During this time, a letter from the Ferreira family finally arrived, bringing with it news of a contingent of cousins seeking refuge, along with tidings regarding Baron Ferreira, Count Pereira's granddaughter. Upon receiving this information, Derek understood at last the reason behind Count Pereira's extraordinary generosity. After a moment's reflection, he acquiesced without hesitation. What fools love, in this age, could ever truly exist? As for the gaunt commoners, they held no allure for him whatsoever. In truth, even disregarding political considerations, his choices for a bride were exceedingly narrow, provided his tastes were not particularly eccentric. He informed his father of his consent, albeit stipulating that the marriage be postponed until the stability of the St. Michael province was assured. Derek replied to Baron Ferreira and, before departing, personally visited Count Pereira to subtly convey his intentions. Thereafter, he also requisitioned a supply of weapons and provisions. This marriage proposal was indeed a prudent venture. In the province of St. Michael, the barbarians were on the move. This time, the southern incursion posed little challenge to victory. The true difficulty lay in securing the spoils of war. Given the current strength of the southern triad, the barbarian kingdom would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Once the military machine was set in motion, it was not easily halted. Yet the barbarians could not afford to languish in complacency. With their population and power swelling, they required greater trade and external resources. Petty smuggling could hardly satisfy the demands of a nation. The most effective means of garnering recognition was, of course, to display one's might. From the outset, the kingdom of the Holy Cross had been a primary target. For the decayed church and nobility, the Rin represented the finest business partners for the barbarians. However, the rigid and sanctimonious kingdom would not easily acquiesce to diplomatic relations. The unexpected twist was that the kingdom of Locke had managed to turn the tables. Thus, plans had to be hastily revised. According to the original scheme, the barbarians were to withstand the first wave of attacks from the kingdom of the Holy Cross, during which they would transport a substantial population and supplies back to their homeland. Then, in winter, they would hand over the St. Michael province to the kingdom of Locke, allowing the two nations, having completed their military mobilization, to tear at each other. This would create a vacuum that would enable the barbarian kingdom to significantly bolster its strength and confidence. However, with the plan altered, modifications were necessary. The plundered population and supplies amounted to merely a fraction of what had been envisioned, and the losses sustained by the army were not insignificant. Furthermore, the kingdom of Locke, preserving its strength, entering the kingdom of the Holy Cross, could potentially lead to a one-sided conflict. These considerations were enough to give the barbarian think tank a headache, yet they dared not delay further, lest they incur even greater losses from the assaults of both kingdoms. The frontline officers, aware of the plan, lamented the lackluster performance of their Locke counterparts while hastily transporting the populace. However, they still underestimated Derek's swiftness. At the border of the kingdom of the Holy Cross, the new St. Michael Legion intercepted a contingent of barbarians. "What are you doing?" The barbarian officer was visibly anxious. He had not heard of the St. Michael Legion, but he could see that their numbers surpassed his own. Simon, personally holding the documentation exchanged between the two nations, was on the verge of throwing it in the officer's face. "The St. Michael province has been ceded to the kingdom of Locke for over half a month, with diplomatic ties established. Do you wish to breach the treaty?" The barbarian officer was taken aback by the encounter. He replied, his face ashen, "I am merely following orders. Any dispute should be directed to our supreme leader d'etat." Simon waved his hand dismissively. "Seize them." What a pitiful barbarian. He had no fear, reduced to a frightened dog. The barbarian officer had never anticipated a physical confrontation. Though accompanied by his men, they were easily captured by the well-prepared soldiers of the St. Michael Legion. Even the guards who attempted to resist were swiftly slain before their eyes. "You are violating the treaty between our two nations," the barbarian officer exclaimed, both astonished and furious. "I am merely cleansing the slave-capturing squad engaged in human trafficking. I possess both witnesses and evidence. What further argument do you have?" Legally, he was indeed correct, but how could such a statement be made? The matter quickly escalated, and the barbarian forces, preoccupied with transporting supplies, came to an abrupt halt. Nearby, several barbarian contingents hastened to their aid. But the St. Michael Legion held firm, boldly displaying the double-headed dragon banner and apprehending individuals in full view of a 1,000-strong unit. It'd be why the time the barbarian supreme leader arrived, the atmosphere was akin to a powder keg. Derek finally made his appearance, meeting the barbarian supreme leader, Wilson. "Viscount Derek, do you intend to instigate a conflict between our nations?" The opposing side commenced with a show of force, yet Derek was no pushover. He countered with equal firmness. "Then let us go to war. I shall not shy away from losing my title." Wilson's bravado was instantly quelled. He certainly did not dare to initiate hostilities now, for that would be a futile endeavor. "This situation is your fault. Release my men." "No," Derek retorted. "You are the ones in breach of the treaty, according to the recently signed agreement between our nations. You have no right to disturb a single blade of grass in the St. Michael province, and you must await the formal transfer of our troops before any withdrawal. Currently, I have captured some of your miscreants. You ought to thank me, or shall I assume this is an official directive from your barbarian kingdom?" Wilson, of course, dared not concede. Treaties were merely scraps of paper for wiping ones behind, but that was only true for the dominant party. Remarkably, the barbarian kingdom had needs of its own, while Derek maintained a psychological advantage, showing no fear of the barbarians. The two engaged in negotiations for 3 consecutive days, with Derek unwavering, while Wilson, exasperated, contemplated leaving. Yet Derek reiterated his stance. "Let us go to war." This relentless back and forth left Wilson at a loss. Moreover, it soon became clear to the barbarians that this Viscount Derek was a man who had claimed the lives of over 10,000 of their kin. They held disdain for those who merely boasted, yet they both feared and loathed this blood-soaked butcher. Wilson believed that Derek would undoubtedly follow through on his threats. Unfortunately, should a genuine conflict erupt, the treaty between the two nations would be irrevocably shattered, and he had no confidence in defeating this insufferable adversary before him. Derek's record was nothing short of terrifying. No other commander dared to claim superiority. Furthermore, during these past few days, the St. Michael Legion had not been idle, successfully apprehending several waves of barbarians. With numerous skirmishes occurring as tensions escalated, the army's grievances became uncontainable, leading Wilson to finally relent. "That I concede. Release my men. This is my bottom line. Otherwise, I would rather go to war with you." Although he had regressed, he could absolutely not allow his subordinates to be detained. Otherwise, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Derek was acutely aware of this, understanding that if he pressed the other party too hard, with their future already in ruins, they might disregard any alliance between the two nations. "Very well, but you must assist me with one task," he stated. Upon hearing this, Wilson felt even more despondent. Could it truly be played this way? He was taken aback by the sheer cunning of the individual before him, who seemed nothing short of a devil. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to acquiesce, fully aware that this could entail significant risks. Thus began a grand and tumultuous migration of populations. The brutal barbarians gathered the serfs of the St. Michael province. Intending to transport them back to their homeland, they took a slightly circuitous route, moving in the opposite direction for several days. At that juncture, the St. Michael Legion arrived, confronting the barbarians. After arduous negotiations, the two parties finally reached an agreement. All the abducted serfs would be settled on site, and the barbarians commenced the handover of the defensive line. Ironically, the designated settlement bore the name Augusta Territory. Our undaunted Viscount returned to his domain, only to discover an influx of over 100,000 mouths to feed. He could only extend his benevolence to assist them, issuing a land reclamation decree that permitted the serfs to cultivate fields around the designated villages and granted them their freedom. As for the food shortage, the lords of the Kingdom of Locke had already promised several years' worth of provisions, so what was there to fear? The St. Michael Legion busily recruited soldiers from the surrounding areas while taking control of the defenses. Derek wrote letters to relocate some manpower from the homeland and initiated construction in the territory that he planned towns, constructed military camps, trained blacksmiths, and a host of skilled laborers, and conscripted the liberated serfs into a private army. Of course, the liberation of the serfs did not create the anticipated uproar. In fact, many serfs remained numb, oblivious to the significance of their newfound status. Derek finally comprehended that the accounts and books might be somewhat embellished. However, as time passed, When the serfs realized that no one could arbitrarily deprive them of their lives without consequence, that they could possess private property and even determine their own destinies, they would gradually come to support their great lord. At present, it was the ample food supplies that bolstered morale. Meanwhile, as Derek worked tirelessly, he seized the opportunity while his northern provincial counterparts were still dawdling, swiftly appropriating a batch of resources, mines, estates, and town officials. He appointed a multitude of individuals without authorization and even forged land deeds for unclaimed properties. After all, why refuse what was readily available? In this manner, he rapidly became a malignant tumor in the St. Michael province. Naturally, the rights of merchants, missionaries, and nobles within the province had to be safeguarded. This was a fundamental rule and characteristic of the era. Yet, in the face of a new protector, should they not pay a form of protection fee? Thus, when the first contingent of northern provincial troops entered the St. Michael province half a month later, Derek had already completed his land grab. If one were to claim that these nobles were unaware of the underlying rules, Derek would certainly not believe it. They simply did not anticipate that Derek would act with such alacrity. The troops were swiftly reorganized, and the barbarians were driven away with such speed that many could hardly react. According to expectations, Derek should have only just finished entangling himself with the barbarians, perhaps still engaged in the struggle at that moment. The others entered, sidestepping the early morning troubles while simultaneously reorganizing their forces. It was the perfect opportunity to lend Derek some support, and then together they could reap the spoils of war. What a joyous prospect! Regrettably, upon learning that Derek had dealt with the barbarians, they hurried in but arrived a step too late. Count Pereira was the first to arrive, mirroring Derek's actions with even more elaborate tactics. Other nobles, unwilling to lag behind, began to stake their claims one by one. After all, Derek alone could not consume such a large cake. Even the local factions of the St. Michael province ought to be grateful to Derek, for many would have fared worse than he, openly seizing without pretense. Ironically, those who had been thoroughly plundered by Derek were now quietly relieved. Of course, this could also be attributed to Derek's excessive veracity, leaving the newcomers envious and with less cake to share. In any case, after another chaotic half-month, the St. Michael province remained in turmoil, with some unfortunate nobles discovering that their territories had been reduced to a mere fraction of their former populations. Attributing this calamity to the barbarians' deeds, as for Derek, even those who understood that he was profiting from the chaos dared not show their teeth against him. The rapid expansion of the St. Michael Legion, along with his private army, left few capable of curtailing his influence. Unbeknownst to many, the once diminutive knight had achieved a monumental feat, akin to a snake swallowing an elephant, and had become a local predator. The tumultuous St. Michael province was no longer at the forefront of Derek's concerns. Although his power had expanded significantly in a short time, the crux of the matter lay in withstanding the impending counteroffensive from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Otherwise, all his gains would vanish into thin air, and the ensuing backlash would force him into exile in another land. Upon receiving news of the Kingdom of Locke's invasion, the bureaucratic machinery of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, which had previously been sluggish, suddenly demonstrated remarkable efficiency. While they were confident in repelling the barbarians' sudden attack, it would be far more challenging to dislodge the Locke forces, their perennial adversaries, who had firmly established themselves. Derek had no choice but to set aside all other affairs and head to the front lines on the very first day of his arrival in the St. Michael province. Derek did not overlook the issue of the Holy Cross Kingdom's counterattack. Thus, the castle he had just established was continually under-repaired, and a large quantity of resources was prioritized for this location, and Derek prepared himself for a protracted conflict. This was not a battle against the barbarians, which required risk-taking. His sole objective was to hold on to the gains he had secured and to consolidate them. After a year had passed, it would be uncertain who would be the aggressor. Before that time, he had to brace himself for bloodshed. With unwavering determination, Derek set his sights firmly. He would not concern himself with enemies from other directions, but he would not allow anyone to pass through this point. The castle beneath his feet was named Birch Castle. It was a military fortress constructed by the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, devoid of any superfluous amenities, designed solely for military purposes: towers, horse walls, and parapets. These essential infrastructures were all present. Derek speculated that the initial purpose of constructing this castle was to counter the threat posed by the Kingdom of Locke. Even if the St. Michael province were to fall, The retreating forces could regroup here, simultaneously halting the enemy's advance and serving as a springboard for a counteroffensive. Geographically, Birch Castle afforded direct access to any town within the St. Michael province. Unfortunately, this instrument of war had fallen into the hands of the Locke people, who could likewise turn it into a nightmare for the kingdom of the Holy Cross. Derek seized the limited time available to him, repairing the castle while also training soldiers. Fortunately, with the aid of panels, he was able to train competent soldiers in just over a month. Then, as the weather turned cooler, scouts from the kingdom of the Holy Cross finally began to appear in significant numbers around Birch Castle. Derek promptly dispatched orders to consolidate his forces. He had no intention of engaging in open field battles. This was destined to be a war of attrition, where any strategy would be rendered meaningless. For the other Locke nobles, failure might still leave them with an escape route. For Derek, however, there was none. The more one consumes and occupies, the less likely one is to be targeted during times of prosperity. Yet should he falter, losing his territory would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, this splendid opportunity compelled Derek to act, for in his view, the chances of victory were considerable. Engaging in conflict, regardless of the timing, would invariably offend someone. Why not strike while the cost was minimal? Regardless of the number of troops the kingdom of the Holy Cross sends, he must hold the line that if he can defend Birch Fort, the forces of the Holy Cross will be unable to inflict significant damage. Sending small detachments across Birch Fort would be tantamount to seeking death that a large force attempting to cross would find Derek ruthlessly devouring the guarding soldiers and then severing their retreat. Thus, he must become an unyielding nail, using the most brutal and bloody grinding stone to compel the armies of the Holy Cross to retreat. This will cost many lives. Derek is acutely aware that many will die for his ambitions. This is merely the beginning. All he can do is minimize the loss and hope for a more favorable treatment in the afterlife. Standing atop the battlements, Derek observed the clouds of dust rising in the distance. A substantial number of troops from the kingdom of the Holy Cross had arrived. Each triangular banner represented a knight, with a multitude of ragged peasant soldiers trudging along behind them. Derek did not allow himself to relax. Although the peasant soldiers of the Holy Cross were notoriously weak in combat, they were equally notorious for their low cost, despite the fact that the kingdom of Locke still smuggled high-quality slaves into the kingdom of the Holy Cross. These were the private property of nobles and clergy. In contrast, the ones before him were mostly hastily gathered freemen or royal slaves, derogatorily referred to as peasant soldiers, driven at will. At times, these numbed peasant soldiers could be as troublesome as elite troops. Derek soon witnessed the Holy Cross Army's conduct. Having just arrived, and well past noon, rather than establishing a camp, they commenced driving the peasant soldiers to assault the fort. Such cruelty, standing beside Derek. Simon, known for his ruthless disposition, also found the actions of the Holy Cross nobility excessively harsh. All that wealth, Derek lamented the fate of these peasant soldiers, mere cheap cannon fodder in the hands of the Holy Cross. Whereas he viewed them as walking coins, regrettably, he would have to destroy these coins with his own hands. That fleeting pity was not enough to sway Derek's resolve. He coldly observed as his soldiers, under the officer's command, engaged in merciless slaughter. The nobility of the Holy Cross may be corrupt, but they are certainly not fools. Their use of peasant soldiers was not a meaningless display of cruelty. Through such assaults, they could probe the defenses of Birch Fort. Should Derek reveal a weakness, he would undoubtedly face concentrated attacks thereafter. However, to their disappointment, Birch Fort presented no vulnerabilities, regardless of the direction from which they tried to assault. Soon, the main body of the Holy Cross army arrived in succession, set up camp. A multitude of cavalry surrounded a group of individuals inspecting the front lines, for commanders in the age of cold weapons. Relying solely on their subordinates' reports for marching and formation could lead to an untimely demise. Only through personal reconnaissance, confirming the terrain and environment, can one make relatively accurate judgments. The term relatively accurate is used because there are often oversights. Should the enemy seize upon them, it could result in a historical blunder. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Simon immediately grew restless. "My lord, shall I lead a charge?" With the cavalry now expanded, Simon believed it was worth attempting given their proximity. "If you wish to die, go ahead and try," Derek retorted harshly. "Fool, look closely. There remains an infantry phalanx opposite that has not moved, guarding against your ambush." These fellows from the Holy Cross possess a greater instinct for self-preservation than the barbarians. Simon shrank back, too afraid to breathe loudly. Meanwhile, in the distance, the commanders from the Holy Cross were also discussing Derek. Unlike the purely military organization of the Kingdom of Locke, the army of the Holy Cross included the presence of missionaries. However, they typically did not interfere with military arrangements and were quite diligent in amassing wealth. This contingent of the Holy Cross army was led by Count Connell Radburn, known as the Sword of God. This count was a seasoned general, although his most notable claim to fame came from suppressing a peasant uprising, in which he massacred tens of thousands in one fell swoop, achieving instant notoriety. Of course, no matter how many lower-class lives he extinguished, it mattered little to the upper echelons of the Holy Cross that in fact, for maintaining the local church's dominion, he was awarded the title of Sword of God by the church, which in turn bolstered his status as a count, garnering the church's substantial support. Nevertheless, this does not negate his capabilities. Militarily, Count Connell could be considered exceptional, as many of the nobles who fought alongside him in quelling the rebellion were subsequently slain by the very commoners they sought to subdue. At this moment, observing the assaults by the peasant soldiers, Count Connell's expression grew increasingly grave. Have we ascertained who the commander of this fortress is? It should be the infamous Derek. I have heard that his fief lies just behind Birch Fort. 3 months ago, if one were to mention Derek, not a single noble of the Holy Cross would have recognized his name. But now, few are unaware of this Viscount. It seems the rumors are true. This Viscount Derek is no mere fluke, and orchestrating such a solid defense is not something just anyone can achieve. Count Connell genuinely praised. The more fundamental the strategy, the more one reveals true skill. Nowadays, few knights in the kingdom possess such foundational prowess. He had a premonition that the coming battles would not be easy. Count Connell's intuition soon proved accurate. Beginning the next day, the probing assaults by the Holy Cross army led to continuous bloodshed. Beneath Birch Fort, corpses piled up in heaps, sickening the corpse collectors with the stench. Count Connell frequently approached the base of the fortress, attempting to lure the defenders into launching a counterattack. Yet Derek remained as steadfast as an old dog. Unmoving regardless of advantage or disadvantage, Derek understood that if he could merely prolong the conflict, victory would be his. Why take unnecessary risks? A wise warrior achieves success without ostentation. Outsiders only see the glory of a smaller force defeating a larger one, unaware of the inherent dangers that a single misstep could lead to disaster. Given a choice, Derek would prefer to leverage superior numbers against fewer foes. Moreover, he remained active, taking advantage of the Holy Cross Army's generous participation. He utilized Birch Fort as a practical training ground for both offense and defense. How to arrange defenses, how to bolster morale, and how to mount an effective offensive if the roles were reversed. This was both a lesson and a process of self-education. War is never an isolated endeavor. One must comprehend the purpose of warfare. Strategic victories will always overshadow tactical wins. Observe Count Connell. Why does he repeatedly risk himself at the front lines? I can assure you that should we emerge and eliminate a batch of officers from the Holy Cross, he would be grinning from ear to ear. Why? Tactically, you may achieve your goal of striking the enemy, but at what cost? If Birch Fort falls and we lose our lands behind it, including the province of St. Michael, would you consider that a victory or a defeat? Derek stood within the fortifications, pointing toward the distant Count's banner as a teaching moment. Simon, you tell me, if you were Count Connell, would you take the risk of acting as bait? Simon finally had a moment of clarity. After daily exposure to similar situations, he understood what to do. Thus, while becoming an exceptional commander is a challenge, being a competent one is not so difficult. In this era of mutual decay, being merely competent could easily surpass the capabilities of 9 out of 10 commanders that I understand now. In such situations, I could also act as bait to entice the defending forces, Simon declared proudly, feeling he had learned a valuable tactic. However, Derek turned around and kicked him in the rear. Connell a fool. Are you to mirror his folly? Find someone of a similar stature. Don your armor and carry your banner. You would face no danger at all. Simon and the other officers were left speechless. Such a tactic even honorable? Simon stammered. Honor more important than life. When you lie in a grave, no one will speak of your honor. When you stand before the grave of your opponent, no one will remark on your lack of honor. Derek's words profoundly shocked these feudal knights. One can imagine that in the days, months, or even a lifetime to come, many would ponder this question. Of course, History might remember them with praise or scorn, but does that truly matter? It matters not. Derek gazed into the distance at Count Connor, convinced that he must be hurling insults in his direction. Yet, could such words inflict any real harm upon him? Not at all. On the contrary, if it meant Derek could escape from Birch Fortress. The adversary would be willing to pay any price at that moment. Count Connor was indeed on the verge of a breakdown as a prominent figure who had ascended from the ranks of lesser nobility. He believed he had encountered numerous young individuals, some who had achieved fame at a tender age, others who were arrogant and complacent. However, this fellow named Derek was utterly impervious to his attempts. Regardless of how he tried to entice him, Derek remained as steadfast as a eunuch. He even suspected that if he were to present a room full of naked beauties before Derek, the man would remain entirely unfazed. By God. Where did this prodigy come from? Count Connor had resigned himself to despair at present. He saw no other recourse. While serving as bait himself, he attempted to send someone to negotiate with Derek. Yet they were struck down before they could even approach. The relentless assaults had not ceased for a single day, yet the defensive fortifications of Birch Fortress seemed to have only intensified. The offensive continued to urge reinforcements from the rear. With merely a month left before the long winter set in, the opportunity to reclaim the province of Saint Michel would dwindle even further. In just a short span, over 10,000 lives had been lost beneath this castle, and although troops were gradually being replenished, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread that it was unfathomable to contemplate the casualties that would ensue from another month of relentless assault. Connor even considered shifting his attack to another front, but the Earl of Pereira was equally astute, denying the enemy any chance. The war raged on. The soil beneath Birch Fortress stained a deep hue. The walls were pockmarked and the soldiers within took daring risks to patch them. Serfs from the kingdom of the Holy Cross assaulted with a fervor akin to madness. The intensity of the conflict escalated, with daily casualties numbering in the thousands. Exhaustion, disgust, Derek tirelessly endeavored to maintain the morale of his troops, even quelling several nascent rebellions that in such an environment. The spirits of all were taut, ready to snap at any moment. As the cold winds began to rise, both sides understood that the day of truce was not far off. The good news was that forces from the Kingdom of Locke had begun to enter the province of Saint Michel in small contingents. These were nobles from the central part of the kingdom, initially poised to respond to the war against the barbarians, yet they had altered their course to seek opportunity in Saint Michel, with the rear stabilizing. The Earl of Pereira had not been idle, directing small units to tentatively cross the defenses of the province of Saint Michel. Though this maneuver yielded little in terms of gains, it exerted immense pressure on the enemy, as if to declare, "My men have arrived. Your opportunities are dwindling." Count Connor remained unperturbed, his resolve as steadfast as ever, forged from the countless sacrifices of blood. He even intensified his offensive, deploying not only serfs but also the private armies of the nobility to the battlefield. This indeed resulted in greater casualties for Birch Fortress, yet it was still far from enough to compel Derek to yield. By the time the winter solstice arrived, the forces of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross launched a frenzied assault for 3 days, leaving behind another 5,000 to 6,000 corpses. After achieving nothing, the encampment that had lingered here for a month and a half finally stirred with a different kind of commotion. The ruffians of the Holy Cross were finally preparing to withdraw. Even warriors like Simon felt a weariness settling deep within. The retreating army of the Holy Cross appeared chaotic, with even hints of unrest. Having lost 20,000 to 30,000 men, the internal strife within the ranks was bound to erupt. And Count Connor likely could not contain it. Derek speculated that upon their return, the leadership would certainly face abandonment. Such a significant loss would be impossible to endure without dire consequences. Shall we seize this opportunity to launch a nighttime raid? Perhaps capturing the entirety of their remaining forces? Simon proposed. This contingent of knights had indeed grown considerably, and a year was sufficient for all to undergo a metamorphosis. Faced with such an alluring suggestion, Derek felt the chances of success were high if they could detain these 20,000 remnants. The pressures of the coming year would be greatly alleviated. Derek paced back and forth, his mind racing. First, let me outline the potential gains of a nighttime ambush. Annihilating these 20,000 men may yield the capture of an earl. The ransom alone could be worth a barony, not to mention the accolades from the king. The burdens of the following year would diminish significantly. Derek enumerated the benefits, each more enticing than the last. The breaths of the knights grew heavy in tandem. Yet, if this were a trap, everything would be lost. Birch Fortress could not possibly withstand the onslaught, and then the province of Saint Michel would fall. With a stroke of luck, they might escape with their lives, yet soon find themselves as mere vagabonds. However, if they chose inaction, each would retain a title of nobility, some even possessing lands. They had each claimed a portion of the province of Saint Michel's resources, and given time, these could be transformed into power. In the coming year, it was likely that the forces of the Holy Cross would swell, yet their own burdens would be lighter, even if they were to do nothing for the latter half of their lives. It would suffice to ensure the continuation of their lineage. As Derek spoke, he gradually regained his composure. The rewards were substantial, yet so too were the risks. Was it truly time to gamble with their lives? No, he realized. He possessed a golden opportunity. Time was on his side. When one is barefoot, fighting for survival is comprehensible. But now, adorned in shoes and having become part of the exploiting class, why risk it? The knights too regained their composure. The potential rewards did not warrant such peril. Defending Birch Fortress would surely yield significant rewards from the king, and many who had recently acquired lands would see their fortunes increase without the need for risk. The countless souls lost beneath Birch Fortress were the finest testament to their military prowess. Why pursue the final morsel of spoils? I understand, my lord, the Viscount declared. We shall observe their retreat. Once they have amassed sufficient strength, they can confront them again come spring. Simon's ambitions soared, allowing that old rascal Connor to keep his head for a few more years. Indeed, but that does not mean we shall remain idle. Simon, you shall take a contingent of cavalry to escort Count Connor from here. The main force would remain stationary, yet a few light cavalry could both monitor the movements of the Holy Cross and probe for information. Simon received his orders and departed with a unit of cavalry. The forces of the Holy Cross withdrew in utter disarray, abandoning a significant amount of supplies along their retreat. They even spotted some scattered serfs, reinforcing Simon's conviction that the Holy Cross was simply unable to endure any longer. Considering the timeline, the winter solstice had passed, and heavy snow was imminent. If the army continued to delay, these serfs would likely perish from the cold. The Viscount was indeed too cautious. Observing these walking opportunities for glory, Simon's adventurous spirit began to stir once more. However, the long-standing veneration of Derek led him to regard the latter's considerations as highly plausible. Thus, he could only feel a sense of regret in his haste to track the movements of the Holy Cross. Simon had not taken the time to scrutinize the details along the way. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the fact that some of the scattered soldiers by the roadside appeared robust, their rosy complexions standing in stark contrast to the typical serfs as this contingent of cavalry passed by. The crouching serfs sprang to their feet. Their tattered garments could not conceal their relatively strong physiques. They sprinted for a considerable distance before quickly darting into a small thicket. Had Simon followed, he would have discovered a sizable group of private soldiers from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross hiding within. My lord, a detachment of Locke's cavalry has just passed by, numbering approximately 1 unit. A scout reported swiftly. The commander concealed in the thicket was elated, exclaiming, "Excellent. It appears the Earl's strategy has succeeded. These must be Locke's scouts. Continue to remain hidden, and ensure we do not get discovered." Having lingered beneath Birch Fortress for such an extended period, the heavy toll of casualties is but a minor concern. It is the pent-up frustration that weighs heavily. Warfare between nations has always been a reciprocal affair, and the nobles of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross do not perceive themselves as lacking in prowess. The blame lies squarely on that lecherous Derek of Birch Fortress. Now, with an opportunity to teach the adversary a lesson, their delight cannot be contained. Consequently, this news spreads like wildfire. Should one gaze from the heavens, they would behold regiment upon regiment of thousands, cleverly utilizing the foliage and valleys to conceal themselves, while not entirely seamless. A semblance of a net has been formed. Once the forces of the Kingdom of Locke pursue, they are destined to be ensnared within this web. Count Connor has not idled away the past month beneath Birch Fortress. Indeed, after suffering setbacks on the very first day, he recognized the formidable nature of the enemy. Thus, while performing beneath Birch Fortress, he dispatched scouts to thoroughly survey the surrounding terrain. With ample time at his disposal, he meticulously crafted a comprehensive trap. Before Simon lies nothing but bait, mere cannon fodder destined for demise. The only distinction lies in whether they perish beneath the frigid embrace of snow or are ruthlessly cut down by the Lockians. Count Connor is unperturbed by the prospect of sacrificing over 10,000 lives to stain his title with blood. Moreover, the resolve of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross is far greater than many might envision. Oblivious to the machinations at play, Simon is ensnared in the information disparity that characterizes the battlefield. One side meticulously prepares. With a keen eye, one might discern the intricacies. However, in most instances, the opposition will not grant you the luxury of a thorough inspection. In the fleeting moments of opportunity, it is sharpness and timing that determine the victor. Nevertheless, as Simon continues his pursuit, an unsettling sense of strangeness grows within him that in truth, military theory in this world remains rudimentary. With many military leaders reluctant to disseminate their most guarded strategies, most exceptional commanders navigate their paths through innate talent or fragmented knowledge handed down through generations. Yet for Derek, he possesses a relatively complete understanding of military principles, filling in the framework with substantive content. While it cannot be claimed to encompass all aspects, it is, by and large, coherent. Thus, Simon and his compatriots remain blissfully unaware of the true value of the military theories they have acquired. Now, these latent memories are stirred by the scene before him. The army of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross cannot afford to cease their march. They are in retreat, yet far from the brink of collapse. Even if a portion of their soldiers has fled, the overarching military structure remains intact. Hence, the camp is established, fires ignited for sustenance, with little variation from the norm. Furthermore, these traces are exceedingly difficult to obscure. No matter how cunning Count Connor may be, the constraints of the era limit his perceptions. Having merely circled the camp's remnants, Simon quickly identifies the source of his unease. The number of cooking pits is inconsistent. This detail has been overlooked by all the commanders of the time. An army requires fires for cooking. Even serf soldiers, who may disregard morale, would encounter backlash. The quantity of cooking pits typically exhibits little fluctuation. Simon recalls the Viscount mentioning that upon discovering a change in the enemy's number of cooking pits, it is certain that a portion of their forces is concealed, with some troops vanishing during the retreat. Where could they have gone? A cold sweat breaks out on Simon's brow. If a significant force truly catches up, they would undoubtedly fall into a trap. The Viscount's words ring true. This is indeed a conspiracy. However, having uncovered the enemy's stratagem, there is little to fear. Simon feigns ignorance and continues to trail the army of the Holy Cross. The first night passes, and the dawn light begins to seep through. He and his men gather branches and ensure their mounts are well fed. That cunning old fox Connor will find himself outmaneuvered once more. Soon enough, the ambushed forces of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross witness a cloud of dust rising skyward. Even in the dim light, vast plumes of dust can be seen, indicating the presence of no less than thousands. When did those accursed Lochians arrive? Quick, inform the Count. Upon receiving the news, Count Connor does not question its veracity. Instead, he is filled with rage. After such extensive preparation, his inept subordinates remain blissfully unaware of the enemy's approach. Fortuitously, my strategic foresight prevails. I command all troops to hold their ground and constrict the Lochians' movement. Additionally, I refuse to witness the Lochians slip away unobserved in a siege. The numerical superiority of the Holy Cross cannot be fully realized. Yet in the wilderness, I must ensure the Lochians comprehend the meaning of regret. Simon leads his cavalry in a frenzied dash, stirring the fishermen and prompting the tightening of the net. He understands that confronting the main force of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross would be tantamount to self-destruction. So he swiftly disposes of the branches and stealthily retreats to another area with his cavalry. By the time the troops of the Holy Cross arrive, they find no trace of the Lochians. Had it not been for several scouts confirming the absence, they might have suspected a blunder. Upon learning this news, Count Connor experiences a familiar sensation wash over him. Derek, truly a genius. I must capture him. Otherwise, we shall face endless troubles in the future. Indeed, from this series of maneuvers, he senses a haunting familiarity. Furthermore, he is convinced that the adversary cannot truly vanish without a trace. Surely, some method has been employed to obscure their presence temporarily. Yet can a large force of thousands truly remain perfectly hidden? Count Connor is certain that seizing the enemy is not far from reality. Even the peasant soldiers used as bait are mobilized to search for the traces of the Lochians. Meanwhile, Simon appears and disappears at will, evading the encirclement of the Holy Cross forces on the rare occasions he encounters enemies. None suspect that he is the very large contingent they have been pursuing. Instead, they assume he is merely a scout. Should they find no trace at all, it would indeed be peculiar to AS days pass. 7 in total. The army of the Holy Cross is utterly exhausted. Count Connor has lost the initial confidence he once held. The prolonged absence of the enemy's traces is evidently not a mere oversight. What method have the Lochians employed to elude my gaze? At this juncture, Simon too feels fatigue weighing upon him. Enduring such turmoil within the encirclement of the Holy Cross is fraught with peril and immense pressure. Yet when he gazes skyward at the leaden clouds, a smile breaks upon his face. Heavy snow is on the horizon in the northern lands. Since the winter solstice, heavy snowfall has never been absent. The kingdom of the Holy Cross has squandered a week. It is now too late to retreat. Beneath the snow, all beings are rendered equal. How many of this army will return? Perhaps this is what the Viscount referred to as defeating an enemy without a battle. Simon discards the dried grass from his mouth and mounts his horse, having eliminated traces. We shall return. The objective has been achieved. There is no need to continue playing games with the fools of the Holy Cross as Simon departs. 2 consecutive days pass without a sighting of the Lochians. And Count Connor finally uncovers the truth. Fools. We are all fools, outmaneuvered by the Lochians. Count Connor gazes skyward, exhaling deeply. This time, he concedes his own folly. Is it not laughable? Tens of thousands of troops, outwitted by mere dozens. This time, we are truly in deep trouble. The officers of the Holy Cross lower their heads, etching the name Derek firmly into their memories that a creeping dread begins to spread among them. They remain oblivious to the fact that Count Connor's concerns are not merely about the impending snowfall. Rather, he perceives a far greater threat. Such a prodigious leader, if left alive, will spell endless trouble for the kingdom of the Holy Cross. The mere thought of facing Derek in the future sends shivers down his spine. Upon returning, he must ensure that all efforts are directed toward gathering information on Viscount Foam Augustus Derek. The Earl of Connell harbored a foreboding sense that this trouble was far from over. Moreover, this time, he unconsciously appended the name Augusta to his address, a mark of respect for the formidable. Should Derek be willing, a mere baronial domain would suffice. The kingdom of Street Cross could easily afford it. Perhaps even more. In stark contrast to the dismal clouds looming over the kingdom of St. Cross, there lay the arduous journey home that was destined to follow, within the confines of Birch Fortress. A jubilant atmosphere prevailed. The confirmation of the retreat of the kingdom of St. Cross rendered the heavy casualties a trivial matter. Derek busied himself with the establishment of sentry posts along the border, while simultaneously enhancing communication with the rear. In truth, a fortnight prior, a scout from Count Pereira had made an appearance behind Birch Fortress, and a week ago, it was confirmed that the forces of the kingdom of St. Cross had indeed retreated, prompting reinforcements to hasten towards Birch Fortress. Even when it was ultimately verified that the forces from the kingdom of St. Cross had withdrawn from the direction of Birch Fortress, the old earl personally led his knightly order to the stronghold. Coincidentally, Simon returned bearing news in the presence of all. He recounted his experiences, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Count Pereira even inquired of Derek, "Which house does this young man belong to?" Such astuteness was nothing short of astonishing. In reality, Simon's qualifications could only be deemed average. It was Derek's exceptional guidance that had truly empowered him. Yet, in this moment, Derek was more than willing to elevate Simon's reputation, even relishing the opportunity to share the spotlight. "This is my squire, a freeman of my family, a farmer not of noble birth. His origins, even if adorned with remarkable achievements, would often elicit an instinctive disdain from many. However, some found it even more admirable. It is impossible to satisfy everyone's demands, yet one can manage to silence them all. Just as now, Simon stood tall before the gaze of the crowd. Achievements equate to glory. Fist, that is the truth. The sword and armor are his assurance, and they shall also serve as mine." Derek silently mused, having already perceived the impending troubles. Yet here, in the province of St. Michael, lay his own domain, while the nobles looked down upon Simon's humble beginnings. Derek was undeniably a true-born noble of the North. Envy towards Derek certainly existed, but his elevation through military merit was the most prestigious path to nobility. Thus, he garnered even more respect. Some knightly nobles regarded Derek as a paragon of resurgence. The baronial lands of Augusta were more than sufficient to ensure the enduring legacy of this surname. especially after repelling the initial wave of counterattacks from the Kingdom of St. Cross. The likelihood of this legacy being preserved had surged to an undeniable level. Even if one day the province of St. Michael were to fall, reverting to the grasp of the Kingdom of St. Cross, the lineage of Augusta would not be easily severed for the majority of nobles in this world. This represents the ultimate goal of their life's endeavors. Of course, Derek also bore another layer of prestige as the son-in-law of the Pereira family, when one added the goodwill of the new Count Jeffreys. The entire circle of northern nobility had thoroughly opened its doors to Derek. A myriad of accolades enveloped him, shaping his public image. The nobles of the north were eager to engage with him, willing to extend him a favor. Caravans bearing Derek's banner could traverse freely between the northern province and the province of St. Michael, enjoying significantly reduced tolls. The enterprises under Derek's name could operate openly in any city within the two provinces, without the fear of local powers imposing sanctions. At least within these two provinces, home to 2 million souls, Derek's banner could thrive. This was the new beginning he sought, a broader market, greater resources, all of which would allow his influence to expand rapidly. Thus, when Count Pereira beheld him, he promptly rose from his seat, warmly grasping Derek's arm. "Derek, come forth and let everyone behold the splendor of our new generation of northern knights." The old earl was not merely speaking idly. As Derek's renown burgeoned, the title of Northern Knight would become one of his defining marks. This was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Although the North was often scorned by the central and even southern nobles, one undeniable truth remained. The noble knights of the North, brimming with martial virtue, could be derided, looked down upon, or even openly mocked in their presence. Yet, in every division of the kingdom's interests, the contributions of the Northern Knights were indispensable. Why? Because, unlike those so-called ancient nobles with noble bloodlines, who had at times found themselves excluded from the circles of power, the Northern Knights had remained steadfast. The reason was simple: they possessed strength. With the reputation forged in the wars of division 3 decades prior, none dared to underestimate the Northern Knights. Bearing this title conferred numerous advantages that most. What was lost was merely pride. For Derek, pride was often of considerable value, yet there were times when it bore little worth. Thus, he unabashedly accepted the title, addressing the assembly with resounding conviction. "My lord, the crown of the Northern Knights shall not slip from the hands of my generation." This declaration was not without cause. In recent years, with the rise of Southern nobles, there were those who had begun to proclaim the decline of the Northern Knights, seeking to fundamentally undermine the authority of the Northern nobility, thereby further excluding them from the coarse circles of interest distribution. Such rhetoric left the Northern nobles feeling profoundly frustrated, yet they could not simply rush forth to confront their detractors. Now, with Derek's emergence, it was evident that he satisfied the needs of the Northern nobility. Thus, the old earl eagerly thrust him into the limelight, fulfilling both his own and the aspirations of the Northern nobles, while also seeking to elevate his own kin. Consequently, Derek readily accepted the mantle. He did not fear the troubles that the title might bring. In fact, he welcomed the prospect of challenges knocking at his door. However, he also recognized that this generation of Northern Knights had indeed waned. As for the upstart Southern nobles, they dared to speak out. He could silence them with a single blow. To maintain a reputation for martial prowess while engaging in reasoned discourse was an impractical ambition. If he were invited to the royal court, he would draw his sword and dispatch a few challengers, ensuring that no one would dare question the valor of the Northern Knights again. Naturally, these thoughts remained concealed within his heart. He needed the support of more Northern nobles. Yet, there was hope for the younger generation. Derek contemplated, realizing that he now possessed the authority to rally the young Northern nobility. This was not merely a matter of reputation. It was also rooted in political resources. For instance, the seemingly inconspicuous title of commander of the St. Michael Legion conferred upon him numerous direct appointments, even allowing him nominal influence over the appointment and dismissal of the provincial magistrate. In reality, the local power broker stationed in a province wielded an astounding level of influence. This was the political capital that belonged to him. While some great nobles might look down upon it, the offspring of most mid-level nobles, even the legitimate heirs, would be envious. With these political resources, he could exert influence and accomplish many things. Sure enough, as Count Pereira had just seated Derek, several familiar nobles approached discreetly, attempting to place their younger sons under Derek's tutelage, in the northern province. This was the privilege of Count Pereira and Count Jeffreys. The knightly education of most noble offspring had been monopolized by them, ultimately becoming their political leverage. Just as in this instance, when the northern province faced a crisis, why did the old earl step forward? Why did the first temporary legion heed the old earl's commands? There is no one else but the venerable count. The majority of knights in the northern territories hail from the domains of two prominent earls. When the moment of truth arrives, the deployment of a commander must also consider the respect and loyalty of the people. The former Earl Jeffreys was unfortunate enough to fall victim to barbarian blades, and thus the commander of the First Legion lacked the necessary prestige, leaving all decisions to the elder earl. Beneath the surface of these happenings, there exist profound operational rules. The elder earl's prestige is not merely forged through a handful of victories. It is these nuanced details that embody the essence of the Pereira lineage. The leaders of the northern provinces can only emerge from the families of these two earls. Now that the Jeffreys family has suffered a significant blow, the mantle of leadership naturally falls upon Earl Pereira. Presently, he is also pleased to witness Derek exerting his influence. He even personally offered a few words of guidance, which Derek comprehended immediately, filling him with a sense of gratification. Such a promising young talent might truly become the new sovereign of the St. Michael province. Naturally, the interests of the Pereira family in St. Michael province will be safeguarded. This future will unfold in 10 or 20 years. By then, Derek will be in the prime of his life, while the elder earl may very well be too aged to walk. This is the nature of nobility. Blood relations will uphold the family's glory without faltering. Just like the Jeffreys family, whose contemporary earl was beheaded and lost lands and cities, ultimately facing only minor reprimands, those fleeting new nobles often fall like meteors. Yet, the true nobility rises and falls, but continues to endure. The elder earl has witnessed much and contemplates further. Presently, relinquishing a portion of profit is merely a sacrifice for the future. One granddaughter cannot bind a noble like Derek, but she can serve as a vital link for communication. When the interests and emotions of both parties intertwine, the relationship becomes as steadfast as a mountain. Of course, without the new opportunities presented by St. Michael province, if Derek wished to develop in the northern territories, he would soon encounter the elder earl's opposition. Such is the nature of nobility. At that time, blood ties will serve as a weapon. The conditions at Birch Fortress are rather rudimentary. Nonetheless, hosts and guests revel together. Derek opted for the unique bonfire gathering characteristic of northern nobility. Sir Caesar approached quietly, somewhat bashful, and requested, "Lord Derek, I have a son who is about to undergo knight training, and I hope you can take him under your wing." In a short span, the disparity in their statuses had already widened. Although Caesar enjoyed numerous opportunities by the earl's side, he could not leap across class barriers. Thus, he maintained a humble attitude, recognizing that their prior camaraderie could not overshadow their present differences. Conversely, while Derek aspired to ascend the ranks, he did not do so for the sake of petty ostentation. He understood the appropriate demeanor to adopt in relation to different individuals. For instance, with Sir Caesar, who is a trusted confidant of the elder earl and has previously aided him, flaunting wealth would seem impressive but could tarnish his reputation. Yet, disregarding the class divide among nobles would inevitably provoke discontent among many. Therefore, he downed the ale in his cup, feigning a hint of drunkenness, and then reached out to grasp Sir Caesar's arm. "Caesar, my friend, this is a trivial matter. Entrust your son to me, and I shall return him to you as a fine young man." Ignoring their statuses, they focused solely on their friendship. Just as this gathering, though rugged and unrefined, effectively drew everyone closer together, such an atmosphere is unattainable in a grand banquet with elevated goblets, just like the expression on Sir Caesar's face. Even if one is aware of Derek's intentionality, one cannot help but feel moved that a mere gesture of kindness from someone in power can evoke a profound emotional response. For Derek to maintain his original intentions at his station, Caesar felt it was worthwhile. The two seemed to resume their previous camaraderie, heartily drinking several cups together. With a haze of inebriation, Derek laughed and engaged with another noble. Who would doubt that the next time a matter arose, Caesar would undoubtedly lean towards Derek's side? All he had offered were inconsequential acts of goodwill. The soir, he concluded. Earl Pereira arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. St. Michael province is currently a tangled mess, with each individual entangled in their own troubles, making it impossible to extricate themselves from him. Derek also bid farewell to wave after wave of nobles. Although the conflict had ended, Their original intent was to provide support. And such camaraderie must not be forgotten. Next was the task of organizing the affairs at hand. Under the threat of war, many matters had to be handled with a heavy hand, without much consideration. Now that a fleeting tranquility had been attained, there was room to maneuver. The following day, a heavy snowfall unexpectedly descended on the 20th day after the winter solstice. The first snow finally graced the land. Derek, accompanied by cavalry, first inspected the border sentry posts, ensuring no oversights, before departing Birch Fortress to return to his territory. Thanks to the goodwill of the barbarians, the residents of Augusta were sheltered. Fortunately, even during wartime, various constructions had not ceased. Preventing the loss of life due to the harsh winter, the entire baronial domain is essentially a patchwork of several lands formerly belonging to the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. The initial intent was to position Derek at the forefront, prompting the noble lords of the royal capital to combine their resources to form a substantial baronial territory. The original structure of one town and 4 villages has now evolved into a new arrangement of 1 city, 8 towns and several villages, following a population increase by several folds. Such a large populace brings its own challenges to the baronial lands. The first concern is the strain on arable land, followed closely by a relative scarcity of resources. Fortunately, Derek had taken preemptive measures, securing a considerable share of resources from St. Michael Province that in the short term, there would be no issues of this nature. Battling through the snow, Derek arrived at the central city under construction in his territory. A considerable population had gathered here, forming a relatively complete settlement. Using the initial town as a cornerstone, approximately 1/5 of the new urban area had been constructed, although the city had been planned in advance. Chaos and filth were still unavoidable. Adrian had been awaiting Derek's return. During his time at Birch Fortress, he had been overseeing matters from behind the scenes. Upon Derek's arrival, Adrian swiftly exited a small pavilion by the roadside. Taking hold of the warhorse, Derek dismounted, and Adrian brushed the snow off his cloak. My lord, we managed to settle everyone according to your plan before the snowfall. The next step is to construct the inner city at the center, built to the specifications of a fortress. Subsequently, we will gradually refine the entire city, establishing a new city that belongs to Augusta, constructing a new city from scratch and establishing it as the new center of St. Michael Province is a monumental feat. If successful, the Augusta family will indelibly mark their presence in St. Michael Province. Derek removed his gloves, casually handing them to a servant behind him, and entered the small pavilion. The 4 walls had already been draped with burlap, and a crackling fire burned in the center. Come closer, everyone. It is too cold out here. Derek gestured for them to form a circle. Familiar faces surrounded him, companions who had journeyed with him from the northern province. Thus, there was no need for restraint as they all sat down comfortably. This winter is crucial. We must accomplish 2 tasks. First, we will create a unique identity for the new city. This is an extension of Augusta's will and a manifestation of our authority in St. Michael Province. Second, we need to reorganize the military. I require a knightly order, which can be somewhat smaller, and will also incorporate some of the noble youths. Outside, the wind and snow suddenly intensified. Having established a preliminary footing, Derek must now consider further. Our forging technology is undoubtedly unparalleled in the Northern Territories. We can invite the great craftsman True to bring a team over. High-quality yet affordable weapons and armor can attract numerous merchant caravans. Adrian had evidently contemplated this matter. While weapons and armor could become a pillar industry, it remains insufficient. All craftsmen can be gathered initially. As resources per capita in Augusta are relatively scarce, we must pursue an alternative path. Derek enumerated several industries, all of which are high value-added sectors that in order to achieve rapid development, there is no alternative but to plunder. Compared to the blatant theft of force, the predation brought about by technological advancement is far more insidious. Furthermore, our horse farm must be strictly regulated. I intend to establish a cavalry of absolute superiority. The knights and attendants sent by various houses should not be overlooked, for they will eventually serve as officers and local officials in the northern provinces and the province of St. Michael, presenting an excellent opportunity to exert influence. Derek understood that the individuals under his command might not grasp this notion. After all, their backgrounds limited their perspectives, even with the memories of his past life. He initially failed to recognize that it was only through observing Count Pereira that he became enlightened. Once the snowstorm subsided somewhat, Derek mounted his horse to survey his domain. Adrian was performing admirably. He was an excellent executor. Throughout the new city, wooden stakes marked the boundaries, which would serve as the foundation for future urban construction. That I firmly believe that the final city will emerge as a dazzling gem of this era. Currently, due to the snowfall, nearly all civilians are confined within their homes. The sound of hooves crunching on the fluffy snow produced a faint creaking noise, while a few daring souls peeked through cracks in their doors to spy on the passing nobles. After completing a circuit, Derek gained a clearer understanding of the current state of the city. That I still require a tax officer. Perhaps I can summon my uncle to try, if he is willing. After dismounting, Derek expressed this thought. However, Adrian seemed somewhat hesitant. He was well aware of his father's character, as well as Derek's disposition. Their relationship was amicable, but maintained at a certain distance. Should they draw too close, it might prove detrimental. Derek took a few steps and noticed that Adrian had not followed, turning back to see his hesitation. What is it? Do you doubt your father's capabilities? Adrian, do not underestimate your father. Derek certainly knew his uncle's character. Over the years, he had amassed considerable wealth within the family domain, for such a grand estate could not be easily acquired. Yet, he indeed required a tax officer familiar with the circumstances. His uncle clearly understood the intricacies involved, as he also held the position of tax officer alongside being a constable. It was unnecessary for him to be exceptionally skilled. Completing tasks adequately would suffice. After all, corruption was a hallmark of this era. Finding an incorruptible official was entirely impossible. On the contrary, he needed relatives present in every field. They need not possess extraordinary abilities. Merely performing their duties adequately would be sufficient. As for the reasoning behind this, one must comprehend it through their own understanding. With the conversation reaching this point, Adrian could no longer refuse. That I will send a messenger with a letter to my father. I am sure he will be quite willing. Compared to the cautiousness required in military affairs, civil governance actually allows for greater margin of error. Derek was not only bolder himself, but also willing to afford his subordinates opportunities. He inspected the Soul City before circling several towns. The final two stops were of utmost importance: the horse farm and the military camp. Currently, the horse farm was bustling with over 100 individuals at work, comprising the most trusted soldiers and slaves. Numerous northern horses were bred here, tended by dedicated caretakers who endeavored to discover the most effective training methods. For others, the notion of enhancing quality through training might seem a futile dream. Yet for Derek, it was a formidable asset. Naturally, in order to maintain a low profile, he opted to cultivate a selection of young colts, which would mature into horses of suitable quality. Summoning the farm's overseer, a slave bearing Derek's noble brand upon his face, it was clear that Philip had been meticulously chosen. He would serve as a slave to the Augusta family for life, with no prospect of pardon. In return, he would be granted his own property and progeny, with one of his descendants destined to become a retainer of the Augusta family. This was an exchange, and it had been proven that Philip excelled in his duties. My lord, the war horses you requested are already prepared. They will be ready for use in 6 months. They leased 300 horses of excellent quality and over 1,000 of good quality. Derek's ambitions required these steeds to sustain them. A small contingent of heavily armored cavalry would suffice to intimidate most foes. Indeed, in Derek's eyes, the primary function of this military force was deterrence. High watchtowers surrounded the horse farm, with the military camp situated nearby. Piles of freshly cut wooden stakes had recently been driven into the ground, indicating that this site had not been established for long. In the distance, several tall crosses stood, with shadows swaying in the wind. Have there been recent troubles? Yes, a few disobedient individuals attempted to escape. I had them executed. Philip's response was utterly composed, as if he had merely dispatched a few cattle. In truth, he valued the life of a warhorse above that of the fugitives. Human life held less worth than that of a warhorse. Have you identified the instigator behind this? No, they were quite cautious. The individuals who appeared merely bribed the traders with money. Derek held no great hopes, for he did not underestimate the cunning of other nobles. While these individuals might often display foolishness on the battlefield, such devious schemes were mere trifles within their grasp. Beneath the facade of prosperity in the Augusta territory lay a web of espionage and conspiracy, yet Derek's brilliance overshadowed these shadows. Of course, should anyone inadvertently reveal their hand, they must not blame Derek for his ruthlessness. That we need to increase our manpower. The greatest advantage of us northerners lies in our cavalry. and I require more cavalry. Derek issued this directive, as the cost of cultivating warhorses had already been remarkably low. Failing to capitalize on this advantage would be sheer folly. Departing from the horse farm, he arrived at the military camp. This was not the encampment of the St. Michael Legion, but rather that of the private army of the Augusta family, a multitude of private soldiers trained here, all recruited from among the serfs of the territory. Derek provided their families with a certain amount of land for cultivation, ensuring that the serf households could achieve sustenance while affording them an opportunity for advancement, with the assistance of the panel. A usable private army had been trained within a matter of months. This was the fundamental basis upon which the Augusta family stood. Naturally, little True, accompanied by a blacksmith, was also present. War had not extinguished the forge's flames. Rather, they burned with greater fervor on his own territory. The blacksmiths could finally exercise their skills with abandon. In the future, Derek would select a few reliable blacksmiths for further enhancement, rather than indiscriminately elevating all of them. Loyalty, after all, was as crucial as skill. That a certain level of competence would suffice to meet demands, followed by a policy of elitism. Upon arriving in this era, his foremost goal was not to enhance productivity, to liberate the serfs. To speak selfishly, he sought the crown for himself, aiming for a better life. Recently, little True had been quite docile. As the first subordinate to be trained, Derek had clearly outlined his role. However, the latter had not treated him poorly. Without the panel, little True would still be mending farming tools on the territory of the Ferreira family. Where would he find the present splendor? Therefore, upon seeing Derek, he bowed deeply and humbly reported, "My lord, the armor you requested is ready. As for the crossbow you mentioned, it is still under research and progress is rather slow. Derek's lack of understanding regarding the construction of the crossbow has led him to merely mention it in passing, leaving little True's mind in a state of turmoil with little progress to show. However, this time, Derek's primary objective is not the crossbow. The brawny blacksmith hoists a suit of heavy armor. The eyes of the accompanying attendants seem to shimmer with excitement. This is a full suit of heavy armor, crafted from superior materials and of greater thickness. Even the joints consist of iron plates painstakingly hammered out by the blacksmith. The entire suit is enveloped in steel, a testament to formidable armament. Compared to any piece of heavy armor from the Ferreira family's collection, this one stands unparalleled. Moreover, the blacksmith's exquisite craftsmanship has rendered the details immaculate. The armor exudes both aesthetic appeal and strength, making it almost more desirable to a knight than a spouse. Derek is no exception. It is a challenge for any man to resist such a formidable weapon. "Help me don it," he commands. As a level 3 elite knight, Derek is already regarded as possessing an exceptional physique in the eyes of ordinary folk. As the attendants assist him in donning the heavy armor piece by piece, he still feels the weight pressing down. With each step he takes, the clanging sound of metal colliding provides him with an immense sense of security. Elite knights are capable of engaging in battle while clad in heavy armor. Yet the burden is not insignificant. Derek silently assesses the situation. While it is challenging for others to assemble a group of elite knights, for him, it merely requires a bit of time. After removing the heavy armor, Derek instructs, "I need more heavy armor, at least 100 sets, and prepare horse armor as well." Little True instinctively displays a distressed expression, as he is aware of his other responsibilities. "I will arrange for another batch of personnel for you. In the future, heavy armor and confidential weaponry will be manufactured here, while simpler weapons can be transferred to Augusta City." Derek intends to divide the blacksmith's efforts. The more ordinary items can be sold for profit, while the truly confidential pieces must be concealed. This is the essence of strength. Upon hearing that additional manpower will be available and that some tasks will be delegated, little True breathes a sigh of relief. "I will complete your requests as swiftly as possible." Derek has spent a few days in the military camp, familiarizing himself with the personnel and reinforcing his presence among the soldiers, drawing inspiration from certain specialized organizations. He has discreetly dispatched a cadre of trusted individuals to conduct ideological outreach within the army. The results remain uncertain for now, but the number of personnel on the roster has remained stable. However, it soon becomes apparent that he cannot linger any longer. Last year, he could return home for the new year, but this year he must spend it within the territory of Augusta before the new year. He still needs to make a trip to the provincial capital of St. Michael. This is because the troops from the royal capital have finally arrived. This contingent was originally intended to enter the barbarian kingdom from the northern provinces to launch an offensive before the snow fell. However, the barbarians' unexpected maneuvers have thrown a wrench into their plans. What was meant to be a campaign for glory has devolved into a mission of caretaking. The achievements of the large-headed nobles have already been seized by the nobility of the north. And the nobles from the royal capital are hardly content with this outcome. Without needing any reminders, Derek is acutely aware that a storm is on the horizon. Thus, upon receiving a letter from the old count, he promptly sets off. Upon arriving in Pran City, after the war, this city has regained its former prosperity. A substantial number of rock people have settled here, bringing with them an influx of population and resources. The upper-class nobility has vanished, and for the lower-class citizens, this merely signifies a change of masters, with taxes even reduced. Unfortunately, the merchants and minor nobles caught in the middle find themselves in a precarious position. Many cannot escape, as their enterprises are rooted locally, and fleeing would leave them with nothing. Of course, if one is willing to bleed a little and secure a new patron, survival is feasible, albeit at the risk of familial ruin. But is it not typical for victors in war to eradicate the vanquished? Derek cannot concern himself with such matters. He has also acquired his fair share of blood-stained gold. Those plagued by moral scruples are unlikely to endure in this era. Thus, upon arriving in Pran City, Derek's mindset is remarkably positive. Anticipating potential troubles, he has brought ample manpower. However, not all of these individuals can enter the city. Accompanying him are merely attendants and a handful of guards. Yet, the sight of attendants mounted on tall steeds, the fluttering banners of nobility, and the iconic double-headed dragon emblem unmistakably signal the identity of the visitors, whether they are the indigenous inhabitants of St. Mihiel province or the newcomers from the northern provinces. Their first task is to recognize the local power dynamics, holding sway over the St. Mihiel Legion and commanding substantial industries and population. The figure of Baron Derek is clearly one that cannot be overlooked. The soldiers guarding the city, upon catching sight of the banners, even take the initiative to clear a path for the incoming residents, creating an unobstructed route. Curious commoners gaze at the procession from a distance. The name of Baron Derek has grown increasingly legendary over time. Moreover, the tale of an underdog's rise is one that the masses find particularly compelling. Enjoying the privileges of the clear passage, Derek swiftly passes through the city gates. However, his first impression of Pran City is that it bears no distinction from other cities in this world. The streets are narrow and congested. The paving stones are filthy and disordered. This is still at the city gates. Derek shakes his head. Despite having witnessed countless similar scenes, he is invariably reminded of the cleanliness and order of his previous life. Just as the procession is about to turn at the corner, an unexpected turn of events occurs. The multitude of soldiers suddenly emerges, and several archers appear atop the rooftops. Derek's body bristles with alarm, the sense of danger overwhelming that he swiftly dismounts, only to hear the whistling of arrows slicing through the air above him. These are skilled archers. Such precision is unattainable by ordinary folk. In that moment, he nearly believes that Pran City has fallen, but he quickly dispels the chaotic thoughts and regains his composure. With the corner of his eye, he observes that the assailants are clad in simple garb, disorganized and chaotic in appearance. They resemble commoners more than professional soldiers. Their coordination is even somewhat lacking. Had Derek been in command, he would have ordered the archers to fire first before the others charged forth. They are from the Holy Cross, he instinctively deduces. Only they possess both the motive and the capability for such an attack. After all, Pran City has been under the dominion of the Holy Cross Kingdom for 30 years. And many of the nobles from the United Kingdoms share blood ties with the northern provincial nobles. The ability to conceal a portion of their strength is not far-fetched. After a moment of panic, Derek regains his calm. He pushes aside the attendant standing before him and reaches for the knight's sword hanging from his warhorse. If you wish to kill me, you ought to send more than this paltry number. Is this how you regard the knights of the north? Indeed, the assailants may seem numerous, but there are only about 30 or so, and it remains uncertain from where they have gathered to catch a typical noble off guard. Perhaps this would be sufficient. Yet, those accompanying Derek are no ordinary attendants. Each one is a formidable elite. Though clad in simple half-armor and leather gear, the disparity in levels is evident. Derek seizes the opportunity to display his valor. Charging forth, this tactic, known as staggered deployment, is one he mastered in his previous life. The assassins initially remain oblivious to their status as prey. Even when they see Derek advancing towards them, the leader among them reveals a cruel smile. Countless nobles have perished under assassination attempts, and though such methods lack honor, they are undeniably effective. The assassin leader, eliminating the enemy through brute force, is far more appealing than any hollow notion of honor. However, it was not long before he witnessed Derek's murder techniques, which were as concise and artful as a masterpiece. The handful of meticulously chosen swordsmen fell before him in a single stroke. Even more terrifying were the subordinates behind him, who rampaged through his own men like wild bulls, just as the assassins lurking on the rooftop cast aside their bows and arrows, preparing to descend into the fray. They beheld the front line of meat shields collapse. The assassin leader attempted to turn the tide, but before knights of equal skill, he was swiftly subdued to the ground. The disparity in combat prowess, clad in half armor and bare skin, was stark. The assassin leader felt regret for failing his objective, having already steeled himself for sacrifice. Yet, in the next moment, a leather boot came crashing down upon his head. A little tip for you. Next time, conceal the poison within your collar, and you could find release now. The assassin leader, however, remained defiant. Humph, if you wish to kill me, then do so. Do not expect to extract any information from me. Derek was deeply incensed, finding himself closer to death than ever before. Had it not been for the roughness of his opponent's techniques, a stray arrow could have claimed his life. Thus, he delivered a kick to the man's face, causing teeth to scatter amidst blood. Bring the living with me. Interrogation? What is there to interrogate? All suspects are criminals. Regaining his composure, he began to reflect that it was not difficult to surmise when he had arrived. Yet this was undoubtedly intelligence that the beleaguered men of the Holy Cross could not possess, whether by design or accident. Someone had leaked the information. His wrath needed an outlet, and perhaps this incident could serve as an opportunity to show those eager to rise whether their necks could withstand his sword. Derek's assassination attempt had already been observed by the soldiers guarding the city. Some rushed to assist, while others hastily reported the news. That moment, nobles from the capital and the old count had gathered, awaiting Derek's audience. The grand division of the St. Michael province could not proceed without Derek's presence. Then came the news of Derek's assassination. The expressions of those present varied. The nobles from the capital mostly wore smiles, while the northern nobles appeared both angry and worried. The old count remained relatively calm, even taking a moment to speculate on the meaning behind the enigmatic smile of Marquis Hussein from the imperial capital. Immediately dispatch my personal guard to assist, the old count ordered coolly. Marquis Hussein feigned inquiry. Do you require my assistance? No need. Derek is not so easily dealt with, the old count replied, maintaining his composure. He knew well the ferocity of Derek's subordinates. Hussein said nothing further, but the nobles behind him wore expressions of disdain. Few could evade a meticulously planned assassination when caught off guard. Why did nobles detest such acts? Because they threatened their very lives, especially in the capital, where shadows danced with daggers. The frequency of assassinations far surpassed that of the northern lands. In the eyes of capital nobles, no matter how formidable a knight, a handful of assassins could easily resolve the matter, not to mention the grand schemes of the people of the Holy Cross Kingdom. However, before they could utter a mocking word, more soldiers arrived with fresh news. Viscount Derek has annihilated the assassins and is en route here. Suddenly, silence fell. An officer from the capital blurted out, "How is that possible? Did he know of the assassination in advance? If he had not been forewarned and prepared, how could he have dispatched the assassins so swiftly?" Such words were displeasing, and the lower-ranking soldiers, looking down upon these capital-dwelling lords, could not restrain themselves. Retorting, Viscount Derek brought only a dozen attendants, but they are all knights from our northern lands. They dispatched the assassins in mere breaths. Ha! Count Pereira suddenly burst into laughter, casting a glance at the capital nobles who had just reveled in misfortune. Our northern knights are indeed formidable. It is understandable that the knights of the capital cannot fathom this. The nobles and officers from the capital flushed with embarrassment. Marquis Hussein wore a facade of false cheer, reprimanding his indiscreet subordinate and apologizing to Count Pereira. "I beg your pardon. My lord, my subordinates are mere inexperienced lads, unacquainted with true knights. If they are unacquainted, then let them join me in getting acquainted," Count Pereira said, his brow raised triumphantly. Hussein, ever soft-spoken, would never confront directly, much like his character. However, Pereira understood that he was a venomous snake. Those who managed to crawl out of the mire of the capital were anything but simple. The two appeared harmonious on the surface, yet were engaged in a battle of wits, each vying to gain an upper hand in the forthcoming division of interests. However, the two were soon met with several knights from the Augusta family, subduing a few assassins. "Where is your Viscount?" Count Pereira inquired nervously. He was concerned that Derek might have been injured, or worse, the knight attendant stepped forward to respond. "My lord, the Viscount will arrive shortly." And where had Derek gone? On his way, he became increasingly enraged that in the past, when he lacked strength, it was forgivable. But now, in his own territory, how dare they play such tricks on him? The suspects were none other than those few individuals. Halfway through his thoughts, he suddenly halted. Damn it! Being reckless is better than suffering losses. After all, this is the reputation of our northern knights. With resolve, Derek immediately dispatched his few attendants to different directions. He deliberately lagged behind, intending to delay his encounter with those nauseating faces. The attendants chosen by Derek were not merely selected for their strength. Lineage and loyalty were paramount considerations. Some even bore collateral bloodlines of the Ferreira family, achieving a leap in status through their association with Derek, their lives and fortunes intricately tied to him. Setting aside emotions, this alone fueled their hatred for the assassins. Thus, with Derek's command, the knights scattered and began their actions. The first priority was, of course, to seek reinforcements. Conveniently, the personal cavalry were stationed in the camp outside the city, and local henchmen also had connections with the Augusta family. The cavalry swiftly divided into two groups. One armed with lists acquired from allied nobles, brazenly storming into Pran City. Derek quickly obtained information about the owners of the residences where the assassination had occurred. As expected, they were all former properties of merchants from the Holy Cross Kingdom. It was unlikely that they would encounter any flaws in such a location. Following the list, he targeted those families associated with the Holy Cross Kingdom, demolishing one shop after another. Those who had engaged in trade with the Holy Cross Kingdom were all destroyed. With local henchmen assisting, certain information was easily uncovered. Derek's speed was so swift that others had yet to discern his intentions. The soldiers guarding the city gates dared not impede the private soldiers of the Augusta family. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the assassination of Viscount Derek. Now, even thinking of escaping was too late, let alone daring to speak. Yet, they believed these knights had come to protect the Viscount. Unexpectedly, with a wave of his hand, Derek commanded the fierce knights to charge into the bustling streets of Pran City. Guided by local henchmen, they quickly identified their targets. "What are you doing?" "This is the shop of the OS family." "Do you not know?" A shop steward stepped forward, perhaps believing that the noble title behind him was sufficiently formidable, thus not overly fearing these unfamiliar knights. Yet, what awaited him was a brutish sword sheath. "What are you doing?" "Damn it, smash it." The unfortunate steward, powerless against the onslaught, was swiftly brought down, iron boots trampling across his face. Faced with such ferocious knights, the other workers within the shop trembled, nearly compelled to join in the destruction. "Smash it." The unbreakable objects were swiftly struck down with a few sword strokes. That a throng of individuals arrived with great haste, only to depart just as quickly, trampling over the overseer's face within mere minutes. Such scenes occurred repeatedly. Soon, Count Pereira received word of the turmoil within the city, a matter too conspicuous to conceal. It was only then that the populace grasped the gravity of the situation. As for the northern nobles whose shops had been vandalized, they were naturally filled with righteous indignation. They flocked to the Count, lamenting, "Your Excellency, the reckless actions of Viscount Derek are intolerable. He has lost his sanity. We cannot be unjustly blamed for his assassination attempt. Our dealings with the Holy Cross are purely commercial. Even among fellow northern nobles, such affronts to our interests cannot be overlooked if we tolerate this instance of vandalism. Will the next assault be on my estate?" Count Pereira felt a profound headache. He had not anticipated Derek's audacity, which was truly brazen. Did he not realize such actions would incur enmity? The youth was still too immature. Yet, as he had chosen his granddaughter's fiancé, he felt a duty to protect him. "What is all this commotion about? You two bear some suspicion in this matter. Do not hold it against me if I show no leniency. Return and investigate if any have spoken out of turn. If we can identify the informant, I shall accompany Derek in offering an apology. Otherwise, we shall endure this grievance in silence." Count Pereira, both reprimanding and consoling, managed to pacify the uproarious nobles. Turning his gaze, he noticed Marquis Hussein taking pleasure in the spectacle, which only served to aggravate him further. This young rascal Derek must be dealt with severely. However, should Marquis Hussein become aware of the unfolding events, he would likely find little amusement in them. The knights accompanying Derek were seasoned veterans of the past 6 months of warfare, their bloodlust still palpable. Consequently, their tempers were exceedingly volatile. With Simon, who thrived on chaos, taking the lead, the endeavor became even more formidable. Vandalizing shops was still manageable, given their shared noble status, but the other suspect, if one could even call them a criminal, would not be so easily handled. Simon ordered the cavalry to don their armor and charge into the encampment of the royal capital's forces, who were caught utterly unprepared, as if resistance were a mere illusion. Capture 100 individuals. Simon commanded coldly, as an officer attempted to approach for negotiation. This is the 1st Legion of the Northern Campaign. Who are you? Yet Simon dismissed the officer's words with contempt, considering them nothing more than opportunistic interlopers. The officer was swiftly knocked to the ground, trampled underfoot without hesitation. Listen closely. We are the knights of the Augusta family. The Viscount is exceedingly displeased. It would be wise for you to comply, lest we act with hostility. The nearby soldiers of the 1st Legion of the Northern Campaign stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by fear as they watched their comrades, and even a few lower-ranking officers, being taken away. Truthfully, Simon had not anticipated such ease in his endeavor. He could credit Marquis Hussein, an outsider, who had failed to consolidate the ranks of these noble private armies and their farmer recruits over the past 2 months. With the mid-level officers having vacated the camp, Simon maintained an iron grip over the situation. Yet, regardless of the multitude of justifications, such conduct was the hallmark of cowards. The knights' disdain for the soldiers was palpable. A bunch of useless fools, the knights surged forth once more. Derek awaited the gifts he wished to present. Let us go meet the lords from the capital. It had been some time. Count Pereira had waited long enough. Some northern nobles murmured among themselves, most believing that Derek had gone too far. The nobles from the capital pointed and gossiped, relishing the sight of the northern nobles in disarray, feeling their own dignity tarnished. Marquis Hussein wore a broad smile, for this situation played to his advantage. By exploiting the ensuing discord, he could potentially win over several northern nobles, which would be even more fortuitous. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ruckus outside grew louder. Viscount Derek has arrived. With the announcement, Count Pereira hastily exited, eager to ascertain whether Derek had sustained any injuries. However, upon stepping outside, he beheld Derek commanding his subordinates to hang the assassins. Rows of soldiers clad in royal military garb lay subdued on the ground. Marquis, Legion Commander. Upon seeing Marquis Hussein emerge, the kneeling soldiers erupted into a cacophony of shouts. It was at this moment they realized they were in the presence of the 1st Legion of the Northern Campaign. Some even recognizing familiar faces among the captives. Count Pereira sensed the gravity of the situation. What was Derek planning? Derek, what do you intend to do? Derek turned, baring his teeth. I shall replicate the actions of my predecessors. What actions had his predecessors taken? One must inquire of the northern knights from 30 years past. During the War of Division, several fleeing nobles met their end at the hands of the fierce northern knights. This historical precedent was among the reasons the northern knights were looked down upon. Marquis Hussein could no longer remain silent. He stepped past Count Pereira, attempting to reason with Derek. We are no longer in the era of the War of Division. Killing my soldiers is an act of treason. Even at this juncture, he sought to ensnare Derek with verbal traps, likely relishing the thought of sacrificing a few soldiers' lives to accuse Derek of treason. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Marquis Hussein's eyes. He hoped for such an outcome. Derek discerned this intent in the Marquis's gaze. Yet this was not the royal capital. Could one simply tarnish the reputation of a powerful noble with mere accusations? Derek scoffed, for it seemed the Marquis was well versed in courtly intrigues. Treason. First, I must inquire whether the kingdom of the Holy Cross would be willing to forgive my transgressions. Derek understood his position well. The Derek of today was not the same as the knight of yesterday. From the moment the king delegated authority, and following Augusta's successful defense against the kingdom of the Holy Cross's incursions, Viscount Derek had become a figure of considerable envy among the ranks of powerful nobles. Asked the king of the Holy Cross if he would accept my defection, far removed from the royal capital. Should Derek find discontent, he could easily switch allegiances. In that case, not only would the province of St. Michael face dire consequences, but the northern provinces might also be lost. Let us see how His Majesty of the Kingdom of Locke chooses to respond. Marquis Hussein, Belatedly realizing the implications, momentarily paled, he opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Derek had already turned away. The assassin shall be executed here and now. I need no evidence, for that is the duty of the constable. I have only criminals before me, and I feel that anyone who dares to strike at me is guilty. Therefore, I require no confessions. The knights of the Augusta family showed no hesitation as they took up their whips and set to work. The crack of the whips silenced not only the kneeling soldiers of the First Legion of the Northern Campaign, but also quelled the restless nobles. Yet Derek's methods had not reached their conclusion. Recently, due to heavy snowfall and treacherous conditions, 100 soldiers from the First Legion had met their demise in accidental falls. Furthermore, for the ensuing week, any who dared to leave the encampment would face a similar fate. Be they soldiers or the esteemed Marquis himself, the knights displayed no mercy, forcefully smashing the heads of the soldiers from the First Legion of the Northern Expedition against the ground with a resounding thud. Soon enough, these unfortunate souls met their demise, succumbing to fatal falls. The smile on Marquis Hussein's face stiffened. He had never encountered such a situation before, and all his previous courtly experience became utterly useless. It was evident that, even with the most trivial reflection, His Majesty the King would prefer to believe they had fallen to their deaths rather than being slain by a mere viscount. The atmosphere was eerily silent, save for the crack of the whip, which rendered even the tortured assassins mute in their agony. The northern nobles who had previously protested their innocence before Count Pereira discreetly withdrew, their legs trembling with fear of drawing the attention of Viscount Derek. In comparison, the thought of damaging their own establishments seemed somewhat acceptable to them. They would willingly endure a few more blows, as long as His Excellency the Viscount would calm his ire. Perhaps it was Derek's usual diplomatic demeanor that concealed his sharper edges that in the days of Wang Mang's humility before his usurpation. Sweet words were merely the actions of a pawn. Now, when he raged, those same sweet words were considered humility, while his inevitable fury was seen as justifiable. Even the king was not entirely above the fray. Loyalty was an enforced demand for the lower nobility, ensuring that traitors could not survive. Yet for the mid-tier and upper-tier nobles, loyalty served as a bargaining chip rather than a necessity. Conspiracy and betrayal were the unavoidable themes among the upper echelons of nobility. If loyalty were truly omnipotent, there would be no civil wars, nor would there exist the current kingdom of Locke. The deeds of the founding king were not beyond the capabilities of Derek. Attempting to indoctrinate a time traveler with the ideals of chivalry was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Derek's loyalty was equally quantifiable. Having discerned the relationship between the king and the nobility, he acted accordingly. Unrestrained by rigid conventions. In contrast, the ostensibly higher-ranking Marquis Hussein found himself constrained, hesitant to act openly. Deception could never be brought to light. Regrettably, most individuals would never grasp this truth in their lifetimes. As Derek stepped over the corpses, their brains and blood intermingling, his boots inevitably became soiled. Yet he continued to tread upon the remains, even scrubbing them vigorously against the carpet. Count Pereira, Marquis Hussein. My apologies for the delay caused by this minor mishap. His demeanor suggested that, had it not been for the still fresh blood beneath his feet, one might have thought nothing amiss. Just moments ago, he had issued threats to Marquis Hussein, yet now he smiled as if greeting an old friend. His manners and demeanor were impeccable, every muscle in his face perfectly aligned to display a flawless smile. Conversely, Marquis Hussein's smile appeared rigid. Despite believing himself seasoned in grand affairs, he was momentarily unprepared for such brutish conduct. Unable to acclimate to the sight of brains and blood flowing before him, it was at this juncture that he truly recognized the stark differences between the political ecology of the North and that of the kingdom. However, those who managed to extricate themselves from the great cauldron of the capital were not easily subdued. It was common knowledge that the campaign against the barbarians presented a golden opportunity. Why then had Marquis Hussein secured this chance? His journey to the north had come at a significant cost, as he sought to achieve notable accomplishments. Consequently, Marquis Hussein swiftly recalibrated his mindset, reminding himself that he could no longer view the north, nor its nobility, through the lens of his previous experiences. At least until he adapted to the local customs, he would refrain from making any significant moves. Knowing when to advance and retreat was indeed a virtue. Of course, once he had acclimated to the rules of the North and mastered the art of survival, he would not hesitate to vie for what was rightfully his. The saying goes, within the nobility, there are indeed fools, yet they certainly do not comprise the entirety. Particularly those individuals who have emerged from the murky depths of the court are often astute to their very core. With his mindset adjusted, the smile on Marquis Hussein's face softened, appearing far less rigid. He even inclined his body slightly, allowing Derek a measure of space, a gesture of goodwill. This action caught the attention of those present. For one who could bend yet not break, who understood when to advance and when to retreat, was far more formidable than the foolish. Nevertheless, Derek never placed his hopes in the ignorance of his adversaries. Rather, he hoped for Marquis Hussein to exhibit a degree of intelligence. After all, the struggle would not revolve solely around the province of St. Michael. Internal strife was inevitable, yet the greatest enemy remained the kingdom of the Holy Cross, followed by the barbarian kingdoms, with mutual animosity taking a back seat. While loyalty could be malleable, without sufficient reward, no one would willingly relinquish such a valuable asset. Those unable to comprehend this reality would do well to depart sooner rather than later, lest they burden their allies. Marquis Hussein may have previously failed to perceive this truth, yet perhaps he now began to see it clearly. The specifics would become evident in due course. Presently, the atmosphere was thick with silence. Once hostile nobles and officers from both regions no longer found the inclination to vie for supremacy, as the three influential figures took their seats, not a soul dared to utter a sound, fearful that even the slightest disturbance might draw the attention of these magnates. Among the trio, Count Pereira held the highest rank, a noble of substantial power and territory, far surpassing that of a mere court marquis. Yet, all were acutely aware that one of Hussein's objectives was to curtail Pereira's influence. From the perspective of the capital, even if Derek were allowed to grow stronger, it would merely add another count to the province of St. Michael. However, should Count Pereira continue to expand his power, he could potentially transform into a duchy, a state within a state. Should he proceed to claim a duchy, what would become of the king's efforts? Legalities aside, if the Pereira family possessed the strength, they would undoubtedly conjure 1,000 justifications for inheriting a duke's title. However, the king's interests did not necessarily align with those of Marquis Hussein. From the outset, the three had tacitly delineated their respective spheres of influence. The proceedings unfolded more smoothly than anticipated, with the boundaries proving broader than Derek had expected. Initially, he had assumed that Marquis Hussein had taken a significant step back. Yet upon observing the blank spaces on the map, realization dawned upon him. Enemies could also become allies. Those entitled to partake in the spoils were not limited to the three present. Count Pereira represented the northern nobility, claiming a substantial territory, yet it was one to be divided among dozens of northern noble families. During wartime, all had contributed, and during the division of spoils, casting someone aside would incite unrest, even as the representative of the northern nobility. Count Pereira wielded only marginal decision-making power, such as determining minor distributions or excluding a family or two, yet this did not grant him the authority to defy the collective will of the northern nobility. His status and power stemmed from his own fiefdom and the support of the northern nobility, which in turn subjected him to limitations. Marquis Hussein represented the interests of the central nobility, and their involvement could not be without gain. Furthermore, the subsequent material and human support they provided would not be insignificant as for the king's interests. Excluding the nobles' fiefdoms, all belonged to the kingdom, which he represented in substantial measure. Derek's position was more straightforward. He represented his own interests, as well as those of a portion of the northern nobility's offspring, and even the newly emerging nobility from this conflict. Those excluded from the equation were, of course, the southern nobility, who had long held a low political standing in the kingdom. Though the southern nobility had significantly expanded in power over the past decade, they had yet to achieve notable military successes and thus remained politically marginalized. Their involvement in the northern expedition undoubtedly carried ulterior motives. Perhaps the king welcomed the rise of the southern nobility, as it would serve to balance the old noble factions. However, Marquis Hussein's situation differed. While he had previously relied on the king, his ultimate aim was to acquire a degree of autonomous power. Now, he stood behind the representatives of the central nobility, his allegiances inherently skewed. Count Pereira, ever the cunning strategist, was quicker to react than Derek did. In truth, the fragmentation of the kingdom's reinforcements was a development he welcomed. Marquis Hussein's proactive severance of ties could even warrant support. The earlier tensions were genuine. Yet the current shared interests were equally tangible. Viscount Derek, let us take a step back. We must not push too hard. Count Pereira slightly retracted the boundaries set by the two individuals, as it was understood that everyone was negotiating with great expectations, contemplating a bargain. Now, with the added element of ambiguity, a territory emerged that was neither too expansive nor too diminutive. The crux of the matter was that there was little to gain, despite the southern aristocrats lacking true standing. They arrived this time equipped with a substantial amount of supplies and troops. One could not afford to push them too far. It was crucial to maintain just the right amount of tension to ignite their fervor without provoking outright hostility. After all, they were accustomed to suffering losses. Why not let them experience another? Derek acknowledged the wisdom in this seasoned advice and agreed. Naturally, as a reward for Marquis Hussein's proactive alignment, his share would remain intact. For it indeed turned out to be less than initially anticipated. Thus, everyone was content. The joy had not diminished. It merely shifted from one individual to three. The facade of animosity was maintained. Marquis Hussein departed with the corpses of his soldiers, undoubtedly set to amplify the narrative of northern nightly threats, and seized the opportunity to reorganize his forces and garner public support. Derek would assuredly respond with an icy demeanor, possibly even inciting minor skirmishes. To outsiders, it would appear that the two factions were irreconcilable. In this manner, the king would be reassured, the nobility in the capital would feel secure, and even the southern aristocrats would be diverted from their concerns. There would be no discernible flaws, for both sides relied on their tacit understanding. The bloodshed was real, the conflicts genuine. Even the enmity and hatred among the lower-tier nobility were authentic. Watching Marquis Hussein and the First Legion of the North depart, Derek and Count Pereira relaxed. In contrast to outsiders, the two reveled in cultivating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Even though they recognized this was merely a union of interests, the veneer of familial warmth made negotiations far more agreeable. Tiona would soon arrive in St. Michael's City, and they could arrange a meeting then. The old count lounged comfortably in his chair, exuding an air of complete relaxation. In truth, Derek had encountered the count's daughter before and had a fair degree of understanding of her. However, it was customary for grand aristocrats to meet prior to marriage. It was not as though they were strangers, as many might assume. Alliances forged for mutual benefit were commonplace, yet a complete absence of familial ties could potentially lead to complications. Hence, Derek felt satisfied, donning an appropriately pleasant smile. He was eagerly anticipating Miss Tiona's arrival. The old count then mentioned plans to establish some enterprises in the St. Michael province, including a sizable estate combined with an entire village as a dowry. This was undoubtedly a grand gesture. None of his other granddaughters had received such a lavish dowry. However, the Pereira family had recently profited handsomely in the St. Michael province, a feat attributable to Derek's contributions. And various considerations were at play. The two engaged in light conversation about familial matters, creating a very relaxed atmosphere. Nevertheless, Derek knew that Count Pereira would not indulge in idle chatter. The real topic was yet to unfold. As anticipated, their conversation fell into silence, and after a moment, the old count seemingly disinterestedly inquired, "I hear you have an exceptionally talented blacksmith in your employ." Eureka! Derek thought to himself, with the expansion of his military trade. It was only a matter of time before it attracted attention. However, he now possessed the means of self-preservation. This was also why he had maintained a low profile and kept his operations modest. In response to the old count's question, Derek eagerly replied, "Indeed, I was fortunate enough to discover a blacksmithing prodigy. If the count is interested in purchasing weapons and equipment, I can offer them at cost." Of course, cost was merely a figure of speech, but discounts would certainly be provided. The old count scrutinized Derek for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. "Very well, I will require 100 full suits of heavy armor." Upon hearing this, Derek could not help but feel alarmed. What was the old count planning? Was he truly considering rebellion? There were certain questions Derek refrained from voicing. If the old count were indeed to revolt, would he stand by or withdraw? Nonetheless, business would proceed as usual. In addition to the heavy armor, a substantial quantity of weaponry would be included, evidently amounting to a transaction worth tens of thousands of gold coins. The mission to Pran City was already more than halfway accomplished. What remained was to inspect a few enterprises and meet with the northern nobility one by one. The entirety of the northern aristocratic circle, including the lesser nobility that held knightly titles, numbered only around 40 to 50 families. It was a rather insular community, making connections quite convenient. Unlike the previous occasion, Derek's status had changed this time. as had the treatment he received. When he departed, he was accompanied by an additional 50 or 60 attendants. These were young individuals sent by various families, representing the northern nobility's political investment in the Augusta family. Even as the year drew to a close, under the immense lure of profit, the scions and younger sons of these minor noble families were all dispatched to Derek's side, just as with the Ferreira family in the past. The eldest inherited the family estate, the second chose to serve in the local kingdom's legion, the third served a prominent local noble, and the fourth trained with allied families, were it not for Derek's rise. This would have been the political trajectory of the Ferreira family. The identity of noble scions allowed them to easily assume positions as junior officers, spending 1 or 2 decades either failing to thrive and returning home to assist the eldest or becoming mid-level officers to support their family's advancement. Now, the northern noble youths shared a similar fate. Whether they entered the kingdom's officer system through Derek or simply mingled with him, they could benefit their families. Derek welcomed these young individuals, as it not only solidified his ties with the northern nobility, but also provided an opportunity to assess the burgeoning knightly panel. Virat Klono, profession, knight, level 6, for 5100. Experience pool, 20100. A distinguished knight from a baronial family. The future Baron Klono, he was also the highest-ranked individual among the young men accompanying Derek this time, to be honest. Achieving the status of a level 6 knight at such a young age marked him as exceptional, far surpassing Derek's own accomplishments at that age, were it not for the panel's enhancements. Virat would stand as a paragon of the new generation of northern knights. His choice to follow Derek genuinely surprised him. After a brief interaction, Derek began to grasp Virat's intentions. Not every noble was a staunch adherent of the darker arts of politics. Virat epitomized the impassioned young knight, entirely drawn to Derek's military achievements and reputation. He sought to align himself with the glory of the new generation of northern knights, hoping to follow a true northern knight and, to some extent, cast aside political considerations. Otherwise, one would expect his brother to follow Derek instead. Nonetheless, Derek appreciated such youthful vigor. Passionate youths were far easier to deal with than deceitful politicians. Moreover, he needed some display of prestige. Perfectly positioned to showcase his charisma, let others witness that a future baron is willing to follow Northern Knight Derek. What reason do you have to refuse? Indeed, due to the presence of Virat. Derek's reputation has undeniably grown more illustrious. This group of knightly squires is largely invigorated, perceiving this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Naturally, Derek places great importance on these fervent admirers, who bring their own charisma and allure. Moreover, the fact that they appeared on the panel from the outset indicates that their enthusiasm is not a mere faade. Upon returning to his domain, Derek promptly arranged accommodations for these knightly squires. In truth, some among them cannot be classified as mere squires. For instance, individuals like Virat, who have essentially completed their knightly training, not only exceed the age threshold but also possess greater strength than the average knight. However, in this realm, elite knights abound, and it presents a chance for him to further hone his skills. Speaking of the current state of knighthood, perhaps owing to the absence of significant warfare over recent years, the average standard of knights has notably declined. Unlike 30 years ago during the Schism Wars, when elite knights clad in heavy armor were plentiful, they have now become a rarity. Yet, with the escalating tensions, it is likely that a new wave of elite knights will soon emerge. Derek has resolutely decided that his knightly order must establish its reputation from the very beginning. Enthusiasts akin to Virat must aspire to become elite knights to graduate. Ordinary squires must attain at least a level 5 or 6 knight rank to successfully earn the title of honorary knight, that is for those with ulterior motives who cannot even appear on the panel. Their fate rests solely on their innate talents. In truth, Derek is acutely aware of those individuals who have failed to make the panel. He has meticulously noted them in his ledger, along with their respective families, placing them on a watch list. This serves as a swift method to distinguish friends from foes. Of course, in certain respects, these individuals have succeeded, having distinguished themselves from the crowd of squires and etched their names into Derek's memory. Derek shifted his gaze from the anxious individuals to his fervent followers. Having resolved to exert his influence, he decided to intensify his efforts. There is nothing more resonant than the camaraderie found in a military camp. Derek has never slackened in his focus on martial prowess. Even now, he diligently engages in physical training and refines his combat skills daily. Coupled with the advantages granted by the panel, even if his innate talent has reached its limits, There remains room for incremental improvement. Hence, any form of training is valuable, and Derek chooses to practice alongside the knightly squires. Through daily interaction, he is bound to profoundly influence these young individuals. For instance, at this moment, when Derek voluntarily selects Varut as his sparring partner, the excitement on the latter's face is nearly palpable. Varut is the epitome of a fervent Northern Knight devotee, adhering to the principles of strength, ruthlessness, and honor. Thus, Derek embodies the very manifestation of his faith. Chosen as a sparring partner, he is not only thrilled but even trembles with excitement. Just how formidable are the Northern Knights? Will I be defeated in a single blow? Do I stand a chance against Baron Derek? His mind is a tumult of thoughts, oscillating between believing in his potential and doubting his capabilities that he fears both the shattering of his fantasies and the embarrassment of failure. Noticing Varut's unsettling demeanor, Derek furrowed his brow and admonished, "Varut, how can a knight's hand fail to grasp a sword? Adjust your mindset. Otherwise, you shall never become a Northern Knight." Fortunately, Varut merely lacks experience in grand spectacles. Yet he has never shirked from training. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on Derek with determination. "I understand, and I will undoubtedly become a Northern Knight like you. Allow me to discover the extent of our differences." Both wielding training swords, solid iron blades, albeit unsharpened. Neither mentioned protective gear. A hit could certainly result in injury, and in severe cases, even death is not beyond the realm of possibility. The swordsmanship of the Northern Knights is primarily pragmatic. They eschew flamboyant techniques, focusing instead on fundamental moves such as slashing, thrusting, and blocking from the very beginning of their training. The remainder involves discerning when to strike, when to retreat, when to hack, and when to defend. Through relentless daily practice, they train their muscles to respond instinctively, preparing for real combat. Surviving and recovering from injuries will forge the foundation of their strength. The rest comprises greater power, faster speed, swifter reflexes, and a more resilient spirit. Varut held his sword, performing a commendable salute. However, Derek's blade abruptly pierced his wrist. Startled by the pain, Varut nearly dropped his sword, gazing at Derek with bewilderment, questioning the reason behind this sudden assault. "Have you been struck on the head by those southern wenches? Did your grandfather teach you to perform knightly salutes on the battlefield? Or have you ever heard of a Northern Knight bowing their head to await a return salute?" Derek, shedding his usual gentle demeanor, erupted with the fury of a bull. "Listen well, we are Northern Knights. We are the fierce dragons. We do not seek validation from others. The sword in our hands is our confidence. Only the southern wenches attempt to bind knights with such rules. Next time you encounter such a fool, aim for their forehead and cleave it open to see if it's filled with excrement." The knightly squires stood in shock. Is this the new generation of Northern Knights? To be frank, while the education of the Northern Knights has not faltered in recent years, the lack of war has allowed various absurdities to permeate the nobility. Including the Northern Knights, Varut's expression shifted, unsure whether it stemmed from indignation. Yet, Derek would not ponder what he was thinking. There is no issue that a good thrashing cannot resolve if that is insufficient. Then another thrashing will suffice. Humans are inherently drawn to strength. Formidable martial prowess serves as the greatest persuasion, and the strong are never in the wrong. Now, grip your sword tightly. I shall grant you another opportunity. Varut clenched the knightly sword firmly and charged forward with a fierce shout. Derek, rising from below, executed a swift counterattack. With a thunderous clang, the advantage in slashing lay with Varut, yet he found himself unable to halt his retreat. "Are you a coward? Strength. Why can I not perceive your strength?" His roar, akin to that of a ferocious dragon, echoed once again. Varut, both astonished and incredulous, recognized his considerable talent. Otherwise, he would not have attained level 6 at such a young age. Thus, his overall qualities in strength and speed are undoubtedly superior to his peers. Yet, in the face of Derek, he fell woefully short. Derek, showing no mercy, swiftly advanced, employing techniques that belittled Varut. "You respond like a coward. I must be cautious of my strength, otherwise, I might inadvertently topple you. You cannot match my prowess. Your swordsmanship is still lacking. And your footwork, are you merely a wooden post? Are your legs crippled? Kick me." Every part of Varut's body suffered blows, as Derek held nothing back. At this moment, any grievances or confusion dissipated, for his mind was consumed by pain, rendering him incapable of contemplating anything else. Ultimately, Derek delivered a final kick that sent Varut sprawling, casually tossing the training sword to a nearby squire. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Is this the caliber of the northern youth nowadays? His words ignited a fire in many, as Varut struggled to rise, his face still defiant. Indeed, while Derek's reputation is formidable and his accomplishments noteworthy, his chastisement of Varut is acceptable. However, it does not imply that the young generation of northern knights is worthless. In truth, every encounter with foreign noble knights often sees the northern knights holding the upper hand. What? Are you dissatisfied? Derek turned to witness a sea of defiant faces. If you are discontent, speak up. If you lack the courage to resist, how can you claim you are not cowards? Are you worried about my title as a baron? Concerned about reputation? That is not what our kind should be. Baron, I am not satisfied. Varut finally spoke up. The group of knightly squires, being youthful, was stirred and echoed in response. Good. There's a glimmer of the northern knight's spirit. Derek broke into a mischievous grin, finding the soft-boned antics utterly dull. Only now was it truly entertaining. Valu, I am aware that you are referred to as the genius of knights. Look at these knights here. Each hailing from the most ordinary backgrounds, none having experienced a comprehensive knightly education. Now, choose one at random. Let me see if the title of knightly genius holds any merit. Valu scanned the crowd and noted that the onlooking knights appeared quite formidable. Each was broad-shouldered and bore an intimidating presence. However, one must remember that a knight's prowess cannot solely be determined by physique. If he cannot best Derek, could he possibly triumph over these commoner knights? Valu possessed a certain arrogance. He deliberately selected the most robust-looking knight. At least this physique ensured a baseline of strength. You possess considerable audacity. The Bear Knight is renowned for his immense strength. The knights eagerly gathered around. Even though many had attained the title of honorary knight, they still remained mere commoner knights, with the next generation still needing to strive for success. Thus, witnessing these noble knights being bested was indeed a source of delight. Forget about camaraderie. After only a few days of acquaintance, such bonds had yet to form. The chosen Bear Knight, while pleased, felt a flicker of anger. Why, with so many, did you choose me? Do you see me as easy prey? Young man, the Augusta family has no geniuses, only fools. Allow me to teach you this truth today. Valu this time eschewed any pretense, attacking directly with his sword. Despite being battered and bruised, his fundamentals were solid. His movements unyielding and his strength and speed commendable. Among the knights accompanying him, few could withstand this strike. However, the Bear Knight was more straightforward. He simply used his strength to knock aside the knight's sword and then delivered a blow to Valu's side. The latter was rendered unable to rise, his training sword now precariously poised at his throat. Truly the son of a noble, the Bear Knight, brimming with pride, sheathed his training sword and began to boast to his companions. The noble knight's attendants were left in shock. It was not surprising that Valu lost, considering he was a knight under the command of Count Derek, yet to lose so easily was utterly astonishing. Continue. Choose another one, Derek's delightfully sadistic voice echoed. Thereafter, Valu nearly challenged every knight present. Ultimately, he was in such pain that he could barely hold his sword, yet his fierce determination left a lasting impression. For not everyone could persist in the face of repeated failure. Of course, what left an even deeper impression on the newly arrived knight attendants were the knights serving Count Derek. Each was a formidable contender, many holding titles of knightly rank, and any one of them could easily overpower these youthful aspirants. For a moment, everyone was lost in a daze, questioning when the knightly realm had become so competitive. Was it possible that they were simply lacking in skill? Derek had not yet released them from this trial, or rather, the knights refused to grant the newcomers any reprieve. The most straightforward method of assimilating into the group was, of course, through sheer force. All newcomers experienced Valu's treatment firsthand. It was not the absence of guidance that was concerning, but rather the fear of not being able to endure after the grueling training. It was all too evident who possessed the stronger will. For Derek, talent was secondary. Willpower was far more crucial. And this was not the end. Soon, the newly arrived knight apprentices would understand precisely why the Augusta family lacked geniuses. Practice. Everyone must practice to the point of exhaustion. Why were there so many soldiers? Yet only these individuals became knights. When Derek selected candidates, he prioritized loyalty and willpower above all else. Those who could endure were often fools who would only toil endlessly. Yet that sufficed, as long as they did not die from the training. They would be pushed to their limits. Not only the newly arrived knight attendants were to train, but the full-fledged knights were also subject to the same rigors. Derek too would train alongside them, sharing the same meals, living together, enduring hardships together. Derek had learned from the advanced experiences of his past life. That evening, Derek, bearing medicinal wine, approached the large dormitory of the new attendants. The humble nightly quarters were imbued with the essence of the Augusta family. Rough timber, with even splinters left unrefined. Thick bedding comprised merely of coarse cloth. Although the evening meal was plentiful, its taste left much to be desired. Those who were aware had come to serve as night attendants. Those who were not would think they were condemned to hard labor. Which of these noble youths had ever endured such hardship? No matter how arduous their training had been, it never approached such difficult living conditions. Many began to regret their choices, even contemplating escape, even knowing that aligning themselves with Count Derek was a significant family strategy. Knowing and acting were two very different things. Valou, in particular, collapsed onto his bed, his entire body racked with pain, questioning the very essence of life itself. His pursuit of the Northern Knights had been more about the glory associated with them. He had never anticipated the process would be so excruciating. Previously, he had believed his diligent training was commendable, yet now it seemed trifling in comparison. However, the pain was overwhelming, leaving him with neither the strength nor the desire to contemplate much further. Of course, to claim he harbored no resentment would be a blatant falsehood. The image of Count Derek appeared to be crumbling bit by bit. Valou, do you think Count Derek is deliberately tormenting us? Someone leaned closer, and upon speaking, attracted the attention of several attendants, all filled with grievances. Valou cast a glance, but refrained from responding. Not all noble interactions were benevolent, and who could know if this individual was merely trying to provoke him before turning against him? I believe so. If it comes to it, shall we leave? Can hard training truly lead to becoming a titled knight? If that were the case, titled knights would not be so few in number. Discontent simmered among many, as it was commonly understood that talent dictated one's limits, and they did not believe their own abilities could ever lead them to the rank of titled knight. This sentiment acted as a spark, igniting a barrel of discontent. Voices rose in a cacophony of complaints regarding various injustices. Valou too began to doubt whether he had made the right choice. "The Count is here," suddenly, someone shouted, and the lively discussion fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The few murmurs of discontent did not necessarily equate to the courage to return. Each family had sent their offspring with significant investments at stake. To be caught by Count Derek would not be a delightful affair. Many had prepared themselves for the expectation that the Count would unleash a torrent of wrath akin to that of a dragon. However, what awaited them was the smiling visage of Count Derek. He was acutely aware of when to be stern and when to appear approachable. There was no point in losing one's temper at this moment. What purpose would it serve other than to vent emotions? A heavy-handed approach would likely yield adverse effects. Thus, he cheerfully navigated through the crowd, even excusing the night attendants, saying, "It's all right, continue speaking. I end my days within the knightly order." I too enjoyed complaining about Count Pereira alongside everyone. "During training, my strictness is for your own safety. Sweat more in training, bleed less on the battlefield. I hope that by being rigorous now, you all will survive when the time comes to face the battlefield. However, once training concludes, we are all friends and comrades. There's no need for such solemnity." Regardless of whether the attendees believed his words, the atmosphere had undeniably lightened. Derek made his way through the throng, pushing Valou back down as he attempted to rise. "Stay down. You've endured enough hardship today that if you don't tend to it now, you won't be able to rise tomorrow." Valou, bewildered, was pressed back onto the bed. Still protesting, "My lord, I'm fine." A show of bravado. Derek slapped Valou on the shoulder, causing him to yelp in pain. "Ha! I thought you were a tough one who wouldn't flinch. Turns out, a mere slap gets to you." Derek's tone seemed mocking, leaving Valou blushing furiously, yet he continued earnestly, "Don't take my earlier words to heart. You indeed possess considerable talent, yet lack practice. However, your willpower is commendable, and I see great potential in you. Now, stay down and don't move." Valou found himself casually maneuvered into a prone position on the bed. Derek personally applied the medicinal wine and began to massage and knead. The sensation was uncomfortable yet oddly refreshing. The other night attendants stared in a daze, having never heard of such an occurrence. Count Derek personally tending to an attendant's wounds. Unbeknownst to him, a surge of warmth welled up in everyone's hearts, as if it were about to burst forth if the bystanders felt this way. Then Virat was even more moved, tears streaming down his face. All grievances and discontent faded away with each heartfelt word. and with every gentle kneading from Lord Derek, they vanished completely. One thought resonated incessantly in his mind. In this lifetime, he had chosen to follow Lord Derek. Who else could treat him with such kindness? No one. Moreover, the noble lord was indeed correct. Sweating more during practice would lead to less bloodshed in battle. The encouragement he received during the day was meant to inspire him. Virat choked up, unable to articulate his feelings. Derek, not merely putting on a show, earnestly continued to massage Virat, before calling upon another servant who had endured the longest that day to continue with the medicinal massage. The knights who had come along were equally industrious, assisting the servants while imparting knowledge on how to maintain their bodies and expedite recovery after training. The bond forged through camaraderie and discipline had taken root. Surely, no obstinate individual could remain unyielding to such sentiments. After a night of rigorous training, the following day, the knights and servants, though sore all over, commenced their new regimen with fervor, seizing a moment of leisure. Derek opened the panel. Points to allocate. Even those servants who had initially harbored ill intentions now appeared on the panel. Thus, enemies could indeed transform into friends upon their return from the night training camp. Might they not influence their families in turn? Derek chuckled to himself, contemplating the game of wits. Would their allure prove stronger, or would his emotional appeal triumph? With the aid of the panel, the physiques of the knightly servants expanded visibly. This swift enhancement of strength resulted in a marked improvement in their physical condition. Thankfully, the meals were hearty and plentiful. Derek did not concern himself with taste, but the portions were ample. The meager contributions from the knightly servants could hardly cover the expenses incurred during training. The positive feedback was so resounding that it invigorated everyone, especially for fervent knights like Virat, who longed to train for 24 hours a day. However, Derek's training regimen was not solely about relentless practice. After a week, each individual was assigned a war horse, commencing their wild gallops in the open fields. Riding was an essential skill for every noble scion of the North, and the knightly servants were indeed proficient. Yet proficiency alone was insufficient. Superior horsemanship on the battlefield meant being faster than the rest, increasing the likelihood of a successful retreat. Derek transformed once more into a fearsome dragon, bellowing with fervor. "Run, do you not feel adequately fed? My dog could outrun you while mounted." Virat, who had previously felt confident in his riding skills, nearly toppled from his steed at Derek's roar. "My lord, did you not say that tricks are for the ladies of the South?" "Nonsense. If I command you to perform, then you shall perform." Laughter erupted among them. Following the riding training, there was weighted cross-country running. After that, night operations ensued. Even basic military tactics were interspersed during their free moments, leaving them no time to relax. After a month, everyone felt as though they had undergone a complete transformation. Derek, adhering to protocol, granted a week of leave. Those residing nearby could visit home, while others were free to roam as they pleased. Among them, a select few outstanding servants were temporarily allowed to join the Lord's guard, experiencing the duties of standing watch. This was, of course, a light-hearted jest. In truth, the guard would also learn valuable skills on protection and how to guard against assassins. Ever since Derek had faced an assassination attempt, he had taken up this line of study. The servants were equally eager to avoid such occurrences, ensuring that the next attempt would not be so straightforward. Meanwhile, the Lord enjoyed a comfortable respite in the manor, relishing the attentions of his servants. Such diligent effort was all in pursuit of some well-deserved enjoyment. Derek would not subject himself to relentless hardship at all times, ultimately earning the reputation of a miser. The soft, gray bear pelt, the long cashmere rug beneath his feet, and the warm glow of the coals in the fireplace all contributed to the ambience. With a cup of hot milk in hand, reclining in a specially crafted armchair, the contrast to life in the military camp was stark. Several knights and officials were present, including his uncle Andrew. They gathered to address the events of the past few days, thus allowing Derek a deeper understanding of his domain. Typically, these officials served as his eyes and ears that, of course, they could also be quite oblivious, necessitating that he venture out and explore, while also seeking to uncover new informants. "Miss Tiona has arrived in the St. Miron province. When shall you extend an invitation to meet her? The recent chill has been quite severe. Let us choose a suitable day for my visit to the Count. I've heard that the Southern Legion is nearing. They seem to have caught wind of something that was hardly surprising. The South had prospered in recent years, surely establishing networks far and wide. Trouble was surely on the horizon. Derek could swiftly make decisions on minor matters, yet for others, confirmation was still required. The knightly servants stood nearby, Able to overhear these not-so-secret discussions, this was the true benefit Derek welcomed, even delighted in, their inadvertent sharing of information. During the first month, Derek had devoted almost all his time to training alongside the servants. But this would soon diminish in frequency as the Southern Legion approached. The atmosphere in the Saint Maron province grew increasingly tense at last. As the year drew to a close, a stretch of fine weather arrived. Derek prepared to set out once more, eager to meet his fiancée, yet although they had met previously, during his time with the Pereira Knights, Derek had merely been an inconspicuous servant, likely leaving no impression on her. Likewise, he possessed little knowledge of this noble lady. Naturally, an alliance with a powerful noble like Derek was a matter of utmost gravity. There should be no concerns regarding reputation or character. Any unforeseen complications could easily become the subject of a theatrical play, irreparably damaging the relationship between their families. Thus, Derek felt no apprehension. However, just as he was about to depart, a visitor arrived, brother-in-law. This young man, bearing the surname Palmer, was certainly not from the Pereira family. In truth, it took Derek a moment to recognize him. David Palmer, the eldest son of Baron Palmer. This burgeoning noble family had transitioned from merchant origins to becoming a significant landed gentry, while new nobles faced discrimination, requiring 1 or 2 generations to integrate into the coarse circles of nobility. They had undeniably crossed class boundaries. The invasions of the barbarians had altered the fate of the Palmer family for generations. Following their ennoblement, Baron Palmer regularly sent gifts. Yet, it was the first time David himself had come to visit. His immediate address of brother-in-law left Derek somewhat bewildered. After David introduced himself, he leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "Brother-in-law, my father was anxious about your impatience. He sent my second sister and third sister ahead, while the eldest sister is still on her way." Derek, with a sudden exclamation, found himself unexpectedly confronted with such an audacious maneuver. In truth, when Baron Palmer had initially excitedly mentioned the matter, Derek had taken it as nothing more than a jest. However, the man's gaze was one that the Baron understood all too well. Clearly, Derek held more significance than his 3 daughters. Particularly with Derek's subsequent conduct, it became evident that the Baron had resolved to invest heavily. While the title of Viscountess was unattainable, the notion of bringing in a mistress was certainly acceptable. In this era, it was common for nobles to have numerous lovers. Nevertheless, in the 2 years since Derek's arrival in this world, he had yet to indulge in such pleasures. The pressures of survival had kept him too preoccupied for such distractions. Yet, he found himself unable to voice a refusal. This was not a matter of honor. It was not shameful, and David, being from a merchant family rather than a traditional noble lineage, was indifferent to the implications of awkwardness. The latter had to maintain a semblance of decorum, but he did not. The notion of losing face would only arise in his son's generation, or even in that of his grandchildren. After a moment's hesitation, Derek could not bring himself to decline, especially given the reputation of Palmer's eldest daughter for her enchanting beauty. However, he felt it inappropriate to assume the title of brother-in-law, as he was soon to meet his fiancée, and ought to show her some respect. Seemingly sensing Derek's indecision, Adrian stepped forward. "Sir David, should the Palmer family's young lady find herself without a place to go, our esteemed Viscount can provide temporary refuge, though please refrain from uttering anything that might lead to misunderstandings. The Viscount is about to meet his fiancée, a lady from the Pereira family. Do you comprehend? What a splendid way of articulating this. It could hardly be deemed as unscrupulous. This was an act of kindness. Providing shelter for 3 homeless young ladies. Well done, cousin. Your salary shall be increased next month." David promptly offered his apologies, solemnly addressing Adrian as your lordship. The title of brother-in-law was of little consequence, as long as it was uttered once. The Palmer family had never aspired to the position of viscountess. They merely intended to maintain a relationship through the presence of women. Moreover, it was not solely about women. After David's apologies, he swiftly presented a list of compensatory gifts, evidently prepared in advance. "Your lordship, prior to my arrival, my father informed me that the Palmer family's current standing is entirely thanks to your patronage. Henceforth, the Palmer family shall follow your lead, ensuring that we offer tribute no less than this gift each year." Adrian glanced at the list before passing it to Derek. Upon inspection, Derek noted the substantial sum involved, donations exceeding 1,000 gold coins in value. This was equivalent to half of the annual income of the traditional Ferreira family. One might say the other party was both wealthy and earnest. However, once money is offered, it becomes unreasonable to return it. The crucial question remained: would they continue to contribute next year? Derek possessed a moral compass that dictated such matters. This question hardly required extensive contemplation, did it? As a baron of considerable influence, and with an inherent bond formed between the two men, both being beneficiaries of the recent war and members of the emerging nobility with shared interests, it was evident that their fates were intertwined. Baron Palmer was also quite astute. Derek accepted the gifts with a smile, expressing a desire to see David personally visit again next year. David reciprocated the smile. There had been times when gifts had not been well received, but now, a positive outcome was finally at hand. Derek engaged in some exchanges with David, learning about the recent circumstances of the Palmer family. In reality, the Palmer family's situation was quite favorable. They had ascended into the ranks of landed nobility, and even if they were not particularly well regarded, the invisible benefits were substantial. Moreover, with the acquisition of additional land, there were fewer obstacles in business, all of which were encouraging developments. However, now that they had joined the ranks of the landed nobility, the Palmer family harbored even greater ambitions. On one hand, there was a fear of falling back into obscurity, while on the other, there was a desire for respect. Indeed, human ambition knows no bounds. As for the sisters, Derek practiced restraint. With his impending meeting with his fiancée, there was no need to rush matters in the next couple of days. A lack of self-control would not bode well for him. David did not linger long. He delivered the gifts and the sisters, staying only 2 days before departing. Derek then set forth on the journey that had been delayed by 2 days. This time, he did not merely ride out with his knights and guards in preparation for the approaching southern nobility. Half of the entire St. Michael Legion was mobilized, alongside a portion of the Augusta family's private army, which had been trained for 6 months. A grand assembly of 5,000 to 6,000 individuals formed a formidable force, marching resolutely towards Pran City. In truth, the urgency among the southern nobility was beyond imagination. The second corps of the northern expedition was still en route, yet a contingent of knights from the southern nobility had already arrived at Pran City ahead of time. By the time Derek arrived, they had been there for several days. The grim news was confirmed. The southern nobility had completely lost their composure. After waiting a decade for this opportunity, first being toyed with by the barbarians and then betrayed by their allies, their plight was truly tragic. It was no wonder the southern nobility was in a state of desperation. Moreover, alongside their economic rise, the southern nobility had not relaxed their pursuit of military strength. With significant investments, they had indeed cultivated a commendable cadre of knights. The equipment of the southern knights surpassed that of their northern counterparts and those from the capital. In recent days, representatives of various regions had engaged in numerous clashes. The most unfortunate were the knights representing the central nobility, who had been soundly defeated by whichever faction they faced. Surprisingly, the northern knights and southern knights had reached an unexpected stalemate, while the northern knights were left in shock. Everyone began to regard the southern knights with newfound respect. The elder count and the older generation of northern knights had finally come to terms with the reality of the decline of the new generation of northern knights. The consequences of this decline were a significant bolstering of the southern knights' confidence. In the absence of large-scale military confrontations, whichever faction's knights excelled in competitions would clearly seize a greater share of influence. If the momentum of the southern knights could not be curbed, the previously delineated spheres of influence among the three factions would become meaningless. There was no justification for the strong to remain meek, while the weak raised their voices. In this atmosphere, messengers urging Derek's attention arrived in droves, with several arriving each day. The once leisurely preparations for meeting his fiancée, he had abruptly reverted to a state of dragon-like fury. A band of inept individuals had been bested by a group of female knights, hindering his important affairs. Not being able to see his fiancée, unable to return home, and being deprived of the company of the sisters were all unacceptable. Those were to be crossed off the list. The absence of the subjects most concerning to the Viscount was a significant setback. This time, even the noble attendants, including Viret, dared not voice any minor corrections to the Viscount's outbursts. The fact that the new generation of northern knights had reached a stalemate with the southern knights was indeed a matter of shame. In reality, military might had always been the northern knights' greatest asset. Once that facade was shattered, the resulting chain reaction could be dire. The already scarce political resources would likely diminish further. This was a matter of collective interest for the northern nobility, and no one dared to underestimate it. The only piece of good news was that Viscount Derek had yet to take action. 2 months of training had not only transformed them, but had also instilled a blind trust in Derek. Finally, the irate Viscount abandoned the main force and galloped away with his attendants. Upon reaching the outskirts of Pran City, he was informed that the elder count had taken the northern nobility to the military camp, where the recent knightly contests were being held. Derek made a detour and arrived at the military camp outside the city. In the distance, he saw a multitude of knights' triangular flags and noble banners fluttering in the wind, suggesting that a contest had just concluded. With a group of people cheering, as Derek approached, he caught snippets of conversation. Tell that young upstart named Derek to hurry up. Once I defeat him, let us see what excuses you have left. The northern knights had fallen into decline. It was time for the southern knights to take their place. Who was this fool spouting such nonsense? Did he not know that the northern knights were undergoing concentrated training? Derek rode into the center of the arena, coldly regarding the shouting knight. Where do you come from, fool? Do you not realize how treacherous our northern roads are? With a chuckle, the southern nobles remained oblivious. Yet the northern lords and those from the royal capital were well acquainted with the treacherous roads of the north. The vivid memory of a comrade whose brains had been dashed out upon impact lingered in their minds. A stark reminder of how such treachery could lead to demise. Clearly, the southern aristocrats were yet to grasp the origins of this jest. Particularly, the knight caught in the act of mockery flushed with embarrassment. His gaze fixed upon Derek, who appeared to be of a tender age, wondering where this northern brute had emerged from. Boy, dare you approach and test my iron fist? Your words are fit only to amuse the tavern's songbirds. A throng of knights from the Augusta family arrived, skillfully managing their steeds to occupy a small portion of the arena. The surrounding northern and royal capital nobles instinctively parted to grant them space. As the southern knight uttered his taunt, the onlookers regarded him as though he were already a corpse. It seemed the ground was indeed treacherous today. Virat clenched his fists, yearning to dispatch his opponent immediately. His retainers nodded in unison, sharing the same sentiment. Unbeknownst to them, this cadre of knights had undergone a complete transformation. Just 2 months prior, such audacity would have been unthinkable. Yet Derek was not one to falter. A display of bravado could serve him well. This moment, the southern knight had amassed a wealth of animosity, and the spoils of defeating him would be considerable. With a swift motion, Derek unfastened his cloak with one hand and let it fly behind him. Knight, I hope your iron fist earns my respect, he sneered, or else prepare to suffer. Those who had the audacity to boast while lacking the means to back it up deserved their fate. He lightly kicked his steed's belly, which understood his intent without hesitation. A maneuver practiced countless times before. The warhorse surged forward, closing the distance in an instant. The southern knight might have anticipated the customary pre-battle rituals, but the distance between them afforded him little time to react. Despicable. Derek had already charged forward, disregarding any further banter as he swung his sword, intent on cleaving his foe. His stance clearly indicated he held nothing back. If he could slay Derek with ease, he would not hesitate. In truth, none were fools. Seeing Derek's posture, they could surmise his true identity. Regardless of his combat prowess, his command abilities were undoubtedly formidable for the southern nobles. He represented a political adversary. To eliminate this rival would be a boon. Derek sensed the knight's intentions, but it was too late. After attaining the rank of a 5th-level elite knight, the chasm between him and ordinary knights had widened significantly. The overwhelming superiority in various aspects rendered defeat in a one-on-one encounter unimaginable. He even eschewed his weapon, opting instead to grasp the blade with his gauntlet hand. Audacious. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. For gauntlets were not infallible. Severe strikes could still inflict harm. Yet Derek, having seized the long sword, yanked it forcefully away from the knight, subsequently yanking him off his mount, by the time the spectators regained their wits. Derek had already bound the knight's feet with a rope, and the warhorse began to drag him away. Despicable, shameless. This ambush tarnishes the spirit of knighthood. Release him at once. We concede this match. The southern knight erupted in fury, ready to charge forward to rescue his comrade. However, the knights of the Augusta family were not to be trifled with. They unsheathed their swords to force the assailants back to their places. Derek circled around, tossing the rope to his retainer. A glance confirmed the knight was still alive. Find a pole and hoist him up. Let us see if the southern ladies can rescue him today. He then instructed his herald, sound the drums. That scoundrel Simon should be arriving shortly. encircle the general's camp. Before the Southern Knights could retaliate, the war drums echoed through the air. Soon, a formidable contingent of armored soldiers surrounded the gathering. Only then did Derek leisurely approach the wooden platform beside the training field. He ripped off his gauntlet and hurled it at a familiar Northern Knight's face at a pack of inept fools. Unable to best a mere group of women, shall I don armor myself and take to the field? The knight, struck by the gauntlet, dared not resist. Instead, frantically catching it as Derek walked past, he kicked at every Northern Knight he encountered. Unable to engage in combat, their minds still reeling, he barked, "What manner of people are we? Where are we? This is our territory. Next time, if you cannot win, simply call upon your army. We shall slay them all and claim it was the work of bandits." Understood? Derek's voice boomed loudly enough for the nobles on either side of the platform to hear clearly. The nobles from the royal capital trembled, sensing a familiar dread, while the southern aristocrats, seeing Derek for the first time, struggled to discern the truth of his words. The elder count, sensing the tension rising, hastily intervened. "Lord Derek, refrain from speaking nonsense." Derek's demeanor shifted instantly, adopting a cheerful expression. "I am soon to wed your esteemed granddaughter. So allow me some courtesy. Please, take your seat. I shall resolve this matter, not far off." The unfortunate Southern Knight, now suspended by Virit, flailed helplessly. His cries for help dwindling. It was peculiar that the Southern nobles remained unresponsive to this situation. This time, two actual earls from the south took the initiative, led by Earl Robert Lovett. Unable to tolerate Derek's increasingly outrageous behavior, he declared, "Lord Derek, please return my knight. I shall overlook the matter of the ambush." Upon hearing this, Derek laughed heartily, realizing that this earl had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Virit, drop that wretched rope and come here at once." Virit, reveling in his newfound role, dashed over with eagerness. "My lord, take your retinue and give those southern ladies a sound thrashing. Remember, take them one by one. Adrian, you lead a few formal knights to take a stand. Let me see if the Southern Knights are truly formidable." Once the arrangements were completed, Derek turned to face Earl Lovett. "My formal knights, if your men can win 3 matches, I shall return the knight to you, but if not, he shall dangle there until the Southern nobles concede and bow their heads in defeat, avoiding us in the future." Yet, such words need not be uttered. All understood the implications. Earl Lovett found himself in a precarious position. To refuse would be to invite humiliation. Moreover, he did not believe Derek's knights could possibly be so formidable as to lose 3 consecutive matches. Regardless of whether they were truly formal knights or mere pretenders, their youth suggested little opportunity for deception. Virit, receiving his orders, felt a surge of excitement. The past 2 months in the training camp had been nothing short of grueling. The word overwhelmed barely encapsulated his experience. Aside from his fellow knightly attendants, every knight in the camp could easily overpower this group of attendants. Despite their similar ages, the disparity in strength was stark. Though each individual felt they had made significant progress over the past 2 months, without a worthy opponent to practice against, they had yet to experience the thrill of domination. Now, a perfect target lay before them. The Southern Knights, having caught wind of Derek's wager, were resolute. Whether for their honor or to rescue their comrade, they would not yield in fear. This time, they were prepared to seize victory from the jaws of defeat. Mentally steeling themselves for the challenge ahead, the nobles upon the platform watched with rapt attention as the duel commenced. Virit, though skilled, was merely of average standing among the formal knights. The northern lords exhibited concern. For while Virit had a commendable reputation, he had recently faced defeat at the hands of an even stronger knight. Meanwhile, the southern and royal capital nobles harbored a different sentiment, noting Virit's youth. What significance could his strength hold if it merely surpassed that of his peers? The Southern Knights, in the prime of their youth, find themselves unable to contend with Virit, and one must wonder if the mature version can truly surpass the youthful. The old count stealthily approached Derek, ensuring no one was paying attention, and in a hushed tone inquired, "Derek, how confident are you?" 10 out of 10. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Rest assured, with my titled knights backing us, defeat is not an option. My elite knights, all at levels 3 and 4, are of commendable caliber even among titled knights. Moreover, they have just emerged from battle, training incessantly without a moment's reprieve. If they cannot prevail against the opposition, then perhaps we should reconsider our endeavors. Unlike the old count, Derek had the audacity to disregard the stakes. If they truly faced defeat, he would not hesitate to overturn the table. No matter how formidable the titled knights, How many charges from a knightly order can they withstand? While the two conversed, Virat had already unseated a southern knight. He gleefully pranced around the arena, brandishing the opponent's helmet. What a show-off! Derek couldn't help but mutter. What a waste of energy at such a moment. The southern knights, stirred by the spectacle, did not underestimate Virat due to his age. They had sent forth skilled individuals, yet one had already fallen. Soon after, however, Virat toppled 5 more southern knights before finally retreating, panting. The murmurs among the onlookers grew impossible to ignore, and the niceties of noble etiquette were cast aside. This truly Virat, the burgeoning star among northern knights? The intelligence gathered by the southern knights had indeed catalogued Virat, but they had not anticipated such strength. Clearly, their information had been flawed. As Virat withdrew, the southern knights thought they could finally breathe easy. Yet, the subsequent performance by the knightly squires left them utterly humiliated. A succession of formal knights challenged them, winning a mere 1 in 10 encounters, and not a single one managed a consecutive victory. Count Lovett could no longer contain himself, leaning forward so perilously that, were it not for the armrest, he might have toppled from the platform. Nearby nobles could hear him repeatedly exclaiming, "How is this possible? How can this be?" After 10 years of diligent governance, he had believed he had kept pace with the northern knights. The southern knights had previously displayed commendable prowess, showing no disadvantage against any opponent. He had even dared to dream that the rise of the southern faction was imminent, yet that dream lay shattered now. Derek not only slapped him in the face but continued to do so unceremoniously, informing him, "You are still far from it." Count Lovett could not endure such a disparity. He growled under his breath, "Let the titled knights take the field." He was not merely relying on these common knights to confront the north. The titled knights that the southern nobility had gathered and trained over the years were their greatest asset. The royal council had always been the stage for these titled knights, and now it remained so. Defeating 3 northern knights would secure victory. Even if it appeared disgraceful, it would be far better than the current debacle of both loss of face and defeat. The titled knights understood the unspoken cue. Yet none were eager to engage. The count's interests did not necessarily align with theirs. At the very least, the honor of knighthood made it difficult for them to lower their pride. However, the pressure from the great nobility was not easily borne. Especially under relentless coercion, the honor of knighthood seemed to vanish into thin air. As a knight adorned with flamboyant insignia stepped forward, all were jolted to attention. Here came a formidable contender. Titled knights represented the pinnacle of knightly honor. Their status earned through rigorous tournaments. While there may be charlatans among knights, those universally acknowledged as titled knights were undeniably legitimate in Derek's eyes. However, the so-called titled knights were merely level 9 or 10 knights, or even elite knights. Each one donned heavy armor, capable of charging forth with ferocity. Derek quickly signaled for them to each take turns experiencing the challenge. Such an opportunity for practice was rare. Practicing with one's own comrades could never compare to the current atmosphere. The psychological pressure was entirely different. Derek intended for the squires to feel the weight of true pressure early on. Thus, the titled knight, forced to maintain his composure, could only suppress his ire while facing the relentless challenges from the squires. It was an utter humiliation. A dignified titled knight stooping to harass squires would tarnish his reputation. Initially, he attempted to strike hard to intimidate the challenging squires. Yet, he soon realized that this only spurred them on, inciting their fervor. Even Virat, who had taken a brief respite, re-entered the fray, exchanging blows for several rounds. "Now this feels right. This is the spirit of the Northern Knights," the old count suddenly remarked. In recent years, he had felt the Northern Knights lacked a certain vigor, yet now he sensed it emanating from these squires. No wonder the number of titled knights had diminished over the years. The Northern Knights possessed an eagerness to charge forth with unbridled enthusiasm. Shameless. "Are you seeking to exhaust your stamina?" Count Lovett could no longer restrain his indignation, questioning, "What purpose does this serve? If you have the gall, let your own men expend their energy against us." "I see your knights outnumber ours," Derek retorted. Fortunately, the challenges had come to an end. The series of titled knights who had taken the field had not exhausted much energy. Meanwhile, the competing titled knights seemed to have conferred with Simon regarding their next move. Each side selected 3 knights, forming a prominent triangular formation. Were they preparing for a free-for-all? Such a challenge would indeed be more demanding, and far more perilous. Perhaps weary of the ongoing duels, they sought to conclude matters decisively. Derek smiled. He was uncertain of the Southern Knights' battle formation skills, but this was undoubtedly a strength of the Northern Knights. While martial skills could be honed through rigorous training and natural physical gifts could provide substantial advantages, mastery of battle formations required experience. Some might argue that 3 against 3 was trivial, but in truth, any activity requiring coordination could achieve 99% proficiency through practice, yet that final 1% demanded blood and sweat that in one-on-one combat. The Southern Knights might possess a 2 or 3% chance of victory, as numerous factors could influence the outcome. However, in a 3-on-3 scenario, Derek firmly believed their chances would dwindle to a mere 10%. Yet, it appeared the Southern Knights were oblivious to this reality. Even the old Count recognized this truth. They had won. Truth be told, Count Pereira felt immense pressure. The Southern Knights' performance placed a burden on him that words failed to articulate. He had not anticipated that within a mere decade, the Southern faction would close the gap so significantly. Yet, at least in the realm of warfare, they remained lacking. But let us not forget that the North would not be devoid of conflict in the near future. Perhaps they would soon find themselves overtaken. The weight of that pressure lingered still. Meanwhile, both sides had removed the spearheads from their lances. They had even donned heavy armor, signaling that things were about to get serious. Do not be misled into thinking that removing the spearheads meant safety. The sheer force of a charging warhorse could easily shatter bones. Even falling from a galloping steed could spell death. In such a context, even titled knights could not escape the tension, their movements stiffening with apprehension. Conversely, the knights of the Augusta family remained at ease, even taking light steps on their steeds as they prepared for battle. Though their forms were obscured by heavy armor, their demeanor revealed a stark contrast. One side reeked of tension, while the other seemed as though they were merely going through the motions. The warhorses, sensing the charged atmosphere, grew slightly anxious under the knights' control. This moderate tension could enable them to unleash even greater power. Both sides, in unison, lowered their visors, forming their ranks. How tightly knit! This time, even the Southern Knights discerned a notable difference. The knights of the Augusta family stood nearly shoulder to shoulder, their steeds uncomfortably close. The cavalry charge did not resemble an impenetrable wall. In truth, a certain distance was maintained for safety, both to showcase their skills and to prevent friendly fire and accidents. Yet the knights of the Augusta family defied this logic. Derek smiled. This was a testament to their training and the synergy of combat, as well as a reflection of their prowess as knights. Any deficiency in either aspect would have deterred such a maneuver. The advantage, of course, lay in their ability to coordinate within a confined space. When both sides charged, the 3 wooden poles interlaced before them. The area subject to assault varied dramatically between the two, as did the density of the strikes. Such interwoven confrontation left no room for surplus opportunities. The dull thud of impact resonated. The riders were thrown from their mounts, crashing heavily to the ground. The knights of the Augusta family swiftly circled back, and while the Southern Knights managed to turn successfully through individual skill, they became further separated. Another blow fell, the last of the Southern Knights. At least, did not forget the honor of knighthood, gritting his teeth to launch a charge, only to be unceremoniously cast down. A loss, so succinct and clear. Count Lovett was unwilling to accept it, yet reality forced his acquiescence. A bitter expression crossed his face. Who could fathom how long he had endured, believing he could achieve greatness, only to be harshly subdued? I concede. The Southern Knights are not a match for the Northern Knights. I ask that Lord Derek return my knights to me. We are willing to accept the previously determined territorial divisions and will send you a token of apology shortly. Count Lovett's surrender was clean and decisive. To lose is to acknowledge defeat. This failure could simply be revisited in a decade. However, losing the support of the people would indeed spell utter ruin, having led the Southern nobility to rise over the past decade. Count Lovett was not a man of stubbornness. Moreover, he had not returned empty-handed. At the very least, the Southern Knights had gained a reputation, ensuring they would not be easily marginalized in the future. Wouldn't you agree, Marquis Hussein? The nobles of the capital now found themselves in a most embarrassing situation. They could not contend with the Northern Knights, and their prior ability to look down upon the Southern rabble with might, and to disdain the Northern brutes with wealth, had vanished. There was little left to boast about. It was better left unspoken. It was foreseeable that the forces representing the traditional nobility and the crown would face challenges in the coming years, unless they displayed exceptional prowess in the forthcoming conflicts. Yet even they lacked confidence in themselves to at this moment. Derek could not pursue annihilation any further. He even wondered why he could not have faced a few inept opponents. Instead, every adversary he encountered was cunning and shrewd. Count Lovett was particularly adaptable, lowering his head when necessary. Turning away, Derek also shifted his demeanor, revealing a smile. It was all a misunderstanding, Count Lovett. Allow me to send someone to collect the token of apology. The little fox, devoid of shame. Count Lovett cursed inwardly in the eyes of the other party. Derek was cut from the same cloth that a competent noble, after all, is merely that as for the previously delineated boundaries. No one dared to mention them again. The southern nobility had garnered respect, yet had also incited hostility. The weak opponent would garner little regard at this juncture. The northern nobility would not weaken the capital's nobility to bolster the southern faction's competitiveness. Rather, they would look for opportunities to suppress them further. Following the clash of blades and the dance of shadows, the upper-tier nobles resumed their superficial facades of hypocrisy. Baron Pereira and Marquis Hussein jointly hosted a banquet to honor the southern nobles who had traveled from afar. They expressed gratitude for the noble camaraderie demonstrated by the southern lords in their long journey. At least on the surface, there was no hint of discord. They fought, yet did not shatter. And our Lord Derek finally beheld the significant objective of this journey, the banquet. The exquisitely adorned Miss Tiona made her appearance at a group of knights, exhibiting remarkable coordination, carved out a small space for the two young people to converse. Frankly speaking, Tiona could be deemed beautiful, especially in this era. However, having grown accustomed to the four great evils of his past life, Derek was not easily swayed by mere beauty. Lord Derek, is this our first formal meeting? No, Miss Tiona. I have seen you before in the knightly order. I have heard your tale. To be honest, I am quite curious. And how do you feel about the Palmer sisters? Tiona abruptly shifted the conversation, catching Derek off guard. Indeed, there are no secrets that do not come to light. To be frank, I have yet to meet them. Derek was already pondering how to respond. Although the dissolution of this engagement was not a catastrophic blow, the old count still held him in decent regard. In truth, I understand the intricacies of noble affairs better than you might think. I even consider it fortunate that you came directly to see me. Lord Derek, I hope we may have a beautiful marriage. The miss of the Perez family will become your greatest ally. All I require is a modicum of respect. Derek grasped the implication behind that little bit of respect. The affairs between nobles are sometimes steadfast enough to appear as faith. However, more often than not, they descend into the sort of debauchery that even bards cannot exaggerate. Derek admitted to himself that he was a hypocrite, able to accept the idea of playing around with another man's wife, yet unable to tolerate the notion of his own wife being played with. Thus, he promptly clarified his stance. I can offer you respect, but it may not be in the manner you desire. Miss Tiona did not find this strange. Such sentiments were not uncommon among nobles, while she was willing to accept the reality of Derek's infidelities. It did not mean she felt entirely devoid of resentment. There was certainly a reason behind her words. However, for now, before bearing her first child, she harbored no other thoughts. This was the duty and responsibility of a noble wife. To violate it even slightly would mean no support from her own family. When Derek made his intentions clear, she felt no irritation. Rather, she beamed at him. If you can grant me more respect, all that I am shall be as you wish. You wish to be honest? Very well. Let the Viscountess ascend to the rank of Countess, enjoying greater power and glory, thus satisfying the desires of a noble maiden. No problem, and before you advance further in rank, you shall experience the honor of being the matriarch of the Augusta family. Derek felt confident, although the Augusta family was presently but a shell. Its strength was not to be underestimated. To be a countess might not surpass the prestige of a viscountess. Tiona's demands were entirely reasonable. Political marriages are inherently equal. One cannot unilaterally demand from the other. Their first formal meeting thus culminated in a consensus. Consequently, they arranged to meet again the following day. Should their preliminary encounters prove smooth, the next step would be the formal wedding. Derek watched Miss Tiona's graceful figure as she departed, lost in contemplation. The power of the old noble families should not be underestimated. Before his arrival, events had transpired that, while not strictly confidential, were certainly not public knowledge by the time he reached the town of Plan. Even Tiona was aware of them. Clearly, the Perez family had eyes and ears within the Augusta territory. Derek chose not to dwell on this matter. Such occurrences were quite ordinary, akin to his own dealings. As he re-entered the festivities, Derek acted as though nothing had transpired. Miss Tiona had come specifically to meet him, yet he found himself preoccupied with numerous social obligations. The Count of Perez would not broach this subject either. It was a matter for the younger generation. Even if the engagement fell through, he had other granddaughters, and the alliance between their families would remain unaltered. The union was based on absolute mutual benefit. Individual desires were of little consequence, and even the individuals themselves were of negligible importance. In the days that followed, Derek met with Miss Tiona on multiple occasions, and they seemed to resonate well together. Nevertheless, this marriage resembled more of a business arrangement, with any emotional connection to be nurtured post-wedding. Another pressing matter at hand was monitoring the transfer of power among the southern nobles. With this, the entire province of St. Michael had definitively fallen under the control of the Kingdom of Locke. The forthcoming counterattack from the Kingdom of St. Cross would undoubtedly be feeble. Yet, Derek dared not relax. He was acutely aware that the province of St. Michael had not been conquered by the Kingdom of Locke. Had the barbarian kingdom, with its cunning machinations, instigated the war between the two nations merely to secure a few years of stability? Both Count Perez and others were now on guard. Leaving Derek to suppress his uncertainties, as heavy snow began to fall, the new year finally arrived. This marked Derek's second new year spent in this world. In contrast to his previous celebration with the Ferreira family, this time he could only observe the festivities within the Augusta territory. Alone and solitary, he epitomized the frailty of the Augusta lineage. The nightly attendants took a brief respite to return home, and the army began to stagger their leave. With the onset of the heavy snowfall, nearly all human activities came to a standstill. Derek returned to the Augusta territory, settling into a manor outside the city, prepared to endure his first lonely winter. Of course, he encountered the three sisters of the Palmer family. This winter, it seemed, would not be as frigid after all. Unlike the spirited Miss Tiona, the Palmer sisters exuded a more enchanting allure, imbued with a touch of feminine seduction. After a lavish yet desolate new year, as the snow began to relent, the farmers who had rested for nearly a month commenced their activities once again. Production would gradually resume, and in a month's time, the spring plowing would herald its commencement. During this interlude, guests from the northern provinces made their way southward. Third brother, Sharif, rode upon the brown warhorse Derek had gifted him. Clad in ironclad armor, though his face was reddened by the cold, his expression was alight with enthusiasm. That a faction of the less fortunate Ferreira family, seeking refuge, had accompanied Sharif to align with Derek. Nobility often harbored a plethora of distant relatives. Many of these individuals were unfamiliar to Derek, yet they constituted a potential reservoir of talent. In dealing with these newcomers, Derek would neither reject nor coldly dismiss them. He would even extend certain privileges. Those with capabilities could be assigned roles, while those eager to learn would be allowed an opportunity to do so. However, those lacking ability and unwilling to learn would find themselves acquainted with Sir Simon's horsewhip. As one who had earned his title through military merit, Derek would not indulge in unqualified leniency. Yet, for Sharif, the treatment would differ. After all, he was his younger brother, and having inherited the memories of this body, there existed a semblance of affection. Moreover, Sharif was no idle scion. He had completed his knightly training and would not be a hindrance. As Derek's influence gradually shifted to this domain, Sharif could no longer remain at home and had eagerly come to join him. He was eager to achieve glory and aspired to follow in his brother's footsteps. Having just tasted the bitterness of solitude, Derek was naturally pleased to welcome Sharif's arrival. No sooner had Sharif arrived than Derek assigned him a mission. "Sharif, there is a task only you can undertake, in the capacity of my brother." "What is it? Do you require me to engage in battle?" "No, merely to establish contact with someone. However, it must be kept confidential and poses its own dangers. Should you succeed in this endeavor, I shall grant you a knight's fief," Derek stated solemnly. This was not mere favoritism. On the contrary, it was quite perilous. He had considered dispatching others, but time permitted only a swift round trip. Others could not commit on his behalf, but Sharif's identity was particularly suitable. Although it was not a combat engagement, the opportunity to acquire a knightly fief was a rare one. Sharif accepted the task with enthusiasm, and Derek promptly divulged the details while providing some contingency plans. "Sharif, when faced with decisions, be resolute. I will bear all consequences. Remember, be decisive. I understand," decisiveness. Even a wrong decision is better than indecision. The more resolute you are in such situations, the more trust you will garner from others. Sharif, having just arrived in the north, wasted no time and set off once more without rest. This was not due to Derek's insistence, but rather the necessity of preparation. Once winter passed, the kingdom of St. Cross would undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. By then, circumstances might be even more dire. Within the kingdom of Locke, regional politics had evidently reached a critical juncture. This was evident from the attitudes of the nobles across various regions. At its core, the discord stemmed from the distribution of power. Derek believed that, should the opportunity arise, the southern nobles and the royal capital would undoubtedly seek to exploit it to deplete their own forces. Due to unique circumstances, the province of St. Michael had not appointed a governor, nor was there any nominal commander-in-chief. This year would likely prove challenging. In such a context, Derek dared not place his hopes in others. He harbored no illusions of unwavering loyalty to the king, yet his territory was situated directly on the front lines. The western advance of the Kingdom of St. Cross would undoubtedly see White Birch Fortress as one of the optimal routes. Some might argue that the Kingdom of St. Cross had already suffered greatly at White Birch Fortress and would certainly opt for alternative paths. Yet, there are myriad deceptive strategies, and one could never predict the maneuvers of allies. Furthermore, some might wish to use the name of White Birch Fortress to assert their significance. Wouldn't you agree, Sword of God? Count Connell? Sharif braved the light snowfall, accompanied by a retinue of attendants. As he commenced his journey eastward, the Kingdom of St. Cross and the Kingdom of Locke shared a common origin. While they occasionally clashed, the interactions between their nobles had never ceased. War was war. Commerce was commerce, and personal relationships were personal relationships. Such was the absurdity of the era's rules, leading to situations that appeared almost comical. There had even been instances where captured nobles participated in celebratory feasts alongside their captors, formally joining in rather than assuming the role of prisoners. For the nobility, war was merely a game among relatives. The outcome was little more than a round of drinks. Sharif's party would naturally attract no undue attention. In truth, apart from the most intense periods of conflict, the trade among the nobles of both kingdoms had never truly halted. Yet, venturing out during this season proved quite arduous. It was not until half a month later that Sharif finally reached his destination. The individual he sought to visit did not hail from the territories or familial strength of the Kingdom of St. Cross, yet due to the war, they were presently in the area. The defeat in battle had inflicted a significant blow upon him. His political adversaries would seize this opportunity to launch scathing attacks. The Sword of God, Count Connell, found himself in a particularly dire predicament. Yet to suggest that this one incident would lead to his complete downfall would be nothing short of folly. Even with further defeats, the king would only consider granting him retirement after much deliberation. Father, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. The Locke men are exceedingly tenacious. I doubt the counteroffensive will be fruitful. His eldest son consoled him. Humph, what do you understand? If I were the commander, I would undoubtedly reach out to the barbarians to join forces. They have failed to gain substantial advantages this time. If they choose to sit back and watch the unfolding conflict, they would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. In that case, the likelihood of reclaiming the province of St. Michael would be quite high. With a two-pronged assault, Count Connell had long devised a plan. Should the barbarians manage to profit greatly and plunder a considerable population, they might opt to quietly develop their strength for a few years. However, apart from losses, the population they sought to plunder has been intercepted, rendering their efforts futile. While they may have successfully tied down both nations, they have also lost the driving force for their development, which naturally leads to contemplation of action. If the Kingdom of the Holy Cross were to promise benefits, it might just persuade them. Moreover, after a winter of preparation, the king and the church are well prepared and will not allow the Lockers to have an easy time. Count Connell meticulously analyzed this for his eldest son, sharing his invaluable insights. In fact, many regard this counteroffensive as an excellent opportunity to achieve merit. Would the new legion commander overlook the barbarians? Then you might still have a chance. There is no need to ponder. As long as the new commander is not foolish, he will surely recognize this aspect if the selection has already been made. The emissary has likely already arrived in barbarian territory. Count Connell does not believe he is the only one who has considered this. It is probable that the emissary from the Kingdom of Locke is also within the barbarians' domain. As for how the barbarians choose to respond, that depends on their king's vision and the emissary's capabilities. Nonetheless, he feels that based on the barbarians' demonstrated acumen, they are unlikely to make a misstep. Thus, Count Connell feels frustrated, having missed a prime opportunity to redeem his honor. While the father and son conversed animatedly by the hearth, a servant suddenly entered. "My lord, a guest has arrived." Count Connell paused. Lifting the blanket that lay across his knees, it was evident that anyone who could relay a message through the door was no ordinary visitor. This demeanor was not one befitting a guest. The visitor introduced himself as Sheriff Ferreira, hailing from the Kingdom of Locke. The name was unfamiliar, but Count Connell had taken note of the Ferreira surname following the recent conflict. He was related to the Northern Knight Derek, and Count Connell accurately deduced the visitor's identity. Intriguing. It seems our Northern Knight is not only an exceptional general, but also a politician. I wonder about his level of skill. Count Connell's interest was piqued. That Derek could send someone to visit him at this juncture clearly indicated a purpose. However, he was uncertain about the visitor's political acumen. He did not shy away from engaging in some negotiations to maintain a private connection between their houses. To put it bluntly, should he find himself captured on the battlefield one day, revealing his name might afford him some leniency. "Let him in. I wish to see what this Northern Knight intends." Count Connell reclined back into his chair, even slumping somewhat, and wrapped himself once more in the blanket. When it came to domestic nobility, he would certainly uphold his dignity, especially at such a moment. He could not allow any room for speculation. However, with a guest from the Kingdom of Locke, a more relaxed and intimate approach would facilitate better communication between them. Moreover, there was little dignity to maintain. Having just suffered a considerable defeat, attempting to put on airs would only invite derision. Before long, the weary sheriff entered a rather brash youth. Count Connell mused, "If it were me, I would have tidied myself up before coming." Yet, youthful impetuosity was not necessarily a flaw. Stubbornness could indeed be a commendable trait that appeared today would either be quite fortuitous or exceedingly unfortunate. Count Connell gestured towards the seat before him and softly said, "Please, take a seat. I have been feeling somewhat unwell since returning from Viscount Derek's place, so I shall remain seated." This was Sheriff Ferreira's first encounter so close with the Count, and he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Feeling a slight pressure, however, thoughts of his older brother, a significant figure who had caused the Count considerable losses, alleviated some of his fear. Remembering Derek's instructions, Sheriff Ferreira sat down and directly laid out his intentions. "Viscount Derek is my brother. He has sent me to seek your counsel regarding certain matters, though. I am curious to hear Viscount Derek's insights. What advice does he have for one who has suffered a defeat at his hands?" The sarcasm in his words would likely have been elucidated by a seasoned negotiator. However, Sheriff Ferreira remained undeterred and plainly stated their purpose. "We hope you can influence the marching route of the Holy Cross Kingdom's Legion to circumvent Birch Fortress." This statement was rather blunt. Count Connell hesitated to respond directly, and at that moment, his eldest son interjected, "Dream on. We are thoroughly prepared this time, with an army of 100,000 marching towards Birch Fortress. Let that rascal Derek await his demise. Then you shall need to prepare another 50,000 lives to sacrifice at Birch Fortress," he retorted. "This time the commander is not my father. If death is to come, so be it. Then we shall surrender. I wonder if the new commander would receive commendation from your king for such a decision." Sheriff Ferreira's words struck at the heart of their concerns. Compared to Derek's misfortune, they were far less inclined to witness the successor's rise to prominence. His eldest son appeared poised to argue further. Count Connell waved his hand and fixed his gaze on Sheriff Ferreira, stating, "I understand your intentions. I can acquiesce, but I have several conditions. Pray, do tell that I require a barony with a population exceeding 10,000 and an annual tax income of no less than 1,000 gold coins." Can a viscount grant such a request? Sheriff Ferreira had been briefed by Derek before his arrival about various possibilities. Armor, weapons, steeds, and population, all were potential demands of Count Connell. He had also received the authority to agree to certain terms on Derek's behalf when the moment called for it. Given that opportunities were fleeting, if they were to reconnect at a later date, it was likely that the armies of the Holy Cross Kingdom would have already arrived. However, Sheriff Ferreira had not anticipated Count Connell to propose such a condition. Do not be deceived into thinking that a barony of such stature is insignificant. In fact, there are no more than 100 noble families above the rank of baron in the Kingdom of Locke. The Ferreira family, having developed over the years, is roughly at this level. The demands of the other party are considerable. This is a territory capable of establishing a family legacy. Sheriff Ferreira was aware that his brother possessed such a domain. Yet he could not simply hand it over. But if he refused, would there still be a chance for negotiation? He doubted that the armies of the Holy Cross Kingdom were guaranteed victory. But his brother had emphasized the importance of this matter be irresolute. Sheriff Ferreira recalled his brother's admonitions before departing. "Very well, I accept your terms, and I will provide proof in the name of the Augusta family." Sheriff Ferreira gritted his teeth and added, "This promise must be fulfilled within 10 years. Impressive. Viscount Derek harbors considerable ambition." Count Connell applauded. In his view, such a condition could not have been solely proposed by Sheriff Ferreira. It was undoubtedly rehearsed beforehand by Viscount Derek, and to offer such a weighty commitment clearly indicated that he was not an ordinary Viscount. To fulfill such a promise, one must become a fully vested Count. He was unperturbed by the possibility of the other party reneging on their promise. In truth, he also hoped that the kingdom would not reclaim the province of St. Michael in the wake of his own failure. Coincidentally, Count Connell harbored ambitions of his own. From a mere knight, he aspired to elevate his family to the status of a count. It was impossible for him to lack ambition. "Sheriff, your courage is commendable. Return and inform Viscount Derek that we can pursue deeper cooperation. I eagerly await his favorable news." The Earl of Connell seized the opportunity to propose several additional conditions, such as trade and war horses. Sheriff was uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment. Derek remained oblivious to the fact that his brother had made bold claims on his behalf. He had not anticipated that the Earl of Connell would present territorial demands. Yet, had he been present, he would have acquiesced. In truth, crisis and opportunity coexisted. The St. Michael province appeared fraught with peril, caught in a pincer movement. However, upon closer inspection, its location was remarkably advantageous. To the north lay vast expanses of wilderness. The ancestral lands of the Holy United Kingdom, undeniably not barren. Currently occupied by barbarians, it had previously been a stronghold where the Kingdom of Locke had amassed strength, preparing to reclaim this lost territory. Now, having been outmaneuvered, seizing the St. Michael province would also signify the reclamation of ancestral lands. Yet, the barbarian territories remained intact. While others perceived danger, Derek recognized opportunity. The barbarian kingdom was not acknowledged by the three kingdoms. Even if they had gained some advantage this time, seemingly formidable, they were, in reality, weak. Their tribal structure indicated a relatively low mobilization capacity. The commands of the barbarian king could barely reach his own lands. Should they plunder enough populace this time, perhaps he would have the confidence to implement reforms in the national system. Although the barbarians had begun to adopt our systems and technologies, integrating some former citizens of the Old Kingdom, their intrinsic weakness remained unchanged. My scouts informed me that traversing the wilderness would lead to a vast territory ample enough to grant a fief. The barbarians' numbers were significantly diminished in this generation. Thus, controlling a few key points would enable control over the entire wilderness. This land could accommodate millions. Derek unfurled a rudimentary map, bearing the geographical intelligence relayed by his scouts, given his current status. Annexation within the kingdom was implausible. The kingdom of the Holy Cross to the southeast was equally perilous. Even if they faced defeat 10 times, they could still safeguard themselves. The prolonged stalemate between the kingdom of Locke and the kingdom of the Holy Cross underscored this reality. In fact, had anyone foreseen the threat posed by the barbarians, the St. Michael province might not have fallen. Consequently, the only option was to move northward. That territory lay beyond the legal jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Locke. According to the Expansion Act, whoever could seize it would claim it as their own. However, every expansion war was primarily initiated by the kingdom, making it difficult for individuals to wield such power. Even if one possessed the strength, the kingdom would not tolerate such actions. Nevertheless, Derek believed that if he could leverage the war to deplete the forces of both the Kingdom of the Holy Cross and the Kingdom of Locke in the north, he could gain at least a year and a half's worth of time. That a year and a half was ample for numerous endeavors. Everyone believed that the next step for Viscount Derek was to ascend to the rank of Earl, akin to the Sword of God, crafting a knightly legend. Yet, Derek's vision extended far beyond such short-sighted aspirations. He aimed for nothing less than excellence. The allure of carving out new territories was immense. Ultimately, it depended on whether the Kingdom of the Holy Cross would cooperate. Should the forthcoming conflict result in the depletion of his own forces, then all bets were off to at present. Derek could only silently proclaim within himself that he aspired to become a duke. Hoping that one day he could boldly declare it aloud, Derek began to rehearse various strategic possibilities with his fellow knights. Others were not idle. The silent winter did not belong to the common folk. The nobles, in contrast, engaged in increasingly frequent interactions, especially as the specter of war loomed ever closer. Earl Lovett hosted a banquet, extending an invitation to Marquis Hussein, although the latter had recently conspired with the northern nobility to outmaneuver Earl Lovett. This did not hinder their gathering to feast and enjoy the sight of beautiful dancers. This was merely a customary social engagement. However, once Earl Lovett and Marquis Hussein settled into a corner, several core nobles gravitated toward them, forming a loose circle. Those with discernment understood that the notable figures likely had confidential matters to discuss and thus refrained from intruding. Those lacking such perception would not even find themselves in this vicinity. Marquis, it is a pleasure to witness your brilliance once more. Your schemes are indeed remarkable. However, you have put us in quite a predicament, Earl Lovett remarked, half in jest and half in complaint. Naturally, this had no bearing on Marquis Hussein. The surrounding nobles from the capital even wore smiles. Achieving the fruits of victory was not a matter of shame, but rather a point of pride. Marquis Hussein delicately moistened his lips and replied with restraint. Everything is for the king. Are you willing to undertake further tasks for the king? Earl Lovett seized the opportunity to press that in truth. Marquis Hussein had likely anticipated the purpose of this banquet prior to his arrival. It was nothing but the same matters, yet he still attended, or rather, he did not refuse, as long as there were benefits involved. Anything could be negotiated. However, under such scrutiny from the core nobles of the capital, he could not directly refuse that, of course, for the king. Marquis Hussein's voice tightened slightly. Earl Lovett had achieved his objective. He rose, clutching a bottle of wine, and moved toward the window, inviting the Marquis to join him. The two distanced themselves from the nobles. Now, the distant din of the banquet faded, leaving only the soft glow of a few strategically placed lanterns in the garden. Marquis, to speak frankly, we cannot be satisfied with the outcome this time. The southern nobles have endured for 10 long years, and they will not easily relinquish this opportunity. Even the reclaiming of the barbarian kingdom's lost territories has been driven by their efforts. At great expense that a portion of the grain in the St. Michael province is still supplied by them. If I were in your position, I would not yield either. However, what is it to me? Marquis Hussein replied dismissively. Refusing to engage further, he was not inclined to offer concessions without something substantial in return. Earl Lovett mentally cursed the old fox and resorted to revealing some of his cards. Marquis, currently, over half of the grain in the St. Michael province is supplied by our southern and central regions that we merely need to exert slight control. In critical moments, a few days of withholding it would suffice. That is impossible, Marquis Hussein interjected vehemently, his expression darkening. This would not align with His Majesty's interests, but it aligns with yours that we only need to act at the right moment. For instance, when the forces of the Holy Cross and Derek are mutually exhausted. Earl Lovett spoke rapidly, eager to persuade Marquis Hussein. If the opportunity proves unsuitable, you may refuse. Once Viscount Derek loses territory, we can jointly exert pressure to hand over the Augusta territory to you. This temptation was indeed substantial. Marquis Hussein hesitated. Although there was a risk of self-immolation, what belonged to the king was the king's, not his own. That I did not hear today's discourse, but the king's will is paramount. Earl Lovett understood instantly, emphasizing, indeed, the king's will reigns supreme. Viscount Derek is obstinate and not a loyal subject of the king, that he is aware. It is settled, and no matter how formidable Derek may be, once the supply of provisions becomes strained, I shall see how he fares. As for the possibility of playing with fire and losing the province of St. Michael, Count Lovett remains indifferent. His position is the most secure, with few connections to the front lines. And he can certainly make his escape. The province of St. Michael can be sacrificed, for the southern nobility stands to gain nothing. It is the king and the northern knights who would suffer the most. Savoring solitary gains, one must be cautious not to choke on them. The banquet concluded smoothly, and in response to some inquiries from the nobility, Marquis Hussein deftly navigated the questions with ease. Upon returning home, Count Lovett was unexpectedly informed of his brother's return in the study. Baron Bert, freshly bathed and attired in appropriate garments, awaited him. Although both bore the Lavet surname, his brother Tamir was merely a court baron. Finding it exceedingly difficult to seize opportunities in the south, this time, his arrival in the north preceded that of Count Lavet. However, upon learning of the northern nobility's partition agreement with Marquis Hussein, he hastened to the kingdom of St. Cross and has now finally returned. Upon seeing his brother, Count Lavet noted, despite his new attire, the additional lines of weariness etched upon his face were unmistakable. The toll of his travels and the need to engage in a battle of wits with certain individuals from the kingdom of St. Cross had been quite arduous. Yet, the laborious endeavor proved to be worthwhile. "Brother, I have made contact with the principal commander of the kingdom of St. Cross post-spring sowing, Duke Sebastian Bruno Fernandez. It appears that the esteemed Duke has indeed been quite generous towards his brother, granting him this opportunity." Count Lavet was taken aback. The title of Duke is merely a court designation. Although King Bruno has provided numerous justifications to elevate his brother, it still falls short of the dignity befitting a true duke. Of course, the king of the Lock Kingdom has never placed much importance on the prestige of dukes. Several royal offspring live in dire straits. Yet, despite his noble title, does Duke Fernandez possess the requisite strength? Count Lavet soon chuckled. Whether or not he possesses strength is of little consequence, so long as he agrees to the terms set forth. Ideally, he and Derek, along with those northern savages, would meet their demise, allowing Count Lavet to benefit from the aftermath. His brother, Baron Tamir, envied the fortunate position of having such a good elder brother. "I have promised to provide the location of the granaries. Duke Fernandez has consented to launch an attack from the territories of the Northern Knights, particularly that of the esteemed Viscount Derek. This is paramount. As long as we can leverage the forces of the St. Cross people to weaken the Northern Knights, all will be worthwhile. As for the granaries, Marquis Hussein also controls a portion of the grain supply. Could he not simply relinquish some? You mentioned allies. Has Marquis Hussein agreed? He clearly stated he would act, as though he had heard nothing today. There is nothing that cannot be sold, Count Lavet remarked with a sense of pride. Marquis Hussein, possessing a profound understanding of this principle, promptly turned and secretly arrived at the Augusta territory. But did you think he came to betray Count Lavet? That was simply out of the question. A successful plan would yield him greater benefits, and he had no motive to betray at this moment. In truth, he discreetly divulged the location of a granary to Derek. "Viscount Derek, although those southern fellows have been silent, I fear they may be plotting mischief. I hope I am merely being overly cautious," Marquis Hussein expressed with a furrowed brow. In reality, this granary was a secret stash he had established using supplies from the Transit Kingdom and support from the central nobles. Originally intended for his own use in the future, it now proved fortuitously useful. Derek immediately expressed his gratitude and offered apologies for the previous misunderstanding. "Marquis, I shall convey your goodwill to His Majesty the King." Derek assured him he was not naive enough to believe that Marquis Hussein, having been slapped in the face, would be eager to curry favor. All actions of reciprocity come with expectations. What could the other party possibly seek? Merely a gesture of goodwill, or to inform the king of this matter? Derek chose not to mention it, yet the other party would surely bring it up. Marquis Hussein smiled, recognizing Derek's acumen was indeed extraordinary. The two then exchanged additional contingency plans to prevent being caught off guard by the kingdom of St. Cross. Once Marquis Hussein had clandestinely departed, Derek's expression shifted dramatically. "Prepare the horses. I must see the Count." "My Lord Viscount, departing at this hour, the sky is nearly dark. What is the urgency?" Derek, however, nodded firmly, "As swiftly as possible. I fear time is of the essence." The mention of the granary by Marquis Hussein had magnified Derek's concerns exponentially. Perhaps the Marquis believed his casual mention would arouse no suspicion. Yet Derek's past experiences taught him to read the signs. A man like Marquis Hussein would never engage in meaningless actions. Why would he want the king to know he had supplied grain? There was surely someone preparing to exploit the situation regarding the provisions, and he was eager to shed any guilt. After all, from the king's perspective, he could tolerate Derek's defiance or even disloyalty, as such nobility was rampant within the kingdom. However, he could not abide the disloyalty of Marquis Hussein. Derek, as a feudal noble and northern knight, could afford to be rebellious. His arrogance was his strength. What is Marquis Hussein in comparison? A title gained through the king's favor, seizing opportunities like a dog. Does he truly believe himself irreplaceable in the king's eyes? At least before taking his place at the long table and donning the garments of nobility, Marquis Hussein must be mindful of his position and identity. Derek, already anxious about the grain supply, had taken certain precautions, but if the southern nobility joined forces with Marquis Hussein, they could resort to even more extreme measures, rendering his previous preparations insufficient. It was imperative to seek out Count Perez. Every northern noble possesses granaries, fortified ones at that. Northern nobles meticulously excavate their storages, drying them with fire, spreading wood ash at the base, laying down wooden planks, covering them with mats, and layering grain husks before covering them again. The walls are lined with 2 layers of mats sandwiching a layer of husk, filled with grain, and similarly covered with husk half a meter above the ground, then sealed with soil. The provisions stored since the divisive wars 30 years ago remain edible upon opening. This is a precautionary measure taken by the northern nobility. Should a large army besiege the city or the northern knights reignite their campaign for recovery, these granaries would be put to use. Clearly, the current situation warrants their activation. Derek rode through the night, secretly meeting the Count outside the city of Pran. The Count was astonished by Derek's arrival. As an elder northern noble, he found it hard to believe that Hussein and Lavette could engage in such treachery. Yet the brutal realities of politics compelled him to acknowledge the possibility. Derek, I will resolve the grain issue. It will be secretly delivered to you before the kingdom of St. Cross launches its assault. Furthermore, you must be vigilant. If they have prepared lethal strikes, it will not merely be cutting off supplies. If I were in your position, I would undoubtedly have made arrangements with certain individuals from the kingdom of St. Cross, and they would certainly target your Birch Fortress. Should a large army besiege the city, your forces within Birch Fortress would be rendered immobile. They need not breach the castle walls. Simply positioning 50,000 outside would suffice. What can you do? A western advance of the army would obliterate everything you hold dear. This tactic is ruthless. Even if the kingdom of St. Cross were to fail, the Augusta territory would be annihilated. Tens of thousands of subjects are enough to rival the Count's formidable strength, vanishing in an instant. Derek took heed, understanding, as the old Count had said, that the adversary would not show mercy. A combination of assaults would indeed be both severe and urgent. I comprehend. I will make the necessary arrangements. If the kingdom of St. Cross thinks me a soft target, they are gravely mistaken. Derek is unwilling to jeopardize everything he currently possesses, should the kingdom of the Holy Cross remain oblivious. They shall soon learn the meaning of regret. Upon returning from Pran City, Derek emerged from his sanctuary of tranquility and entered a frenzied state of urgency. He had garnered a rough understanding of the topography and environment of both the Duchy of Augusta and the province of St. Michael. Despite previous hesitations, the gravity of the crisis compelled him to act decisively. On one hand, he fervently mobilized and trained his troops, frequently leading the knights deep into military encampments, intensifying recruitment efforts even at the expense of spring plowing. The cost of his militaristic endeavors might result in insufficient food supplies for his territory in the coming year. Based on normal circumstances, Birch Fortress was incessantly fortified, with its walls reinforced layer upon layer, and provisions stockpiled in abundance, while soldiers were crammed in like swine, clearly indicative of a long-term siege mentality. On the other hand, he did not neglect to encourage the farmers, urging them to excavate irrigation systems and construct reservoirs in preparation for the planting season. Those who had been monitoring the Duchy of Augusta remained oblivious to the brewing turmoil. Derek maintained his previous strategy, steadfastly defending Birch Fortress against the forces of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. The rear territories were rapidly developed, bustling with activity. Given 3 to 5 years, he was confident he could render the territory impregnable, that a fresh wave of warlike nobility would emerge in the northern regions, further encroaching upon the survival space of other nobles within the kingdom. Yet, presently, I find myself amused by the naivety of Baron Derek, who merely buries himself in labor. The youth, unaware of the world's operational rules, believes that with sheer courage, he can alter the course of events. As the sun rose and winter gradually receded, hints of green began to emerge from the earth. Numerous farmers were conscripted, diligently toiling away. Derek rode his horse, surveying the progress, which surpassed his expectations. The Duchy of Augusta, relatively affluent in comparison, particularly within the province of St. Michael, boasted ample water sources and fertile land. Derek conducted his inspections, ensuring everything proceeded according to plan. Upon returning to Augusta City, the foundational structure had begun to take shape, with the blacksmith's forge burning tirelessly day and night. All surplus weaponry, including heavy armor, was dispatched to the armory. Derek's words also encompassed the orders of the old count. In reality, the weaponry and equipment were stored in the military's armory, as the city itself had yet to acquire any functional capacity. The once grand city was now populated only by a handful of commoners and lowly craftsmen, standing atop the nascent inner walls. Derek's gaze grew increasingly frigid. If victory is to be purchased at the cost of sacrifice, is it worth it? An answer had already begun to form in his mind. Forgive me, for I cannot become a saint. Ultimately, he returned to the military camp. Within his territory, a private army of 12,000 men was undergoing training. Distributed across various military installations, the daily expenditures would leave any noble dumbfounded. Even the Perez family could scarcely sustain such a drain. For Derek, the situation was no different. Maintaining an army of this scale could lead to financial ruin within a year. Had he not recently extracted considerable resources from the province of St. Michael, he would have already faced bankruptcy. Annual wage expenses alone exceeded 15,000 gold coins, and basic equipment costs amounted to another 20,000. Were it not for self-sufficient production, he would likely be on the brink of insolvency. Sustaining such a vast military was undeniably a heavy burden. Yet for Derek, enduring this trial might render the burden bearable. At least with half the forces dead, the pressure would lessen. That if he could not endure, there was little more to be said. Even so, Derek's actions could only be deemed reckless in this world. If one considers the overstaffed composition of the St. Michael Legion, a full 30% of the military forces in the province of St. Michael now rested in Derek's hands. It was not enough. Not nearly enough. Training efforts must be intensified. Recruitment must be escalated. He demanded more soldiers. More elite troops. Derek's commands even instilled a sense of pressure among the knights. However, his personal prestige was sufficient to suppress dissenting voices. At least until his inevitable failure. In truth, aside from Derek's contingent, the entirety of the province of St. Michael was fervently engaged in training, recruitment, and fortifying defenses. Years of peace between the two nations had cultivated the kingdom of the Holy Cross's capacity to launch a grand offensive. The impending pressure would soon shift towards them. Domestic support, for various reasons, would lag behind, a consensus that had long been established. Moreover, the barbarians could not be underestimated, necessitating a substantial allocation of military resources. The influence of the northern nobility was far more formidable than it appeared. The entire northern province, encompassing the surrounding areas, was indeed part of the northern aristocratic circle. This was not solely reflected in military might. When Count Perez summoned several major nobles to act in secret, Derek once again bore witness to their machinations. Vast quantities of grain were swiftly transported to the province of St. Michael through channels controlled by the northern nobility. As the local power brokers, it was deceptively easy for them to conceal their activities from outsiders. Substantial amounts of grain were pilfered from mountain bandits like Lloyd and smuggled from other bandit territories. Even the slightest whisper of their actions would not expose them entirely. This realization underscored for Derek the overwhelming strength of local power brokers in this era. Preparations proceeded methodically, awaiting the gentle rise of the river after a spring rain. News from the kingdom of the Holy Cross began to trickle in. The king's brother, the Duke of Holy Light, Sebastian Bruno Fernandez, assumed command of the western advance, the Holy Cross Church, with the Cardinal Archbishop serving as a military chaplain. Was also involved. The Sword of God, Count Connor Radber, was appointed as vice commander, consolidating an army of 200,000 as they commenced their westward march. Recent years of recuperation had elevated the kingdom of the Holy Cross to its zenith. Seizing this opportunity to unleash a wave of aggression, history would later reveal that, had it not been for the barbarians' sudden onslaught, both nations might have embarked on a campaign to reclaim lost territories in the north. Truly flanked by enemies on all sides, the assault of hundreds of thousands of troops had the potential to obliterate the barbarian regime. Now, the conflict had shifted. The province of St. Michael once again shattered the peace established between the two nations over the past 30 years. This news ignited fervor within the province of St. Michael as residual factions began to stir unrest. The last time such a scale of warfare occurred was during the fragmentation of the Holy United Kingdom. Setting aside the commotion in the province of St. Michael, Internal strife erupted within the Western expeditionary forces of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Of the 200,000 troops, 150,000 were assembled from various locations. Comprising peasant conscripts, the Holy Cross Church wielded considerable influence, effectively inciting these common folk. Naturally, they sought to alleviate population pressures to the nobles. The rampant growth of peasant classes was seen as a blight. Devoid of any utility, they required robust slaves, skilled artisans, and military talent. Absurd as it may sound, they would never promote talent from among the peasants, opting instead to purchase high-priced skilled slaves. Yet this was the prevailing reality. The doctrine of blood superiority was particularly pervasive within the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. The constraints of their mindset led to a plethora of social phenomena that defied comprehension. Ignorance, too, is but a relative term. Perhaps in the eyes of the nobles of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, their convictions are the correct ones, their bloodline ideology the truth, and God the ultimate authority. Thus, the noble-blooded Duke Fernandez was elevated to the position of commander. But did he possess sufficient prestige to command the loyalty of the troops? Yes, at least until his impending failure. This facade still held some weight. Were there no other challengers, Duke Fernandez's campaign would encounter no internal resistance. However, the Sword of God, Count Connor, also possessed noble lineage, and his fervent faith garnered the church's recognition and support. Alongside years of military experience that endowed him with considerable authority, a single defeat would not vanquish him. During their meeting, the two men found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. Birch Fortress is a tough nut to crack. We must change our approach. Are you cowering in fear of the Lockians? My lord, I am the commander here. I will not consent that I see that you have accepted the payment from the Northern Knights. The two parted ways in discord, while the Cardinal Archbishop maintained a silent grin throughout the encounter. Upon the return of Duke Fernandez to his encampment, his furious expression swiftly subsided. Indeed, his rage was merely a fade. Despite the tumultuous exchange, he revealed none of his true cards. His connection with Count Lovett is one of his hidden advantages. Even in the absence of this intelligence, he could still leverage numerical superiority to prevail as long as he commits no errors. Victory is assured. The Duke, commanding an army for the first time, possesses a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Count Connell enjoys the support of the church. Should this blessed scion not also have the church's backing? Those 150,000 serfs represent a transaction between the church and the crown. No one, not a single soul, is prepared to allow those serfs to return 150,000 lives, staining the land crimson, in service of Duke Fernandez's territorial ambitions. Such is the stark reality. Duke Fernandez has earned the king's trust, receiving repeated elevations in rank and land grants, and now he is presented with the formal opportunity to establish his principality. Even the church appears willing to make concessions and broker deals with the crown. How could he possibly be perceived as incompetent by outsiders? At times, one's own eyes may deceive. Even history can mislead. Should Duke Fernandez fail, history would record him as the inept and incompetent brother of the king, squandering the lives of countless subjects under the king's favor, ultimately achieving nothing. Conversely, if he succeeds, the king's affection would be seen as a discerning eye for talent, as the Duke boldly takes on the responsibility of reclaiming lost territories. Turning the tide. Whether this moment marks a historical turning point is unclear to Duke Fernandez, yet he recognizes its significance in his life, leaving no room for negligence. It must be acknowledged that, despite his self-perceived brilliance, his experience in warfare is rather limited. Moreover, his opponent this time is the renowned Northern Knights, a formidable force that has previously inflicted severe blows upon the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. How could he not harbor some trepidation? Committing no mistakes is the first principle he has set for himself. Steady and methodical progress is the true path to success. Frankly, Duke Fernandez is far from being a fool. He could be considered a remarkable individual. Just moments ago, he had a heated argument with Count Connell, yet he swiftly regained his composure to discuss the finer details of his westward strategy with his advisors. Your Grace, he stated, the Lockmen cannot be trusted. This may well be part of their conspiracy. I am aware, he replied. Yet the more likely scenario is infighting among the Lockmen. They merely seek to exploit me. At the very least, the locations of the granaries they provided cannot be false. Duke Fernandez remains acutely aware of the Lockmen's intentions to curry favor with him. Nonetheless, he desires the granaries, Birch Fortress. In the Duchy of Augusta, he even yearns for the province of St. Michael and the Northern Territories. There exists a distinction between principalities. My agreement to the Lochman's proposal serves two purposes. Firstly, to exploit their internal strife to diminish the power of the province of St. Michael. Secondly, to keep the Northern Knights in check. Only by monitoring them can I feel at ease. Otherwise, regardless of the direction of the attack, I must remain vigilant against their assaults. Attacking from the direction of Birch Fortress does not signify underestimating the Northern Knights. On the contrary, it reflects a profound respect. Duke Fernandez believes that the greatest threat to the province of St. Michael lies within the Northern Knights, thus necessitating focused attention upon them. The strategists concurred, yet subtly reminded him, "Your Grace, Count Connell will undoubtedly oppose your plan." "That is of no concern," he replied. "The sword of God must be honored. The Church's face must be preserved. Let him lead his self-recruited army to attack another front, while simultaneously restraining the other Lochmen." Duke Fernandez remains indifferent towards Count Connell. The latter would not bow to him. Yet he is unlikely to stir trouble at such a critical juncture. Otherwise, the Church would be the first to take action against him. Without the Church's protection, Count Connell would find it impossible to maintain his standing in the kingdom. Simultaneously, Count Connell deliberates on Duke Fernandez. "We have all underestimated this Duke Fernandez," he mused, massaging his temples in frustration. He had initially presumed the arrival of a frivolous wastrel, someone he could easily overshadow. Yet it appears this Duke conceals considerable depth, that he fully comprehends the implications of conscripting such a multitude of serfs, undoubtedly a result of some transaction between the Church and the Crown. Thus, he has no intention of stubbornly resisting further. That would be a futile endeavor. In truth, engaging in a quarrel with the Duke also serves to assert his stance and negotiate a measure of power. As long as Duke Fernandez is sufficiently astute, he will make concessions. Otherwise, let the discord continue. Can he afford to wait indefinitely, while the Duke can? Count Connell's eldest son reassured him, "Father, do not overly fret. Duke Fernandez lacks experience in leading armies. He is bound to suffer a significant setback, and then it will be you who must address the aftermath." Foolishness. Count Connell felt an intensifying headache. His sons proved terribly inadequate. Yet it was too late to vent his frustrations upon them. He could only patiently explain. "If I were the commander, I too would advance from Birch Fortress. The Lochmen have maintained their standoff with us through the Northern Knights. That Derek is a standout among this new generation of Northern Knights. His presence a considerable threat. To seize the province of St. Michael, we cannot bypass them. Politics may allow for compromise, but war does not. If one seeks to achieve their goals through warfare, they must confront difficulties head-on. Since evasion is not an option, we must keep a close watch on them to prevent greater troubles." Count Connell understands that while his sons possess considerable combat experience and command abilities, their strategic vision falls woefully short. This reflects the shallow roots of their lineage. When his children were growing up, the Connell family had not yet flourished. They lacked fundamental noble education, but were devoid of deeper learning. Even he had navigated his path through trial and error, unable to offer a systematic legacy. Thus, he envied the notion of having a son with talents akin to those of the young Lord Derek. Unbeknownst to Derek, he had become an object of envy at present. He is seizing the final moments to personally traverse the province of St. Michael, even venturing deep into the heart of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, circumventing several small border villages to conduct a reconnaissance of the terrain, ensuring he is well informed. However, the Kingdom of the Holy Cross has already made preparations, with militias patrolling the area and local officials and nobles actively gearing up for war. The passage of 200,000 troops is no trivial matter. One should not assume that they merely congregate in a haphazard fashion. In reality, the advancing army must be divided into several routes, with distinctions between the vanguard and the rearguard. Even at intervals, there must be relay stations and granaries for resupply. It is imperative to prepare provisions in advance to avert unforeseen circumstances that could lead to the army's collapse. In this manner, Derek is able to glean valuable insights. It is only when the banners of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross appear on the horizon that Derek reluctantly makes his return. It seems the Kingdom of the Holy Cross is resolute in their course of action. Pointing to the map, Derek charts a course from Birch Fortress westward, making a beeline for the Duchy of Augusta, and onward to the city of Pran. Were he the commander of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, he would certainly dispatch forces to circumvent the domain of Marquis Hussein. thereby restraining the armies stationed there. On a broader scale, this could create a 2-to-1 numerical advantage, with localized advantages potentially reaching 10-to-1. As the defender, they would be placed in an even more precarious position, engaging in combat with superior numbers. Advancing steadily and methodically, there exists no rationale for defeat. Derek gazed at the map, a meticulously surveyed and corrected cartographic representation of the territory. The location of Augusta City was remarkably advantageous, nestled within a plain and traversed by a river. Surrounded by fertile fields, its sole drawback lay in the challenge of defense, particularly while the fortifications remained incomplete, should a few more years pass, allowing for the city's development and the establishment of surrounding castle defenses. He would have confidence in repelling an assault of 200,000, yet, at present, there remained significant deficiencies. Adrian, take my banner and proceed to Birch Fortress. I will provide you with 10,000 men. Conceal them well. Even if the enemy launches a full-scale assault with 200,000, you must not reveal our entire strength. Yes, Adrian responded without hesitation, unaware of Derek's comprehensive strategy, but fully committed to executing his orders. Sheffield, your task is to lead a group away from the impending conflict. Take my livestock, the master craftsman, and a few others, and seek refuge in my northern provinces. Sheffield attempted to protest, but Derek's fierce glare silenced him. A display of authority he had never before encountered, he instinctively acquiesced. Simon, you shall serve as the main force this time. Prepare additional banners and organize the newly conscripted militia accordingly, ensuring readiness for a strategic retreat. We must not allow ourselves to be captured. Yes, my lord, Simon acknowledged, though he found the orders perplexing. Your Excellency, gathering everyone together would provide us a fighting chance. If we must retreat, why disperse our forces? Preserving lives while losing land still holds promise. Do not question my decisions. I have my own plans, Derek replied, offering no further clarification. Although this world lacked precedents for such circumstances, he did not underestimate its inhabitants. Countless instances had demonstrated that the cunning of this realm stemmed not from lack of intelligence, but rather a narrow perspective. Derek finalized his arrangements just as a messenger from Count Connell arrived. Albeit belatedly, it was evident that the main thrust of the Holy Cross Kingdom's offensive would be directed at Birch Fortress. Duke Fernandez had split his forces into 3 divisions. 2 would serve as a diversion, while 1 would mount the principal assault. First seizing Augusta's territory before concentrating their strength to overwhelm their foes. This methodical approach, though unlikely to yield swift victory, also minimized the risk of easy defeat. Such an adversary, undeniably, was the most daunting. However, while the strategic framework appeared sound, the actual execution of command could prove challenging. Once on the battlefield, troops often did not adhere to the meticulous plans laid out by their superiors. Frontline officers might harbor differing opinions. The enemy, too, would not permit them to achieve their objectives without resistance. As intelligence flowed in, the previously indecisive Marquis Hussein finally exhibited a clear inclination. While the southern nobility might dismiss the fate of the province of St. Michael, he could not afford to do so. Whether it was the promises made by the southern aristocracy or the demands of the king, he found himself compelled to safeguard St. Michael. Yet the Holy Cross Kingdom's ferocity was formidable. Conscripting 200,000 troops, a scale that instilled fear within him. Now was not the time to betray Derek. A misstep could spell disaster for himself as well. In truth, he had already been ensnared. The southern nobility had long been preparing, with plans firmly in place. There was no such thing as simply halting their machinations. From the outset, they had been orchestrating Marquis Hussein's downfall. Damn love it, he thought, realizing he had been set up from the beginning. The crux of the matter was that he could not entirely absolve himself of suspicion. Thus, he wrote a discreet letter to Derek, cautioning him about the impending food crisis, while also divulging the locations of grain supply points within his control, hoping they would prove useful. Upon receiving the correspondence, Derek learned that Duke Fernandez had reached the front lines. As anticipated, the Southerners are indeed plotting to strangle us with a food blockade, he remarked as he passed Hussein's letter to the knights for their perusal. This was something the Augusta family had been mentally preparing for. Yet the reality of it incited genuine anger. Once we repel the Holy Cross Kingdom's clerics, we shall sweep away the southern faction entirely. Derek remained relatively unfazed. He had long since exhausted his ire. In his response to Marquis Hussein, he expressed complete confidence in withstanding the Holy Cross Kingdom's forces. but requested the establishment of a granary in the vicinity to prevent unforeseen complications. He also conveyed his gratitude to Hussein. Derek's penmanship fell at the edge of Augusta's territory. From the map, it appeared to be a low point according to the contour lines. Upon receiving the letter, Hussein harbored no doubts. Gathering a portion of grain near Augusta was entirely reasonable. If Derek claimed he had a way to fend off the Holy Cross troops, Hussein was willing to believe him. Now, he even found himself praying for Derek's success, while simultaneously cursing that accursed love it. Is this Birch Fortress? Duke Fernandez's face bore signs of fatigue. Despite being prepared to face adversities, the actual challenges were manifold, whether it was dividing troops, setting up camp, or even preparing meals. Each task was a complex undertaking. Had it not been for the assistance of a cadre of aides and officers, this vast army would have crumbled under its own weight. Even so, the casualties and desertions along the way numbered over 10,000. Fortunately, the Holy Cross Kingdom was rich in commoners. While many had fled, far more able-bodied men had been captured. What was to be done when soldiers went missing? They would recruit farmers they encountered along the way or conscript from villages. With many fleeing, even more were apprehended, and by the time they reached Birch Fortress, miraculously, their numbers had swelled. Those unaware of the situation might mistakenly believe the populace was eagerly supporting the Western campaign. Yet, the journey itself had served as a rigorous trial. Duke Fernandez finally began to establish a degree of control over the army, which is why he stood outside Birch Fortress with a sense of profound realization. It had been an arduous endeavor. He had once believed that a well-structured force of 200,000 would guarantee victory. Now, he dared not entertain such notions. I've heard Count Connell personally surveys the terrain before every battle. The Duke suddenly inquired. Indeed, only by understanding the terrain can one effectively maneuver troops and avoid basic errors, a knowledgeable officer replied. Duke Fernandez had recruited capable individuals, well-versed in the fundamentals of warfare. This world had its own lessons to impart regarding conflict. Let us proceed to scout the terrain ourselves, Duke Fernandez declared, enthusiasm radiating from him. Naturally, others did not dare slacken their efforts. They methodically arranged the supporting troops and sought a relatively distant vantage point. From this position, the reinforced walls of Birch Fortress became strikingly clear, and the two-headed dragon banner fluttered in the breeze, symbolizing the presence of the Northern Viscount. Duke Fernandez, having diligently studied military knowledge, was no longer a novice. Standing at the carefully selected observation point, he pointed his whip towards Birch Fortress. The distance to the walls was approximately 500 paces, with even the strongest archers unable to shoot beyond 400. Thus, it was the optimal distance for observation. Furthermore, they had cavalry on standby and infantry formations ready, unafraid of an enemy surprise attack. Would you agree with my assessment? Your Grace is indeed wise. It is as you say. In matters of military organization, there is no substitute for experience. Should you personally experience it once, you would grasp it all. Do not flatter me. I still have much to learn. Duke Fernandez felt a flicker of joy. The hardships endured were not in vain, for he had indeed acquired a wealth of knowledge. Meanwhile, atop the ramparts of Birch Fortress, Adrian caught sight of Duke Fernandez and his entourage in the distance. It was evident that they were a significant catch, and perhaps Duke Fernandez himself was among them. The commanders of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross were not devoid of experience. Their strategies were meticulously crafted. Based on prior encounters, this distance was remarkably secure, as the elite knights within Birch Fortress could only shoot arrows a maximum of 420 paces. However, the crossbow bolts could reach an astonishing distance of 700 paces. And this lethal weapon had yet to make its appearance in the world. This rendered previous experiences utterly irrelevant. At 500 paces, they remained within the effective range of lethality. Although the production of crossbows posed certain challenges, it was far simpler than the years-long endeavor required to craft a strong bow. Adrian possessed a contingent of 100 crossbowmen, all of whom were poised to eliminate Duke Fernandez, that I would personally advocate for his commendation, perhaps even bestowing upon him a knightly fiefdom. The prospect of land invigorated the crossbowmen, who eagerly took aim. While Duke Fernandez remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, the banner representing his title continued to flutter in the breeze. Should Adrian successfully execute his plan, it could potentially alter the course of the entire war. The soldiers on the ramparts began to mobilize, and in the distance, some vague movements became discernible, yet no one paid heed. Could it be that the Lochians could launch arrows from such a distance? It was not until the crossbowmen took aim that a few officers sensed a twinge of unease before they could identify the source of their discomfort. The whistling of arrows filled the air. "Get down!" Quick-witted knights tackled Duke Fernandez to the ground, drawing their slender shields to protect his vital areas. The buzzing of arrows rained down, accompanied by the cacophony of flesh meeting steel and the anguished cries of horses and riders. Many of those without armor, staff members, fared even worse in this chaos. The Lachians unleashed wave after wave of arrows. Spotting an opening, the surviving knights frantically dragged Duke Fernandez backward. Meanwhile, the knights behind them noticed something amiss and galloped forward in a frenzy. Your Grace, where are the shield bearers?" Flags fluttered askew as panic ensued, and chaos reigned. If Duke Fernandez were to perish here, it would become a timeless jest. Each individual present, without exception, was already preparing for exile in a foreign land. Fortunately, the worst did not come to pass. Although Duke Fernandez was shaken to his core, he suffered only superficial wounds and was not struck by the arrows. One must commend the knights for their quick reactions, which averted a tragedy. Nevertheless, the toll was grim, with numerous knights and aides falling victim to arrows. Having just arrived on the battlefield, even under the protection of a formidable army, Duke Fernandez tasted the bitterness of blood and fear. As if the arrows were a grim reminder not to underestimate the nature of war, this game could swallow any participant at any moment. Under the shadow of the crossbow, all were equal. Still stained with the blood of knights, Duke Fernandez managed to regain his composure. Though his heart raced uncontrollably, he knew he must not succumb to panic in front of his flustered subordinates. "All is well. I am unharmed. I thank my loyal and valiant knights. I shall reward you," he continued. "Prepare the camp. The Northern Knights live up to their reputation. Indeed, Lord Viscount Derrick has taught me a lesson." Ha ha ha. Duke Fernandez even chuckled a few times before adding, "Rest for 3 days. Let us send word to that Northern Knight, Viscount Derrick. If he is willing to become my vassal, I shall gladly accept him as my count, granting him lands and people befitting his status." Duke Fernandez had never contemplated directly courting the nobles of the Lachian kingdom, as it would entail substantial costs compared to the lives of commoners. The sacrifices required were simply too great. However, after narrowly escaping death, he recognized the value of a capable commander. This was not something one could casually learn. Only the strong possessed the worthiness to be courted. Naturally, there was little hope among the assembly that Duke Fernandez would succeed in his overtures. As expected, the envoy returned empty-handed, as the Viscount had firmly rejected his proposal to go again and inform him that my offer remains valid for the long term. Duke Fernandez had regained his dignified demeanor and grand promises. He mused that perhaps when his army advanced, the Viscount might reconsider. Adrian again rebuffed the envoy, feeling a twinge of temptation, had it not been for the fact that it was Derrick himself being courted. He questioned whether he could have resisted such a lure. "I hope the Viscount does not take offense at my refusal," Adrian jested to those around him. "A count, an actual hereditary count. How many nobles of such stature are there in the kingdom? If I agree, the Augusta family would rise to prominence among the southern realms. Provided they do not self-destruct, their lineage could endure for centuries without issue. Yet now, I have turned it down." Adrian felt he would have ample bragging rights for the rest of his life. Even if it was merely a temporary assumption of Derrick's identity, Duke Fernandez was not angered by the rejection. After 3 days of rest, he attempted to command the army in several assaults. Indeed, there was a reason Birch Fortress could withstand the westward advance of Count Connell. Several probing attempts yielded no opportunities. Consequently, Duke Fernandez decided against further assaults. He ordered the construction of fortifications around the castle, encircling it with wooden walls and watchtowers. With sufficient manpower, Birch Fortress appeared to house thousands. "Could I not station 10 times that number to keep watch over you?" The prospect of using tens of thousands to monitor the Northern Knight, Viscount Derrick, seemed quite advantageous to Duke Fernandez. While organizing his troops at Birch Fortress, Duke Fernandez discreetly established outposts along the route and constructed reserve granaries. He dispatched individuals to scour the nearby villages and towns. Asserting his dominion, he had brought along numerous nobles from the former province of St. Michael, who were eager to redeem themselves through diligent efforts. After a fortnight of delays, once Birch Fortress was thoroughly secured, he finally dispatched an army to slowly advance towards Plant City. Meanwhile, he, with the assistance of seasoned military veterans, began to head toward the Augusta territory. Occupying this region would yield at least an additional 200,000 subjects. And with some exploitation, he could amass more cannon fodder. As for the issue of losses, he could simply reorganize the survivors into a new army post-battle, with the church replenishing the population. What was there to be concerned about? In contrast, Duke Fernandez embodies all the admirable qualities of aristocracy, including a blatant disregard for human life. Born into the lofty lineage of royalty, he possesses an innate lack of compassion for the lower classes. He scarcely feigns concern. In his world, the common folk are mere instruments, stepping stones for the embellishment of his own grand achievements. To the nobility, the world is a constricted sphere, with few individuals meeting their standards. This is the realm of the aristocrats. When the first town obstructed his path, Duke Fernandez's commanders swiftly seized over 2,000 commoners from nearby villages, under the watchful eyes of the army. These so-called criminals were compelled to scale the city walls. Their cries, pleas, and lamentations echoed in vain. The military showed no mercy. Blood flowed freely beneath the blades. Retreat meant death, while advancing offered a flicker of survival. Duke Fernandez stood upon a specially designed war chariot. Erecting a wooden shield to guard against the arrows of the Loken, he observed as a gruesome path of carnage unfolded before him. More serf soldiers, swayed by the clergy's exhortations, shouted praises to the glory of God, charging towards the walls in waves. The noble officers of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross possessed a modicum of military knowledge. Yet the untrained peasant soldiers appeared woefully amateurish. Their inability to maintain a proper rhythm often resulted in overwhelming congestion that delayed their assault at times. Their disarray squandered precious opportunities. Nevertheless, the sheer number of peasant soldiers gradually breached the town's defenses. After a thorough inspection by the officers, Duke Fernandez arrived at the nameless settlement. Under the command of a cadre of generals, the army established its dominance in the center, dispatching several smaller contingents to eliminate any lingering resistance. Following Duke Fernandez's directive for a methodical approach, they aimed to avoid recklessness. With the Kingdom of the Holy Cross currently enjoying a numerical advantage, they simply needed to overwhelm their foes when facing equal numbers. They would fortify their positions and wait for reinforcements, confident that they could expel the Loken in due time. Curse these madmen and beasts. I shall see them all hanged in due course. Simon seethed upon hearing of the atrocities committed by the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Though he bore a knightly title, he hailed from humble freeborn origins, lacking the emotional detachment of traditional noble lineage, and certainly not possessing the heartlessness of Duke Fernandez. Empathizing with the plight of the oppressed, he yearned to see them all executed. Yet to enact vengeance, one must temper their rage. Derek, equally incensed, recognized that the war had erupted within his own territory. "Let us teach Duke Fernandez a lesson," he proclaimed. "Everyone, strictly adhere to orders. We shall accept defeat, but not victory. How many heavy cavalry can we mobilize? Sacrifices have been noted. I will ensure that the Kingdom of the Holy Cross pays dearly for this." The intensity of their fury on the battlefield would mirror the depth of their anger. Derek meticulously outlined his strategy, having discerned that Duke Fernandez's forces were but fledglings. There were numerous ways to handle inexperienced troops. A steady approach that depended on command over the army. As the saying goes, a general in the field is not bound by the sovereign's orders. The officers at the front lines were the immediate commanders. Any information relayed to Fernandez would be delayed. While he might have experienced generals assisting him, he lacked sufficiently capable officers. A few missteps would compel him to abandon his multi-pronged assault strategy, leaving them to await the opportune moment. With time, terrain, and manpower all in their favor, they merely awaited the right moment. A contingent of the Holy Cross Army, flying the banner of a baron, advanced slowly. Accompanied by several triangular flags, numbering around 500 to 600 troops, such a force was sufficient to undertake independent missions. Should they encounter an attack, they could hold their ground for a time. Within a 10-mile radius, other armies were stationed. Duke Fernandez's strategy was indeed being executed with resolve, at least for the moment. However, a closer inspection would reveal that the tails of the triangular flags had not been cut. This was an army led by court nobles. The saying that a noble without land is not a true noble was widely known. Thus they were all the more eager to achieve glory. Soon, an opportunity arose that a village appeared on the horizon, and the two sides engaged in a battle of ineptitude. The militia within the village seemed to have received some training and were equipped with weapons, but their numbers were far too few. Outmatched by the larger but more poorly trained Holy Cross forces, they were ultimately defeated. A group of routs fled in disarray, and the noble officers of the Holy Cross hesitated but briefly before deciding to pursue. Each captured enemy was a testament to their valor, and these Loken soldiers appeared to have undergone some training, aligning with intelligence reports that indicated they had been trained for only 6 months to a year. With friendly forces nearby, what was there to fear? Such scenarios unfolded repeatedly as these hastily conscripted militiamen, after brief training, were dispersed across various locations. Their quality remained acceptable, not raising suspicions from the kingdom of the Holy Cross. They assumed these were regular Loken troops, naturally increasing their desire to pursue. Moreover, the number of fleeing soldiers was not substantial, presenting minimal risk. Each time they considered retreating, they were conveniently enticed by the fleeing soldiers. Along the way, they encountered friendly forces, causing their scattered ranks to coalesce as their numbers grew. So did their audacity, and they no longer felt feared for the delayed sweeping operation they would address that once they had secured their victories. Derek observed from the shadows, waiting until 4 or 5 waves of the Holy Cross army had gathered before he ordered the heavy cavalry to advance. Their numbers were sufficient. Any more would be unmanageable, and the enemy was beginning to catch on. The command structure of the Holy Cross was not inept. They would soon order their troops to disperse in order to accomplish their tasks. More than mere casualties, they sought to swiftly clear obstacles. Engaging one by one was impractical. Such tactics would lose efficacy after a few uses, and they aimed to reap the greatest harvest possible. At this moment, dusk fell, and the fleeing Loken soldiers, in a state of panic, were driven together by the encircling forces of the Holy Cross. The blood-red sunset was almost blinding. The spring breeze still carried a hint of chill. The clash of iron armor resounded with a cacophony. Noble officers mounted on steeds found a vantage point to survey the battlefield. The sight of at least 1,000 to 2,000 Loken routs constituted a significant achievement. The Loken banners, few in number, fluttered haphazardly in the spring wind. Various groups of routs mingled chaotically, their quality inferior to that of the peasant soldiers. The only regret was that this glory could not be claimed solely by them. The Holy Cross forces drawn by the routs actually numbered twice that of the Loken. Not far away, colleagues had already begun fervently beating the war drums. The rhythmic thumping was vexing to the ears. Several knights, mounted on their steeds, began to urge the soldiers forward. The troops, having run for a considerable distance, exhibited signs of fatigue. However, the promise of imminent victory and the officers' assurances of additional rations served to uplift their spirits. "We too shall advance. We cannot allow them to claim all the glory," the noble officer commanded his knights, and the war drums resonated in unison. In an instant, the captains of several armies impatiently directed their forces forward. Meanwhile, under the fading light of dusk, a scant few cavalrymen behind the retreating troops conducted their final inspections amidst the woods, under the stringent blockade of the kingdom of the Holy Cross. A large-scale ambush was an impossibility. Duke Fernandez was no fool. He could easily discern the movements of the army. However, a select band of several hundred elite knights could silently traverse the blockade. Evading the eyes of scouts, the layer of thin undergarments, a layer of inner armor, and a layer of heavy black plate armor, the elite knights, aided by their squires, donned their armor. Even the steeds were adorned with thick protective gear. The squires and knights meticulously adjusted their half-armor. Through the gaps in the leaves, the crimson glow illuminated the armor, creating a series of reflections. The elite knights lowered their visors and mounted their steeds. With the heavily armored knights at the forefront, the knights and their squires followed closely behind. "Virit, do not be anxious. Just stay behind me, and do not fear," the hulking bull knight reassured Virit. It was the latter's first experience in a cavalry charge. The squires were not merely embellishing the knightly order. The purpose of their training was to prepare for battle. Life and death were fated. Should one perish, there would be no lament. Even if one were a genius, they would swiftly fade from memory. Surviving and returning with victory was the true path to glory. Virit was indeed nervous. It was a lie to say he was not. During the previous barbarian invasion, he had seized the opportunity to join the fray, yet he had done so under the protection of his family's knights, playing the role of a distant commander. How could a knight who had never experienced a cavalry charge cultivate the courage to shatter all obstacles? Over the span of 30 years, the value of a northern knight's life had escalated, naturally diminishing their combat effectiveness. He took a deep breath, but his anxiety rendered him unable to recall the key points of his training. He merely nodded fervently, as if the bull knight could perceive his unease. The latter received no response and ceased his reassurances, for the entire cavalry battalion had begun to accelerate gradually. The steeds quickened their pace, stretching their muscles. The muscle memory from training compelled everyone to instinctively move in concert. All tension and apprehension were eclipsed by the imminent charge. The iron hooves of the heavily armored steeds struck the ground with a dull thud, producing a sound more sonorous than the war drums and more urgent than the patter of rain. As their speed intensified, so did the cacophony. The advancing army of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross heard the thunderous hoofs, initially mistaking them for the rhythm of battle drums. Having experienced the charge of the knights, the noble officers recognized the similarity in sound. Then, against the dazzling sunset, they beheld a glimmering reflection, stunned for a full 7 or 8 seconds. The already ashen-faced noble officer finally comprehended the chilling truth. More frigid than a spring breeze, the knights were charging. The roar of their battle cry had reached a breaking point, the fear within them surging past its threshold. In truth, it was even more terrifying than they had imagined. This was the ultimate force of the era, the heavily armored knights. While there were ways to counter such knights, they were not a guaranteed path to victory and faced significant limitations in their deployment. However, once the heavy cavalry commenced their charge, little could impede their advance, save for human lives. Regrettably, there were not enough lives present to fill the void beneath the hooves of the heavily armored knights. The thunderous cavalry crashed into the formation, and every knight tightened their grip on their fully forged iron lances. Like a string of gourds, they could impale as many as 3 to 5 men at once. Only the elite knights possessed the strength to wield such burdensome weapons. As the heavy cavalry pierced through the military ranks, the army of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross had already collapsed. The path left by the hooves was stained with blood, as if trampled by a relentless force. Few soldiers remained standing. Most were mere fortunate witnesses to the carnage. Virat charged alongside them, mechanically swinging his weapon, and then, urged on by the heavy cavalry, assisted in dispatching the soldiers around him. Once the heavy knights adjusted their formation, a second charge was unnecessary. The army of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross had completely disintegrated. No prisoners, whether noble or soldier, all shall be beheaded. The heavily armored knights coldly proclaimed their orders, undeterred by the possibility of inciting resistance. What they sought were the heads and blood of these Holy Cross men. To ignite the fury of their own, blood for blood was not merely a saying. A composed army required a measure of bloody stimulation and release. This was Virat's first complete participation in war. So close, so intensely impactful. His eyes gleamed brighter. Though his posture was not as rigid, his demeanor was altogether transformed. The previous stiffness had given way to a naturalness that exuded the air of a seasoned warrior. Other squires shared this sentiment. Only through first-hand experience could one truly grasp the difference. Even amidst the fallen comrades, those who survived had changed. Northern knights. What were they called in the training grounds? Blood, military exploits, and the fear they instilled in enemies forged the renown of the Northern Knights. The restoration of their glory began now. The defeated soldiers of the Rock people, under the Knights organization, had not entirely lost their structure. They were now assisting in the cleanup of the battlefield, with Virat and his fellow squires once again fulfilling the role of executioners. Rows of surviving soldiers from the Holy Cross were pressed to the ground, and then systematically executed. With ample time at their disposal, the soldiers even felled a number of trees to fashion crosses. As the captured nobles were brought before the crosses, they cried out in terror. "What do you intend to do? I am a baron. I demand noble treatment. I wish to see your commander." "Huh? Nobles? I've slain more nobles than you can count." "Hang him. Madman, aren't you afraid of being captured?" "You will meet the same fate. Captured? Northern knights fear no cowardice. Kill me on the battlefield, or I shall see you hanged." The knights of House Augusta flawlessly executed Derek's promise. All the nobles of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross were hanged upon crosses. Compared to the towering gallows, they had indeed enjoyed noble treatment. As for cruelty, these peasant soldiers may have been treated harshly upon capture, yet now it was no longer cruel. Furthermore, where is the abundance of benevolence and morality? Only the victors possess the right to pen history. Righteousness has always been a matter of ink on paper. Those who dared retaliate against the Northern Knights were likely few and far between. at least until the northern knights could no longer wield their blades. Any rash act of vengeance would necessitate careful consideration of the consequences. Having methodically dealt with the battlefield, the knightly order even took away the spoils of war. At this juncture, the Holy Cross men should have begun to react. Failure to depart might result in being nipped at the heels. By the time Duke Fernandez's men arrived, only a blood-soaked scene remained. In the darkness, the first soldier to discover the execution site, brandishing a torch, was rendered speechless with shock. Even the nobles tasked with locating the army were seized by nausea upon witnessing the scene. Rock people, wait for it. When the bodies of the hanged nobles were lowered, it only fueled his rage and fear. How dare these wretches? Following this battle, the movements of the Holy Cross army diminished remarkably. Forget about reckless pursuits. Even marching had to be conducted with utmost caution. Defeat was one matter, but these nobles genuinely feared being hanged. After all, only a bunch of commoners perished in defeat. The lives at stake were their own noble existences. How could the two be compared? Consequently, the advance of the kingdom of the Holy Cross slowed by half a beat. The thoughts of the rock people were quite simple: to buy time. Once reinforcements from their homeland arrived, the situation would reverse, and they would no longer hold the advantage. The strategist analyzed for Duke Fernandez, and in truth, his thoughts were not difficult to decipher. The crux of the matter lay in its complexity, which could only be unraveled if every officer in the kingdom of the Holy Cross suddenly became fearless. Otherwise, there would be no resolution. The reinforcements from the Lockmen would not arrive swiftly. For the barbarians were far from being mindless fools. Duke Fernandez perceived clearly that the barbarians had painstakingly orchestrated this grand spectacle not with the intention of playing the benevolent role. Both the kingdom of the Holy Cross and the Lockmen were likely targets in this unfolding drama. However, at present, the Lockmen were exhibiting an overwhelming strength that necessitated a diminishment. Only by maintaining the fragile equilibrium between the two nations could the barbarians reap benefits. Otherwise, they would be merely sewing garments for others. Thus, time was on his side. Duke Fernandez abruptly rose, gazing out at the sparse drizzle. Let it drag on. The more formidable the Lockmen appear, the less I shall dare to lower my guard. The season for spring plowing was imminent, and they were far more anxious than I. Duke Fernandez cared little for casualties. His sole ambition was to secure the ultimate victory. As time dragged on, a month slipped by, and the spring rains had come in waves, causing the entire province of St. Michael to fall behind in its spring plowing by at least half, even if summer planting were to be hastily executed. A significant shortfall in this year's harvest was all but certain. Although the army of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross suffered continual minor skirmishes and lost several thousand men over the month, their advance remained steady. Indeed, even half of the city of Augusta had been occupied, with the city itself now in sight. Meanwhile, the Lockmen's offensives had grown increasingly feeble, with their losses not limited to just the Holy Cross forces. According to estimates, at least 3,000 to 5,000 Lockmen had perished, and their casualties were considerable. Intelligence suggested that the troops under the command of the Viscount Derrick had sustained a loss of at least 20%. And if one were to account for those trapped within the Birch Fortress, that figure would be even more pronounced. Duke Fernandez appeared markedly haggard, yet the experience gained from commanding hundreds of thousands had accelerated his growth. Should he be entrusted to lead a contingent of 10,000 men, he would find it a task well within his grasp. At this moment, the mobilization of the entire army of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross was becoming increasingly systematic. Duke Fernandez grew ever more confident, for although he had endured numerous lessons, each had become a stepping stone in his development. The other fronts also progressed smoothly, with exchanges occurring in both directions. Leveraging their numerical superiority, half of the land in the province of St. Michael had returned to the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. However, for the farmers residing on this land, life had grown considerably harsher under the reclaimed rule of the kingdom. After a few more light rains, the unfinished city of Augusta was finally breached by bloodshed. Duke Fernandez entered this city, which was still under construction, and from the completed structures, it was evident that Viscount Derrick harbored considerable ambition. Once I seize the province of St. Michael, I shall make this city my stronghold. Duke Fernandez laughed heartily. What of you, Viscount Derrick, a genius of war? In this world, power reigns supreme. Even a genius must bow in deference. At that moment, he had forgotten his once fervent desire to win over the opposing side. Soon, even more delightful news arrived. The city of Augusta was rife with leftover supplies. including several sets of heavy armor that had not been transported away. The Lockmen had departed in such haste that they left behind these crucial resources. Your Grace, I find this rather suspicious. The Lockmen should have been well prepared. How could they possibly have forgotten this batch of heavy armor? Some commanders felt a sense of unease. Any human arrangement would inevitably reveal flaws, differing only in the degree of exposure. Meanwhile, the army of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross continued its advance.